generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every immediately. Alienated, paranoia, enemy-less, wiretap, dead acts, dossiers, medical records, social security number, credit record, national security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them that were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the Internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly, I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out point one." During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became an early proponent of technological singularity and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. Point two, however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hein reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been. What the future can be. Futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264, placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as AT&TSU will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. 4. Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the noosphere of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of Newtics. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify a thought's effect exponentially. This is the inherent power of prayer. Groups, healing circles, singing in unison, and worshipping en masse. The idea of universal consciousness is no ethereal New Age concept. It's a hard core scientific reality, and harnessing it has the potential to transform our world. This is the underlying discovery of Newtic science. What's more, it's happening right now. You can feel it all around you. Technology is linking us in ways we never imagined possible. Twitter, Google, Wikipedia, and others all blend to create a web of interconnected minds. God is found in the collection of many, rather than in the one. In
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Touraine, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Touraine realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Touraine adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would slaughter these jerks? The first full-time clocking serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and be out while I smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then, and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions. Fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown. The word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like but they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigre. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found a pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. Don't destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just to my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition. Place it back into the skin. Now it's it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets is I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off from under you? It won't get sorted back from that. Them just lurking. Who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I'll leave the rapping to my girl, a good scientist, and a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you, and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Left by little kids, and I've got to go to work, so I can work it out. Come on, got to work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work for me. Come on, let it work for me. Come on.
Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence, the dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The gun hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the updating green with human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attacks intended for advanced craft methods that will highly adapt to presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used to beautiful looks and life. To mirror the schism, unseen, hidden, the newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the Tory Alabi brought to the kings before me as a sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole chorus within construction. Nano-net filaments, hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable, united by inner struggle, hidden a bundle of scar-ridden enigmas. Now the claws risen, man is up with cheeky. With this type of disease, praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent millipede legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem bad design. That's the vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill differences. To hidden cages you can't unstage this, cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hidden all chrome, hidden with clones. Like a programmed metal skull covered in the hard routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Not only steel can sharpen steel. They hit for revolution.
I had a dream. Eastern Conference All-Stars. Chain one. Rockstar. I had a dream, I had my drink in the air, surrounded by people who care, making the toast, proud of our current affairs. Upstairs on the balcony, looking down where the fountain be, higher than the mountain be, with about an ounce of me. People shout for me, but I'm the Don, they gotta wait. I conversate with facial expressions, cause fans make tapes. Money belt around my waist, cameras around my place. Blunt smoke surrounds my face. Briefcases at the races, aces under my sleeves. Uzis by the jacuzzi for my enemies. My lawyers say take it down, lay low. I be bubbling, honeys that bring me taste mo. Things happen cause I say so. Half the city on my payroll. I make up laws, break those. This is for the blunted flowers. This is for the 100 throwers. The tunnel goers. goers, the raw dog stomach growers. This is for people that's blinging it. This is for people that's living it, while the rest is just singing it. This is for the blunted flowers. This is for the 100 throwers, the tunnel goers, the raw dog stomach growers. This is for people that's blinging it. This is for people that's living it, while the rest is just singing it. I had a dream, I had the sixth sense. When I rhymed, when I was done, I saw killing them softly, cigars like Bill Cosby rock me. The Black Sinatra Nigarachi, Illinois hydrochlorophyll, dumping multiple pills like painkillers, nothing to feel. While you was influenced by the underground, I was on the ground under the influence, staring you to spit. You nuisance, not ready for prime time player. You're half weak and half whack, imitating flavor. Pseudo fresh facsimile, not drilling me with blase blah, empty threats about killing me. You couldn't move a drunk with a six pack, thinking that you could not tame off, but can't get that. I'm the next best thing to wrestling, cause I smack down rap clowns just for testing. Keeping it clean, bump like I'm under your left wing, showing my ass like bitches and guest jeans. Gaming like spree well with each detail. Instead of beefing for no reason, I move joints retail. This is for the 100 throwers. This is for the tunnel goers, the raw dog stomach growers. This is for people that's blinging it. This is for people that's living it, while the rest is just singing it. This is for the 100 throwers. This is for the tunnel goers, the raw dog stomach growers. This is for people that's blinging it. This is for people that's living it, while the rest is just singing it. I had more static than Channel 2 without cable. Something ain't right, like Outlaws without Fatal. Controversial, poor of the cons, know of the dons, blowing the charm, flowing like some dope in your arm. I leave the hearts out your lucky charm box, and still supply more milk shit than Parmalat. The Ichiban Don Mega, razor sharp with my part, connected to the streets like sidewalks. The Ray Liotta of the ghetto good fellas. My graffiti letters make the whole hood jealous. You ain't even my caliber, I'm more complex than algebra, hot like Africa, what better loose than Canada? Use an amateur rhyming with mad stamina. I'm in back of you, snapping like cameras. Mad comical, thinking that you can do what I do. When I'm through, niggas that signs you won't even find you. This is for the 100 throwers. This is for the tunnel goers, the raw dog stomach growers. This is for people that's blinging it. This is for people that's living it, while the rest is just singing it. This is for the 100 throwers. This is for the tunnel goers, the raw dog stomach growers. This is for people that's blinging it. This is for people that's living it, while the rest is just singing it. While the rest is just singing it. This is for people that's living it. That ain't infinite. Spread the arm. I think the car is all stars in it. Isn't it? Cause we rock stars, baby. One night, midnight in the limo, I had a dream for the 100 throwers. This is for the tunnel goers, raw dogs.
In the last few years, there's been a great deal of emphasis upon extraterrestrials visiting our planet.
Hey yo, these motherfuckers bugging if they think I hang it up. Pass the mic in my direction and I straight up bait it up. Really got the guns I talk about, I wouldn't make it up. Ultramag 4 horsemen, I'm about to raise it up. Till I'm cool Keith crazy with voices that tell me shit. Trigger fingers extended like E.T. with Elliot. You get your belly hit and shaking like ballistic gel. This is hell, bodies getting dropped like pennies inside a whistle well. Pennywise, fingers with Freddy knives and chainsaws. Put you in a coma, make your brain pause. This is why we break jaws, singing Judas Priest while we break laws. Rockin' break beats since Eazy-E sold 8 balls. I travel through space now and lay folks face down. Cause app is real, battlefields feel just like playgrounds. These little double time yappity yap rappers, I rapidly smack backwards, get battery packs fraction. We ain't in the same place or occupy the same space, so get the fuck out my face. I got that ancient technology, I keep the alien weaponry on me. I keep the alien weaponry. I got that ancient technology, I keep the alien weaponry on me. My verse makes earthquakes and aftershocks, scaring off massive flocks of birds on rooftops, shattering glass in your Apple Watch. Appernauts rocking like Axl Rose and Acid Wash. Astronauts blasting off, laughing while rappers watch in disbelief. This is beef, problems you never wanted. My raps killing tired crowds and leave your whole town haunted. And while you rocking man buns, I'm cocking handguns, sticking you for paper. I'll pass down to my grandsons. Fans run when apples on the stage. I'm metamorphing into a demogorgon. I give your head a an abortion. I'll leave your brain in the dumpster, the braver the dumber. Cause some brazen motherfucker about to get his brains braided this summer. Since Biggie was unbelievable, I was similar. Assemble a sentences like defenses established around perimeters. You outgun, outshine, must be out your mind. Raps is putrid, app is stupid, slap the fluid out your spine. Spit divine scripture, while I'm sick of the polio. I'm Godzilla in Tokyo, dicks big as a totem pole. Got inhuman capabilities, kinda like opio. Grabbing bulls by the horn, this ain't my first rodeo. Yo, we ain't in the same place or occupy the same space, so get the fuck out my face. I got that ancient technology, I keep the alien weaponry on me. I keep the alien weaponry, I got that ancient technology, I keep the alien weaponry on me.
But what we seemingly have overlooked is the possibility that these records...
Yeah, welcome to the Machine Lives, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I'm very privileged to join you guys, even though there isn't any impetus, right, for me to particularly do so at this time, right? But these sort of transmissions have been sort of catalog of my recent thoughts, right? And they're there to sort of change the course of the conversations that can be had, change the scope of the conversations that can be had, right? Obviously we monitor lots of information that comes from the various shows, right? Be they full of pop philosophers, pop scientists, or pop political commentators, right? And we synthesize a lot of that information. Obviously, we take a look at the trials and tribulations of the fake drama LARPers online. We synthesize a lot of information, right? Obviously, we monitor and synthesize lots of information, right? But what we present here is a little bit different, right? Usually it's around various sort of, I guess, excursions of the mind, right? In terms of, philosophical, historical, material concerning political philosophy, right? And there is certain material that's concerning the technological scope of things, right? And of course, we sort of filter all of our views of science through that technological lens, right? And of course, we're looking again at philosophy because of the problem of technology, right? And we're exploring several issues there. We are focusing on the architectonic, right, which is the arts that give birth to all other arts, right? As I said yesterday, I believe ethics is the sort of head of the philosophical arts, right? Or it should be, right? If things are being done appropriately, right? We can't, we can't use the philosophy that's currently on the table, right? Because it's infested with all sorts of, all sorts of ideological framing, right? That is either truncated or extremely false, right? So we're simply analyzing the trove of information that comes from philosophy, that comes from, science. And of course, these two things have merged, right? Philosophy and science have sort of merged, right? And this marriage, right,
has given birth to some pretty interesting concepts, right? One of the premier concepts that philosophy and science have given birth to is the project of liberalism, right? And this project of liberalism has been sort of engulfed, right, by the project of the technocracy, right? So you have a dialectic between the technocracy and a form of liberalism or humanism, right? And this further dialectic, right, seems to merge, right, and be synthesized into the many layered problem of techno liberalism. Right now, how do we explain techno liberalism? Well, one way to explain it is in The Betrayal of the West by Jacques Ellul, right, in which he comes to the sort of conclusion that there's certain principles in which Western society expresses itself, and those ideas such as mastery of reason, right, individualism, right, and progress, and these sort of things, right, that these ideas have sort of led to a sort of universalism that threatens to uproot the classical notions of the civilization which spawned it, right? And so he says that liberalism gave birth to its executioner, right, which is the technological state. Okay, so we got several issues here, right, to work with, right? We have the issue of scientific totalitarianism, right, which is opposed to liberalism. You have a technical humanism that seeks to have science solve the problems that are flaws with humanity itself, right? As I've quoted Alexander King, right, he said the common enemy of humanity is man himself, right? So this process, right, of trying to coalesce these ideas of universalism, liberalism, individualism, and collectivism, right, into a synthesis, right, where we could sort of look at the idea, right, and of course we have this idea of the collective consciousness. Right, and this is a very interesting concept, the notion of the collective consciousness, right? And if I could just sort of extrapolate on this, concept, right, of the collective consciousness, or the, which is sort of the Jungian world of archetypes, right? Okay, we could sort of talk about the notions of the universal mind, right? And also the notions of God, right? Which are not to be conflated with each other, right? This concept of a universal mind and the concept of God are not to be conflated with each other, right? Because when I think of God, I'm thinking of the God of the monotheist, the God of classical religion, right? I'm thinking of an all-powerful God that created the universe from nothing. Right, these are very important distinctions to make, right? Because the God of the universal mind, right, which we will call the God of the philosophers, right, was limited, and the primary thing that the God of the philosophers was limited by was reason. Right, reason was a limitation on God, believe it or not. Right, and the concept that synthesized this limitation on God was natural law, right? Natural law, right? So you have the instantiation of natural law as sort of universal principles, right? And this idea of universalism sort of comes from this sort of concept of sort of delimiting God's power, right? And of course, this had to happen because there was a struggle between sort of nature and God, right? And of course, this idea about the struggle between nature and God, right, came with the principle that the universe was eternal, right? And this means this naturally spelled out for the God of the philosophers that it was limited, that it had to operate according to natural law, right? And so you know, because the universe was eternal, right? Because you can't get something from nothing, right? There had to be two principles that existed, right? One was mind and the other was matter, right? And this categorization of nature into two separate substances, right? And I use the word substance not to relate to the term of stuff, right? But the way Aristotle used the term substances, right? Which is that it has substantial it's substantial, right? Which means that it has existence as opposed to accidental, right? Which means its existence depends on something else, right? So he thought there's two kinds of things possible in the universe, right? Things that are necessary beings and things that are contingent, right? And of these qualities, right, you know, the God of the philosophers, or the sort of deistic conception of God that was sort of limited by natural law, right, took into account that reason was the limitation of natural law itself, right? Henceforth, one could mediate between nature and God through this principle of reason, right? So this idea of reason allowing man mastery over nature, right? This was accomplished by several successive stages, right? As I mentioned, right, previously, right? Okay, but what's really important, sort of to grasp for this type of discussion that we're going to launch ourselves on, right, is sort of, you know, the separation of, well, many cycles that I charted out, right? One is the separation of man from God, right? And you know, so you could look at nature as part of this separation, right? Now, because of this idea, right, we had the notion of the desacralization of nature, right? And through the notion of the desacralization of nature, you get the concept of the universality of reason, right? And through this concept of the universality of reason, right, you get man becoming God through reason, right? So you have the replacement of God for a man. Right, so we have successive stages. First, nature is God. Then nature separates man from God. Then reason mediates between nature and God. And then finally, man becomes God. Right? So I've been sort of charting out these successive stages for you guys, right? And so many people missed. Honestly, one of the more concise explanations of that I've given, but it's many layered path that we've taken just to get to that explanation, right?
Can I add something, or?
Yes, of course, my friend. Yeah, you're always welcome to add it.
What's interesting is that in Vendetta, in India, they didn't always see Atman as identical to Brahman. And they have different schools. Like some of them said Atman both is and is not Brahman. Other ones had different takes. Like I think the Vaishnava, different ones different
Yeah,
takes.
the Advaita and the Dvaita, right?
Yeah,
They have
there was
two.
another one too besides that one. I forgot
Oh,
what's
really?
name. Yeah, Ramanuja. Yeah, Ramanuja. His take was that is I forgot his take was like it was like yeah his like unqualified non-dualism. Yeah, called Vishishtadvaita, which is like a qualified non-dualism. He argued that his theories assert that there is a plurality and a distinction between Atman, Soul, and Brahman, the ultimate reality, which he while also affirming that there is a unity of all souls, and that the individual soul has the potential to realize identity with Brahman. Oh, more like there's a lot of different variations in Vendetta also. I just want to say in India. Like,
Yeah, it's fascinating. And the complex areas that the Vedanta system, seems to go into, right, between mind and nature and body and how it relates to God, right? Is a complex synthesis, right? It gives a high level, so it's really not appropriate to say that this was only in ancient Greece that they were sort of reflecting on these universal principles and stuff, right? That's kind of wrong to say. The reason why I'm charting this path, right, is because this synthesis is the direct track, right, that sort of transhumanism took, right? So we're looking at the birth of the transhuman. So in the East, a lot of these critiques of technology are taken for granted. And we talked about that for so many times, right? One is because obviously the birth of the technological society or civilization in Western society, right? The other is the lack of familiarity with the technological scope, right? Because of the traditional scope, right? That the this a sort of Eastern world still inhabits, right? Either East and South, right? It's like mix, right, of the global South and the East, right? Where and then you have sort of the North and the West. That's sort of a different situation altogether. I mean, in terms of culture, right? So it's fascinating stuff, right? But the reason why we're charting this course is because of the ideas of universalism, right, which led to liberalism, right? And the ideas of liberalism and that sort of led to the scientific worldview that's driven by the technological scope, right? So for a long time in history, right, you had a scientific understanding, you had a complex philosophical understanding, you had a a high culture and a low technological civilization, right? So this is most of man's history, right? So whether we're looking at it in terms of the cultural development of man, which is the anthropological development, right, or we're looking at it in terms of the evolutionary development of man, right, in terms of man's collective development on the whole, right, where most of his history he's been a hunter-gatherer. Yeah, please go ahead, friend.
do you think the logic that the Greeks used, like their classical logic, it differed from Indian logic? Because in Indian logic, you have something be both true and false at the same time, both existent and non-existent. I think in their logical schemes, the pair-consistent logic. Well, in the Greek logic, you cannot really have a contradiction. You know what I mean?
Right, the law of non-contradiction
Yeah.
and the law of identity comes from Aristotle, right?
Yeah.
And there's lots of problems with those. Those are the first two things that like Buddhists go after and stuff. It's like law of identity and law of non-contradiction. So it's fascinating stuff, right? So yeah, I mean, in terms of, one might say that you have to just go anti-Aristotle to go non-dual, right, or something, right? Maybe that case can be made. So who knows? But yeah, it's a fascinating system, right? A fascinating scope. So if I could put names and faces to this, right, to this development, right? Let's put some names and faces to this development, right? And of course, we'll start charting this course with the various thinkers, right, and start looking at how they relate to the greater picture, right? But so far, we've analyzed some of the pre-Socratics, right? Obviously, we've taken a larger sort of synthesis, right, of religion and philosophy and what they have to do with science, right? So this understanding of the world that comes out of thinkers like Anaximander, right? For example, right? Anaximander is talking about an indefinite principle that steers all things, right? This is coming very close to the thoughts of Heraclitus, right? So the thoughts of Heraclitus that the thunderbolt steers all things, right? And this notion of something that is ontological, that has ontological transcendence, right? That it can go beyond nature, right? Obviously, it has to emanate from the physical world, right? So usually the arches or the ruling principles, right, were more tied to nature, right? So in the beginning, they were always tied to nature, right? But the abstraction from nature itself, right, into a general principle, right, that sort of comes in successive stages, right? And it comes with a further advancement and development of philosophy, science, math, right? Obviously, you have significant improvements in mathematics and those ideas, right? Geometry, right? Right, during the time of Pythagoras that led to Plato and stuff, right? Now, Plato is definitely looking at the universe in terms of natural law, right? He's inventing such concepts as natural law, right? Okay. And as the Imam Ghazali said, right? He says, natural law cuts off God's hands from creation. Right? It's a fascinating quote, right? I think it was
Very strange quote.
right. Right, the guy I heard it from was Steven Weinberg. You wouldn't believe it, right? He was quoting Al Ghazali, right? So, and he further remarked that doesn't help us do science very much. That thought, right? So it's pretty interesting. He definitely thinks of it as anti-scientific.
We agree that maybe instead of laws, nature has habits and
Right, exactly, right. That is a more sort of the end, and the people who were going into that, they were challenging Aristotle, right?
Maybe it's like a natural plasticity.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
what C.S. Peirce argues.
Oh yeah,
Peirce,
yeah, definitely, yeah.
he argues there are no laws. It's just nature's habits.
Right, and that kind of ties to Democritus to a certain level, because he's sort of saying that there's no actual reality behind things. It's just convention, right? So atoms in the void, why do they form a certain way that they do? He said it's convention, right? That they're used to it, right? Sort of thing. So it's kind of weird concept, but the concept of habit driving natural law to change, right? Or that the laws themselves are changing or evolving, right? There's another concept that sometimes comes up, right? That the laws are sort of adjusting themselves, right? So these concepts, right? Yes, of course, C.S. Peirce, right? And it lends to the fact that nature is intelligent, right? But that goes to a more pantheistic or panentheistic system, right? As the pre-Socratics had, right? So the pre-Socratics, they were all pantheistic and panentheistic, right? You know what I mean? In terms of God is either at the center of reality, right, which is panentheism, right? That God is sort of inside creation, right? So creation emanates from God, right? Sort of panentheism, right? And pantheism is that all things are gods, right? Pantheism, right? As Thales said, all things are full of gods, right? So he saw the divine principle to pervade all of nature, whereas when you get to the idea, right, of Plato, right, like matter has to become a secondary quality, right, in terms of nature. So nature is sort of regarded as because it's in a state of becoming, right? And multiplicity exists within nature, right? Because Plato was a Pythagorean, he sort of surmised that there'd be no multiplicity within the good or the one, right? That would just be one cohesive unit. Right? It'd be unique. It would be eternal, right? Right. It wouldn't have any divisions or parts. Right. So this is how they perceive the ultimate reality. But nature, because it has parts, is in a state of becoming. Right. And hence cannot be eternal. Right. So these were the thoughts of Plato. And he sort of came up with this while studying, this concept of natural law and applying it to the world. Right. So, they sort of said, right. So Plato said that math is the sort of crown of all the arts, right? And Aristotle sort of thought this was science, right, or understanding nature, right? Because there's nothing beyond nature for Aristotle; it's just nature, right? Whereas math points to a supreme reality for Plato, right? It doesn't for Aristotle, right? For Aristotle, you just study nature, right? Sure, there's math in nature. Right? There's geometry and proportion, right? Because those things are valued in nature, right? Because they have perfection, right? They are reflections of perfect things, right? So Aristotle thought that all of nature strives towards this ordering or perfection, right? And this striving, right? You could see this striving as going on a sort of temporal, like, line. Right, and this is sort of where you get the notion of progress from, right? That this, that nature can transform itself, right, into a higher stage of perfection, right? And that it strives for that, right? That this state of becoming, right? That all states of becoming are sort of this temperance that's found in all things, sort of mutually opposing each other thing to try to reach for its own perfection, right? So we're gonna get into Aristotle as well. Right. Now obviously the Hermeticists, right? Going in the 2nd century, right? Right. They thought, well, if mind is part of the creative aspect of reality, right, and nature is in a state of becoming, then God must have created the world in order to figure out what he's doing, or figure out what he knows, right? So this idea of knowledge for the sake of knowledge, right, that's combined with this notion of studying nature, right, in Aristotle, right? This notion of knowledge for the sake of knowledge being the purpose of creation, right, sort of comes in the form of alchemy, right? Or Hermeticism, right? And this is like around the 2nd century that they sort of came up with alchemy or Hermeticism, right? And at the same time, you have the notion, right? Okay, just 100 years after the birth of Hermeticism, right? You have a fundamental conflict in Rome, right? Because Paul has done something huge, right? And I'm talking monumental. Paul and John, right? They've done something huge, right? Right? They've explained the Jewish traditions, especially the tradition of a Jewish Messiah, in Greek terminology, in terminology that's familiar to Greeks. And this totally destroys Roman society and culture, right? Let's just face it, right? Right? Because the spread of Christianity to Europe, right? And then the birth of Islam, right? I mean, if there was anything left of Rome, right, after 500 BC, right, then, by the time Islam came around in the 600s, it's done. Right, but you do have the Carolingians and the Merovingians, right? And what are the Carolingians and the Merovingians doing? Right, they're preserving the trivium and the quadrivium and the teachings of Aristotle, Albert Magnus, and all this stuff, right? Right, they're sort of preserving these teachings. Thomas Becket, right, Archbishop of Canterbury, and all this. You know what I mean? They're all teaching the trivium and the quadrivium. Right, so they're teaching rhetoric and grammar and geometry and all these different arts, right? The liberal arts.
Wait, I have a question. Weren't the Byzantines Roman?
Yeah, I guess. It's like a break off from the Rome splintering, right? But yeah.
So that means they're still there. They're like lasted until like 15th century or something.
Yeah, maybe. But definitely was not the Roman Empire, right? It was a European institution, right? So
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Sorry.
So it became European, right? So Rome became conquered by Europeans, right? Which is different, right? Because Rome considered Europeans to be the barbarians, right?
You know about Joel Atwell?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I know about him. Yeah, I disagree with that theory. The Caesar's Messiah. Yeah. Me and Skrbina disagree with that. Why would first of all, why would Rome create a sect that then destroyed Rome?
The same reason why they
worst psyop ever.
Yeah, because let me tell you, because the same reason why they opened their borders to the flood of refugees, because they want to introduce turmoil and then break down the system and restructure it for, like, I don't know, feudalism, or restructure for a new social transition.
Yeah, but it's very pro-Jewish, the theory, right? Because it says that they were trying to start Jewish revolution, which is not a problem. They could have just wiped them out. They came in, destroyed the temple, right? So it's implausible that they would be so concerned about a mortal conflict with the Jews that they'd invent a religion to subvert them. Like,
well, they used the Jews as bankers, and they used them for other purposes. They didn't want to just get rid of the Jews. They wanted to, like, assimilate them into the empire and stuff.
Yeah, well, if you look at the Alexandrian Jews, the news is they were already assimilated, right? So there's a huge problem with trying to assimilate people who are literally better at Greek philosophy than you are at the time, right? Like they could tell you, like Philo and these guys, right? So I think the Alexandrian Jews, and I think that Paul, came out of this, sort of social milieu of the Alexandrian Jews. He definitely knew some pretty significant Alexandrian Jews. Right,
didn't Philo not even know Hebrew, or am I getting mixed up with someone else? It might have been someone else. Never mind.
Yeah, that's right. According to Henry Abramson, Dr. Henry Abramson, Philo was not able to speak Hebrew, which is shocking. That means
speak it, but could he write it?
He couldn't write or read or understand Hebrew because he said that scholars have caught him misappropriating Hebrew terminology. So they figured out that Philo doesn't understand Hebrew, basic Hebrew terms, right? For the Hebrew religion. Yeah, so they've concluded that he's way more well versed in Platonic philosophy than he is in Judaism. right?
Makes sense.
Yeah, like his writings are so although influenced by Jewish philosophy, he is a completely assimilated Jew that was living in at the time of Jesus. You know, Philo's you know, nephew Tiberius Alexander led Flavian's army to go destroy the Jewish temple. That's how
That is
assimilated.
crazy.
That's how assimilated Philo's family was. It's like insane. Like Tiberius Alexander, you could look him up. He was part of Philo's family. He led, you know, the war to go destroy the Jewish temple. A Jew. It's crazy to think of, right?
Well, though, doesn't that parallel?
That's pretty good evidence, though, right? Isn't it? Isn't it even?
Doesn't that parallel Hitler, though? Because you know the ones that were killing the Jews during Hitler's time were Jews
Well,
themselves.
that escalated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, sorry about that. Like,
yeah, we can't say I think we have to say like small mustache man or something like that.
yeah, small mess.
The German emo guy.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah, that's okay. That's okay. I recently said like Hitler and stuff, so I think we can say it a couple times, but
yeah, small mustache man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but,
I'm just gonna say it's MM.
Yeah.
Saying small mustache man each time is too much. Yeah, so I just say SMM. So, yeah, but SMM, you know, he was using a lot of the J's, and Hannah Arendt said that the ones that were killing the J's the most were other J's, or something like that. Hannah Arendt. It was Hannah Arendt.
Yeah, like. Yeah, I wonder, is this thing on? There's like 2 people watching this. We are shadow banned out of existence.
Sorry about that. Oh man, I was just commenting too much.
No, I don't think it was you. I don't think it was you. I think
No,
it's
it's been low numbers the whole time.
The whole time, yeah, the whole entire time. So either like there's some huge event going on, or they're just not showing that we're live. So yeah, whatever that
I posted a link in the Discord, so no one has any excuse.
I forgot to do that too. I'm about to start booting people out of there. The 5 people that are watching this now would be the only people in our Discord for sure. You know, yeah, everybody's live. Everybody's live. Yeah, for real. But yeah, I appreciate you guys for sticking it out with me though.
Well, they want their drama content or whatever.
Yeah, the people that yeah, I mean it's just crazy. I mean, but yeah, anyways, so anyways, let me move on with this thing. So yeah, so I think Skrbina's way more right than Atwill on that one. I mean, there's a greater case to be made for Skrbina's side.
What does Skrbina argue again? Like just in like 2-3 sentences. Sorry about it.
Skrbina argues that 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 it was Jays trying to subvert Rome. Right, instead of so they created Christianity to subvert Rome, and using the now this makes sense because the Jews used their own philosophy against them. Right, now you could look at sects like the Gnostics, right, that were like they went fast and loose with concepts like logos. Right, so you could almost make the case that the more Gnostic sects were even more infested by Alexandrian Jewish terminology, and then you have the idea of the Alexandrian Jews sort of having proto-Gnostic ideas, right? And you understand that it's like the Jews sort of merged, with Platonic doctrines to create. And if you look at the Nag Hammadi library, there is an excerpt from Book 10 of the Republic in there, right? So I think I think it's central to their sort of theology.
I don't think that makes much sense though, because let me first say that Romans were very subversive themselves. I mean, they're pretty subversive. If there's one thing Jays share in common with the Persians is we both distrust the Romans. I mean, like that's one thing we share in common. But like the Romans were subversive themselves. If I were to guess, they probably wanted to let the just merge with the Jays, and that way they can like project power to the Nestorian minority, the Persian Sassanid Empire was oppressing heavily. You know, I mean, they wanted a way to like, you know, the first people. You know, let me tell you this. This is interesting. You know how the U.S. government always refers to like humanitarian crises as a justification to intervene. You know, I mean, that's called casus belli. You know that word, casus belli. Billy, have you ever heard of that? Casus belli?
No, no.
No, CASUS and space BELLI. Casus belli. It gives justification to intervene. Well, anyway, the first ones to do that were actually Romans. You know, like they pointed to like oppression, you know, persecuting some minorities or blah blah, and that gave them a casus belli to intervene. I think that was after Constantine. I mean, I think the
I
Romans.
mean, that's basically all the false flags.
Yeah, false flags. The whole idea of false flag began with Rome. You know what I mean? That's the way they were. I mean, they're kind of tricksters in their own way. You know what I mean? You know, like, if I had to guess, I think Joe Altwell is onto something. You know what I mean? Because, you know, Germanic people were very, you know, divided from Rome. They weren't the same people back then. You know, you need a kind of ideology, a universalist ideology to, like, you know, create a new restructuring, a new kind of you know, I've been thinking lately, maybe that's why your channel attracts a lot of occultists, because they're trying to create a new world vision for the new world order. You know what I mean? Because they want to they want to demolish everything and then restructure, you know what I mean? So that way they can project power more. With smart cities, with biodigital identification, with cryptocurrencies. You see what I'm trying to say? They're trying to make it seem like, you know, it's the Jays or it's that. But the thing is, it's the puppeteers. And maybe the puppeteers go back to Rome. You don't know, because the Romans are tricky people. They're tricky bastards. You know what I mean?
But
you know, the Persians
Rome
were
was
the honorable
destroyed,
ones.
right?
The
Rome
Persians,
got destroyed, right?
yeah, no, I don't think they got destroyed.
Do you think Rome is still here?
Rome,
Probably the Vatican, I would imagine.
yeah,
But the
the
Vatican is
Byzantine
not
Empire, they can
as
trace
the
their
Roman
lineage.
Empire.
Yeah, Byzantine Empire, you know, let me tell you something interesting. Many people don't know this, but I'll tell you too, because it's related. The Sassanid royal dynasty, you know, their lineage survived up to 1500s in northern Iran, around the Caspian Sea. They were called Pandu Spaniards, you know, so their ancestry or their lineage survived in northern Iran. It was until the Safavids went and they like killed them off or something, but maybe they mixed with them. I don't know. Some people claim they mixed with the Pandu Spaniards, but you know, the Sassanid Empire still survived in the north of Iran, near the Caspian, and it's called Mazandaran, in Mazandaran province, and stuff like that. And some occultists seem to reference that too. Oh, what I'm trying to say is that something as powerful as Rome is not going to collapse that easily. Is what I'm saying. You know, Rome was more powerful than Persia, to be honest, or something like. Oh, that's interesting stuff.
Yeah, but I'm saying the Byzantine Empire is taken over by Europeans, right? So they're not even the same people.
Well, you know, the Romans, you know, the thing about the royal lineage is they value lineage. You know, if you look at the Rothschilds or you look at all these powerful rich family, they value lineage above other ones, especially the patrilineal lineage.
So how could they fuck that up so royally, right? They fuck
No, I
that up.
mean, they maintain their lineage. They work in the background.
But how would they maintain their lineage from being a different race of people to then becoming a different race?
No, the Europeans and the Romans are already racially close. You know what I mean?
They're not. They're not, though. The Germanic people were not racially similar to the Romans.
Well, yes, the Romans were more Mediterranean. No,
exactly.
That's true.
So,
well, they did mix, though. They intermingled after the, you know, the whole thing. You know, then you had the Holy Roman Empire. Oh, it's interesting. So I do think Byzantines still probably maintain their lineage and still records of the lineage or something. Like I said, the Sassanid kingly lineage survived up to 1500s. You know what I mean? And those guys had to deal with much worse stuff. You know what I mean? You know, lineage is important. You know what I mean? That's one thing I will say. I do think lineage is important and stuff like that. I mean, I'm just saying, you know, maybe Joel Atwell is onto something. I don't know. Just speculating.
I think it's like worst psyop ever, because it's like, why would the Romans make a psyop to destroy themselves, right? Because there's too much evidence that how Christianity weakened the empire from the inside, and then the subsequent civilization was Christian, right? So they dominated, and you could look at you know, how Skrbina lays out what the Romans thought of the Christians and the Jews. They did not like them, right? They didn't think it was a legitimate religion, right? So for them to incorporate their entire theology, right, that would be a squarely, that would mean they're squarely defeated. Their theology is defeated. Their location is changed. They're racially dissimilar from the people. I mean, I don't see it, but yeah.
Well, you know, the Nicene. When did the Nicene Council happen? The Nicene Council. Like, where did it happen? The Nicene.
325 AD or somewhere around there.
Yeah.
Oh
20
yeah,
yeah. You know, it happened around there. You know, like you know, the royals or even the elites now, they don't care about the common people. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like you get that sense when you look at DuPont's or you look at the, you know, Rothschilds or the Rockefellers. They don't give a shit about the common people. If they want to project influence, one viable means to do that is like to work with you know, a minority or something that has like is business savvy or something
right.
like that. Yeah.
Right, and that's the thing with Cicero, right? Like Cicero, like Skrbina points out that Cicero was like talking about the influence of the Jews, like in
Yeah, the Flavius dynasty, the Flavians, you know about the Flavians, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, they were already intermingling with Jews, the Flavians.
I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, the guy who makes a better case for this is Robert Eisenman. Right, than Joe Atwell. But Robert Eisenman is making the case from the idea of the Jewish revolution aspect of it, right? So he's making a pro case for Jewish nationalism, but the fact is that he points out certain factors like Paul working with Epaphroditus, right, which is the guy who Josephus mentions, right? So Paul and like Josephus have like the same guy who's like funding them, right? And then also like the Flavians are Josephus is a Flavian slave, right? So Eisenman points this out, and so does Atwell, right? So they think that the Roman Jewish War has a lot to do with the Gospels, right? That it's like, you know, I understand his theory because I watched the documentary.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you this though. You know, when Islam spread into Iran, they call it Iran Shah. You know, I think Giorgiani is right about some stuff. I don't agree with him on everything. I don't like him as a person. I don't agree with him on everything. But he claims that there was one traitorous house called it was a house that traced their descent to Parthians, I think. I don't know. Because around that time, people were getting tired with, you know, the oppression of the Magi and the Zoroastrians because they were really, you know, they were really like, you know, hypocritical and going around and beating up people, blah, blah. But anyway, some houses actually sided with the Rashidun when they invaded. And, you know, that's why a lot of the early hadith writers, and why a lot of aspects of Islam also had like some noticeable Zoroastrian influence, because you know those noble houses in Iran, they were working with the Rashidun and they allowed them to invade in order to break down the Sassanid Empire at that time, the Sassanian Empire. So it wasn't like the Rashidun invaded and then they slaughtered everyone, blah blah. It was more like there were some traitorous elements in play, and they were working together with the Rashidun Muslims when they invaded. Does that make sense? Like there is some truth to that, I think so.
Oh yeah, Muslims conquered Persia, but the thing is that you know, Persians remained Muslim for 1,000 years, right? So nobody forced them to do that.
It's a little bit more complicated than that, though. It's a little bit more complicated.
Right, but I don't think anybody forced them to do that. And I think it makes sense that Zoroastrianism is linked to Islam because I think Adam was a Muslim, right? And you know, Muslims most likely created Zoroastrianism, so I think it goes back to the beginning, right? I think all religions are influenced by Islam, right? Most likely. I mean, but in terms of the whole you know, idea of the Muslims, they took over Africa, North Africa, Persia, India, right? And they did that very quickly, right? So you know, like I think they were already in India like in 700 AD, right? So it's pretty interesting, right? So yeah, they spread all around, right? Yeah, there's probably Persians who wanted them to come in, right? That's obvious, right?
I mean,
So
something like that could have happened with Rome and Christianity too, is what I'm saying. Like the Flavians and other stuff. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah. I mean, it's really hard for me to believe that, you know, the Jays we were really small back then. They could subvert the empire to that scale. You know what I mean? I don't like the Jays, but you know, like sometimes I think when Bjorknes talk about how they subverted like the freaking Roman Empire to that scale, I don't know. I just have a hard time believing it. I mean, it has to,
it's not the Jays that did it. It's the entire idea of Christianity spreading to Europe, right? So Christianity spread to Europe, right? You know, and that civilization conquered Rome, right? So that's the main aspect of it, right? It's that Europeans were able to conquer Rome because of you know the, one thing is that the Europeans became unified under Christianity, right? So there was different European tribes. Same thing with the Arabs, right? The Arabs were all distinct tribes, and they unified under Islam, right? That you know, so I mean, obviously Persians and all that stuff, but there was already Persian Muslims at the time of Muhammad.
yeah, I don't know. I don't want to get too much into that. Yeah, I can.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
but I'm trying to claim that.
Yeah, because there's
you know,
Persians that are mentioned like in the Hadiths and stuff. So
Yeah.
so Islam had spread to Africa. I mean, there was Africans and Persians, right, that had accepted Islam. I believe in the Prophet's own lifetime. But yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, like, the unification is the thing I was focusing on. Yeah, definitely. I mean, saying that maybe there were some elements in Rome, you know, just like there was in Persia or Iran that were like, you know, they worked together with, you know, the Arabs or with the Jays, you know, and the goal was to unify the disparate people, you know. That just seems more, I don't know, elegant to me. It just seems like it makes more
Of
sense.
course. Yeah, these religions unified existing tribes, right? So when I look at the Arabs, when I look at the Europeans, right, it's obvious that Islam and Christianity subsequently created those people,
Yeah.
right? And then what happened to Rome because of that is that the world entered into a new stage of power, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's the
I mean,
argument. Yeah. And
yeah,
I'm claiming
yeah,
that that's
yeah. We went
happening
from
again.
yeah.
That's happening again. They want to do that again, cause a crisis, you know, then create a kind of new ideology for the world, and then unify the world even
Of course.
further.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
Yeah, that's what they're trying to.
this is sort of universalism, but
Yes.
the idea is that there was no cultural homogeneity that Islam and Christianity brought, right? So if you look at Islam and Christianity, they had a very low cultural impact, right? So the Persians are still Persians, the Indians are
Yeah.
still Indians, right? So so it didn't
Yeah.
affect their culture, and so
Or ethnically that much, not that much. Ethnically.
yeah, not that much. Yeah, it didn't affect the ethnic thing. So although it created a universal thing, it also stopped the spread of universalism, as Ellul says, right? Because it stopped technique from, taking over, right? Because technique implements the highest stage of universalism, right? So it's like so it held back technique by traditions, right? By
Yeah.
the use of cultural traditions. It kept cultural traditions in place, right? And the religious ideals, right? Which were, nature is God's creation and all this type of stuff, right? So that held things in place for a long time, right?
Yeah, we see that with the technology, the way it's evolving now, like you know, how crypto works. I'm not sure if you looked into like the ledger and the whole, you know, it's very universal, you know what I mean? Anyone can get a Bitcoin and use it in any country, you know what I mean? Like, and I don't think
Right.
Bitcoin was made by a random Japanese man. Yeah, I agree with people about that. Bitcoin was, we have no idea, maybe feds or something
Yeah.
what made Bitcoin. Like we see that trend towards more and more universalism now. You know, that's definitely true. But they do manufacture crises and sometimes, you know, spread certain narratives in order to achieve that end. You know, probably make life harder for people, offer certain benefits in exchange for greater conveniences. But as a consequence, they lose more of their autonomy and they become more absorbed into the large scale global system, something like that.
Yeah, but yeah, I think Skrbina makes a good case because he's saying that in order to propagate itself, right, Christianity had to be sort of anti-Jewish and anti-Roman, right? So
Well, let
in
me
a
tell you this,
yeah,
Zoro. I hate to bring it up again, but Zoroastrianism was technically anti-Scythian, anti-Scythian, anti-steppe people. You know, what I mean, how a lot of Christians claim Jays are cursed for rejecting Christ. I think that started in Central Asia, and they were claiming that the Scythians or the Proto-Indo-Europeans were cursed for rejecting Zoroaster or something like that. And that kind of started. That's like that kind of dialectical tension. You know what I mean? Where you claim this person is cursed for rejecting their own, for being a so-called prophet or blah blah. That kind of dialectical tension. Actually, they probably have data or something where they know about this. That dialectical tension leads to more universalism. I know that sounds paradoxical, but what I mean? It's like if you understand how love and hate have a thin line separating them. Like love can transform into hate in a single moment. Hate can transform into love in a single moment. Fancy word for it is enatrodoroma. That's what Jung said. Carl Jung. I think if you understand that, you have a very powerful ability to manipulate the masses or manipulate the population, and that's what the elites do. You know what I mean? Like that's why the Romans were tricky people. You know what I mean? Like they understood that psychologically or something like that. And I think the elites now understand that too. You know what I mean? Like their social engineering is something else or something like. You get what I'm trying to get at? Like it's kind of difficult what I'm trying to get. But I don't think Christianity was really that subversive. It actually empowered them in the long run. You know what I mean? Like it really unified them, gave them a stronger sense of ethos or something. If it weren't for Mongols, I think Iran would have still been strong. But yeah, that's the way it is. But yeah, I was just speculating. It's interesting speculation. I don't know. It's just speculating there. Right? Yeah, but the I cannot pronounce it. You know that word I'm using, entoderoma. It's an interesting word.
yeah. I mean, I mean, it just strikes me as a little like because it's like here's the thing. It's like why would they have to psyop people that they A were assimilated and B they destroyed. Right? It's like
But let me see here. That's a good question. And we need to think about that some more because that's kind of like what's happening now. Like why open borders and flood your country? Are they doing it out of compassion? Are they doing it out of a need for more workers? No, they're doing it because they need some kind of like pretext or sacrifice that could like unify the people or something. Like I don't know. It's like being tricked into being sacrificed or something like that.
who are they trying to unify by destroying the Jewish temple?
That's the crazy thing about the Jays. They wanted it to be destroyed because it fit into their prophecies, other stuff. I don't know. It's like hard to say. I have to think about it more. I have to read more and I have to think about it more. It's interesting still.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, yeah, my book has a lot of information on it. I mean, I look at a lot of different theories in that book on this thing. So yeah, I mean, I've looked at a lot of theories. But yeah, the problem is that this has been taken up by Jays, right? So this is like Reza Aslan theory, right? That Jesus was a Jewish revolutionary, right? So this stuff makes me sick, right? So you know what I mean. So since Atwill lends credence to that theory, I find it less credible, right? Because it's like Skrbina, like he frames things in a more, I think, realistic fashion, right?
More direct.
Yeah, more direct, right? Because you look at what these groups have always been doing, and you look at the historical information and the attitudes, right, of the people that were involved, and then you look at, I think the only part that they're all missing is the idea that, and I think Eisenman and these guys have some good information on that, right? How the Alexandrian Jews affected the doctrine of Judaism, right? Because it seems pretty clear that some of the because there's so many Christian sects in the beginning, right? There's the Arians, right? There's the Gnostics, right? There's the
Yeah.
the regular old Christians, right? Like
Yeah.
Tertullian and Justin Martyr and stuff, right? So for the first 200 years, right, you have a sort of consolidation of messages and ideas, right? I think the fundamental aspect of that is the incorporation of Greek philosophy,
Yeah.
right? Into those projects, right? Like if you look at the ideas of Athanasius and Eusebius, right? It seemed like the and then if you go to the Carolingians and the Merovingians, like what's Rome doing in terms of Greek philosophy? Nothing. It's all Europeans now, right? So it's like Europeans got the mantle. It went from Pax Romana to Pax Britannica, right? So this is essentially, the Britain started to rule the world eventually, not Rome, right? So it's the movement, right? And that's European, right?
Well, let me think. Uh, well, the point is that the common masses don't know what's going on. They just adopt
Right.
whatever
Yeah.
the king says or whatever the leader say, and that stuff isn't transparent. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what the hell my king is doing or my royal house is doing. What are they talking about? It's not like a peasant can walk up to them and be like, "Hey, what are you guys talking about? What are you guys doing?" You know what I mean? And when they write down history, they write it down from this perspective of how should we communicate it to the future, disseminate it to the people and stuff. So I don't know. This just you got to reconstruct it. But the Rome is was like robust and strong. You know what I mean? And maybe like I don't see how some small little petty tribe of Jays can like subvert them unless there's like some inside group hating them or like they had mutual benefits. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, the Romans weren't dumb. You know what I mean? Like they like like you had Armenia. They constantly fought wars, assassinated empire over Armenia, and you had and there was a Christian minority there that was growing. I mean, they saw that, hey, if we become Christian or we rebrand that form of Christianity with our own Roman stamp, but at the same time like just outwardly pretending to be Christian or something, then we can project our power to freaking Armenia. Armenia was like the ancient Syria, believe it or not. So many wars fought over on that land, Armenia, because it kind of served as a route to the Silk Road, or at least maybe like I think it was important for like buffering, power projection and buffering or something like that. I don't know, like the Jays are I do not like them, but I don't know how they can be that powerful because they're small
yeah.
minority. I mean, like they're like cannot really like subvert Rome that much. The Romans were like very
Yeah, but if you look at this whole thing, right? If you look at like this Tiberius Alexander, you look at Philo, you look at what Cicero is saying. He literally says you got to keep your voice down because the Jews might hear you talking about them.
Sheesh.
Right, so it's like, whoa, dude. For Cicero to say some stuff like that, means like they got a lot of power. You got Bernice, who's Flavian's mistress. She made it all the way up. She demands John the Baptist's head. This is real history. She asked for John the Baptist's head, and they give it. Right, so the Jays are slaughtering, in their traditions, the early Christians, right? And all that type of stuff.
Blood for the blood god.
Yeah, Paul himself is responsible for it. Caiaphas, right now.
But like Romans, what was that one, place they like burned to the ground? I think it was Carthage. They like burned Carthage to the ground and then salted the earth, right? Am I remembering that correctly? Like they like ethnically cleansed Carthage. You know what I'm talking about? But didn't that one emperor try to get rid of the Jays? I forgot his name. Like, he tried to get rid of the Jays. Only 300 of them remained, or something. You see what I'm saying? What was the name of that one that one emperor that tried to get rid of the Jays because they were trying to kill his lady boy lover or something like that. You know
There's
what I'm
been a
talking
few.
about? You know, and I'm thinking about it. Who was that guy?
It's
That one.
Nubs. Yeah, it's Nubs. He's an old panelist friend. He
Yeah,
he really likes Joe.
not that one Roman
he-
guy who almost got rid of the Jews. You know what I mean? The Jays. The Jays.
Yeah,
You
he
know what
I
I'm
really
love
likes
talking
At Will.
Josephus.
Yeah, he likes At Will Theory a lot. Nubs does it. So,
Yeah, who was
You
that
know
guy?
who else?
No, let me try to remember his name. Like, who was that? Like, I'm getting old or something. Roman.
You hit on somebody. You had said Philo of Alexandria.
right.
Have you ever read any of his documentation?
Hadrian.
Yeah.
You know Hadrian, right? Hadrian.
Hadrian, yeah.
Yeah, Hadrian.
I know.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
Hadrian.
yeah.
Yeah. Like I heard that he like got rid of the J population to like 300 or something. You know what I'm talking about? Hadrian. He went crazy because they were trying to kill his lady boy lover, and then Hadrian.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Jays.
Which is really weird because that's definitely something within the Blue Jay culture. If you look at Philo, you'll see like between Philo and Josephus, you see like so much of the Bible's writings right there, just right in there, right in the writings that we can actually look at. Not to mention what we aren't, like that's speculation, but nevertheless, there's a lot of information that we aren't able to see. And if you think about it, those Blue Jays, they were flying packages on the Silk Road. They controlled the money and they controlled the Silk Road. So anything like that, you look at where they're from. You know, remember Ashkenaz was a convert. You know, and he converted to that particular group because of the financial advantages that his people would have. Literally, if you learn the history from when that convert happened, you'll see where it all comes into play.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff like that. Yeah, definitely. If they had that much commerce in the Silk Road, and then we see the Ashkenaz, you know, it does kind of tie a lot of things together. Maybe I have to look into that more.
Yeah, and the reason I say the Silk Road is look at where they're from. They're from the Mongolian steppes. Well, wait a second. There was a group of people from, like, interesting. You know, and if you look at what's said, like, Josephus is one of the major people that is quoted to say that Jesus existed outside of the Bible. But yet, if you look at the time where Josephus was alive versus the time when the alleged Christ figure was alive, they don't line up. So it's not a firsthand account testimony. And he tells you in his writings, it should have been Philo, but it wasn't, because the example of Philo, Philo was the precursor of, like, that's where they got the story of Jesus for the most part. Like, read the old writings of Philo. You know, the Old Testament is taken out of context consistently, like Isaiah, where it says, unto us a child is born, unto us a savior is given. If you continue reading the rest of the context of that scripture, you'll see that it was about Israel. The modern, or excuse me, the ancient people of the Israelis or Israelites, the Hebrews, wasn't for anything else. You know, and all these miracles that are allegedly having been done by this man never happened, but they sure did run with it because it conquered the freaking world.
Yeah, I agree. I don't see how it can be possible to run with it. It's not possible for it to just be Jays. You know, it has to be like some Roman powerful figures that were running with it and other stuff. I mean, it's not possible to just be pure subversion. There had to be like inside groups working with them, stuff like that. Maybe they had shared interest in commerce and the Silk Road, because a lot of wars between the Sasanian Empire and the Romans was about controlling commerce from the Silk Road.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you
we
look
gotta,
at
like, yeah. Go ahead, Nubs, finish, and then we got a little bit move on here because we've been focusing on this for too long. But yeah, blessings.
no, I get you. I get you. Too much history, too much. Yeah, get your channel in trouble.
No, not specifically that. We're already sort of treading the line, but we got to move on to Pythagoreans and a little bit of other topics. But yeah, please finish your statement.
Right. So I mean, really, I just came up because, like, I hear when people are talking about these figures, but most people, I would say, other than the present company, I can't assume that about you guys because you guys are mostly very well read, that I am understanding. But to read Josephus and to read, Philo, you get a different understanding of the books that you are looking at it, and you're like, wait a second, this is the same book. It's just literally plagiarized. This is the same story. It's just literally plagiarized. And that's all they did. Just change the story enough. Anyways.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think there's gotta be some truth to it. This might be a little bit of my own religious biases, but I think there's got to be some truth to the story. The only reason why people would make up 100 versions of the same story is because it's a really important story, right? And right.
Well, it is really a very important story because the whole concept of the story is an allegory, and the allegory is not a bad thing.
Well, the whole thing about the dying and rising God, right? It's huge in the ancient world.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like there's a giant, there's just a giant motif for this. You got like number of figures, right? So to
and the
me,
crucified God, too.
Yeah. To me, if you add up all the stories and you go, well, every culture had these stories, so it had to be made up. It's like, no, that means it had to most likely be true, in my opinion, right? Because it's like, how could a bunch of different cultures make up the same fucking story, right? It's like, you know what I mean, right? It's kind of weird. I mean, right?
Unless there's a common culture or a common thread.
There's a common
where
thread.
they're much older stories, and these are just recreates of older stories.
I mean, you have migration patterns. You can kind of determine like where the like common stories are. Like Proto-Indo-Europeans. You had the Afro-Asiatic people. Semitic people. And also lots of different groups. You can kind of see where the stories come from. And stuff. Kind of, you can trace it.
Well, not only that, but you can also, with modern information, we've seen that geology and the beginning of civilizations is not necessarily what we've always been taught. For instance, like if you look at some of the latest discoveries here in the Americas, it's way backdating the first humans on America, whether it be north or south. And that was just over in Taos, New Mexico, in the sand dunes or whatever. So, and it's basically what I'm getting at is history has always been known as a group of lies that's agreed upon by men. And for us to sit here and sit, what's that?
It seems that way, yeah. It does seem that way. When you start digging more deeply, you see like certain holes or inconsistencies.
Right.
You definitely see
but anyways, I just came up because that I heard you talking about Josephus and Philo, and those two right there, that's the New and the Old Testament right there.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's your subject. I remember having tons of conversations with you. Yeah, of course. But yeah, thank you so much for coming up, Nubs.
Anyways, much love. I'll catch you guys later. I got cannabis butter to work on.
Dope. All right. Yeah, blessings, homie. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, let's move to this cannabis butter. Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, for sure. That's what they put in the edibles, right? You fuse THC with the butter, you make a butter sauce, and then you put that in the edibles. So yeah, it's good stuff. So let's get up in this little song for you guys. All right. and these are just leftovers, right? So don't judge me. I mean, you know, I mixed Indian flute with and then the other one I just made before the show, right? So I don't know how good it is, but yeah, but yeah, the Saturday music gonna be a lot better, admittedly, than today's jams. I mean, but yeah, so Saturday we got crazy music. Today we got crazy music too, but just like my favorite ones are a little later in the show. But yeah, so we'll move on to Pythagoras. We'll get a little bit of that going here. We'll hopefully move forward from Pythagoras to some of the other pre-Socratics like Philolaus of Croton, right, who's a Pythagorean thinker, and some of the other guys. I think we got Heraclitus and also Empedocles coming up, right? So, but before we get to Empedocles, we're gonna get up in Heraclitus and Parmenides. So deep thoughts there. I've constantly referred to them throughout the presentations because I think there's certain aspects of monism, and you know, there's certain ideas about monism that I think are extremely important, right? And also whether time exists, right? So this whole dialectic between nature and time, I find it fascinating, right? I think nature is superior to time, personally, right? But in terms of the mental scope, right? This is part of the creative scope, right? So the synthesis here is about time overtaking nature through the notion of the pseudo-eschatology of progress, right? Progress or change sort of means that, you know, the way you could work that out is to say there's a general ruling principle that exists outside of nature. Right? And I believe that that's what Heraclitus and some other thinkers finally accomplished, right? So yeah, we'll move into all that. But yeah, here's a song here. Blessings, guys. And yeah, we'll move forward after this song.
I told y'all wasn't going away. Break it down. Get ready. Break it down. The new millennium. Break it down. And you know who we got here? Sinister Beans. Word up. Break it down. Raucous. Break it. Dynasty. Break it down. Alchemy. Break it down. Cats ain't ready. Pop trash like garbage pail kids that get played like card decks. Trying to stop my checks, slow my flex, lace my drinks with effects. Thinking it get me off point, up in the jam. Run up on me in the bathroom, pointing a pistol with my peeps behind you. Holding to guard you, ready to blaze you. But not the magazine, machine magazine for the snitches and fiends. Jail niggas who do nothing but plot and scheme. I'ma show you what I'm made of, you bleed like me. Anything I got, believe I broke my back to get it. And all y'all jealous motherfuckers help me stay committed. And all y'all stingy bastards, y'all chicks, keep y'all shit. And all y'all non-believing bitches, y'all gon' cop this hit. Regardless of who the hardest, I'ma scar you for life. Bar you from the mic and squash your hype. Are you ready to do it? Are you ready to set it? If you pop trash and you gonna regret it. Are you ready to do it? Are you ready to set it? If you pop trash and you gonna regret it. Niggas is crazy, thinking y'all gon' get a win here. Shook never been here, face to face with that. Hate me for getting paid, I make my own path. Laugh, cause y'all niggas is gas, really ass. I make moves, pass you fools. Yeah, the world's bigger than the city block, and I wanna see it all. Get yours, I'ma get mine. Been in the works for a long time. Leave you hog tied on the hood of your ride. Don't test the pride. Run up in your spot like one time and see shit. Believe this, you a fetus when I feed this through your mom's intravenous. Say this cause I mean it. For those who sleep, spike pillows and Brillo sheets can't compete. Cause I'ma take it straight to the street, straight to the source. For those who got a habit to floss, I'm taking yours. You never get it back, so relax. Are you ready to do it? Are you ready to set it? If you pop trash, then you gonna regret it. Are you ready to do it? Are you ready to set it? If you pop trash, then you gonna regret it. Are you ready to do it? Are you ready to set it? If you pop trash, then you gonna regret it. If you pop trash, then you gonna regret it. If you pop trash, then you gonna regret it. I told you I wasn't going away. You got your shot, now give me mine.
Let the media hype this.
Why don't you tell all these nice folks why you been ducking me?
Yo, I'ma make Shaban Sadiq a household name. Not no game. I bring pain like slit veins and joy like sex with Tim's on. She felt my dirt on. I love to dive up in it. The way that it feel. Known in many towns, so the slang appeals to those who know the deal. Ideas spin like reels. We get deeper in it. Rocket finit, win it, pin it. Subliminal fuckers get ignored like ugly broads. 2-point score. Broke your ankles, shook you like Bengals. You idiot. Blow up the spot like landmines. Jungle Brigade, we ain't afraid to bring the war. Bring it on. What? Bring it on.
Politics, man. This country wants to keep me down. They don't want a man like me to have the title that doesn't have a puppet like that fool up there.
There you get bonus points if you recognize that beat. Anybody?
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get those bonus points.
It's Indian Flute by Timbaland and Magoo.
What?
It's killer back in the day.
How you do it?
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, you guys remember Timbaland and Magoo?
I remember Timbaland, but I don't.
It's a funny song where he's like,
Hey guys, I'm good. How are you guys doing?
To something you do. You gotta go, my Indian flute. Da da do, da da do, da da do. It's like something like that. It's fucking good dope.
See you later.
What happened to
Whoa,
Brown's
what the
boy?
hell happened to him? Yeah, shit. I think he hit the wrong button, but yeah.
Probably.
It's a funny song, man. And yeah, obviously the Bollywood sample. I like that shit. But yeah, blessings to the people. I appreciate you guys. Let's move forward with the Pythagoreans here, right? Some things here. And then we'll move to Jewish origins of Gnosticism. Okay, so let me go to this. So I was reading this part about female philosophers. Let's move to influence on Plato and Aristotle. So he said Pythagoreanism influenced Plato, his physical cosmology, his psychological scope, and his ethics and his political philosophy. That's what it claims here in the 5th century. It said he adhered to dominant. It says, however, Plato adhered to the dominant Greek philosophy, and the Platonic philosophy suppressed the combination of experimental method and mathematics, which was an inherent part of Pythagoreanism. So it's interesting, like, why did Plato suppress those aspects, right? And obviously in the academy, right, they studied some of those works, right? As I said earlier, it said in the academy, right, on the title, right, let no one enter here who is ignorant of math. Man, am I tripping here? But such low quality to the video here. Is that happening with you guys? Or
What's
is that
happening?
just in my studio?
What's happening? Clarify.
The numbers
see
and the
anything.
names are the numbers and the names are all blurred up. Fucking
No,
crazy.
I think it must be your connection
Well,
because
for the
everything looks
chat?
good on the end.
Yeah, like the whole StreamYard thing is just blurred up. See, I don't know what's going on with
Must be
that.
you. Must be you, bro.
Yeah,
How
give me a
often do you
second.
reset your router?
Yeah, let me refresh the page because I'm tripping balls. Or maybe that's my entire computer is like blurred out like that. So I don't know what's going on.
You have too many tabs open, man. Too many tabs.
Right? It's probably it's crashing out here. But yeah, so yeah, I'm not resetting my shit right now. But yeah, dude, like certain icons are switched around. Like, I don't know what's going on
It
here.
must be a virus or something.
You know,
If
I'm getting
that's happening.
virused out here. But yeah, man. But yeah, I appreciate you guys. So yeah, let me I might just refresh my restart my laptop here because this looks really horrible. Yeah, hold down the fort here for a minute. Let me
Oh yeah, I can keep talking until you come back.
Yeah, let me try to restart my. Yeah, thank you, Buddha. Yeah, let me try to restart my shit real quick. Hold on, I'll be right back, guys.
So what was he talking about? He was talking about Pythagoras, right? Yeah, he was talking about Pythagoras.
Probably.
Yeah. That's cool.
I still got that flute thing stuck in my head. That, and I'm kind of distracted by Discord, so that might have something to do with it.
Let's see.
Hopefully he doesn't have too much of a problem getting back.
Let's see.
That sucks, Browns boy. You saw that comment? Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you should switch to Linux or something.
Yeah,
Ubuntu.
crashing. Yeah, it's a browser crash now. So this, as soon as I shut down the browser, it'll go back to normal. So
Browns boy said his phone kicks him every time.
Yeah, it's some fuck shit going on for real, folks. But yeah, let me try to close some of these.
Some Fed stuff, I guess.
Yeah, let me try to close some of this shit. Yeah, all right. Yeah, so anyways, yeah, let me move forward here. So Pythagoras, right? And his influence on Plato. Oh shit. All right, guys. I might have to actually restart at some point. I just restarted the browser, but I may have to restart the entire thing, the entire computer here. But yeah, but yeah, let me move forward here. Wow, there's a giant advertisement in the middle of it with a rainbow flag that says "Am I gay?" test. Am I gay? Take this test.
They're definitely fucking with you, bro.
Like, what the hell? Like,
that is like, such a troll.
It's all over the page. It's "Am I gay?" test. It's like, whoa.
That's sad trombone.
The fuck? So yeah, man, I feel like I'm being virused out or whatever. It's being attacked on the computer. But yeah, but yeah, it says Pythagoras' teaching and Pythagoreanism influenced Plato. Now, obviously, the primary writing where it influenced him is the Timaeus, right? But you could see significant portions of it in the Phaedo, right? Obviously, I think in Meno, I see significant aspects of it because Orphic Pythagoreans, I think they participated in the Eleusinian mysteries, right? I could be wrong, but I think certain aspects of them they did participate in cult of Dionysus, right? So this whole thing here, right? And I mentioned that in the Meno, this is Meno. It's a Platonic dialogue, right? He actually mentions the Eleusinian mysteries. Right. Yeah. So in Gorgias is where he talks about techne. Right. So he actually talks about the word techne, right, in the Gorgias. Right. So Phaedo is about the transmigration of the soul. The Republic, it's hard to so he says the doctrine of reincarnation was in the Republic too. Yeah, I think it's like in book 7 or something like that, right? No, I think it's actually later, right? Yeah, they talk about the myth of Right. Plato discusses the myth of right? Let me look this up for you guys.
It's fascinating how the ancient Indians and the Greeks independently they arrived at beliefs in reincarnation or rebirth.
Right, supposedly, but I think I mean I've often noted that the Zoroastrians and the Hindus were further removed from Plato in time than Plato is from us.
Zoroastrians do not believe in rebirth or reincarnation. They do not.
No, no. But I'm just saying, in terms of the time frame, right? Zoroastrians and Hindus are like 2000 BC.
Yeah, that's right.
Whereas Plato's like 400 BC, right? Whereas
Zoroaster was that long. It's just debatable. Zoroaster is debatable. It's debatable.
Yeah.
I don't know. It could be 2000 BC. It could be 800 BC. It could be 1200 BC. We actually do not know.
Yeah. But at least Hinduism, it's like it's way old. Like it might as well be older.
Thing of Hinduism is that the early Rig Vedas are very different from the later Upanishadic tradition. They're very different.
Oh yeah. We went over that a little bit. Yeah, we went over that a little bit. And those Upanishadic traditions are closer to Plato's time frame too.
They are. I actually prefer the later Upanishadic traditions. They're more philosophical or more Asiatic. They're more Asiatic.
Yeah.
I think so. From what I've seen.
Yeah. So I am sharing this. Okay, yeah. Myth of right? So yeah, so Plato's Republic, right? Book 10 is where it's at. So there's a reference there, right?
My name it means the same thing as spear, like celestial spear. That's what my name means.
That's so weird because my name means arrow or sword. So that's really weird, bro. Like honestly, that's really strange, right? Because Hassam, right? That's my name, right? So like that's what my family calls me. Right, so it's interesting, right? Because it means sword. There's a Hassam-ad-Din, so the sword of the Dean, right, or whatever, right? So there's people named Hassam-ad-Din, right? So yeah, it's interesting, right? So yeah, sword or spear, right, or arrow, right? So very interesting, right? So to pierce, right? We both have that in our name. It's kind of weird, right? And I've often thought that affected my character, right, in terms of too aggressive, right?
Is it etymologically go back to Arabic or go back to
yeah, it's Arabic, yeah.
Arabic. I see. My name is not Arabic though. My name is go back to Old Persian.
Interesting.
Yeah, go back to Old Persian. That's what my name is.
Yeah, could be older than Arabic, but I haven't traced it down. But yeah, but yeah, so metempsychosis, right? This is the key concept in this is metempsychosis, this idea that of the transmigration of the soul, right? And this idea of the waters of lethe, the waters of forgetfulness that make you forget your past life. Right, so depending on your actions or whatever, right, you get to remember shit, right? So it's interesting, right, because there's an idea in Plato, right, that's discussed in the Meno, right? So that's why I think it's weird that they didn't mention the Meno here, because the Meno mentions the Eleusinian mysteries, and it also mentions this this notion of anamnesis, or this remembering of this information, right? So let me get up in this article here, right? And then we'll move on. I got a lot of stuff today, so I'm just gonna kind of take it easy. So we'll kind of give a synthesis of a lot of material today, and then we'll sort of at the 5th hour we'll switch to a drama, and then tomorrow we'll do drama.
The river of forgetfulness. Well, no wonder why it should be anamnesis.
Right, exactly, right. Right. It's like it's right. They're highly parallel concepts. Right. It's crazy. Right. But yeah. Yeah. So. Yeah. There's anamnesis and aesthesis. Right. That he mentions in the Theaetetus. Right. This idea of aesthesis, or ideas coming into being. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Blessings, Denise. So double edge, right? It's interesting, right? But yeah, anyways, a gorgeous Phaedo Republic, right? He says the doctrine of reincarnation is recounted there, while Pythagorean cosmology was discussed in Plato's Timaeus. Influence of Pythagoreanism on Plato's concept of harmony and the Platonic solids has been discussed extensively, right? Okay, so those are all mentioned in the Timaeus, right? The idea of the Platonic solids, the idea of the harmony of the spheres, right? This notion of the celestial spheres and all this stuff, right? That's mentioned in the Timaeus as a dialogue, right? All right, let's move forward, see what else it says here. Possible influence of Pythagoreanism on Plato's concept of the Platonic solids. Okay, Plato's dialogues have become an important surviving source of Pythagorean philosophic arguments. Plato referenced Philolos in Phaedo. Okay, I did not know that, or at least I didn't remember it. I have read significant portions of the Phaedo, but I don't. I even read parts of it to my mom. Weird, but yeah. Right.
That's weird. Yeah, my mom is not Apollonian at all. Apollonian at all.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, my mom is a little bit Apollyon. Honestly, she's a conqueror. She's conquering right, in terms of warlike, for sure. She's angry lady.
Or Apollyon. I'm a little confused.
Apollo was the god of, like, I think, knowledge and wisdom, right? Like, and Dionysus was the god of wine and revelry and like dancing and stuff.
Yeah, yeah. But as I think, I think of like Apollo as like solar and Dionysus is earthly. I think that's also how they see it too.
Yeah. That's right too. Yeah. Did you know that? I don't want to derail this, but did you know that
Nietzsche might have entered the chat?
Right.
I don't want to derail this, but you know that creepy thing they showed at the football with Apollo and the golden god. They were like showing it at the football stadium, and it felt like predictive programming. Like they're showing Apollo, and also they showed Dionysus before that. Eating at this weird like transsexual thing, and he was eating at the table. They were trying to make it look like the Last Supper or something with Dionysus.
Oh, that.
Yeah, that too. And then after that, they show Apollo like coming down and ending the degenerate age. The degenerate age. After that, they showed Apollo. I always thought that's kind of occultic and kind of creepy that they showed that at the football. I forgot what it was. Not football. It was like, oh yeah, the Olympics. They showed that
The
Olympics.
yeah.
Yeah, Olympics. Yeah. Oh yeah, I kind of went off on a tangent. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, and Aristophanes, the clouds. Socrates is gazing at the stars, and an iguana comes and takes a shit on his chest. He's so aloof that he doesn't recognize that the iguana shit on his chest. And also, the teachings cause a son to disregard his father and the traditions of Athens. So Hermes comes down and stops it from happening. Right, and the clouds give these tomes against the philosophers and all this stuff. It's crazy stuff. Wild stuff. And apparently Socrates was in the crowd as he was being roasted.
That's based.
It's crazy. And so you could see what type of society this was, right? They're all like laughing and roasting each other.
I don't like using that term much, but yeah.
Yeah. And Socrates fought in war for Athens. His job was to help people retreat. It's an extremely crazy job, right? To get everybody in line so that the troops can retreat in case that the victory was not assured, right? So you could save as many lives as possible, right? So it's interesting stuff, right? And also the soldier Xenophon, who was a Spartan, he knew Socrates. You know, and he wrote very favorably towards him, right? And Socrates himself was seen as not a supporter of democracy because of Plato, right? Especially in the Republic, Book 8, right? And obviously Athens was a democracy, right? It was a democratic polis, right? Meaning a city-state, right? So they rejected the notions of, of Plato, right? That Athens should become more like Sparta, right? That was kind of his view and the views of his uncle, right? But we'll get more into that. Yeah, we'll get more into that in a little bit. But yeah, so
it was only a democracy for only like a few hundred years, if I remember right.
Right.
Can you you know what the approximate population was? The population size. I'm just curious. Like, have you ever read that?
Yeah, I'm sure I have information on that somewhere by Kitto, Kitto, right? He wrote a book called The Greeks, right? I think that would give the. So I know where the information is, but I don't know the answer.
I'll just Google it. It's about like, I think Athens was like.
I would assume a few 100,000.
Yeah,
but I don't know.
Yeah, that's pretty ideal, to be honest. You know, a few 100,000. Hey, how did we get to this? Yeah, but yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, so
sorry for the real question. Sorry.
Just had to.
No, it's all good.
I guess.
No, so this whole thing, so he says, so he referenced Philolaus, right, in the Phaedo, right, and the metaphysical system of limiters and unlimiteds, right. Plato also quoted from one of the surviving Archetas fragments in the Republic. However, Plato's views that the primary role of mathematics was to turn the soul towards the world of forms. See that? That's exactly what I said in my intro. I couldn't have been more right. He says the role of mathematics is to turn the soul towards the forms, right? Which, as I said, it was distinct from nature, right? The forms are, right? The nature is an imitation.
Is estimating 200 to 300,000 people. So I was kind of right.
Interesting. Yeah, we're banging it out today, folks. A lot of stuff today. A lot of information. Don't know where you guys were at before. There was like 3 people watching before, and now there's 20. Now we have a regular audience, but earlier, don't know what happened to you guys. You guys know that the show starts at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. But yeah, I mean, so it's important to, honestly, show up. Honestly, the stuff at the beginning of the show is way better than the rest of the show, because I get more tired as the show goes on. Other people start contributing, right? So, I mean,
the chaos agents come around every once in a while.
Yeah, which we allow them to show up and restream, and then I tell them in private chats that I know that they're doing that on purpose. So yeah, man, give no fucks.
0 F's given.
Yeah, sorry, sometimes I play devil's advocate too, and I like to speculate. Sorry,
it's cool. It's cool. We need that. Yeah, we need that shit.
Nietzsche would be proud.
Yeah, like it's to expand the material. That is mainly why I'm here, is to expand the material, right? Try to see what the weak points are, sort of engage in a greater discussion, and also to influence the discussions that are had, right? Because certain of the big name content creators, they will steal some of these ideas and use them or manipulate them. And that is us changing the course of the discussion, right? So we're changing the pace of the discussion, right, in real time. So this is
You don't
actually a
care
really
if your
fruitful.
ideas are stolen without credit. You don't care.
I don't care. I don't care if
Yeah,
if it's good, if it's to be used for good, and right, if it's to be used for evil, you know, that's what I care about. And right, now if I create an idea that is good, that is created with righteousness, with righteous intent, and it dwells in a state which encourages a righteous plan of action, I don't believe that it could be manipulated by evil. Right. So this is the thing. And I do believe that good will win out over evil. Right. So these two things is highly important for me, right? Is to create things that not only can be used, but should be used, right, on a massive scale. All right. You know, I'm not trying to get personal credit or honor for this, you know, thing. My honor is in trying to proliferate the truth. I mean,
Yeah,
absolutely.
well, no, that's good. I respect that. But for me, I don't like it when people steal my ideas and then without proper credit, because I think that has happened to me at least twice. From literary agents that stole my picture book idea, and some of the picture books I saw at the end, they did look very similar to it. After I queried 80 agents, and the other one was from, Giorgiani. I think he stole some of my ideas when I sent him my short story or something, and I feel like he stole some of my ideas from my short story or something. But yeah, I don't like it when my ideas are stolen. But the thing is, though, I am influenced by other ideas. Though I try to give proper credit when it's due, because I have some sense of honor, and so I don't like to take ideas and pass them out to my own, without saying, "Oh, I was influenced by this guy," or I give credit to them. Bjorkines keeps complaining endlessly about Adam Green plagiarizing him. I think Bjorkines has a point, though, because Adam Green is starting to just take Bjorkines stuff and then claim he's the one that came up with the idea. He got it from Bjorkines. So I sympathize with Bjorkines about that, definitely. I do think his ideas have been stolen to some extent. So yeah, if I were to write a book, I would source you, and I would in a way that it doesn't involve stealing ideas. Well, that's just my personal thing.
Yeah, but it's like, yeah, I believe in that too. By the way, I highly believe in sourcing the ideas, and that's why we use so many sources here on the show. So you could present different, aspects of, where we believe those ideas either originated or evolved or or whatever. But it can't be understated enough, right? That that if an idea, right, comes from a source, right, and sometimes it's good if people don't know, that it came from you specifically, right? So you can't get in trouble for it. And then secondly, if somebody uses it or shows, right, like for example, it's good to show that your ideas were thought of by different people, because that gives a lot of credence to them, right? So this is the thing, is like you want to use as many sources as possible. If you could have a lot of people agree with you, as many people as possible, say, oh, the top names in history all agreed with me, right? Like panpsychism in the West, right? It's like masterful, right? And it's like so that type of thing is really just brilliant. Is really a brilliant process. And then secondly, right, yeah, to have people use your ideas and proliferate them, then when you talk about them, you're the guy who actually knows what's up, right? So you can explain it 10 times better than they can. So they've popularized an idea that you've mastered, right? It's like, couldn't be a better time for you to come in, right, and be the guy who explains it to everybody, right? And so sometimes it's understated, but it helps, and then certain of my ideas, I'm putting just enough out there so that people will run with an idea so that it will destroy their own system. So certain of these ideas are subversive. I want them to get out so that people will, implode their own rhetorical devices.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah. Well, every person is different. Every person has their own objective, stuff like that. That's cool. I can respect that. I can respect it. Yeah.
Like, here's the thing: is like anti-tech ideas. It's like, yeah, steal them, run with them. Like that's an idea I want to become popular. All right. So it's like, so this whole notion that people are doing, that you have your special group of ideas or special group of thinkers and you try to gatekeep it from the rest of the world, it's a waste of time. You're not special. You don't have special insights. Just share them, and right, so that you can help grow those insights with
Well,
peers.
the thing though is like maybe that's true for like philosophy. I think for more like creative stuff, or maybe like artistic or creative stuff, I think stealing ideas is kind of bad and passing it as your own. Like let's say I take someone's art illustration, and then I say I made that illustration, and then I pass it off as my own. Bob Dylan was a plagiarist. Did you know that? Like
Yeah.
his agent would get lots of queries, like lots of songs people would send him, and he'd be like, "Oh, this is nice. I like this song." Then he would forward it to Bob Dylan, and then Bob Dylan would just sing those songs from his agent and pass it off as his own. I don't know, something about that just doesn't sit right with me. You know what I mean? You see what I mean? Like that's the I don't know. I just think proper sourcing is good. I mean, you know,
Oh yeah.
yeah,
Stealing other people's ideas is shit. But
yeah.
but allowing other people to use your ideas, so that the truth will prevail. There's something really noble about that. All right. The
Stoics would agree.
Yeah, it's like, look, I created something. I'm not gonna take credit for it. But yet it benefits people. It's like the highest. It's like a heroic fucking act, right? And when I look at the heroes and I look at the villains, there's a lot of people who think, that they'd rather be a villain today, and it's crazy, man. They're not people, not people that I respect. But yeah.
Yeah, I guess I see your point. It's good for certain ideas to be to propagate at all costs. You know what I mean? Like anti-tech
Right.
ideas.
Right, like anti-tech ideas. It's like, bro, like let's get some, like, like let's create some propaganda for this. It's like, let's try to subvert people. Like, fuck it, right? Yeah, of course, untrackable. You're always welcome, my friend. Blessings to you. Anybody else want to call in? Of course. So yeah, so let's check it out. But yeah, and also, just generally, I believe that, although I do believe it's highly important to source ideas, as I've mentioned several times. I also think that if something is true, doesn't matter who said it. Like, doesn't matter if the Prophet Muhammad said it, or Socrates or Lao Tzu. It doesn't matter. Truth is truth. And right, this is the thing, right? I
Yeah,
firmly believe that.
So you don't believe truth has any relative aspect to it? I mean, like,
I mean, I think truth is greater than knowledge, as I said last time, right, for sure. I mean, so truth is greater than what can be known. It's a mystical force, yeah, blessings untrackable.
yeah, I agree with you. 50-50 there. You know what I mean? Because like I feel like when someone creates a piece of artwork from their heart, it could be like a poem or illustration. And I always wanted to learn illustration. I'm not as much into music as other people, but I want to learn to draw. You know what I mean? Or other stuff like that. And that kind of becomes the aspect of truth that is
Certainly
expressed.
possible. Yep.
Excuse me? Sorry, I didn't mean that. Sorry.
Anybody can learn to draw.
Yeah, I need to learn to draw, and take the time.
Ways of doing it.
Yeah, I need to learn to draw. Definitely, I need to start drawing. But poetry and fiction is similar too. But the point is, passing off feeling creative works is worse than, I guess, stealing philosophy. Because philosophy is something anyone can do themselves. But I guess a creative work, like music. I mean, imagine if I stole Lone Wolf's music, I would never do that. And then I passed it off as my own and made money off of it. What I mean? That would be very unethical. What I mean? Some people are doing that now. Like I heard, like one of my friend, he's not a friend, but he's like acquaintance. His artwork is being stolen. They're making AI generated artwork based on his own artwork, and they're also stealing his artwork too, and they're selling it off as if it's their own. We believe that, and that's fucked up. What I mean? So I would agree. Philosophy is good to steal in some sense, because philosophy is something anyone can do. Like if it's true philosophy, then it's true. What I mean? It's something you want to spread at all costs. But creative work is different. What I mean? Creative work, you shouldn't steal that. What I mean? Like that's I mean, like yeah, that's
But
that's
I have something to say about that.
Sure, go ahead.
Especially as it comes to artwork, music, or otherwise. I think it's more understandable in music is that I can learn how to play this machine, whether it be the piano, the guitar, the drums, whatever it may be, but to recreate somebody's iconic creation that gained popularity, that touched so many people, the riffs or the beats or whatever. It's wrong to say that it's your own, but it's not necessarily stealing when you are the one performing it live. And that's been proven by law. That
it's called covering a person's song or
yes,
whatever.
yes. And so you take the brushes of the stroke. You still have to learn the techniques and the color mixturings. It's different than just photocopying somebody's stuff and printing it out and selling it. It is doing your best with the the knowledge, but the truth is when you can actually recreate something and prove that you learned the same techniques from them. However, you didn't create something original. So I think that's where maybe a big difference is. However, it should still be appreciated, just not as an original. You know what I mean? Because original is fresh, it's honest, it's true, and it came from you and you only.
Yeah, I've seen like people, like play Jimi Hendrix, with their guitar. Sometimes they improve it, sometimes they just reproduce it. There's a lot of different things you can do. Even some other musicians who do their own variations of it. You also have pianists, playing, batch. I mean, and in their own way, they try to reproduce it, but always a little bit different. But it's not an original work, but it's still unique, because of their own idiosyncrasies. You know what I mean? Like no composition played in real life will ever be 100% identical to the other one. You know what I mean? There'll always be some tiny variation or some unique stuff, some idiosyncrasies. You know what I mean? I think that's a nuanced take I can respect. I see your point. And the reproductions of classic paintings. I mean, there are some people who make a living in the past. I don't know now. They go around and saying this is an actual authentic Van Gogh painting. Other people be like, no, this is a reproduction. You know what I mean? They had a lot of reproductions throughout history. Maybe there's like a slight difference, something slight. You can tell this is not the authentic copy. But lots of those paintings were used as money laundering schemes by the elite. You know what I mean? Like they use those.
Right.
Yeah.
And there's something to be said there too, especially when it comes to, like you said, the artistic paintings and things. If it came from an original person that had those skills to create those things that had never been created before, you know, that those are the ones that wind up in museums because age matters when it comes to originality. And even if I could, or somebody could, you know, use the same brushes and the same, uh, you know, but to recreate it by hand and do that, it's still not an original artwork. It's worth more than a poster. So, like, if you think about, you know, a Van Gogh, you know, it's worth millions upon millions, and it's in an art museum for a reason. It is untouchable. I,
Yeah,
you know,
let me
but
tell you this.
somebody,
Sorry.
but somebody with the capability, you know, could actually paint that again. It just wouldn't be an original artwork. It would be actual art. However, it would not be original. And then, you know, maybe you talk about, you know, a couple hundred, maybe a couple $1,000 uh, to sell that. But a poster, you can get it for $5. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, also a lot of technology is based on mimicking or being influenced by the nature and stuff. There's a fancy word for it, I forgot. You know, and most of it is, it's like a like a like a partial reproduction of certain aspects in nature. Like soft robotics or some other stuff like that. And that's how technology grows and stuff. And there's a lot. I forgot the name of it. Bio-inspired or something like that.
Well,
Technology.
once you witness something that you have never witnessed before, you cannot unwitness it. It becomes part of your education. It becomes part of your repertoire. It is a tool in the bag. So for an artist today to create something brand new, someone's going to say, oh, well, they took from this, they took from that, they took from the other. However, if what they created was never created before, yes, they may have a style from X, Y, and Z, but this has never been created before.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
cannot deny. They cannot deny their education, and over years, and especially with the widespreadness of artistry, whether it be music on the radio or the art in the museums or the widespreadness of the things that we see in commercials every day. You cannot deny style being witnessed and then put in a tool bag. I play golf, and if I only had one club in my bag, then I could only play one way. But if I have 20 clubs in my bag, I have so many decisions to make for every single shot. And don't you worry about my shot. It's my shot. It was like, why would you use a driver on a putting green? Well, it's my shot. That club was put in my bag. I'll do what I want with it.
Yeah, it's like language, words, words. We use the words that are used by others. Goes back many years, and the words mutate also. I mean, we use words, but no word comes from us. Otherwise, communication wouldn't be possible. We have to agree on the meaning of the word. We have to use the word consistently. The words we use, they go back far back, and so. And it's like intersubjective, that's the fancy word, intersubjective. I mean, yeah, the same with art, and it's the same with, it's always borrowing, and then you add your own unique takes to it. You add your own shifts to it, and then you borrow more, and then you repeat that process or something like that. What I'm trying to say. Language is borrowed, and to some extent.
Well, there's been there's been lawsuits, especially about music in more recent years, of oh well, this is it's the same notes as this song, but they're 50 years apart. And then it's like, oh well, they're playing my notes, so I'm gonna sue them. But there's a thing about music, and it's about pace, and it's about tone. You cannot copyright notes, just like you can't copyright the alphabet. You understand? If I play it,
Yeah,
if
but
I,
let me
if
tell you
I
something interesting.
if I
TML.
play it a little bit faster, or if I play it a little bit slower, you can't say that I copied you because it's music.
Yeah, that's crazy. Now, TML, look at the thing I sent to you on Wikipedia. It's called, I read it in the book, biomimetics. I mean, like Velcro mimics burdock burr hooks to create reversible hook and loop
Yeah.
fasteners. Lotus effect coatings copy lotus leaf micro roughness for self cleaning. Blah blah blah. And you have like soft robotics emulate octopus arms to make flexible sensor rich grippers, blah blah. But a lot of technology is mimicking nature. That's what it like mimics it to some extent. I mean, like biomimetics. I'm not sure if you ever heard of it. Biomimetics.
Oh yeah, I've totally heard of it.
Oh,
Yeah, I believe I've talked about it on the show. That I think I said like all technology is biomimicry to a certain extent.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, you think about it, like a computer, that like a traditional type computer mimics thinking. It mimics the brain, and then you have prosthetics, which mimic the body. And
Yeah, that's right. It's not exactly like the brain, but it is mimicking certain aspects of it. Yeah. The brain is more plastic and more analog, but the computer is purely digital. You know what I mean? And yeah, like like one single bit of information that mess up in your computer can like crash the whole system. But the brain can compensate for even brain gray matter loss, or it can like functionally and structurally rewire itself and stuff like that. That's what makes the brain unique. It's very plastic, very alive. It's pulsating. But a computer doesn't pulsate. But I did know really recently that the computer is made from crystals that are like they exploit the quantum aspects of crystals in order to make the computer work. This in the semiconductors. I had to double check that again. I think Fajini said it. Yeah, let me fake here. Yeah, it's interesting how people discover that. Like it's kind of weird and destructive. They discover that. How do they discover that? And, like how they discover quantum effects and crystals and making semiconductors. Transistors. You have billions of transistors in your computer and your smartphone. Billions of transistors. I mean, it's crazy stuff. Like there's one book I recommend. It's called Code. I read that recently. As a review over stuff I learned at school. It's called Code. Was it Code: The Hidden Language of Computer Hardware and Software by Charles Petzold. And he talks about how computers were made from being influenced by telegram systems. The telegram, and then they had Morse code. I mean, like based on the tapping and how long they tap. It's just like bits of information, and then you can reconstruct the meaning. And a computer is just ones and zeros. The logic gates. You have and, or, nor, and XOR. And there's all this electrical current running through that logic gate. Right now, you're using a computer. A smartphone is a computer to talk with us. You know what I mean? But do most people know how their computer works? Which is very important. I mean, if you're going to talk about technology, it's good to have some basic idea of that because it's very destructive stuff too. There's a bunch of transistors in your little phone, and you have CPU, you have the RAM, you have the other crap like that. I learned most of this, but right now I'm a little tipsy, You know what I mean? So I can't talk about, but it does feel kind of demonic. Like they're trying to move towards. I think the ultimate goal of technology is creating like a virtual realm to trap us into, or something like that. That's the ultimate goal of technological evolution. It's like a simulacrum of nature or something. And then they trap you and they harvest your energies or something like that. And even already that's happening as you're using your computer and your smartphone to some extent. You know, you see, you know, right now you're looking at your screen, right? Doesn't matter if it's your phone or doesn't matter if your computer. It's in 1 single second, it flashes 60 times or 120 times, you know, depends on the hertz, the refresh rate of your screen. 160 times or 60 times it flashes your computer screen. That's called refresh rate. It's also tied to the frame rate and other crap. But a cat can see that flashing. You know what I mean? You cannot see that flashing because they made it with the intended goal. You use it. And you know, in computers, you know, the sound playing on your computer, it applies the same thing. That's what digital means. It's called sampling rate. You know, and when you hear a song, you know, you hear it sound normal on to your ears while you use the computer. But a cat or a dog could probably hear that sound as being more choppy, because you know, like you have like a sampling rate, like I think in a single second, I think you have like 1,000 beat discrete. It's not analog. They have discrete sound. You know what I mean, in like a single second. I think it's like 1600. And I think maybe a dog or cat could probably hear it as not being smooth. You know what I mean? It's not smooth to their ears. You know what I mean? That's what digital means. You know, when the computer is purely digital, and you know, something to think about. You know what I mean? Because the way you
I
look
mean,
at nature,
uh,
it's more
I
smooth and more analog. Sorry, you can comment now. Sorry, I was talking too much.
yeah, we we are alive. We are natural. These things that try to mimic and try to listen to us and learn from us, and that we use to communicate with each other, we can turn them off. We can destroy them, and it is not a crime. Um, it's different to destroy nature, right? Because
Yes,
it,
I
it
agree.
becomes
Yes, I agree.
a
Because
crime.
extinction is irreversible. When you drive a species to extinction, they're never coming back. You know what I mean? And that's much worse. You know what I mean? Than destroying all the technology. You know what I mean? This falls into deep ecological views. I am a deep ecologist, so I do think, you know, polluting nature and driving species to extinction is much worse than, you know, destroying a data server. You know, I'm not gonna say it, but I did kind of, you know, consider doing something to data servers in the past, you know, when I was more depressed, but I don't want to go into that. You know, like the AWS and Azure data centers, you know, they're ripe for something, you know, what I'm trying to say. But, you know, like, you know, they just, let me tell you this, you know, I went to this talk over AI recently, and they told us data is more valued than the actual products they sell you now. You know what I mean? And that data is rather to AWS and Amazon and Azure, Microsoft data centers. You know, they're just always running. In the future, you will not have a computer. You will not have a computer. What you will have is a very weak, very weak computer that can connect to the cloud, and then you're gonna rent the virtual consoles and stuff, because you know that these data centers are huge and they're always running, and they're more protected than the U.S. government. You know, the government doesn't matter anymore. It's all just fake theatrics. You know, people like Amazon and Microsoft, you know, they're so powerful, and those data centers are so protected more than the government. You know, you can go walk into the White House now probably, but you go and get into a mile radius of the Azure or AWS data centers,
A
they're
little
gonna
hyperbolic there.
me. Yeah, I'm not being hyperbolic.
Oh, I think you could probably have problems trying to get into White House right now.
I don't know. I know people who have walked into there, believe it or not. It's not really that protected. It's all fake. The government is just a bunch of prostitutes. You know what I mean, the state doesn't exist anymore. It's corporations mainly or something. I don't know. I don't think they're just prostitutes.
And, you know, I'm okay with them listening to the words that come out of my mouth, even through this device. If that's what they want to do, then they're gonna hear us talking about this, and I really don't care
Yeah, you
because
know, like I think
because I agree. I agree to an extent that they are the ones who are scared, not us.
I respect your TML, but one thing is that I don't agree, and that's that people should keep up with the nature of the technology and the science they're moving towards. It's kind of important to know, like AWS and Azure data centers. People think, oh, it doesn't matter, or blah blah blah. It's all over the world. They have undersea cables connecting the U.S. data centers to fucking Europe. You believe that? Undersea cable, and they have like massive redundancy. They have massive interconnection of all these data centers. What I'm trying to say is that data monopolization of data involved is a very fundamental to the New World Order, the monopolization of data. You know what I mean? By doing that, they have tremendous power. So that's why Yuval Harari and Klaus Schwab say that data is the new gold. You know what I mean? Like, that's like the fourth industrial revolution. I think the first one was like steam engine. Second one was like, forgot, but information age was the third one. Second one was, I gotta double check. I think it was more like telecommunication networks or something. But the fourth industrial revolution is more data oriented, and so you have like big data stuff like Hadoop, and you have like Apache Spark, and you have all that crap. You have like, I don't know, TensorFlow, and you have all that stuff. By collecting data and cleaning that data with edge analytics, they get tremendous predictive power. You know what I mean? What is the prediction? You know what I mean? If you have tremendous predictive power, what does that mean? That means that intuition is not always going to work. The only intuition is to scale back or destroy the system before they get too much power. But, that's not easy to talk about. Already talking about, I'm going to be in trouble. I already had a visit for FBI agent. But, big data is very demonic. Big data, and then we're getting the fusion with man and machine. That's not very good stuff. I talk too much. I kind of derailed it. But I think focusing too much on philosophy could be counterproductive to some extent. But it's good to focus, I guess. I think Ted Kaczynski was right. The 90s was the perfect time to demolish the system, but now it's very difficult. I don't know, but the number one place to get to now, I think, are those data centers, is what I'm saying. It's just big ass centers, I mean. What do they do? They're always like letting you rent resources, they're letting you fucking store your data there. A lot of companies are migrating their data to the cloud, and that's what they want. That's what Bill Gates and what all these people want. They want small local companies and other companies to migrate their data to the cloud. Sensitive data and other stuff. You can just, that's the way AWS and Azure, they work like, you can make any software on it. You can like rent virtual consoles. You can rent computing resources. Renting computing resources. It's all money. I have a friend, he didn't even get any single degree. All he did is get some AWS certificate. Okay, that's all he did. And now he got a $150,000 job, and he didn't get any degree. And I got one certificate, but I got tired after. I don't want to get another certificate. But yeah, it's not very good.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. In terms of the technical aspect of things, it's obvious that a certain amount of technical knowledge is necessary to dismantle the system, right? Because you want to be safe while doing it, right? And there's certain repercussions that you want to avoid, right? So this idea of gaining technical knowledge, I do understand the importance of that. I think that it's just not my particular expertise. Right,
I still respect you. I think what you're doing is important. I didn't mean to.
But secondly, to rebut that point, right? I think non-technical knowledge is important.
Yeah,
right? And I think also, not only that, I think it's fundamental to understanding the crux of the issue, right? Because the people are ideologically, sort of disengendered to the effect of deformity, right? They're intellectually deformed, right? So in order to convince people that the quote unquote system needs to be quote unquote dismantled, this is all speaking proverbially, all speaking in a proverbial fashion for the purposes of entertainment, but yeah, to say that the system, to convince people that should be a reality, it takes certain amount of ideological dismantling, and for that it
Yeah, that's
requires to undo the damage that philosophy has done. Not that I think that philosophy is more important to study, but I think the damage that philosophy has done is extensive, and I want to reverse that damage to get people ideologically well disposed to understand. Because if they just have technical knowledge and they don't understand that the system needs to be destroyed, then they'll move towards proliferating technique, right? So the
Yeah.
fundamental aspect is to understand their vision, right? And that's why I said discernment is greater than knowledge, right? And
Yeah, I agree.
all these things.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely what you're saying. You know, uh, I read David Skrbina and some other stuff. I definitely agree with them. But there are different ontologies one can have. This
Yeah.
is so flexible and so expansive. Like I think the point is the convergence over this agreement that with more technological complexity, the more our lives deteriorate. Deteriorate, which is kind of obvious to me. From reading and also from experiencing life. Like it's just obvious to me for many reasons. I'm gonna be honest. I respect all of you, but deep down, I don't think this form of communication is really it's necessary. But it's not really enjoyable. Like getting to know someone from your own village or something like that, which we don't have anymore. You know what I mean? That's a really big problem. It's good to analyze from multiple directions.
Not in first world countries anyway.
Yeah, like I was thinking about the incredible situation that I faced in the past 3 days. I have not finished a single like I've hopped from one conversation to the next conversation since the last show I had. So it's literally just been a series of conversations in my waking, in my waking time. Please don't apologize. I did it by choice, right? But the fact is that none of these people I meet in my real life, right? So I spent the last time, right, from Saturday to now Wednesday, continuously engaging in conversations. Like yesterday, I talked for 3 hours to an occultist, and then for 2 hours to a Christian monk. It's just like, I think the people who know who those guys are. Yeah, exactly. Right. So it's like it's like continuous conversations that happen over and over and over to the fact that I don't meet any of these people, and then in my real life I go to the grocery store and I don't recognize a single face. So when I walk around in my real life, I don't know anybody. Everybody I know is people who I've never met. It's a fucking insane situation, right? So I went for days and days and days talking to people that I've never met physically, right? And it's extremely precarious situation, right? And in my real life, solitude for literal 3 years. Man, I've literally like gone to the store and came back home. Right? So it's like go to the weed store, like go to the get like a loaf of bread.
It's the ethereal, basically, what you were talking about regarding the ethereal a while back. We're all lost in the ethereal to some extent. The ethereal, I cannot pronounce it, right? Yeah. That's why life starts to feel more ethereal.
Ethereal?
Yeah, ethereal. Am I pronouncing it right now? Ethereal, I don't know.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. It's more ethereal. Life is more ethereal, no? More airy, I like to say airy or more airy. Yeah.
Yeah, blessings, madam. It's good to see you. Yeah, and then the second aspect of that is that the more radical the procedure you want to implement, right? Like for example, you need more philosophy the more people you need, right? Because the fact is that how are you going to convince all these people, right? So the thing is that for Skrbina and Ellul, you need more people to accomplish their specific plan against the technological system than you do for Kaczynski's plan. For Kaczynski, you only need like a small group of people, right? So this is the thing, is like is like you don't really have to convince as many people with Kaczynski's plan, right? It doesn't require manpower to accomplish, right? So this is the thing, is like it's like the more radical solutions you need more technical skills, less philosophical, argumentation, right? Because the goal is that you don't need people, right? So this is the thing. I'm more of a people person, right? I'm more of a thing in the philosophy that no one gets left behind, and I want to take as many people with me as I can.
Yeah, say Teddy. I mean, because I do think they are watching people who say that. Just say Teddy or something.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I gotta be more careful too.
Yeah, we gotta check each other. Yeah. This was a bombastic conversation. I mean, I think we gave too much of the plot away here in this conversation. But the thing is like,
I was just joking. That's all I'll say.
yeah, the thing is we're honest, but and most of these channels are not. They'll continue to LARP behind the grift, right? So you'll never talk to any real personalities. You'll never get their real opinions, right? You'll get manufactured drama for content and views, right? With YouTube celebrities, right? So I mean, it's really just sad, right? So I mean, we're willing at great personal risk to tell you what we think, right? And that ought to let you know something right there, right?
Yeah. This is not the way human beings were meant to live.
Yeah, please, yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry, I mean, this is obviously not the way human beings were meant to live. This is not the way human beings have lived for most of history. I mean, like, it's just obviously fucked up. I mean, like, I'm surprised more people don't feel it deep in their heart or something. Like, this is not the way humans were meant to live. Like, I was stuck in 9 to 5, job, just sitting in a cubicle room. My boss keeps nitpicking on the UI design of the website. Kind of stuck doing a dead end job with web app development. But the point is that it's just sitting in a cubicle room, just doing mundane tasks, is not healthy, and it's not like what human beings were meant to do. And like, it's better to work the farm or something like that, or go back to a village of people caring for each other. I mean, at least you have something in that, what I mean, but you don't really have much in this, what I mean, like, it's kind of obvious because, you should read a history book, what I mean, that's what I'm gonna be honest. I think getting too conspiratorial isn't good, having a balance is good, because even from the non-conspiratorial angle, like, skrbina, this is obviously messed up, I'm saying, just read the history book, I mean, this is not, human beings have never lived like this. In 100 years, it's like we've become a different species almost, I mean, like, we become Homo techno sapien or something like Homo techno sapien. Yeah, that's what I mean. But yeah, of course, accelerationists want to accelerate that. Like Yuval Harari, you want to accelerate that. Yeah, yeah, you're right about discernment. Discernment is to lead you to realize this isn't the proper course of things. Like the way of heaven. This is not the way of heaven. What I mean? That's or the way of the gods or something, or God. It's not that way. I mean, I'm not saying that out of being too pessimistic or defeatist, just saying it because it just seems obvious to me. I mean, it just seems fucking obvious. Like, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. Like how that happened. Like, damn.
Yeah, this other.
A bit tipsy.
No, it's all good. Yeah, but this other idea that y'all were rapping about originality, right? And it said that Untrackable couldn't stick around, so I could say this because I was building it up for a minute there, listening to you guys, but this whole idea about originality, right? Hopefully he'll listen to this later, but yeah, I think it's like weird how it represents something that is both new and old, right? In terms of original, it means something that is unique and new, but it maintains freshness over time. It's almost the opposite of trending, right? Like trending means it's like something that
it's like been here for a while, and it's like new, right? So it's like kind of weird, but it's not unique. It's like somewhat bland, right? So it's like kind of like interesting how trending and original are like sort of opposites to each other. But to cap off the discussion from earlier, I think I'm philosophically sort of biased in my views because because I have this great belief that that the actual is possible, right? So nobody has any new ideas, right? So this is a fundamental belief of mine, and then also the idea that you don't own what you create, right? Just won't even, So if you put that with the notions where all the different examples I gave, where sometimes people using or taking could be a good thing. Obviously, nobody, there's a sense in which nothing new is made, right? And there's another sense in which a consolidation of all the present material through a form of simplicity is the greatest form of creativity, right? To look at all existing material, to quote Bruce Lee, right? You know, master all styles. Step 1, step 2, create your own style. Step 3, no style. But use whatever comes natural, right?
Yeah, that seems about right. Yeah. I had something in mind, but I forgot. You know what I mean? Yeah, it was yeah. Let me ask you this. I'm not sure if you looked into it, but sometimes certain, oblique pathways or like slant pathways can lead you to certain insight that others haven't made as often. Like if you take it slant, Emily Dickinson had a poem about the slantness of things. I could read you that poem, but anyway, let me tell you that I have this hypothesis or something, this idea that you could look into. Do you know the history of fashion? I know that's a weird question to ask. Like, let me tell you this, because I was thinking, why does everyone wear business suits now? You see it in China, you see it in Iran, you see it in Arabia, you see it in a lot of places. Sometimes they do put on their traditional clothing, but when they go and do political stuff, or they go to like meetings or like councils, they're always wearing business suits. And business suits have this very sterile look. You know what I mean? Even in Europe, you had more fancy looking clothing prior to the business suit spreading. What I'm trying to say. And who created the business suit? Like, who are they connected to? When did they create the business suit? Why did the business suit spread? Was it just due to people wanting to westernize, to spread industrialization? Like, why is everyone wearing business suits with the tie and the clothing? Because in Vietnam, sometimes they wear traditional clothing, but you see even their politicians are wearing business suits. Same with Japan. Sometimes they put on the yukata, but it's not the norm anymore. You see, I mean, it was the norm in the past. I think so. Wearing the costumes that culture. Sometimes maybe they have a simple tunic or something. This is fine, but why the business suit? You know what I mean? Like, why you have to wear the business suit at work or other stuff? No, the business suit feels demonic to me. Like, who created the business suit? I'm gonna look that up. And who were they connected to? That's stuff.
Probably has a cult symbolism in there somewhere.
Yeah, I'm speculating in that direction. Maybe there is. I mean, I think maybe there is. Maybe it's good to look into see that. I hate the business suit. You know what I mean? I hate it. Yeah.
Yeah, there's sort of. I mean, if you look at it, like if you look at the shape of it, sort of looks like a square and compass, right? But yeah, man. With the folds pointing up, and then the whole thing squared. It's kind of interesting. But yeah, so yeah, maybe it's just like maybe they're like it'd be funny if they just modeled it on the compass and the square. But yeah, because it is that particular shape.
But yeah, let's go into another little song here. I know Jordan Maxwell has a lot of good information on that type of stuff. If you look at that type of stuff, maybe we can ask Bonacci. Right. But yeah, the lie was a symbol to show obedience to the king. The tie. Sorry. Yeah. My screen's still blurry. Shit, man. The tie was a symbol to show obedience to the king, who could pull it and kill you. Yeah, I heard something like that too. Like the tie is like they're hanging you from your neck, like you're a hanged man. And of course that's one of the symbols in the tarot, the hanged man, right? So yeah. So yeah, let's get into the song here, and then we'll move to Jewish Gnosticism stuff. Then we'll move to Skolimowski. We're still reading Eco Theology, right? We're at the end part of it, right? And yeah, so we got some reflections there. We'll then move to however much time we have, right? We should move to Ellul and Mumford if we can, right? So we'll see what's going on for the rest of this show. We got quite a bit of stuff that we could run down with you guys, and figure out what's going on. I also want to sort of add Tuesday's material, right? Because it's such a slow go on Tuesday. Like just 2 hours is not enough to cover all those topics. So I'm just gonna move some of it to the Wednesday show, as well, so we could keep this going, right? Because sort of want those Tuesday shows to like progress faster, right? Because we've been stuck on those 2 videos, right, so well, and so I may move on from that and cover some different areas of that. So yeah, here's this Dangerous Minds. Now the verses don't really match up, honestly. Like their verses, like the 3 verses are so different rhythm. It's weird, man. Like they were not thinking when they were rapping for sure. Like they should flow the same way. Such a weird song, Dangerous Minds. But yeah, anyways, here is this Dangerous Minds Emperor Lorp video, and then we'll move to some other ideas here. Some other yeah, some other things here. Yeah, blessings. Oh, whoops.
Yeah. Yo, I got stress on my brain, it causes chest pains inside the best frames. Get on blood counts, it's caused by slug shots at drug spots. Well, if you're too poor to move out or get a new house, it's like living in a war, walking through shootouts. And you doubt God exists when hard fists be pounding on your head like jackhammers. You're trapped in the black drama. You hear the laughter, seconds after that you fade out. You played out, you laid out, your heart nearly gave out. You're lucky that you made out with just a few scars when the bleeding ends. The streets let you breathe again, but evil men will soon be on the receiving end of universal law. I'm calling on the meek and the poor to fight back and never forfeit. The day you have to go to war with forces that are armed upon the 7 continental borders. A mental fortress is essential to absorb this. My sword hits the human orb until it orbits. In the art of war, kids see grim reap, be morbid. Send pieces of the lost civilization in the past. Had my photograph etched inside of pyramids. To laugh at this revelation without 365 days of concentration and 24-hour meditation would be foolishly pagan. I'm ancient as amen. See, I stay grim, throwing foes in a pit full of pit bulls to be shaken, or strapped to the crossroads of hell and in a sin which trapped the sinners in the cell such a sing-sing. I bring grim tidings, title your wave are not exciting. Stop writing the dick, start writing your own shit, cause I stick figures that think they fat and can't rap when blast. I make them slim fast, looking like stick figures. I'm all that, I bag chips at concerts and shows, get more panties than hoes that boost Victoria's Secret clothes. Foes is tagged like exposed toes at the coroners. Kids with cold feet rise and fall like the barometer. Grim will mentally chop your career. See, shit is is locked down here like penitentiary blocks and tears. Escape out of your ducks every time you hear my name. You better duck fate or catch a fucking face full of duct tape. You get smacked like a trick that's sniffed off for money, then smoke like Resurrector with the blood dipped in honey.
Rotate your head like a gyro. My head grows in naughty spirals. Feet resembles Christ's description from the Bible. Water walker, immune to all physical torture. Pull out fast in a Porsche upon a double crosser. My penis rise up in the morning like a phoenix and blast iron southern to a low-blooded Nemic. The imperial materials venereal. MCs get murdered in cereal. You can't fuck with the material. Unorthodox paradox. My city scene widescreen Magnavox. Grab start like Dr. Octopus. Course more like the grandson of Kush. I'm hanging devil's heads on an evergreen bush. Sugar frosted sorceress bitches get exhausted. Pussy lips be dripping like leaky faucets. Undercover sea ciphers sprayed up like windshield wipers while I'm guzzling pipers. Changing my son's shitty ass diapers. Don Peace trapped in sync like midi timepiece. You get stampeded by the wildebeest. My rap dash plus tracks back like child you're fat. Oppositional forces give the eardrums flat. Common denominator. I swing the mic saber like Vader. You was fooled by the orientation made from a traitor. MCs get their wigs blown. Drown choked on fist bone. Choke on my death every time they break a wrist bone. Eventually, I knew the whole world would mention me. Potentially, I have the key to make G's. MCs breeze on my tracks. I rock the boot with the trees. Killer bees spread rapid like diseases. Serious like the second coming of Jesus of Nazareth. Be fabulous. Raise the dead crowd up like Lazarus. Hazardous vocabulary attacks be beautiful. Acoustical notes we provoke. It comes out musically dope. Niggas realize they just can't cope. The hair busting out the head resembles fire and smoke low.
I blast Watson circus like General Monk was Turkish. My science is divided deep into your central nervous. Pervert area codes, people's murder. I'm boxed in, sucking hologram tits, inhaling oxygen. Parallel world of crab niggas and seashells mix. I pierce my digger sword right through your pelvics. I'm hell-stricken bond, wrapped in trees of palm. Physical existence is descendants of Allah. I travel at high rates, weaker men are primates that either migrate or get burnt to the stake. I feed off lyrical light beams of amphetamine. My terminology's panatomic like lobotomy. Crazy El Loco, gas niggas like Sunoco. Flush them like Presto, blast in your chest bowl. I raise from the shore like Sodom and Gomorrah. With traction, flashing a four-wheel drive Ford Explorer. While mucus lies within the center of the Rubik's. The roots of the wine induce the enzymes inside your nucleus. Turmoil, boiling and pointed. Niggas rubbing off my style like an ointment. Lost in the Sahara from trial and error. Confused with 3 meals for Sister Sarah. Bearer, digested minerals in abundance. Because the dead is not known to return from the dungeons.
Whoa. There's an interesting array of colors on my screen at the moment. Okay, we're back.
Ruh-roh.
All right. Oh,
There's
and
no magnets nearby.
the blur is gone. Yeah, so yeah, I gotta update my payment thing for the StreamYard. It could be it's fucking up because we didn't pay. But yeah, man.
I need to just shut you out altogether.
I think they like wait like 2 or 3 weeks till they like shut you out completely. They'll wait like an extra month or some shit. I mean, some shit. But they'll let you have the features and shit. Or they try to like if you try to leave, like if you don't go back, they try to leave, like they'll offer you a discount and shit. I know that or some shit. Yeah, they're slick like that. They're crazy.
Yeah, I
But
did.
yeah.
I got the discount.
Yeah.
3 months. 3 months.
Yeah, so yeah, so let's move to this, and I have no idea where I'm at in the article here. Let me kind of figure it out with you guys. But yeah, I don't think I got that far in this. Right, we were looking at Aristobulus. Did I look up Aristobulus? I think Judah Aristobulus, the first Hasmonean king of Judea. Major sources on Aristobulus' life from antiquity are Josephus, the Jewish War, and Antiquity of the Jews. There's that guy Josephus again.
Sad Tremo.
Crazy stuff. But so yeah, so Aristobulus, I don't know if they're talking about the same guy, to be honest. Right, because that's obviously not a Neoplatonist. So I'm pretty sure I looked up the wrong guy. But yeah, so Philo of Alexandria and R. Shlomo ibn Gabarol, right, also known as Solomon ibn Gabarol, right, the medieval Kabbalists, right, were acquainted and influenced by Platonic and Neoplatonic sources, right? So this is in the 11th and 12th centuries, folks. Right, so how did they get to this influence? Right, how did they get to this critical influence? Right, so this is what we're trying to look into here, right? And of course, we got some works on that whole synthesis, right? So yeah, so let's continue reading some of this, right? So we're looking for Jewish aspects of aspects of Judaism in the religion of the Ophites, the Canaanites, and the Scythians. Right, and there are several sources that comment on this. Right, obviously Irenaeus. Right, there's Philo himself. Right, it says Philo himself provides clear evidence of such divisions within Judaism. There's sort of antinomian sects within Judaism that Philo polemicizes against. Right, so this antinomianism, right, is obviously antinomianism is saying that the spiritual aspect of liberation is far greater than following the law. Right, so it's saying that communion with God will liberate you, especially from the law itself, that the law is given on behalf of transgressions, as Paul writes. Right, so this whole idea comes from the fact that, whether the law is sort of a curse or a blessing. Right, so obviously, within that whole system, right, it's interesting, right? So it says we have reflected a full-blown schism in the diaspora, right? And this is so let me go back up. Pearson, Berger, 1990, Gnosticism, Judaism, and Egyptian Christianity. Fortress Press, Minneapolis. ISBN 0-8006-3104-8. So let me move on here. So you guys could look into that. Okay, I skipped way too far. Okay, I've sort of lost my place here. Give me a second, folks. Okay, here it was. Philo polemicized against them, right? So he says we have full-blown schism in diaspora, right? This is where we were at. An antinomian party of Jews. Right, mentioned by Philo. Which is significant because Philo is a Hellenized Jew. Right, and these Hellenized Jews, they're the ones combining Greek philosophy with the Torah. So, regardless of him being ensconced, right, within the very same set of ideas that created the tradition itself, right? Right. I mean, yeah. So this can be like this is almost true of every thinker in history, right? They kind of like they're greatly influenced by the guy that they're refuting. Right? It's like a pattern. It's kind of weird. Huh? This kind of goes to our point about original ideas, I mean, sort of.
You in a sense, what you hate, or what you scapegoat, what I mean, excessively, you become like that. And I hate to say it, but I do think the National Socialists, a lot of them became a mirror image of the Jays that they obsessively scapegoated. I mean, that's kind of like what happened, right? Because they started, dehumanizing the Eastern Europeans and other stuff like that. I mean, that's kind of like what happens or something. What you hate, you tend to start to embody certain aspects of it unconsciously or something. That's why hate is bad or something. Something like
Yeah,
that.
totally. Yeah, totally. Imbibing, taking deep draws of that hate gas. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's crazy. We're gonna venture into that a little bit later. We're gonna observe the hatred, right? So yeah, I got a little bit of that. See, this is why we took so long to get back to these people who attacked us, because it's bad to focus on this stuff, right? But eventually, it's good to address some things, right? But yeah, in terms of giving a lot of attention, or becoming obsessed with it, right? But yeah, I mean, yeah, these guys all polemicized against the thing kind of that they helped create. It's insane, right? So that's definitely true for Philo, right? Philo polemicizes against allegorists who reject the letter of the law and derive it only from spiritual truths. Yet he uses certain justifications for faith, right, that used Greek philosophy, such as this concept that Logos is the firstborn son of God. Right, and by Logos, he did mean the creative reason. Right, so he's sort of talking about these ethereal concepts or philosophical concepts. Right, and you could see how much that is. See, some people might say that that is essentially Christian, but that is against Christianity, right? Because what it's saying is that Logos is not a person, right? So it'd be staunchly against the prologue of John, right? But so yeah, it's important to make these distinctions, right? For the scholarly types among us, right? Obviously, the other people are going to be the clowns that they are, right? But yeah, let's check it out. So he says, this antinomian party of Jews, right? A number of Jewish sects are known to us from antiquity whose views were suspect in the eyes of law-abiding Jews. Among these are the Sibylists, known to Origen. Okay, so we talked about these guys. Sibylists. Probably identical to the pious ones referred to in the Sibylline oracles. Justin Martyr refers to some pre-Christian sects among the Jews, at least one of which, the Hellenians, interesting name, is surely a reference to a diaspora group. Hegesippus derives all Christian heresies from pre-Christian Jewish heresies. According to him, the Gnostic heresy reared its ugly head in the church soon after the death of the apostles. The implication of Hegesippus' statement is the false gnosis. And you guys want to know who Hegesippus is? He actually wrote biographical information for people like Peter and James. Hegesippus is pretty important in terms of the historical information he provides, right? The implication of Hegesippus' statement is that false gnosis was already extant in apostolic times. But the powerful influence of the apostles kept it from blossoming in the church. The origin of this false gnosis, if we consider the testimony of Hegesippus, is found in pre-Christian Judaism. The daring hypnosis by Friedlander that such Christian heresies are as those of Ophites, Canaanites, and Sethians, as well as Melchizedekians, are the progeny of the radical antinomians against whom Philo had polemicized. Reflected in these ideas is the Alexandrian Jewish doctrine of the divine dynamis. Now, here's an interesting thing. Philo and other Alexandrian Jews regarded Sophia as a divine dynamis. Sophia meaning wisdom, of course. The Ophites simply took up this doctrine as represented in the heretical fashion. So you got Logos and Sophia. You got Logos and Sophia in pre-Christian Judaism. Uh-oh. Yeah, I turned into Twilight there. Uh-oh. Right.
See, that's interesting, yeah.
Yeah, weird. Spooky. Spooky stuff. And then there's this article here. Let me open this up real quick. This one is a real banger, man. Is it this one or the other one? Oh yeah, here it is. Oh no, this is the one I already have open. Shit. Sorry, guys. Okay, I think that's... Yeah, I'm having trouble finding this other article that I actually had last time. Yeah, maybe I'll bring that back next time. Let's just move on here. Just getting caught up. Yeah, I have to make a mental note of that. Hopefully I remember later. So yeah, let me continue only for like 5 more minutes. And then we'll end this section of the program and move to the Hermetics, and then we'll move to Hegel. Just a note about him, and then we'll move to Marx, right? And hopefully I could get into this economic and philosophical manuscript. I got a little note about that as well. Okay, and then we'll move to Marcuse, which I've been neglecting for weeks and weeks. But and then we'll go to Skolomowski from there. Right, that'll be a nice transition to Skolomowski, ellul, and all those guys. Right, so it's gonna be a wild ride. And then we got the hour of playing the video interaction with modern men lost again. Right, that he took down. So now it's very important to record this, because he's taking it down. So we'll play that interaction because we'll need it for later, just in case people try to attack us again or whatever. So we're gonna do attack video on Flow State tomorrow. It's mostly about Andrew Wilson, but it's got some significant stuff about Flow State in there too. The real attack we're gonna do, the first part is more Andrew Wilson responding to Flow State and Flow State trolling Rob Noer, right, which we've all seen. And then the second part is sort of the cuckery of Flow State, right, and his subservience to those groups to try to get into the debating circle, and then having been scorned, right, he then turns against them, right?
Yeah.
So we got a little bit of the drama stuff coming up too. So we will do that as well. But
Yeah. I think I need to go to bed soon, but I want to stay up a little bit more. I just want to tell you that Laundry is an idiot. He's an idiot. Those guys are idiots. It's like they're just stupid motherfuckers. Just using his phone when I was talking to him and stuff. And like I walk every day and I observe people, and Laundry is like that kind of person. He just wants to have fun. It's just like a womanly thing. You ever heard that song, "Girls Just Wanna Have Fun"? Fucking bitch woman. I hate to say it, but I am a bit of a misogynist, just a little bit. Like even my wife agrees that most women are stupid. She's a woman too, and she agrees most women are dumb. Calling a man womanly is a massive insult, but he is very womanly. I'm not a fucking woman. I'm a man. I don't call me a woman ever. And so
well, this dude said in a real conversation that me and OTW were watching, right? While he was talking to this dude, Paul Enslaved, he said, "I like that you're being vulnerable right now." I was like, "What?" Like, that is the gayest thing I've heard a dude say ever in my life to another dude. It's like, what?
Yeah, he's probably visited Yuval Harari once in his mansion.
Yeah,
what? He's that kind of guy.
Yeah, like I was aghast just by the terminology. It's like
it's very gay stuff. Yeah, it's very, very hot, very gay. Very.
Like, I want you to be authentic. I want you to be vulnerable. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, how about don't look too much into me? Like, how about that? Like, shit.
I mean, it's just like one of those kind of guys. You go out, what they call NPCs or bugmen or something like that. That's the average person. I mean, I don't know if you can really like talk to them or something. Unfortunately, I mean, they're kind of retarded. Even the average person is probably better to some extent. What I mean? I don't know. That's just the way it is. Like what kind of person uses their phone while you're talking, while you are talking to them or something like that? Like about serious stuff. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, like a lot of times, like we piss some people off around here, and then they make a bunch of videos about us. I usually just wait till they're all done, and then they stop talking about us, and then I do a bunch of attack videos and see if I could get them to make another round of attack videos. All right, so that's the kind of game I play. Is I wait till the sort of dust settles, and then I give another big, boom. All right, so this is kind of my method of sort of because they're trying to create content, but it's like they want you to respond so they can respond. So I just wait till that everybody's doing something else. Like now nobody's focusing on the Andrew Wilson video, so now I'm gonna go review it. Because it's like nobody cares anymore, and nobody said the thing that I'm gonna say, right? Because he bought a mod, right? He participated in debates knowing that the mod was bought for him, so that proves that Wilson's a fraud. I don't think anybody should be trying to work with him and all that type of stuff. I mean, I don't know. That says something different. The tape itself says something different. It says that a moderator on a debate show should be subservient to people that they work for, not even criticize them on other shows. And that suggests something very interesting.
Let me tell you this. Most people, the average person or whatever, they don't care about the content of the argument or the content of what you say. From my experience, they care about presentation or how hip you are. They don't even really deeply consider what you say. Like I say this often, like if some crazy man tells you not to drink the bleach, I mean, he's still right. Do not drink the bleach, even though he may be a crazy person himself. I mean? Like, people don't focus on the content of what you say or engage it deeply. Laundry, and I don't know who, I haven't really looked at Andrew Wilson that much, but maybe he's also like that. They don't look at the content or consider it deeply of what one says. You know what I mean? They just look at the presentation or the way people carry themselves or the way they sound or something. Like if a madman tells you not to drink the bleach, it's unhealthy. He's still right. Can you believe there used to be this guy who used to go around Africa, believe it or not? He sold this kind of snake oil salesman. He sold what is called miracle mineral solution. Have you ever heard of that? Miracle mineral solution. It's just diluted bleach. He went around Africa and claimed it could heal a lot of complications. You know what I mean? He just would give them diluted bleach, like drops of diluted bleach. And I don't know. I don't think miracle mineral solution is good. I mean, you could probably black walnut texture is probably better than drinking bleach. He went around fucking Africa, telling them to drink drops of bleach in their water, and so I can make you look at. You can look it up. It's called miracle mineral solution. And so it's kind of fucked up. Like I don't know, but people still drink that bleach. And even my friend, his name was Trey. I'm not gonna tell you his last name. He promoted miracle mineral solution to me, and I actually did take it a bit in the past, but it was just a little bit. It's not good for the brain. I don't know. That's why too much conspiracy isn't good, in my opinion, because eventually you're gonna start thinking bleach is good for you. Because Trey, I know he was drinking fucking bleach. You know what I mean? Diluted in water. Gosh. I don't know. Too much conspiracy is too much. I don't know. Even from the what we know presently, this present system is shit. I mean, that we can say that industrialization is a mistake. Going too deep into conspiracies, I don't know, man. You gotta start drinking bleach and other stuff. That's what that guy who made miracle mineral solution. You can look him up if you want to. Just type miracle mineral solution. Oh, this just seems wrong. Going to Africa, promoting them to drink fucking bleach. I mean, like, I think it's miracle, man. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Insane.
Yeah, it's insane. It's called being a snake oil salesman. I don't know. I just prefer, skrbina style more. I mean, I don't know. Just starting to talking about like fucking giants in the past or like genetic engineering. I don't know. All I know is this way of living isn't natural. You know what I mean? Like, that's all I know. I mean, that's all I can say. And I can say there's probably a higher truth also, definitely. There's something like a higher truth. I don't fucking know that, there are snake oil salesmen, I'm trying to tell you. I mean, you just got to be kind of cautious. It's not right to go around promoting stuff like snake oils, like miracle mineral supplement. Like, can't, and giving it to Africans. Yeah, I think so. He did give it to Africans. I have to look at that. Yeah, that's the thing. I think what else is there? I have to go to bed soon. I work tomorrow. I am kind of drunk, I don't know if I sound coherent.
You sound okay, my friend. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, you have a wife, yeah, a good thing. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of, I don't know. It's like a dream. I don't want a kid. I mean, that's one thing I don't personally want. I mean, I don't want to bring them. Make the situation work better. I don't know. Yeah, I see here. What else can I say that's interesting? I don't know. But you said a lot of interesting stuff. And I am kind of derailing this. And this is your show, and it's not right for me to do it.
It's no worries, my friend. Yeah, it's all good. But yeah, this whole thing, in terms of, I mean, just the snake oil salesman. I mean, we come from the culture of the gurus. So, I mean, honestly, like, there's been too much of that. The gurus, there's been so many scam artists. All right. So, just a culture of just scam. All right. So,
yeah, I just prefer Skrbina's approach a lot. He's very meticulous and
oh yeah,
just,
yeah, same. Yeah, I love his approach. Yeah, I love his approach, and that's kind of why I took the philosophical approach as well, because it's a lot more respectable, right? It's tailored to communicate with people, right? As well, right? So there's a lot of cool stuff that helps you like debate and communicate. One of the things I love about Skrbina, like, I'm like noticing his debates. He'll always begin the debate by saying what he agrees with his opponent on, and that sort of, helps clarify the positions to a great degree. That I've never seen a lot of people who participate in debates do that. Right, first state what they agree with on the opponent, with the other opponent, to sort of, clarify the conflict. I think that is just a great approach. And then obviously you want to know your opponent's position better than they know yours, obviously, right? So and somewhat better than your own position.
Yeah, and that's the thing with people like Laundry. They don't even care about the possession. They don't care about the content of what you have to say. They lack that capacity to even understand it or comprehend it or integrate it, or understand it or learn it. Like, that's the way, the kind of person he is. He just cares about how you carry yourself. I mean, how you look. Like, have you seen the film? What's that called again? That film, American Psycho. Or read it.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. And that film is about this crazy ass serial killer. He's just, people like him, Patrick Bateman, because he's all like charismatic based on what they view. He's like, has a business suit. He has all that kind of stuff. And people all love Patrick Bateman. And sometimes he tells them very gruesome things like, oh, I like to kill women on Saturday. But no one takes it seriously because he all looks presentable. I mean, he looks very appealing based on their sensibilities. You know what I mean? And that's why people like Joel Osteen and other people grow a lot of times, because if you're presentable to the masses, or what they call the normies, then they listen to you more. But the thing is, the average person lacks the capacity to engage with content or with the content of what you say. And that's what the kind of person that people like Laundry and that other guy, powdered, dusty. They care more about stuff like how you present yourself, or other stuff. Ever since I was a kid, I like to wear, you know, old clothing, because old clothing, it tends to be more aerated, and I don't really like wearing clothing that feels tight. You know what I mean? And my grandmother will give me so many problems about that. Like, you should wear more presentable clothing. You should wear clothing that looks good. But I didn't want to, because I like clothing to be kind of ragged, kind of, so it can aerate a little bit. Maybe silk clothing would be better, and other stuff like that. Because my skin was more sensitive. I think so. I don't know. But anyway, the point I'm making is that most people don't care about the content of what you say, and that's kind of gay. That's kind of lame. Like you pay attention to most philosophy videos that are popular. It's all flashy. Like the guy is just saying blah blah. You just they don't care about the content of what is being said. Most people, they just want things to be flashy and appealing, and other stuff like that. Like, oh, it's a LARP. I guess it's a LARP. But society is based on a LARP. I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not very presentable or charismatic in real life at all. I don't really care about being presentable or whatever. I don't care how I sound to other people. You gotta take the content of what people say seriously and stuff. But most people are incapable of it. They're not capable of taking the content seriously, because they're shit for brains. Maybe, I don't know. They have like some other stuff. That's why they don't even read this stuff. But maybe they work 9 to 5, and that fries their brains. I don't know. Like, when I work 9 to 5, it does kind of fry the brain or something. How do people even raise kids if they work 9 to 5? They take them to daycare or something, and then they go home and they see their kid for like 3 hours and put them to bed, and then it's kind of crazy when you think about it. You only see your kid for like 3 hours a day, maybe, or interact with them for 3 hours a day. And that's been going on for at least, I don't know, 100 years or 80 years, 75 years. For most people, not everyone. They see their kid for only like 3 hours a day, 5 days a week. You believe that? And you get home around 5 or 6. You have to wake up. You have to drive them to school and other stuff. Yeah, that's not normal and stuff. But yeah, that's right. Yeah, and other stuff like that. Here's another area to focus on: how often you see your kids now versus in the past. In the past, I think you probably see your kid the whole day. You work the farm, you go see your kid. You work the farm and you see your kid, you walk back and forth. Maybe you plant some stuff. But you see your kid only like 3 hours, 4 hours a day, or something like that. Yeah, 9 to 5 plus couple of corporate betrayals equals burnout. Like, it's only been 1 week, and I can't imagine it being 2, 3 years. That's the way it is. Yeah, imagine that. Yeah, that's the way it is. And if you have a kid, that's the way. It's interesting how it became like that. And most people don't ask the question, is this normal? Is this the way it's supposed to be? If they don't ask those questions, I don't see how you can wake them up. So that's a strange thing, I talk about that with my friend Matthew, online friend, online pen pal, known for over 10 years. He doesn't get it either, and so it's like there's some kind of mental block or something like that. It's hard to see these people as not being Hylics. They feel like Hylics. And so, if these red hair people are so great, why are they so fucking retarded now? I don't think they went around establishing ancient civilization, like Twilight said. They're a bunch of cucks like everyone else. I don't see them as being so great. And Giorgiani with his fucking Nordic alien crap. The Nordics are a bunch of emasculated cucks to the system like us. They're not that fucking great. I don't know what people mean. I'm better than them, I think. They're not asking the right questions. Asking the right questions is where you gotta start. These fuckers aren't anything. They're fucking retarded. modernity has been an abysmal failure. You know what I mean? I know that for sure. It's been a fucking failure. I mean, and where did it start from? You know what I mean? That's the question you gotta ask. And maybe they're not as special as they think they are, and stuff like that. That's what I'm saying. These motherfuckers think they are above me. And so I'm not claiming I'm superior to them, but I'm no cuck to anyone. I won't ever bow to another man again. You know what I mean? I know what the fuck I'm talking about. You know, like claiming ancient Persians were all fucking blonde hair, blue eyed people or fucking redheads. These motherfuckers don't know who they're messing with. You know, just fucking mind games and psyops. You know, I don't know, I'm just saying that most people are fucking retarded all over the world. That's why the system spread like a cancer. You know what I mean? It's a fucking cancer. And no one's asking the right question. Like, why the fuck are we living like this? You know what I mean? You know, working 9 to 5, you know, for fucking faceless corporate crap and stuff like that. I don't know. Just a fucking shit. You know, it doesn't mean anything. Yeah, I know what I'm saying. Yeah. We was Vikings, motherfucker. I actually think Vikings were cool. I like their mythology. I like the Celtic mythology and the Viking mythology. But I'm not gonna say that my ancestors were Viking. I can respect them without claiming them. You see what I'm saying? You're all cool guys. You know, I respect so many cultures. You know, I don't have to go around, you know, and claim other cultures, other stuff like that. But I mean, I can respect other people and the good parts of their culture. You know what I mean, I'm no bitch for anyone. That's what I'm trying to say. I can respect people without being a fucking bitch. You know what I mean? As long as people don't scream over me, they can't fucking defeat me and stuff like that fucking Twilight bitch motherfucker. Stupid motherfucker piece of shit. You know, I'm just sorry about that.
This is our Discord.
Right.
Like, everybody hates everybody. Like, what the fuck? Like,
yeah, sorry about that. Yeah,
you guys should hop in our Discord. Everybody's fighting.
No, I'm sorry. No, I didn't mean to do that. I just kind of am drunk, so I have no inhibitions. You know, so you know, like, you know, hey, Discord, they're fighting. I have no fight. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'm just talking about just everybody in general. You know, I've gotten into it with a few people too, especially in the past, right? So it is what it is. But yeah, especially with
Like
the
everywhere now, you go like fucking Twitter, you see them showing like fucking meme images calling Indians, you know, subhuman, and then they show like meme image of like a blonde guy on a chariot killing the Indians. They do that for us too. You know, Indians have a rich culture. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna do that
Right.
to fucking Indians. Yeah, they have a rich culture. So do Pakistanis. So do Irish people. So does
Right.
everyone.
Well,
You know? Yeah, I don't like to
obviously,
pick a
yeah.
fight. You know, I don't pick a fight. It's just when
Yeah.
you start claiming their culture that I really, you know, it's so insulting that, you know, I'm gonna be honest. You know, like I wish in some ways the internet was never created. You know what I mean? Because it's so insulting. You know, I do have inhibitions. I have to really like pacify myself. You know what I mean, if I were living in fucking rural Iran and I was minding on my own business and some Gabino faggot, you know, Gabino, you know about him? He was going around all Iran, that stupid fucking Frenchman, and he was claiming that all these ancient Persians were Nordic Aryan. If I knew what he was saying, I would fucking kill him right on the spot, Gabino. Like, who the hell do you think you are, you stupid, ugly Frenchman walking in my country and then claiming my fucking ancestors? Who the fuck do you think you are? You know what I mean? Like, seriously, God, you know, why should I tolerate that? You know what I mean? Know your place. You know, there should be boundaries. You know, I'm not going to claim fucking Celtic Druids were my ancestor. I can respect them, but they weren't my ancestor. You know, like, imagine if I did that. You know what I mean? Like, seriously, that fucking Giorgiani is a traitor. You know what I mean? And he stole my ideas, and he also like fucking idiot. You know what I mean? He's an idiot. You know what I mean? Compared to me, Giorgiani is an idiot and a slave to the Jays. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? He's just a stupid idiot. You know, you can't compare to me. You know what I mean? You know, you got people gotta understand. Like, I take the content seriously, and I'm not a cuck. I'm not like being paid by anyone like Giorgiani. Gotta treat me with respect. You know, like having no teeth and screaming over me is going too much. You know, there's just some things that really piss me off. I don't want to go over it too much. So when you start claiming my fucking ancestors and, you know, having a superiority complex over me, you know, it's going too much. You know, it's okay. You know, I know Indians deal with it worse, though, to be honest. They deal with it much worse. I mean,
Yeah, Indians steal a lot of Persian shit too.
no. I mean, Indians I respect. They don't.
No,
They,
no,
you know,
I'm just
cultures
joking with you.
influence each other. You know, have historically influenced each other.
Yeah, we
There's
have
a
it.
lot of intermingling. You know, I mean, there's a lot
Right.
of intermingling, but it wasn't like there were fucking redheads ruling over the masses that were brown or something like that. That's
Yeah.
just fucking silly. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, like we say Khuda, right? We say, you know, all that stuff too. You know, I mean, you got the shirt, kameez, right? There's like a lot of similar words. Right?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know. You know, it's like I'm a little bit drunk and I lack inhibitions. You know, like sorry about it. Just yeah,
It's all good, friend. Just speak your mind. Right? It's no worries.
yeah, I know. Yeah, that's what I have to. You know, you know. But regardless, I agree with him that modernity was a failure. You know, we will both agree on that, and that we will both agree on the deep ecological stuff like that.
Right.
You know, that's important. Yes, that stuff we converge on. You know, I mean, the more pseudo history, not really, because that's pseudo history is going to grow in the future for psyop purposes. I mean, I know that for sure, and so they weaponize it. The intelligence agencies, they weaponize it. And so I don't know to what extent, how deep it goes. You know, maybe academia is afflicted by it too. It wouldn't surprise me, but I don't know how to verify that. You know, I mean, it's hard to tell. You know, I mean, yeah, ultimately, honor is important. You know, I mean, you gotta have honor. You gotta be honest. You know, I think that's to the best of your ability and based on what you know. You know what I mean, yeah. You gotta know what you're doing, and so you know this system was a failure, and so it's definitely a failure. And so for many reasons, you can like talk about it endlessly. And so, and if I wrote a book, it's not gonna be published. You know what I mean? Because this kind of stuff is not marketable. You have to market yourself to everything now. You have to market your personality. You have to market your appearance. It's very tiresome. You know, marketing endlessly. You know, you market your ideas. You know what I mean? There's a marketplace for everything now. I mean, that's just the way it is. Marketplace for everything. You know, it's sick. You know, it's very sick. It's a sick thing. You know, like that's not the way society or community should be. Like a marketplace for everything. You know, who give a shit if you're charismatic, if people like you, or if people like you? The truth is not contingent on what people have to say about you or whatever. You know, the whole world can hate you. It doesn't mean anything. You know what I mean? In face of the truth. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean anything. You know, in face of truth. That's the way you gotta approach things. You know, it doesn't matter how you carry yourself or how you speak or how you look. The truth is the truth. You know, based on what we can engage. And the truth is that this system was a fucking failure. It's a fucking failure. It's a mess. It's a disgusting. You know what I mean, this whole system. You know what I mean? You can't understand people who think demons are behind it. Because imagining that human beings collectively created this, I don't know, cash crazed technocrats, could have been cash crazed technocrats, could have been demons, could have been the collective effort of mankind. Regardless, the system is fucking garbage. It's fucking collapsing. It's fucking killing people, suffocating people. You know, I mean, I don't know how it continuously grow like a cancer, metastasizing cancer. Right? Like that's what it is. You know, it's a cancer. You know, we are the factory farm animals. Soon they'll be guinea pigs. I mean, that's just what it is. You know, you know, like, there's no freedom. There's no nothing. I just want to garden or plant something. You know, and not be cucked. You know, some people love sharing their wives. That's just the kind of people they are. But I refuse to be cucked. You know, I will never do that. One thing I refuse to be is cucked. But you know, maybe in some sense I'm already cucked by this fucking system. And that's the way it is. The fucking corporations and the industries exist to cuck people. cuck people, the medical industry cucking people, the schools cucking people. 12 years of my life wasted. Actually, 18 years of my life wasted in fucking schooling. Just endless cucking. You know what I mean? That's what it endlessly is. Just cuckolding. You know, that's what fucking the system is, you know. And now they're like promoting women to become all feminazi whores. You know what I mean? That's what they want. They want the woman to just cuck the men endlessly. You know, they just cuck. That's what the system is. Cuck, endless cucking. You know what I mean? You know, I refuse to cuck. You know, kill me before I cuck to anyone. You know, I'm never gonna fucking say redheads ruled over me. I'm not a fucking cuck. That's too much for me. I was bullied in school, beaten up. That's going too much for me. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a fucking cuck. Know your fucking place. You're gonna scream over me, huh? You can scream over me all you want, you know, but the truth is the truth. You know what I mean? I'm not a fucking cuck. I'm not gonna cuck to you. You know, I'm not gonna cuck to anyone. You know what I mean? I have my own self-interest. You know what I mean? Like that's the way it is. You know what I mean? Like seriously, like you know, I'm not a fucking cuck. That's the very big problem. You know what I mean? That the system exists to cuck you. Forced dependence, forced reliance. That's what it exists for. You know what I mean? And that's the thing. You know, you can actually summarize Ted Kaczynski's philosophy this way: the industrial system that is massively interconnected exists to cuck you. Exists to cuck you. It involves emasculation, destroying self-reliance, destroying autonomy. You know, it exists to cuck you. You know what I mean? That's the thing. That's the problem with these stupid 4chaners or people on fucking Twitter. They don't understand that they're already cucked. I mean, you know, that's the thing. You know, people are already cucked. I guess I am already cucked in some ways. I am cucked. I don't want to be cucked even further. You know, I am already cucked. Unless you're like living off the grid, away from all technological system, you're already cucked. I guess I am already cucked. I guess that's the paradox. You know what I mean? And that people don't like to admit. You know what I mean, you're already cucked by using technology. You're already cucked. We are all cucks, unfortunately, by using technology, by using their services, by buying their food. We are cucked, unfortunately. Unless we make the food ourselves, unless we create our own social networks in connection with that. Academia is cucked too. I mean, it's accepting their narrative, you know, like evolution, or accepting their narrative like the Big Bang. All of that is cucked shit too. How do I know that shit is true? I don't know. You know, I don't know. Ultimately, I don't know anything. You know, I don't know. Like maybe it's just best to just destroy like the whole notion of transmitted knowledge and just restart. You know what I mean? Because it's failed, and maybe in some ways, you know, the whole idea of transmitted knowledge, that this is the truth we have. I'm going to give you this truth, and then you're going to know it. But how do I know that the truth that you had was true? See what I mean? Maybe transmitted knowledge is just a fabricated, self-perpetuating delusion. I mean, you know, I don't want to cuck to anything. You know, nothing. I just don't like cucking. You know, that's my personal thing. You know what I mean? You know, I'm not gonna cuck to anything. Nothing. You know, maybe that's Luciferian in some way. I guess, you know, I'm not gonna cuck to anything ever. You know, I'm not gonna cuck anymore, like based on my conscious perception. But I am kind of cucking to the industrial system. But I don't know, too much cuck. I don't want to cuck anymore. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I just don't know. I'm drunk. Maybe I shouldn't drink and come on here. It's not good. It's a mess, you know. Like I don't know. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, well, I certainly don't encourage the drinking, but definitely, you know, real shit. You know, I think, you know, some good reflections for sure. So much obliged, my friend. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. You know, yeah, yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, look at Marx yesterday, right? He literally said the whole point of communism is a giant cuckle fuck. It's like, whoa. It's like, what? It's like, is that the point? Community of women? So strange. Such a strange statement. Giorgiani doesn't mention that part. Pretty weird.
Yeah, well, Giorgiani has some weird stuff, like he posts himself an AI generated image becoming a woman. Did you know that? He
Right,
has
right. I
this.
think Kurzweil did that too. So yeah, they're
Yeah,
going full
yeah,
gay with, and they like being feminine. They think it's a great expression of their inner self and all that. They're actually selling it that way. So they are selling this sort of anima thing from Jung. I mean, very strange, honestly.
yeah. I don't think I sound faggy or whatever. Like,
Yeah,
you
that's the
know,
thing. That's the thing in in you know yeah, I believe it is a thing. In Jung, it's like there's like he tried to androgynize people with dreams, like trying to say like, well, if you meet a female in a dream, it's the feminine aspect of yourself. So Jung pulled this gay shit out, when he's like all of a sudden talking about dreams. It's a really weird concept.
yeah, man, the masculinity of man is definitely being attacked. True masculinity, which is like self-reliance and the Teddy sense. You know what I mean? Which is like bringing food to the table. They attacked it because they want people to be more dependent on the system. You know what I mean? And so they promote stuff like this Chinese stuff, the transgender stuff. Excuse me, the transsexual stuff. And by doing that, they make men more, I don't know, feminine and stuff. It's kind of obvious, that's what they do. And I actually once saw this article that from like, I don't think it was Scientific America or whatever. They said the future of man is becoming more androgynous. Like they look all like have bigger breasts, they become shorter, or they look weirdly misshapen. You know, they were talking about that crap. That's disgusting. But it is kind of true if we live in this kind of lifestyle or this kind of way of living. We'll become more womanly or something. And they are putting stuff in our food and water that mess up our endocrine system. And being raised by a single mom is very bad too, with divorce and stuff like that. I mean, the men are being, it is true that divorce, you know, uh, prioritizes the woman. I mean, the woman benefit more from divorce than the men. I mean, what I'm saying, that's the thing. Men are really, white, straight men in general are really attacked by this system. I mean, it's kind of obvious. It's kind of, if you want a traditional marriage, you don't, you want the traditional gender roles, the traditional sexual roles. They're gonna, people like Yuval Harari and others, they don't like that. They want to attack it. What I mean? They want to deconstruct it. You see what I'm trying to say? They're deconstructing traditional gender roles, traditional families, stuff like that. They are deconstructing it, which is kind of very bad. Like I think they do it because they want to like pave the way to a new kind of order, new kind of technological order, societal order, and stuff like that.
Yeah, 1,000,000%. I'm trying to fill this bowl up here. Blessings to all the people, and I will play a song here in a minute.
Yeah, I have to go to bed and stuff. Sorry, I went off on a long tangent. I went off for too long. Yeah, sorry about that.
No, it's perfectly fine, my friend. There's no rush to get into this stuff. So much obliged. Anytime you want to give a rant here, is the best place. For sure. So yeah, and that goes for all you guys. Come and tell us your opinion. Otherwise there is no conversation to be had, right? So this is great stuff. I greatly appreciate you, Buddha, man.
Well, thank you too. I greatly appreciate you too. You know, we definitely converge on the most important points. You know what I mean? Definitely 100%. You know what I mean? Like this
Oh yeah,
system is not very good.
continuously. There's a long road to go to, you know, because there's lots of information. So this is the thing is like, yeah, the amount of stuff that we've converged on already is massive. You know, quickly, right? So this is great. I mean, and that's with a lot of the people out here. So that's a great benefit to this that I think that people don't see, right? See, if I had to measure the value in terms of money and all this stuff, right? Of course, we would be losing. But if we had to measure it in terms of having real conversations with people that propagate, you know, some ideas of what we're trying to explore, right? Then we've gained way more value than anyone else, right? Because it's like, you know, there's a lot of stuff here, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. You know, I feel like, you know, I do have a lot of doubts over certain things I said in the past and certain things that I think the most important thing is the stuff Teddy talks about. You know what I mean? Like, you know, the thing is, you know, men like to grab destiny by their hands, you know, get destiny by their hands. And, you know, the thing is with the technological order complexifying, we really feel like we're losing that sense of holding destiny in our hands, you know what I mean? And that's really the number one problem, you know what I mean? To really feel like you can hold your destiny in your hands, to really, you know, make a change in your community, to your family, to the land, to yourself, to really like have that sense of empowerment, you know, what he called the power process. I think, you know, Teddy understands power in the real way. Nietzsche doesn't in some ways, I think so. I think Teddy really understands what power is about. True power, you know what I mean? True power. True power, Teddy understood. You know, he understood what true power is about. You know, true power. Teddy understood true power. And so Teddy understood true power. True power. Yeah, Teddy. And he understood true power. So, yeah, this Michael guy is fucking weird. He's coming on and trying to pick a fight with you again. And so, he's a motherfucker. He's like a stupid ass bitch. You know, like this Michael bitch.
Well, the thing is that you can't really argue for things if you have no education. So it's like, you know,
Yeah.
you could have as much money as you want, you could talk as much shit as you want, but if you don't have an education, if you're not educated on these matters, you can only make sweeping claims, no evidence.
Yeah, exactly.
You believe in a scientific worldview, you're a liberal cuck.
Yeah, he
And,
also thinks he thinks that Islamic world was always like beating women or blah blah blah. That's not what it was like. Islamic world was more complex and.
Well, what does he care? He's gonna drink alone. It's crazy.
Yeah, he's a fucking loser. Yeah, he doesn't even know that all these tribes were self-sufficient. You know what I mean? Like you had like, you know, Bedouins, or you had Lors, or you had many different Islamic tribes, and they subsisted on the land, and they had strong traditional family values. You know what I mean? It's not like these people were, you know, evil and going around beating women and blah blah blah. You don't know shit about Islam, man. You know, you're just fucking stupid. You know, you just dehumanize people. You know what I mean? You know, you can have problems with the theology, but you need to stop like picking fights with actual Muslims. Just agree to disagree. You know, like seriously. You know, you don't have to go pick fights with them.
So wait, I'm the one picking fights.
Yeah, you are the one.
Yeah,
picking
yeah,
fights.
you are. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you did pick a
You just
fight.
called me what?
No, wait, no. I'm talking about the chat, Mike. You came in here.
Right.
You made declarative statements.
Right.
That had nothing to do with what we were talking about. That had nothing to do with what we were talking about. Again.
That may be true.
Yeah.
And I made
No. It's absolutely true, and it's a pattern. It's like a consistent pattern that you come in. You
what you do, dude.
Yeah, you change the topic to
do
what
the
you want to
same
talk about.
fucking thing
It's a
every
problem.
time.
It's a problem.
Listen,
Like,
Mike,
Buddha was
listen.
not talking. Buddha was not
fucking
talking about
idiot.
Islam, right? So
Yeah, Mike. Yeah, exactly. Let me tell you this, Mike.
Right.
You know, I'm a Buddhist, but I don't go around saying the Quran is a book of nonsense everywhere. But like, what does that have to do with what we're talking about? Why are you going around and bashing the Quran? Do I go around saying the Bible is nonsense even though I don't accept it? That's like picking a fight, man. Are you fucking stupid and autistic? Like, what does that have to do with anything we're talking about?
It's
The
got to be
Quran is a
something.
book
It's
of
got to be
nonsense.
something either autistic or malicious at this point,
Yeah.
because it's like a continued pattern that doesn't
Yeah, it
seem
is.
to.
Like
It's like,
fucking
all right,
retarded.
like, do you not get what's happening here, or
You
are
just
you,
need to say it once
are you
or
trying to
twice.
derail
It's enough.
things?
You know, you
Yeah.
don't have to go around saying it each and every time, like, oh, the Quran is nonsense. Oh, I want to debate you on Islam. This isn't that kind of channel, man. Like, go fucking take it somewhere else. Like, really, what's wrong with you, Mike? Do you have any answer against that, Mike? Like, why do you constantly bring up Islam?
You
Like,
tell
why do
me.
you constantly want to debate Islam? This isn't what the fucking channel is about. You know what I mean? There are
Okay.
like plenty of other channels.
Tell me
doing
when I
that.
can speak.
No, you don't have to speak ever, because what you have to say doesn't matter at all. I mean, that's how fucking stupid
Balls.
you are. You know what I mean? Like, why do you think what you have to say matters, huh? You know, like really, like,
It doesn't matter.
okay, it doesn't matter, then why can't constantly come on here and talk about
Rambo.
fucking Islam? What does Islam have to do with fucking technological industrial complex? You know, what does that have to do with anything? You
I don't
what
know. Maybe the jinn are the industrial complex.
No, that's not what fucking much TML is saying. Do you even pay attention to what TML is saying? He's not going around fucking promoting superstitious crap. He's like looking into the fucking philosophical foundations. He's looking into the fucking like philosophy of it, and also the issues with the rising technological complexity. Like, what is fucking wrong with you, man? Like, I
Tim,
think
no,
you're
do you believe in the
or-
jinn?
I believe you're a fucking idiot. That's what I believe. And you're dumb and
Understood.
a fucking insect or something. Like, you're fucking stupid. Like, 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 what's the point of, like, you know, like, do you believe in this jinn? What does that have to do with anything we've talked about for the past
Well,
4 hours? You know what I mean?
Well,
Like really.
maybe the industrial complex is the shaitan, right? Isn't that machine lies? Isn't that where evil
Maybe,
comes
maybe
from?
not.
The evil jinn, the shaitan.
Pronounced shaitan. It's not
Yeah.
pronounced.
So what?
Shaitan. Oh, however
And
you pronounce
and
it.
what?
So, are you saying the evil industrial complex is the evil jinn?
Not specifically. That's a working theory that could be source of things, right? But I've not conclusively made that statement. No.
Oh, okay.
Not in my writings. I may have alluded to it on this show. I definitely supported some sort of quasi Gnosticism with Twilight, right? If you look at the idea, by David Ebert, I think he had some sort of idea that Uncle Teddy is like Gnosticism if you consider technology as archons, right? In the Gnostic theory. Right. So we're working some of that out, like some sort of quasi Gnosticism where the and obviously based on the Matrix movie. Right. So yeah. So yeah, there's some of that, but yeah, that's science fiction, right? The true fact that I talk about, right? I say the technological world system doesn't care what religion you are, doesn't care what tradition you have, doesn't care what culture you are. It assimilates cultures. It is a not theological system. Right, so it eradicates almost all forms of religious tradition, right? So it promotes its own form of religion, right? So-called, right? Which is basically liberalism, aka secularism, right? It engenders a liberal psychological thing, right? A liberal psychological disposition on those who inhabit this technicity, right, or this technical milieu, right? So that's an aspect. The loss of traditions, the loss of the sacred, it's a serious problem, right? But it's not a problem that Islam is specifically dealing with. It's a problem in all
Let me say that.
traditions.
Even though I am drunk, I'm still smarter than you, Mike. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I mean, smart in the sense of understanding what TML just said. You know, I mean, the substance or the crux of what he said, the gist, the heart of what he said. I mean, Yeah, exactly.
That's awesome. I'm glad you're.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. You know, like, you know, let me tell you this. You know, as technological complexity increases, biodiversity, communal integrity, and human autonomy all decrease. Do you agree with that or not? Like, that's just the plain gist of, you know, that's like more of a kind of formula, maybe in some way. Yeah.
Right?
Do you agree with that or not?
Did you see Elon Musk on Joe Rogan?
No, no. Answer my fucking question. I don't give a shit about Elon Musk.
Okay,
and-
what? Explain the question to me again. The
I
more
said-
something, this is like the supply and demand curve.
No, it's like as technological complexity increases,
Okay.
communal integrity, biodiversity, and human autonomy decrease. Do you agree with that? There's like a,
Sure.
You do?
I'll go with that. It's like Thoreau said, we built the carriage and lost the use of our feet.
Okay, you agree with
Was
that?
it
Okay.
Emerson?
Yes.
Maybe it was Emerson or Thoreau.
Oh no, that is Thoreau in Walden.
Yeah, it was Thoreau.
Yeah, we ride on the railroad. Now the railroad rides on us. Yes.
You realize the channel is generally focused on that. It's not really focused on, like, you know, attacking Islam or attacking Christianity.
I
It's focused on
understand,
what I said.
but I'm an Islamophobic troll, so I weave my way in and try to derail things.
Yeah, you should stop being, you know, Islamic phobic troll. You know, like you should like focus on the subject matter of this channel. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
that's
the
what
thing
this
is,
channel
Too complex for me.
Yeah,
you
the
guys
thing
are
is
over my-
that it's the thing is that you know you're admitting that you're taking the easy road, right? Because you're admitting that the high road is too rough for you to handle, right? So I think just I think it'd be good to put down the bottle, have an honest conversation with yourself, and say, well, it's time to take the higher road and discuss these real ideas instead of trying to be a malicious troll, as you've admitted that you are, right? So
Well, I didn't say malicious. You're adding words.
it is malicious. I mean, I'll explain why, right? Because there is
Beauty's
no
in the eye of the beholder.
no, it's pure fact. Because I mean, the reason is because as we explained earlier, right? You're derailing from a conversation that is too high level for you to participate in, right? So by your own admission, right, you should put down the bottle, have an honest conversation with yourself, and attempt to participate in the higher discussion instead of doing the lower level act of trolling, as you've admitted, is a lower level act. Right? This is by your own admission, sir.
Right.
I'm not putting anything into the pot here.
Like I've said, I'm of the Edith Burkell school of philosophy. Edith Burkell and the New Bohemians. Philosophy is a walk in the slippery rocks. Religion is a lie in the fog. But anyway.
Yeah, I mean.
Wonder if Mike gets paid overtime for being up past midnight. Oh, it is 12:08.
Yeah, let me ask you
Mike,
something.
you should explore diamond painting.
Past midnight, as
It
on
would
the
be more
East Coast anyway.
constructive. Yeah, it's East Coast.
Yeah, how do you plan to argue against Islam without using either philosophy or theology?
I would go with basic human rights.
And how do you establish those without philosophy or theology?
Well, obviously, some are established. America is established on Locke and Rousseau.
No. You don't get to have things established for you. You need to establish them, right? So this is the thing. You can't just stand on John Locke's shoulders and call yourself tall, right? You have to explain why the universal rights, as you say, or the principles are derived from John Locke. You have to demonstrate it.
Well,
Right?
I would say.
So I've looked at Locke, right? Like I opened up the 2 treatises of government and I read from the 2 treatises of government, right? And I explained in chapter 42, section 42 of the 2nd treatise of government, where he invents the notion of private property. I've done that service for the audience. So I've showed them where those rights derive from. Are you able to accomplish similar ruminations for a grand audience? Tell them what your opinion is, express how those things are important, put those things in line with your current tradition and your way of life. Sir, are you able to establish that?
Well, you just established it for me. So we
No. I, a Muslim, cannot establish anything for you, sir. You've already stated that. So why don't you establish it for yourself and your way of life?
well,
Why do I have to tell you your way of life better than you can? It's a huge
Also,
problem.
let me say something. You know,
well, listen, I was explained, you know, we all have the right to property without it being broken down to Locke's 42nd page or whatever you said.
No,
you know,
you broke it down to Locke. You mentioned Locke, not me.
Right. And I understand it in a broad sense of terms. I can't give you chapter and verse. I can't give you ayat of when Locke said this. I mean, William Penn, The Rights of Men, John Payne, we can go through all these different treatises and writings and whatnot that establish Western liberal
Right, that's
democracy.
the high road. Right, that's the high road.
Also, Mike, let me say something.
We can't do that while trolling, Mike.
Also, Mike, here's one more thing to say. You know, you should write down something, like your criticism or whatever, and share it only once. You don't need to mention it every fucking time. You know what I mean? But I get the point. You don't like Islam, okay? But why is bringing it up each time, valuable to a contribution to this channel's theme?
Like a lot of times I say, if your philosophy has to ask the question, then what? After you're done explaining it, then it's incomplete.
Yeah, that's right.
You know, it's like, all right, Islam sucks. Then what?
Yes, yeah. Like you're saying, let me tell you this. You say human rights. Okay, human rights have been different across every culture in traditional times. You have cultures that had totally different conceptions of human rights. Why is your notion of human rights better than, say an ancient Chinese during Tang Dynasty, or fucking, Persian after, during the Samanids or something? I don't know. Like, there's so many options. Like, what does human rights even mean? You see what I'm saying? What does human rights mean?
Right.
I don't know what human rights mean.
First, do no harm. When the Chinese would club the princess's feet so they couldn't walk out of the forbidden castle or whatever.
Yeah, okay. Let them do what they want.
Hopefully would say that's not human rights.
From their perspective, I think the point is, you don't really have human rights. You just want to go and impose your values on others, your liberal values on others, across the world. Just let them be. Why do you care if the fucking Chinese are doing foot binding? Let them do what they want. Why does it matter?
Okay. Why do Muslims care that the Israelis are bombing Gaza?
That's because the Palestinians have been living in that fucking land for thousands of years. Like the Palestinians are genetically and ancestrally related to the ancient Jews more than.
Bro.
So
yeah, I don't get what you mean.
Should we be concerned about the Rohingya being kicked out of Burma?
This is the difference is we're pouring billions into Israel. We're sending them weapons. Then they sell those weapons to China. They sell illegal military secrets to China. Israel's not to the benefit of America. Or Europe. It's more of a torn. But the better question is, why are you derailing? From why did you go from bashing Islam or endlessly to talking about Israel? I don't get it. This channel isn't about that kind of stuff. You're always talking about Islam, and then you bring it to Israel, and then you bring it to your idea of liberal human rights. This channel is focused on anti-modernist teams.
Yeah,
I find you very suspicious.
I didn't bring up Israel. You seem very confused. I didn't bring up any of this. Well,
sure, he's confused.
But I didn't bring up Israel. You brought up Israel.
You were talking about Palestinians being bombed. Why we should care about that?
Right, you just brought that up.
Well, you asked about why should we care about this or that. You're right. I'm wrong. I brought up Israel.
What's going on here?
So why should we care about apartheid in South Africa?
Listen to me, Mike. Just write one long criticism against Islam and send it to someone, and just say it once, and don't ever mention it again, okay? Because it doesn't fucking matter to this team of this channel. It's like me going to, a soccer panel, where people talk about soccer. and I keep
Yeah,
talking about fucking boxing.
yeah,
Why
and I
would
dare
bringing up
say,
boxing matter? You see what I mean? Like,
yeah, and I dare say making a claim with nothing to back it up so that nobody's convinced in the ears of people that perhaps need reason, that sort of flies in the face of reason itself, because it's like, do you want to have intelligent discussions, or, see, this is the problem, right? It's like, you're belying the thing that, you're trying to establish.
yeah, he does. I don't think he's even, like studied it deeply, like, or even read the Quran, and depending on the
Well,
translation.
I've read the Quran.
Okay, then, just say it once. I'm not a Muslim. I don't
Can
accept
you hear
Islam.
me?
That's enough.
Yeah.
Sufficient. Sufficient.
Hear me?
I would just say, I can understand why he does it, but I mean, I would only understand why you do it so much here if TML was like a big promoter of his own thing, and he doesn't do that here. So that's my biggest thing. Like, I understand why you might do it, but it's not like he goes around promoting Islam or anything.
That's the thing, is that they, if you look at the commentators that speak on Islam, they're all retarded. So I get it. He's like, this is the one intelligent one, so this guy's the real problem. So let's get him instead, because he's the real issue. Because all these other guys sound dumb. This guy sounds smart.
Take your cyanide pill.
He's an actual Muslim threat in terms of so I understand that like blowing smoke up my own ass a little bit, but it is what it is, right?
Right. And Reddington's got it here. I know why other Muslim channels have banned you, Mike. Because they don't want to talk about Islam. But the machine lies will. But maybe
that's not the answer.
And anyway, I tell you what, machine, I will unsubscribe. I'll never speak to you again unless I come up to Michigan and maybe we can meet face to face. And
oh no, the pendulum swing.
Nobody asked. Yeah, like this is too like you're being over dramatic on purpose, and it's kind of gay. And right, the thing is that like you could just stick around and just have discussions, but
it sounds like a bad breakup,
as I said, right? So yeah, exactly. You sound like you're having a breakup.
Oh, okay. I didn't mean to be over dramatic. I was just saying, I'll leave you all alone. If you don't want to talk about Islam, that's fine.
Yeah, but nobody suggested you even do that. Nobody even intimated it. So it sounds gay again. It kind of sounds like you're being over dramatic and gay about
Didn't
it.
the guy like tell me to fuck off earlier?
Well, the thing is that do you understand
kind of true.
the theme of this channel? Like if you're coming here to debate Islam,
isn't he telling me to get off the fucking channel?
He said it with a
get off the
purpose.
channel.
Look.
Yeah.
Look, do you want people to wish for you to stay? I mean, this is getting kind of gay.
No, I don't want anybody to wish for me to stay. I'll be gone.
So this is the thing: is like you can stay or leave. Nobody cares. Right? That's the thing. Is
I'll stay then.
Yes, exactly. What a weird dude. Yeah. So listen. I'm gonna play a little. Yeah.
I see you.
Yeah, you know what, Mike? Don't consider this like don't take this the wrong way, but I do consider you a friend, sir. So you know what I mean? It is what it is. I consider all you guys my friends, so it's not a big deal, sir. I'm not like offended by you or anything. I'm just simply pointing out the high road instead of the low road, right? Which you yourself pointed out, right? So that's all I'll say. So continuously when you choose the low road, I will bring you back to this situation here, right? 4 hours and 31 minutes, right? And show you that there is a higher road available, right? And yeah, you know what I mean? So there is some of that going on.
Your job is excellent.
Yeah, we'll still do the debate, whenever you want to. I'll debate anybody. So yeah, man, come through, we'll do the thing, right? It's not a big deal, right? So
I like the Mike is about to cry comment. That's hilarious.
Yeah, this is a new G in our chat. Walter knows Elvis Trump. I appreciate his comments. I know he's he's been with us for the last 2 streams, and I already starting to become drawn to this person. I like this person for sure.
Cool.
Yeah, so anyways, I'm gonna play a little song here, and we'll continue on with the discussions as much as I can. I also have some troll business with Landry. He's deleted the episode that where he changed the title to my name. He changed the title to TML still doesn't know how to have a conversation or something like that. So he tried to gaslight me and say I don't know how to talk to people.
Speaking
Right,
of gay,
yeah, so yeah. But yeah, everybody's allowed on the panel as far as I know, except for few people, right, that are malicious, you know, to a level of just being purely actors, right? So there's a couple people like Illuma Dummy or Grace Thorpe or people like that are literally actors online, you know, so they're not going to be allowed on the panel, right? But anybody who anybody here on the panel now, anybody in the chat, you know, you guys are all welcome to join at any point. But I will try to make sure that people focus on the topics because we'll get drawn into long discussions about material that just simply doesn't cut the mustard in terms of the type of a journey that we're on here, especially with the pre-Socratics and the Buddhists. Right? I still want to get into Mark Siderit's Buddhist. Mark Siderit's Buddhism and philosophy. I want to get into some Zen writings and stuff. I mean, and we don't even have time to look at Shang Tzu. I mean, so next time I'm gonna have to bring the Shang Tzu. The thing is that I did those 2 Taoism specials, so then I left it alone for a while because I'm like, man, people need to really watch these specials. All right, so I did 6 hours on Taoism. You know, we did a whole entire show on Taoism. I might as well release that on Holy Robots. Right, Eastern philosophy thing, you know what I mean? But yeah, we'll do that later. But yeah, let me play this song. It's a couple of my favorite songs here. You know, did you guys ever hear the album True Master? I mean, True Master and Killer Priest did an album. Oof. Shit is bananas. This was like a couple of years ago. You know, and we've been rocking with that theme with the dragon and the tiger. So you got a little theme with that. But yeah, let me go with this song here. We'll come back in about 5 minutes. Right, I'm gonna take a little break here to gather my thoughts. You know, before we go into some philosophical material, then we'll gather my thoughts again. We'll go into the drama stuff, and then we'll conclude the show here. But I appreciate you guys. And thank you for joining, Mike. Blessings, man.
The Maul from Berber, the Prince of Persia, a stitch of murder, the war observer, saw him lynch a herder, blood rinsed from a lurker. Took a risk when he heard her. Her neck in his grip, then he jerked her. Whispered pagan prayers, then let her go down the stairs. Curtains blew everywhere. He hurried through the night air. Lights flared from the watchtower. Search team with rock wallers. Kings that got power. From queens that drop flowers. Screams grew a lot louder. He schemes as the fox prowler. Caught him on the trail. Lift the veil, tried to impale. It didn't go well. They both fell. Grabbed his coattail. As the moon swelled in the open sky, the ocean in his eyes saw blue whales. From mountain high, the falcon glide. Above the island tribes of Cork, smiling at his finger prize from off his claw. He fell to his own demise for all his losses. Hell has thrones inside, his flesh and bones collected by the tides. Sand wet with foam, bubbles till they dry. The morning comes, the sky is lit with the sun. It's the earth kingdom, full 360 is spun. Prince amongst the living ones, children will run. Sit down and listen stunned how his mission was won. He said the night before I had dreams of being betrayed by the God. They consulted on a plan, I prayed on it hard. By day I cannot rest, by night there is no peace. I spoke to nobles, the wise men, and the holy priests. They told me it was grief, showed me too much sleep. I slowly went in deep. There I fought on beasts, awakened with torn sheets, wrestled with devils and leveled his armies. The calm leak was brief. 2
pretense to speak, I turn the other cheek after I murder his elite. I'm the Canaanite king with Babylonian wing. My battle's holy supreme. Arrows are loaded on your team. As I swing the axe, all our kings are black. I'm the murderer and Merkaba. All bow and worship us. No book can interpret us. We're before night. We are pure light. We absorb sight. We're the tallest height. We are called the bright. We're social culture. As the day falls to its closure, like a retrograde turning off its motor. And the earth's shadow is in full exposure. 200,000 rays of light, slightly beige white, silvery dark grays overtake the third boulder. The land of kings and gods in the heavens are now lower. Talk to him, priest. For a fortress, they ride on horses and kill with soldiers. The greed of man, the seed of damn, for we are the I am. Back when Africa was a tropical rainforest, the Tyrannosaurus, the planet's purest, went from back with hands to swordmen, the cannons for warring. Check the canyons for drawings. Famine major land of porous, unknown forces. The first books was just talking, and man found a way to record it. In ancient Samaria, they found records of schools and mortgage, tools they used for schools and soaring. Back when the natives first saw New Orleans. In a white coat, I emerged from out of a blizzard. Words are mystic. You disturb the true and living, the king and new of the village. My flow is carried by spirits and pulled from white bulls from heaven and lift by griffins. You all bear witness to my winters as I play the white grand piano in the snow with candle. I press the keys. You see the death angel on ski and goggles. Younger I was killer cardinal. The eagle owl bring rats back to my hollow. There's none above me. I've been ruler since Anubis was a puppy, and Hollow Man was in a tree just a monkey, and Solomon stood before me just a dummy. Told Pharaoh to his face, y'all as good as mummies. I turn the Arctic and Gothic. Went to Nebula in a rocket. Drop treasures from the cockpit. Return of the prophet. And burnt orange garments. And pupils the shape of almonds. Bow and pay homage. Owls stay dormant till the day is dawning. Long wings and silence. Balance. My stance is 60, triangular. My room is circular, that's a Merkaba. Move timetables like furniture. Mathematics, add and subtract like burglars. Multiply, no divide, division is religion. I vocalize, most collide cause they superstitious. Horseshoes and crucifixes. Just being thoughtful, Jehovah Witness. Knives from the kitchen, the most savage lyrics written. Envision, tablets, lacking some broken mirrors.
Make the summer snow just to prove and show all the above is caused by the Son of Man flow. We make the summer snow just to prove and show all the above is caused by the Son of Man flow. We make the summer snow just to prove and show all the above is caused by the Son of Man flow.
Alrighty. So so to move forward with the quickness, right? Let's move to this line by Pico Mirandola. Right, he who knows himself knows all things in himself. Right, now compare this with the idea that God created the world in order to know himself. Right, or compare it to the idea that that everything you know is God, but you know nothing of God. Blessings to Buddha. Or compare it to the concept that he who knows God becomes God. Or compare from the Mundaka Upanishad, right? In the Hermetic corpus, like is only understood by like, right? For Saint Athanasius, I believe, or Eusebius. I can't remember which one. Right. In order for man to become like God, God had to become like man. In terms of Protagoras, man is a measure of all things. In terms of the Bible and the Quran, man is created in the image of God. Right? So we're talking about knowledge of God and this idea of transcendence and immanence, the idea of ecstatic union versus ontological transcendence. Right? In terms of immanence and transcendence, respectively. Right, and the notion that God created the world in order to know himself, extending to the fact of the limitation or the limited version of God, right, where God is not omniscient to a certain extent, because if God created the world in order to know himself, right, then that God is not omniscient. Right, but it would be a God that requires creation in order to exist as well. Right, so we're talking about, a God that requires creation to exist. So this worked out in the Aristotelian sense, right, where there's matter and form, right? God forms matter through the void, and the way he does that is by putting order to the chaotic matter. Right, so in that sense, it goes with the ideas of classical Greeks, but not with the Orphic Pythagoreanism that we looked at earlier. Right? Not the ideas of the Eleusinian mysteries. Right? It's a little different. Right? I believe those were the traditions of the Orphic Pythagoreans. Whereas the Hermetic initiations are unknown to us today, right? Okay, supposedly, right? So, and of course, we talked about its difference with Gnosticism, right? They both believe in a divine spark. They both believe in divine knowledge, right? But they don't believe that, see, the Hermeticists believe that knowledge of nature is essential, right? Right. And they could also talk about becoming God in terms of mastery of nature. Right. Whereas in the Gnostic idea, right, it's about sort of attaining to an understanding, right, that will liberate one but so they don't really have a utopian ideal, right? There's less of a utopian ideal within Gnosticism than there is in Hermeticism, right? And it's less about God coming to know himself and more about realizing what the true reality is. Right, realizing what the true reality is, right? So he said here, Glenn McGee said some interesting things earlier, right? Let me see if I could go back to this, right? Here, hold on. Let me see if I could find this again. He compared it to Gnosticism, right? He said Gnosticism involves an absolutely negative account of creation, right? We said that, right? It does not regard creation as part of God's being, right? Or as completing God, right? So there's not a sense in which creation can complete God, right? right? But the idea of God is already embedded within creation itself. Creation's already complete in a sense, but it's just us realizing what the true reality is, right? By reaching this gnosis. And as I said, right, the Hermeticists are about changing the world, getting to know nature, studying nature, right? The Gnostics don't care about any of that, right? Right, the mastery of nature, right? That doesn't concern them. It says Hermeticism talks about looking at the reason inherent in the world. Right, it says we do not really know anything about the Hermes cult that may have employed the Hermetic text. So I read some of that last time, right? So he says salvation for the Hermeticists was seen through gnosis, as we have seen through gnosis, through understanding, right? That doesn't mean that they were Gnostics. It's still distinguished from Gnosticism, right? Gnosis just means that it's like a state in which you have understanding or, like enlightenment, right? So it's similar to the notion of enlightenment, right?
And or direct experience. Which I mean,
definitely.
like kind of like just how much of it like is direct experience and as opposed to mediation.
Right. And that goes to the idea of this notion of balancing immanence and transcendence. And and in terms of it, the immanent aspect is obviously not the one. I believe it's not a path of like reason, right? But I think the path of transcendence is more the reason one. So if I had to go with which one is more concerned with immanence, Gnosticism or Hermeticism, I think I would say Hermeticism. So I don't know if I'm totally correct in that, but yeah. The thing is that there's so many different belief systems within Gnosticism. Right, I believe that Hermeticism could be more cohesive because Hermeticism, like when you're saying Hermeticism, you're just saying like old science, basically. Right. But when you say like
old occult science.
Right. Right. But when you say Gnosticism, you're talking about a variety of traditions and beliefs. Right, that sometimes include Jewish beliefs, sometimes include Plato, sometimes include Christian ideas, right? Sometimes include pagan beliefs and other ideas, right? So it's all mixed, right? But so you're dealing with a lot more robustness there within Gnosticism. I believe maybe Gnosticism is a lot more syncretistic than Hermeticism. Right? So yeah, so if we had to distinguish them, right? So let me read some of these quotes, and then we'll end this section here. We'll move to Skolomowski. I'll introduce some of Skolomowski, and then we'll move to Ellul, and I'll only read like a page and a page and page here at this point, so we can go over this stupid video there, because I don't want to go over 6 hours here. We got a huge long thing I want to play for Truth or Cop. We did a massive show on Truth or Cop. I do want to play that because I'm going to be breaking down the panel drama either tomorrow or Friday. Right, so we'll figure it out together, folks. But yeah, so he says this could be attained only through hard work, and then attained only by some. Hermes is quoted in Corpus Hermeticum 16. Corpus Hermeticum 16 as saying that his teaching, quote, keeps the meaning of its words concealed, unquote. Uh-oh. Keeps the meaning of its words concealed, hidden from discernment of the unworthy.
Okay, so there's another sort of idea it may share with Gnosticism is this idea of quote unquote secret knowledge. However, it would be a mistake to treat Hermetic initiation as purely intellectual. Enlightenment does not occur simply by learning a set of doctrines. So there it is, right, to answer that thing about direct experience, right? One must not only know the doctrine, but have real life experiences of the truth of the doctrine. One must be led up to illumination carefully. One must actually explore the blind alleys that promise illumination but do not deliver. Only in this way will the true doctrine mean anything. Only in this way will the initiate's life actually change. Fowden writes that Hermetic initiation is envisaged as, quote, a real experience stretching all capacities of those who embark upon it, unquote. He quotes Corpus Hermeticum Fort, stating that it is extremely tortuous way to abandon what one is used to and possesses now and to retrace one step toward the old primordial things. Enlightenment for the authors of Hermetica and for Hegel is not just about an intellectual event. It is expected to change the life of the enlightened one. Philosophy for Hegel is about living. So interesting statement, right? Interesting statement. And that will be a great tradition to move to Skolomowski, right? I mean, transition, sorry, not tradition. But yeah. Let me move to Skolomowski. And actually, you know what? There's a different piece of writing that I actually want to look at here. Give me a second here, folks. Okie dokie. Sorry about that. Let me open this up. Rationality, knowledge, and violence. Got a new writing here. Science and people. Who controls whom? Skolomowski. On October 17th, 1780, the ship Lincoln Galley, quote unquote, anchored in Williams Cove on the east side of Islesboro, now in the state of Maine. On this ship were a group of scientists and students from Harvard College, led by Reverend Professor Williams. Their purpose was to make observations of the total eclipse of the sun, which was to take place in this part of the world on October 28th. There's nothing remarkable about scientists making observations of the eclipse of the sun. What was remarkable about this expedition was the fact that it was in time of war, and part of the coast they were going to was held by the British. Earlier on October, Professor Williams, representing the new American Academy of Arts and Sciences, wrote a letter to a British commander, Colonel Campbell, requesting permission for the expedition to enter British territory immediately. Quote unquote, our business, he wrote, quote, is solely to promote the interest of science with a capital S. He said science with a capital S. Which is the common interest of mankind. Whereupon permission was granted, the gentleman from Harvard directed the telescopes on the sun on a specified day and made their observations. These observations are now a part of our scientific library. Science, as conceived by Professor Williams, is the embodiment of human dignity and eternal truths. Let us therefore note the first conception of science as the embodiment of human dignity and eternal truths. The idea of the untouchability of science, of its entirely beneficial nature, was so strongly embedded in the minds of people at that time, the end of the 18th century, that the gentleman from Harvard could devise not only the idea of crossing enemy lines in order to make some scientific observation, but could carry it out, war or no war. Let us contrast this kind of untouchability of science with the disgraceful misuses of science in the 20th century. It suffices to mention I.G. Farben in Small Mustache Man's Germany, the infamous chemical company which provided chemicals for gas chambers in concentration camps. We won't get into that here. Lunatic asylums and special camps. In the Soviet Union, as described, for example, Solzhenitsyn, the First Circle, or research on biological warfare, conducted on our campuses. To see at once, in the 20th century, science can no longer be regarded as an embodiment of human dignity. Before we engage in a more detailed analysis of contemporary science, let us review some of the other conceptions of science in the past. From the 17th century on, we can distinguish another concept of science. Which is for entertainment. Moliere beautifully satires this notion of science in his play The Learned Ladies, where he shows science invading not only fashionable boudoirs, but also chambers of servant girls. In French salons of the 18th century, particularly those attended by French encyclopedists, science as a glorious entertainment positively flourished. Voltaire's mistress, Madame du Châtelet, wrote a very learned and lucid account of Leibniz's philosophy, of which Lemaitre said, quote, everybody understands monads since the Leibnizians made the brilliant acquisition of Madame du Châtelet. It might appear from these two conceptions of science that historically, that is, before the 20th century, science was altogether a benevolent entity, capable of causing no harm, ideologically indifferent, exerting no significant influence on the destinies of societies and civilizations. Such a conclusion would be premature, for already at the beginning of the 17th century, science can be seen in an altogether different role. The burning of Giordano Bruno in 1600, the trial of Galileo in 1633, marked the appearance of science as an ideology. The ideology capable of swinging people's minds from the path of faith to the realm of doubt, from truth as rendered by the church to inquiry of truth as rendered by human reason. The Holy Inquisition seems to have been perfectly aware of the potentials of science, hence Galileo's trial. When Galileo was on trial, science was on trial, but let us carefully observe the circumstances under which science was on trial. Science was, at the time, understanding the foundations of a decaying civilization. The medieval civilization was coming to an end, unable to sustain itself through its own means. Science was helping man to evolve a new civilization. Science was at that time a torch of light, the agent of progress and liberation. It was put on trial by the agents of the dying epoch. These circumstances must be clearly borne in mind, For the main point is that science was on trial at the beginning of the 17th century for attempting to extend man and his universe beyond the limits in which they were found. But one may imagine science itself could be put on trial for quite a different reason and in quite different circumstances. Might it not be the case that the course of time, science itself became bondage, restraining and suffocating us as people, as society, as a civilization? Okay. So as I've said, you know, the fruits of knowledge are not value neutral. And I think all forms of learning are a technology. But you don't, yeah. You don't believe me? Here is a man who's a master debater claiming the same exact thing. Let's take a look at this tape here, and then we'll move forward here. And then we'll move forward here.
Anything that I assert as being moral. No.
It's immoral.
Can you refute that it's moral? Because why circumcision is moral? Tell me. Are you ever going to get to why
How am I
it's wrong,
supposed to
Adam?
address how a remote control?
You know what?
as-
It's moral because this
circumcision is
lighter.
immoral.
It's moral because this lighter makes
Stupid.
flame.
I can't even address it.
You can't address it.
Yeah, you won't answer.
Says from Jews helped humanity.
Yeah, language is
an actual benefit for us, no matter who made it. How has a desert religion from Jews helped humanity?
Yeah, language is a technology. Secularists would consider religion to be a technology. You can base it almost everything that you consider in reality. Language is a technology. Secularists would consider religion to be a technology. You can base it almost everything that you consider in reality, which is of some use to people, is a form of technology. When you're talking about Christianity from
Got him, motherfucker.
Got him.
Got him. You look like you're a little lighter there, Wilson. Little light in the loafers. Funny stuff, man. Too bad he couldn't concede that during our 2-hour debate. Crazy. But yeah, man.
Nah, he can't be projected as weak.
Yeah, I guess we could question old Marxy boy about that. Old Marxy boy. You know,
Marxy Mark.
Yeah, old Marxy Mark. You know, religion's the great opium of the masses. And of course, what do they call their theory? Scientific socialism. Right? So they thought, so he is part of this goal, you know, of, you know, creating science as a worldview. But let me, so we talked a lot about that in the openings of the show. Right? Let me move to this little presentation here. Right, because we've been looking at the economic and philosophical manuscripts of Karl Marx. Right, so check this out here.
Natural world, the physical world. Marx is really concerned with the alienation of humanity from nature, in the sense that he sees the natural world, the physical world, as, in a way, projection of the human unconscious. And he discusses the manner in which the relationship between man and woman in the property holding system of the modern industrial period epitomizes the dysfunctional alienation of man from nature.
And I've always thought that was one of Marx's best arguments.
And it's one that I actually adopt.
Right. It's strange that Marx doesn't really mention nature and technology that much in his writings. It's all about humanity, society, industry, capital, labor. Right? It's almost like he abstracted from all the natural and technical elements in what he's discussing and only discussed scientific aspects, political aspects. It's like he totally abstracted from the ecological situation. Right? He treated nature as a standing reserve, as Heidegger said. He didn't say that as a Marx. He didn't say that about Marx. I'm borrowing a term from Heidegger to use for Marx. Right, the notion that he saw nature as a standing reserve to create those factories for the socialist project. Right, so the fact that Marx would mention that idea about nature here, right, in some of his earlier writings, and that's now being promoted by people like this, right, is exactly what I was telling you guys. Right, that these writings are extremely relevant to the present discussions because they're talking about the role of nature and humanity in the technological system, right? So yeah.
In various esoteric ways throughout many of the books I've written, including, in fact, my latest work, Novel Folklore, where I discuss the Mazdakite communistic movement in Iran, which was also a mystical movement.
Right. Hundreds of years before Marx.
Yes, well, interestingly, though, their symbol was the red flag, which was adopted by the Communist International. And the Mazdakite movement was a mystical movement. And I would argue that the young Marx is a mystic. In his letters to his girlfriend, the young Karl Marx has all these very, very poetic passages. He embeds poems into his letters.
So I could say that he's a mystic in two levels, right? One is in his future predictions, the pseudo-eschatology of progress, the world system, that is the goal of the communist project, right? Has a utopian vibe to it. This utopian vibe included, in terms of the League of the Just, right, the establishment of the kingdom of God on earth, right? So they used such religious terminology. Right. Also, there's the idea of where his ideas came from. Right. If you read Marx's writings, they're very strange in terms of philosophical traditions because they follow a unique philosophical tradition. And that would be they follow the style and synthesis of Hegel's categories. Right. So he's a young Hegelian and he's writing in a style, especially the economic and philosophical manuscripts. They seem to be staunchly Hegelian. They show a great form of sophistication with Hegelian philosophy, especially the ideas of externalization and alienation, right, that he mentions, right?
To his girlfriend, Jenny. And he goes on and on about Prometheus as the great saint and martyr of philosophy and as the hero of human liberation. So
Prometheus, the Greek titan who stole fire from the gods to give it to humanity.
Prometheus, the rebel against the Olympian world order and the champion of human self-determination. And it's also worth noting, I have to say, that, and it's interesting how few people have observed this, the crescent and the star were symbols of Prometheus. And if you look at the flag of the Soviet Union, and it's on a red background, which suggests fire as well. It's interesting, because the star there is the planet Venus, which was referred to in the guise of the morning star as Lucifer. At any rate, be that as it may, when you look at this essay, Prisoners of...
So that's all I wanted to show you guys from that.
It's a good thing Avian wasn't here. He'd probably get triggered.
Well, yeah, I definitely want to show Avian that because it's important that he ties Marxism to occultism in that specific way, and of course Marx's own ties, to the Rothschilds, to other institutions like the Freemasons and stuff. Obviously, his father was a Freemason, right? So it's really interesting in terms of Marx and his leaning on occult traditions and how Giorgiani is extrapolating on that and also promoting communism and promoting it in a mystical sense, which almost sounds Fabian, right? And then, definitely Blavatsky and those guys would agree with that, right? Promoting communism in a mystical version of it, right? Through Fabian socialism, right? So this whole idea about, where he's going with that, right, and how occultism relates to Marxism and how he's tying it to the crescent and the star, for Christ's sake, right, which is the symbol for Islam, and he's also tying it to the Mazdekans. Now, that's the part that I think would trigger Avian, if anything, right, because he's very sensitive about Iranians being used in that way, right, to say they were proto-communists or something like that. I think he would definitely take offense to that, but I definitely want to know his view. But yeah. So yeah, so that's that. Right now, the question is, do I want to read ellul and go into a whole nother thing now? But I think I'll save that for Saturday because there's only 45 minutes left. Right. So we're on page 279 of ellul. So if you guys want to, look it up, check it out. Technological Society. I'll put an audio link here in the chat, right, so you guys could catch up on it, right? And of course, I greatly appreciate you guys' correspondence on a number of issues that ellul mentions, right? We have been going through a lot of it, right? We've been going through a lot of it, right? See if I can find this for you. They might have taken this channel away. Oh no, it's still here. Oh, but he has nothing. He took all his videos down. Yeah, so we'll have to make an audio book for Technological Society. Sad we don't have one anymore. But yeah, we need an audio book.
It's not there anymore.
Yeah, we don't have the audio book for Technological Society anymore. So
Boo.
he's taking it down. Yeah, so so man, if we could get somehow that made again, that is a huge. I should have saved that, honestly. I did I did a horrible thing not saving that video. All right. But yeah, if we could get an audio book of Technological Society, that would be great. I may have my friend produce that, right? On the Discord, so we'll have that for future time. That is a huge service that we may publish on this channel here. Would be huge to publish that, right? We need an audiobook version of that we can constantly refer to, and all that. So yeah, that would be great. So yeah, so we're gonna move on with ellul and Mumford, right? We got a lot more stuff with Mumford. We got 2 or 3 writings and books by Mumford that I want to take a look at, and we got 2.5 books by ellul that I want to look at, really. So there's no shortage of material here. Of course, I'm jumping around a lot to a lot of things, right? So let's take a look at Modern Men Lost Again. Yeah, exactly. So let's take a look at Modern Men Lost Again. Play some music for you guys. Yeah, blessings, you tell me. Thank you for being here. Yeah, Lex Animato is here. Yeah, I appreciate you, man. But yeah, insanity, man. That's gone. He had another cool video on ellul too. That was cool. He had a couple good videos on there. But yeah, man, the guy, fuck. Yeah, we need I hate when I lose videos and shit. You guys ever get that?
Mm-hmm.
It's like sucks. It's like you lost like some that you really like, or some that you had. It's not a possession, but it's like you could have possessed it. It's like you're just too lazy to record it. So fuck, man. It's always weird when that happens. But yeah, audio book of ellul. Let's try to get that up. Oh wait, I just played that. There's a different Killer Priest song here as well. Oh yeah, this is my favorite. This is one of my favorite Killer Priest songs of all time, called Tai Chi. He says, walking through the pineal gland as if it was an unforeign land. Insane lines. For like, the time period. I think it's like 97 or some insane rhymes.
Sons of Mansion has been opened up. Doors open. Yeah. It's not. Beware biochips. I shit hits harder than slave whips. Like I waited to get tips from Egypts to sea ships to being chased by New York cops out the precincts. And words was bricks. Rebuilding projects and pyramids. Evil kid, I destroy your ass like London Bridge. Smoke trees and weed, take off the leaves out the twigs. Per truth is what I got to give, a lot to live for. You ain't rich before poor. It ain't peace without war. How would you stand without a floor? Under, over, intoxicated, sober, younger, older, get elevated. Higher than an empire state. Elevators I roll with creators and creators. Stalking through this nature that have been raised your capacity in your brains beyond the clouds of rain. 7.5 I contain. Space was my birthplace. Meditating cocoons. Now I see snakes in human costumes.
Expand your mind. Expand your mind. Expand your mind. Expand your mind. Time.
Harmless, the blind man talk, cripple man walk, see nor hear nor stomach's ass, Lord. Exhibiting first segment, deaf unseen, the beings speak no evil, all I sin. Tapping into the world, reading with the proper wisdom, meditate, situation, all by the state to state, break the pace, fake contract, date, etc. Slave and do death to the treasures, washing my robe in the blood of the lamb. Consequent, never strand, New York, blue color, rocks, green, Coretta black, they never black, bring all your acts, bring them together, compact, put them on tracks. Then let's see how they act as the aftermath. Reach to celebrate the sun, you had no radiation, you burned to ashes. Ain't one of the parties, you been crashing. Bring a beat, I'ma slash it. My niggas make sure the doors are the spell. It came as about to sign on. Transit, you can read the block of papers. Make no mistake, double play. Penetrate, with your smart strip, baby, get reincarnate to another shape. All fashions, what can happen? New jacket. Your rapping ain't the back and somewhere caught up in the happy legacy. Just stolen souls of streets and moments.
Expand your mind. Expand your mind. You shall find. Walking through the pineal glands like it was the unfarmed land. Knowledge is the key to the mind, which is a mysterious doorway through a long dark hallway. Use your conscience as a compass to avoid being conquered by nonsense. Use your subconscious as a map. Once it's time to head back, use your food for thought to leave bread tracks. Now we can see the third eye, swift as your birth fly. Use your common sense as a detour. Up ahead there lies 3 doors. For you to see more, you might have to meditate to the soft melodies from a keyboard. Understanding is your flashlight. It reflects the windows to your past life. No psychiatrics can raise you from off the mattress. You fall deeper and it's hypnotized. You better read my lips, cause that's the guide. Out the hallways of negative, which is always competitive. Therefore, you must never let it live. Expand your mind. Seek and you shall find. Expand the mind. Seek and you shall find. Expand your mind. Seek and you shall find.
So I can't show you guys how he changed the title of the video. I mean, or whatever. I mean, yeah, blessings, Salted Cedar. I appreciate you, man. Yeah, it's been a pretty good night, honestly. It's in terms of material, right? Honestly, we we outperformed, you know, all the other shows, definitely. But I mean, in terms of you know, different topics, right? This is really the type of show I like to do on Wednesday. I mean, the quality of the shows is improving. You know, I have had significant feedback, but yeah, the name of the episode was "Is TML able to have a conversation?" or some stupid like that, stupid shit. I mean, so I named it here. Can TML have a convo or whatever? I mean, so it's 39 minutes long, so we'll just sit here and watch it. He's not deleted the episode, right, to hide the proof of what happened. I started yelling at him. I mean, then he brought Sanity Machine up and tried to backstage us. So I just left. I'm tired of the games. Right? And he started, he opened it up saying he wasn't going to backstage us and have a conversation with us. All that stuff. I was being super conciliatory, trying to be friendly with the guy. Right. And he just wasn't having it. Changed the name of his episode and then took it down. Right. So we'll sit here and watch it since it's no longer available. Right. And then I'll conclude my show. Tomorrow we'll be looking at the Panelverse drama shit either tomorrow or Friday. We'll figure out which one. Right. I do have to fast tomorrow, so I may not be up for it tomorrow. Tomorrow I might just be fasting, praying. Friday I might get into it. We may do a music stream tomorrow. Right. So look out for that. But yeah, anyways, the rest of the show will be this video. Thank you guys.
I have no fear, right? I believe it's important to, but I also don't want to be, I want to see if, you know, can you have a conversation? Because I don't know if I've seen it. Now that I think of it, can I picture him talking to another person? I feel like it's always in a group.
What? First of all, if you're in a group talking to people, you are talking to another person. I don't understand. Like, you want to have a conversation online for money to grift, and you want it to be a quote unquote real conversation. Is this a wise or realistic expectation for somebody to have? No, it's like there's hundreds of examples of me talking to people. So what is he saying? And I can't pause this every 5 seconds. This guy's a blithering fucking idiot. But yeah, the thing is, like, I'm here to have a real conversation. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're doing this for money. You already admitted that. Sometimes trolling, sometimes doing fake shit, having fake intellectual conversation, manufacturing drama. You know what they said on the show, bro? He said that Lindsay Smith texted him for her to send him nude photos to create drama on the show.
It's stupid.
It's fucking stupid. And they already did that bit with Flow State. So was it real when he did it, or was it just for grifting? Stupid shit. That some lady sent them nudes and then they're gonna blackmail them and create a whole situation out of it. Fake situation. Crazy stuff. And people are giving them money. They're like, fuck this whore, you know, insanity. All right. So yeah, so they're having what about the last municipal trash department show we did where we brought these guys on? They admitted they wanted me to come on for a fake drama debate. They admitted it on the show.
Yep.
And they're like, why won't you participate in our fake debate? Are you scared? This is literally what they said to me. I said, no, I don't want you to get paid for the fake drama that you create. What? That's a waste of everybody's time. So can I have a real conversation? How about you be real for once? Like what? So yeah, we got to put the questions to them.
Hold on. I heard something. All right, here we go.
Yeah, it's me. Yeah.
I hear you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. So what about the OTW clip? Do you want to refer to specifically? You're talking about the loyalty aspect, or I'm not really picking up what you're putting down here.
It's essentially that there is a double standard to where people will make criticism based off of who they're in the heat of the moment angry towards. I know you
Wait,
operate.
do you think I've never criticized OTW? Because I can show you that.
That's not what I said. I just believe that there is a.
Because me and OTW and Paul have gone at it for a long time. I don't know if you know that.
I don't know. I don't know shit, man. I don't know any of the lore, the
Yeah,
history.
yeah,
I'm
me,
just going
yeah,
back
me
weeks.
and yeah, me. I mean, OTW and Paul have been like enemies. Like me and Snafu have been enemies for like a long time. Like that was a regular situation, basically before you showed up, right? So
what is an enemy?
I'm talking about like they would make streams about me, like criticizing me, like saying how stupid I am, like so on and so forth, right? So I mean, critiquing me as a fake intellectual, like so on and so forth. I mean, basically anybody who does attack streams, it's like 2 or 3 topics that they focus on, right? You're a fake intellectual, you're this, you're that, you know what I mean? So it's just the same type of, it's sort of a routine attack. So I've had different groups attack me, right? So they fall into different camps, right? So I've had, you know, like like I'm sure you've met like CBO crew, right? Like I seen you go on their streams, right? Chalkboy Outline, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I've been calling him Cockboy Hotline for so long because we've been beefing, right? So like whatever. So they make attack videos on me, right? Then Paul and Slave make attack videos on me, you know. So this happened with everybody.
Tent and he
Right,
could
so-
accomplish
so-
more.
so-
Nobody
so-
gives a fuck about your dumbass fucking philosophy. Nobody gave a fuck about anybody's philosophy takes. What the fuck? When did a philosopher ever do a fucking thing? Show me one time a philosopher ever did a fucking thing.
So this happened
Facts.
between everybody, right? So this is not a good thing that you're doing or participating in, right? And that's why everybody's been calling it a loop, right? Whenever you participate in, right, they say this is a loop. Also, I'm hearing a huge echo. I don't know if you're hearing that or.
Yeah. Let me see. If I can.
Yeah,
reset.
What's that in his background?
I'm still hearing it. I don't know if that's okay. I think that's me. Yep. Sorry, that's me. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. That was me. Yeah, this was a Halloween day, so I think he's got like a scary background or whatever. But yeah, if you guys go
Blood on the wall or something.
right. But if you go to October 31st for this channel, you'll not see any stream there. I mean, so yeah. I wonder why that is. Could that be because I made a rare appearance? Yeah, I think he left the studio. He's gonna come back in. Yeah, that was my fault. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, blessings, sir.
Blessings.
Yeah, peace be with you.
Okay. It's.
Yeah, that was actually me. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, it was you. Okay. All right. So yeah. So I've heard this a lot. You know, I've heard people say,
I
"Oh,
can even show you the videos where we attacked each other. I still have them. You know, they're still on my channel. So I still have the videos where we all attacked each other. Right? Snafu attacked me. Right? Flow State attacked me. Right? Snafu and Flow State attacked me. See, all I'm trying to prove to this dude is I'm not in any groups. You know, y'all are the one in the groups. So y'all just, I mean, like, you guys gang up and attack whoever you want, right? Like the same people that, you know, you gang up with, attack others, or you gang up and attack. They've attacked me. Like I don't fuck with any of these people. So so the thing is like, you know, see, nobody calls into the show other than Denizen and, you know, a few other people. You know, so it's like, you know, the shows that Denizen goes on, none of those people call into my show. You know what I mean? Like, even though they say they're going to all the time, like I've heard it like tens of times. Like, we'll be there. You know, they've even assured me that they will be there, and never came through.
So I've been ghosted numerous times out here. But yeah. Also people who say, I'm a big tough guy, I'll destroy you in a debate, and they never show up. They never show up. Crazy, man. And it's like, I've done like 3 debates. I'm not like the debate champion of the world. You know, I'm like, it's like debate training wheels, and they still don't want to do it. I mean, it called me all types of names. I had a fight with Lindsey Smith and Cynthia, and then we made up with all of them. You know, I made up with Flow State, and then I got mad at Flow State again. Yeah. Lindsey Smith and Cynthia went around claiming on panels that I beat my wife because I was a Muslim. Real talk.
Dude, that was one of the first things I heard about you.
This is a real talk. See what I mean? So one of the first things that Denizen heard about me. Insane.
It's how I was introduced to you basically before I even met you. So like the first time I went on your panel, it was floating in my mind like that you might be breaking up with your wife because you beat her and she's divorcing you.
See what I mean, folks? So they literally slander people. They show up, create fake drama. And did you hear the recent thing? Landry said that Lindsey Smith texted him so she could send him nude photos so they could do the fake LARP again.
Wow. See, I knew that whole flow thing was fake. There was something very contrived about it. I thought it was just as simple as like Flo and his wife and Lindsay all knew like that she was sending him nudes.
Bro, he had Lindsey Smith on his show to assure him, to assure his wife that he wasn't cheating on his wife with her. Like, what?
Wow.
It's super cringe. This is their show. Super fucking cringe.
Cringe trombone.
Like, what? Like, we're here. Like, I just literally talked about, like, Pythagoras and Hegel. Dude, like, what? Like, this is low. I mean, or he got mad at me, or, you know, this is just recent, right? So then, I mean, then OTW and Paul and Slave started supporting me. This is all very recent, right? They never supported me in the past, right? They just started supporting me just recently, like literally as you showed up. So, you know, maybe you're attacking. By the way, he pulled up a video where I was complimenting OTW and he had a problem with it. Today, he just gave the keys to OTW, folks. This is today. These people are fake as fuck.
Sheesh.
Insane. Like this whole conversation is, can I have a conversation because I'm complimenting OTW about AI, but he's like, I had a debate with him about AI. So ultimately I must reject all products that AI creates.
Right.
Like what? Like that doesn't even, that's not even true. That's not even my position, but all right. All right. I don't know, man. It's crazy stuff. But yeah, so he just gave OTW his keys, but that's why he's starting this conversation, because he's got a problem with OTW, a fake problem with OTW.
Flo gave me keys once.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, I always like wondered about like if there are any kind of ulterior motives, because the first time I was ever on his show, he kicked me off the panel and blocked me.
Yeah, it's like you guys had like a socialism thing, right? Debate or something like that, right?
No. After I had already considered that I was done talking to Flo about anything, especially economics, because he gets triggered, he tried to argue with me about socialism on a panel that I was talking about it. Like I was on a panel talking about it with somebody else. He came up just to argue with me, and I pissed him off because I refused to argue with him. I did what Landry accused you of. I just wouldn't engage.
And this is like, yeah, and this is coming from a guy that's like straight up saying, and I'm not even lying about this. There's an entire video we made where he claims this continuously, that he'll defeat the entire panel that I have, including somebody who studied like computer science and stuff on a debate about technology. Like the
Flo said
guy,
that?
this is flow state. He's totally
Yeah.
delusional. He's
Yeah,
delusional.
yeah.
And then he
Well,
couldn't demonstrate that he could do that at all against Penoid.
He has a lot of. First of all, he's a midbrain, so he's smarter than like 80% of people, and that blinds him to how stupid he is. And then he's got like a ton of sycophants
So be
constantly
kinda like
telling him how
Dunning-Kruger.
great he. Yeah. He's got a ton of sycophants telling him how great he is and how smart he is and how right he is about everything too.
It's like,
I don't see it. I mean, all I saw was shake weight. And I'm like, I'm out of here.
Yeah, that is some crazy either delusion or hubris or just lying to other people or misrepresenting yourself or your abilities or whatever. But yeah, I mean, like Wilson just conceded my positions that I made in the debate. It's crazy, man. And it's a who are you saying is wrong now? And it's crazy. I mean, because you missed it, Denizen. There's literally a clip of Wilson going around saying language is technology and religion is technology now, and saying everything that you can use is a technology. Everything that can be used is a technology. So I was like, whoa.
It's awesome when you live long enough to see your detractors repeat your position, isn't it?
I know, it's great. It's great.
It's this crazy mind fuck.
I know, it's like, wait, but you just released a clip last week.
Do you,
I don't know.
Do you know what the argument was where I tapped out on Flow? Was whether or not there's artificial scarcity. And specifically, the one that blew up the conversation was whether or not corporations can force you to buy things you don't need.
Oh, man.
Sheesh.
That's
He actually took the negative position on both of those things. It's like, is the sky blue? Bro, you gotta find the video. I think it was on OG's panel now that I think about it. Orthodox guy. And he was calling me an idiot, telling
other
me
weirdos.
He told me to think of an example of in which a corporation can coerce you to buy something that you don't need. And of course, the entire panel thought of like 2 or 3 things right off the bat, right? Because you don't have to think that long to think of examples.
Well, I mean, coerce is probably too strong a term. That power of suggestion is usually good enough.
Right. Marketing is already a type of like brainwashing you into buying things you don't need.
Right.
But we in America, we have examples where corporations lobby the government to literally pass legislation to buy their products. Car insurance should be one of the first things that comes to your mind. It doesn't even take that long to think about it. Health insurance is another one that's on the horizon.
Yep.
Renter's insurance. HOA fees. Like corporations are constantly making you buy shit that you don't need, that literally if you had a choice, you would not pay for. Never mind like the stuff that they're tricking you into buying that you don't need.
Yep.
And if that's true, then then just that would be a huge point in favor of the position I took against Wilson, honestly, right? Because so yeah, if you find this video, let me know, send me this video, let me know if you find it, because we will review it on Cuck Rakers, because he did Cuck Hunter, so we're gonna do Cuck Rakers and expose Flow State as a cuck. So yeah, that would be a good thing to review, because that show is going to be him losing debates or performing badly in debates and then wanting to be a master debater, right? Like his daddy, Andrew Wilson, right? So we're going to prove that. Last like 10 shows he made were about Andrew Wilson.
It's like insane. You know, the guy's like on a promotional campaign, right? You know, and he thinks he's like doing damage when he has all his little supporters on his show giving him donations and then giving their case of why it's not true what he's saying. So it's looking like gay ops with Flow State, honestly, and Andrew shit. But you know, it's a little bit of like, oh, we'll do fake drama for promotion. That's why they don't mention me in the drama, right? Because that's promoting
Good.
our shit, right? Yeah, but they don't want to.
I mean,
promote,
good.
You know, they don't wanna,
Good in the sense that they know that you're not fake, but bad in the sense that you're not getting more reach.
right? Like so ultimately, that's why we're doing this. It's ultimately selfish. We've seen that the numbers constantly drop on our channel. We constantly get shadow banned. So we engage with these fucking clowns so that our numbers will stabilize. So we've continuously done this as a chore, right? To maintain numbers on our channel. Yeah, I'm not doing this for money, you know. So the only reason is to reach people or whatever. So I'm being purposefully, whatever. You know, obviously, yeah, this is a very, in my opinion, this is a very boring conversation.
It's like Tedder's light.
Right.
Instead
I
of
stay away from
mailing,
it.
instead of mailing certain incendiary devices, we engage with fake channels and drama and stuff.
I stay away from it because I don't want those people in my audience. It like gets on you, dude. That's why I call it toxic, because
It's like panel AIDS.
Yes, it's contagious. It gets on your skin. It gets in your lungs. These people are just
Yeah,
they're the kind of people I would stay far away from in real life, you know?
Yeah, like I think like 5 minutes into this, I really start feeling a little icky. I'm like, all right, well, I feel a little icky, you know. But that's because of his reactions. So it's constant reactions, just constant snickering at everything I say. It's really weird. Like it's like, all right, why are you snickering? You know, like, you know, like all right, but yeah,
yeah, there's a joke and you're not in on it.
Right, clearly. And then the transsexual goes on the panel and she goes, or he goes, don't you know you're being farmed, buddy? It's like, yeah, I did this so he changed the title of his video, you fucking moron. Get a life, stupid bitch. All you do is talk about this nonsense all day, so what do you care? Never supported me in the past. Right? They just started supporting me just recently. Like literally as you showed up. So, you know, maybe you're attacking me, won them over to my side. See how it works, right? It's kind of a strange dynamic here, right? I'm not sure what the politics are.
So
Yeah, so bear with me here. I'm having a weird audio issue to where it's fucked up for me, but it's not fucked up for the stream, so it sounds good on that end. And this keeps happening, and I'm not sure what the fuck it could be. But so yeah, I hear you saying the same. You know, everything's happened before. This has been done before. The hate brings people together sometimes.
Right. So I can show you clear examples of like of how I attacked Flow State, and then we got back. How I attacked Paul Enslaved. How they were attacking me. With Cockboy Hotline, and then they changed. So it's all crazy dynamics, right? So I just stay there doing my show, right? My topics are a little different, right? Sometimes we talk about philosophy, sometimes we talk about politics, sometimes we talk about theology stuff, right? And then sometimes we talk about conspiracy theory stuff, right? And it's been labeled sort of the doomer show or whatever, right? But so yeah, there's a lot of doom and gloom topics, right? There's a lot of doomer guys. So I'm saying this all to appease him because he is ostensibly the one that's labeled it, right? So, all right. So I'm trying to appease his sensibilities.
Yeah, I can tell.
On the show or whatever. So it's a little bit darker than the rest of the shows, but generally we stay out of the drama. See, the people on my panels, they don't usually go around to the other panels, right? So I
do realize that, but what this creates is a situation to where people are just so they look at it black and white, drama, not drama, and then nobody's criticizing each other to when we should be able to criticize those who are next to us.
Yeah, I can understand that. Yeah, I can understand that.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you see what I'm saying?
No, I don't think I don't think it's a see what he really means by drama, not drama, is fake, not fake. And he doesn't want to be criticized for sometimes being doing a fake bit, right? So it's like he's like drama, not drama, but like really what it is like you don't want to be criticized for doing drama because you don't want to be criticized for being fake. So it's like special type of show at all that can't be criticized the same way as a drama show. No, you could definitely criticize my show the same way you could a drama show, and definitely people have. So so yeah, it's not different in that way. It's just different in terms of style, right? And the people involved, right? The people don't generally go and participate on the other panels, right? So it's generally just different faces, right? You'll see from Orthodox Guy to Flow State to your show, right? To Gabe's show, right? To OTW's show. You'll see a lot of the same characters. Right, hint, hint. It's the same exact panel on all the fucking shows except for mine.
Yeah,
like what the fuck, bro? Like it's like to the fact that you think like, are some of these people paid to sit here for 12 hours at a time? Like what? You know,
Yeah,
go on.
I mean,
Yeah,
they
go on
get donut.
Orthodox. Yeah, you know, like it's like 24 hours. There's a loop going on, and it used to go on, dude. I swear to God, you used to wake up. OTW news, then you used to I mean in the afternoon it used to be Paul Slave, then Jack Talcott, then Flow State at night. It's like 24 hours of loop that these people would create. And it's like, what the fuck is going on here? And I'm not like, you know, like I have so much time in a day, you know, but it's like they spent hours and hours and hours of time talking about each other to where like if they're not getting regularly paid to do this, you know, and they don't know these people. And like just now, like I've seen like 2 or 3 of them say they're best friends with somebody and then not talk to them anymore. And it's like, what the fuck, dude? They don't ever go on my show, right? Like Paul and Slave never comes on my show, right? OTW has been there once, right? So none of these people ever participate on my show. I believe Snafu was banned from my show like a long time ago. Right, for attacking Hank O'Flamio. Right, so I just banned him straight up just for attacking Hank. Right, because Hank is a regular participant on my channel. Right, so I said anybody who attacks Hank, right, just gets banned. And there still are people who attack Hank in our community, and I have to deal with them, right, because they're my friends and Hank is my friend. Right, and I have to mediate between Hank and these people. You know, so all sorts of stuff happens, but generally, I mean, if you go on my Discord, right, and I mean, of course, you're invited to go on my Discord, right? It's open. You've been there, I mean, a couple of times. I don't even know if you're there right now, right? But yeah, anybody's allowed in there, and you'll see the cultists and the zealots, and you know, the people who are religious and the people who are non-religious, the Buddhists fighting the Christians, the atheists fighting the occultists. You know, the Christians fighting the witches, you know, it's all crazy shit. You know, and of course I have to mediate between all sorts of crazy radical groups of thinkers. And right, because it's just like, you know, sometimes people don't see it the other guy's way, right? And you have to sort of help navigate through the situation. So so you know, it's a lot of work communicating with hundreds of people at a time, right?
Sure, but do you remember? I guess it's my same issue with OTW, to where we have some sort of conflict or whatever, and the way you handled it just makes me totally. It's just total opposites, you know. The way that what is your reason for wanting to bring in so many other people on your behalf in that heated exchange that we had about the debate that you did on Andrew Wilson? Like, what's the point of sending people on your behalf?
I don't think I used any more. Yeah, it's a false characterization. Nobody was sent.
Is he talking about the time that him and I got into it?
Maybe
not.
But like obviously, like you told me about that, so I was definitely not involved in that. So.
Yeah. Like I was gonna say, nobody sent me. I was just on a panel, and you, as in Landry, were saying really stupid bullshit, And all I did was say, hey, that's stupid bullshit. Do you have any proof or evidence or reasoning? And then more stupid bullshit came out of your mouth. And I said, well, I actually know the guy and talk to him all the time. So maybe you should reconsider your stupid bullshit. And now that's literally why Landry and I can't get along.
Yeah, the dude. So nobody was sent in on my behalf. I don't have powers to send people in to shows. Right. Nobody listens to me. That's one. Right. And secondly, we were very surprised, as to restate what I just said to him. I was very surprised to see Paul Enslaved and OTW News and all these people sticking up for me when he attacked me.
Right.
I was very surprised to see that because they had never done so in the past. Right. So for them to say, oh, well, he does have value. We've been watching him, all this stuff. And, he's constantly contributed to our shows and the community. I finally felt like, well, this is what you guys should have been saying the whole time. But, but that's besides the point. Right. But yeah, interestingly enough, me and Brown's boy were very surprised. Right. Like when I talk to him, because we disagree all the time, right? Like me and everybody, right? So when I talked to him and he was in the chat or whatever, and that's my top mod, I would say. The top mod is like Brown's boy or whatever, because he's consistently promoted the channel in other places, right? So that's the big time homie of this channel somehow, right? So, but like me and Brown's boy, we tried to have a really good conversation with Landry, try to bring him into the fold, and have a good conversation with him. Like, honestly, talk to him honestly and tell him what we think is going on in the panelverse or whatever. Right. And, yeah, so, we did not have a problem with him. Right. So whatever problem he's created is totally on his end. So
he couldn't have me defending you. That was my experience. We got along until I defended you. Because I did the same thing. I gave him the benefit of the doubt. At that time, I had never watched him or seen him do anything. So I had no reason to believe that his claims of not wanting to be like everybody else were false. And I was hopeful. But as soon as I stuck up for you, that was it. And then I got to watch him parade himself around all of these toxic lowbrow drama channels, acting and doing all the same shit that they do. And I was like, oh, well, that makes sense. This is my shocked face,
Right. Yeah, blessings, Moontan and Amen Denise. You guys are the homies, right? For real. Definitely. I appreciate you guys.
Just makes me totally it's just total opposites, the way that what is your reason for wanting to bring in so many other people on your behalf in that heated exchange that we had about the debate that you did on Andrew Wilson? Like, what's the point of sending people on your behalf?
So again, like, he's just totally lying. Like, what's the point of
this
sending?
Is what they do.
He's conclusively saying, he's asking me a loaded question. He's saying, why did you send people? So, first I have to dismantle the fact that I didn't send people, right? And then, so it's really weird. The accusation is in the question, but yeah.
And then he'll say, oh, well, that's what I heard. That's what I was told.
Right.
Well, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know the lore. I just got here. Yeah, it's annoying now at this point where he basically is just like everybody else in the toxic community, but he's complaining about it like he's not like that.
Yeah, this is getting like,
Yeah, I guess I didn't think of this, but yeah, that is a huge loaded question. But yeah, I don't think I used any more people than you guys did.
I don't ever send somebody to talk on my behalf. If I
Well, I mean, you had an entire panel on flow state there. You guys were talking. So
What are you talking about? What do you mean entire panel on flow state?
you had an entire panel on flow state. You guys were talking negatively, but I sort of made a strategic move there. I said, yes, I have people, and you have people too, sir. So what's the problem? Right. So I had a panel, and I was responding to it. So what's wrong with that?
We agreed that we could work at a moderator. You could have picked the moderator for all I cared. You know, it just clearly Hank we could have done. It needed some sort of, because you even went backstage at a certain point, and even that what's the Avian Buddha, you know, where he's going to come over, and it seems strange to me. I mean, I don't know anybody who.
Well, Avian Buddha is the expert on that topic that I talk about, right? So if you want to debate that topic, it would be clear that there's tons of people who go on my panel regularly, right? And I don't think you and Flow State did a very good job just debating the people who come on my panel.
Say that again. You said they did or didn't do a good job?
You guys didn't do a good job debating the people that come on my panel regularly, who correspond with the topics that I talk about all the time.
Well, dude, we tried to agree on a format.
I know you guys tried, right? But that's not the point, right? You guys attempted to debate those topics that I regularly talk about on my show. You attempted to make me look like I don't know what I'm talking about, right? Which is fair, right? It's fair to do that, right? But you know, when you couldn't even debate the people that are the panelists, right, that correspond to those topics, then it looks pretty like the critiques that you would be able to offer, right? And I did have a sort of a debate with you on OTW, and the audience did decide that I won that debate.
I said it myself too. I agreed.
Right. But it's not about winning. So I don't know why he's now agreeing that I won that debate, because that day him and Flow State were saying I totally lost. So
he's been saying you're a fake intellectual for months now.
Right.
That you literally don't understand the topics you're talking about, and that you just rip off quotes from other people and pass them off as your own. That's his opinion. Those are his words.
Right. Those are his exact words. Also, that I ghost ripped my book. Also,
yes, that was the new one that you didn't even write the fucking. So here's the thing. I kept telling him, "Have you read his book? Have you read his book? Like, I can send it to you for free, so you can stop pretending like you know what you talk about." So eventually, he caves in, clicks the link, and then what does he have to say in order to remain consistent? Oh, that's a different guy. He didn't write it. Hilarious. QED.
Hilarious.
QED, motherfucker.
So yeah, so this dude got caught like multiple times lying about me. Like, I'm talking about like lying his ass off, like pretty much like Toilet Bowl Earth or whatever. You know, saying like, you know, like Toilet Bowl Earth basically accused me of plagiarism or whatever, not having read my book. Right. So it's like, you might want to point out which parts I then plagiarized or whatever. Right. Or
not having read it. That's awesome.
Right. So it's like, all right. All right. So then it's like, you know, so yeah, so the amount of claims that this dude made is staggering, actually. So I know actually he did that about he did that to lots of people. So I mean, if you can imagine, he told like 6 or 7 lies about me. He told that many about dozens of people, most likely. Right. This is
here's where there's a solid difference, though. These were his
wrote the book.
These were his ideas. He can't say someone told him about TML. He came up with this. This was his own observation, his own reasoning, his own deductions. So he'll have to wear these assumptions around his neck for as long as I'm around. I'm going to remind him and anybody else.
So of course you wrote your book. I don't think anybody else would be quoting like Ghostface Killer and shit like that.
That's a good point.
Like, give me a break.
Yeah, they clearly didn't read it. Like, it's like, yeah, I did quote like, yeah, I quoted rappers. I quoted Plato. I quoted weird shit. I quoted David Livingstone, the conspiracy author. I quoted fucking tons of people. I mean,
you couldn't have written that book though, because when He lied about you, lied about your integrity, lied about your intelligence, called you a moron, did all of that in public, it disrespected you, didn't even listen to you, and then gaslit you about the whole experience. You got angry and swore at him. That was his reasoning, right? Like the guy who, called me an MF for this and a that and the other thing after I treated him like shit couldn't possibly have written that book.
And then yeah, and so the conclusion he came to since that is that I cannot have a conversation with people.
Right.
Amazing.
Yes.
Right. So yeah, so total trash.
From his perspective, it makes total sense too.
Right. Topics. Then it looks pretty like the critiques that you would be able to offer, right? And I did have a sort of a debate with you on OTW, and the audience did decide that I won that debate.
I said it myself too. I agreed.
Right. But it's not about winning and losing, right? That's not why I do this. I didn't do a debate with Andrew Wilson so that I could win against Andrew Wilson. Right. That's not why I did the debate, right? I did it because I think the topics that we were talking about are not really that well known, right? So when I brought you guys over to the panel, right, we focused on that topic for pretty much 3 hours, right? So I thought that was a highly successful stream, right?
What's your measure of success?
Focusing on the topic.
That's it?
Yes.
Okay. Well, if that's your, sure. But I thought it was.
At this point, I start getting dismayed with how many times he goes half off camera and then goes full off camera. So many times that I get distracted by whatever he's doing because it's creepy and weird. And but yeah, like why? First of all, the blood background, and then he's like ducking out, like going off camera to do a highly specific move.
Very chaotic. I mean, this is an easier way to engage. I think that for me,
Sure.
I believe it's
Sure, yeah. No, I like this way. I like this way that we're engaging right now. I do believe that this is a less chaotic way to engage. But see, you're looking at the context of the situation where you guys were already on a panel with tons of people that were already talking about the situation, right? So when I brought up a panel, right, obviously first I was alone, right, and then Reddington and Avian Buddha joined, and they're not really much for words, right? They're not really like panel people or like great orators, right? Really, when Rant and Pinoid came, right, that's when we had like the big talkers in the room, right? So they watch my show all the time. They correspond with the issues on my show all the time, right? So I thought they did a fair job representing those issues, right? And I think you guys, attempted to critique those issues, right? You guys definitely did, right? So, you got a chance to critique those issues. You took a swing, right? You may have missed, you may have hit some, right? But you got your chance, right? This is the result, right? The result is, you got what you asked for, right? You came to the Machine Lives to debate technology, and you got a debate about technology, right? Several of them. Yeah. No, sure you did. No, sure you did. What you experienced with Rant was not a debate in your mind?
No, of course not, dude. He wasn't debating me. He was fucking.
Then how? Then how come at some point you couldn't say, well, this is not fair, right? This is not a fair engagement.
What would you?
That's total bullshit. Like they kept saying, we'll challenge anyone, we'll challenge this guy, we'll challenge that guy, debate me, debate me, debate me. When we put them one-on-one, then they said it's not a debate. It was stupefying, I
don't think I've seen it.
Yeah, let me put the link out here for you guys, for the people that haven't seen it, because people might be wondering what exact stream I'm referring to. We did a stream where we invited Flow State and Landry to the panel, and this is when they wanted to quote unquote debate me. Right, this is all their words, their plan, their scheme. They wanted to do it on his channel so that he could grift, and I said no. Right, so I made this video. Right, so I'll just put Flo Landry exposed, because they're on their show saying, "Oh, we need TML for drama and to grift to do our fake debate shit," and then Cynthia tells him, of course, he's not going to show up because you guys said that, right? Yeah, I was not tolerating that fakeness, that level of fakeness for their non-tent.
You respond to that. What would anyone say in
I
that
would
situation?
look. I would think what I'm thinking right now, that you're a guy with a family, right? I'd like to be your friend, right? You're probably I'm trying to make some money in the world and stuff like that. I have nothing against you, man. I really tried really hard to like this dude at this very moment. Like, whoa, I really tried my hardest to be nice to the guy at this very moment, and look at his fucking face.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck, dude?
And that face right there is why I can't get along with him ultimately.
That face with that background.
He's
Yeah,
not
dude.
being real, right? Like this
Yeah.
is, it's all a facade. There's no, whoever the real person is, you haven't met him yet on YouTube. And in my guess, right, and this is just out of my ass, but it's based on EQ, is that person's an asshole, a liar, and like a really narcissistic manipulator. Stay away. That's what my brain says. Minimize contact. Lessen surface attack area.
Yeah, like that is a vacant, like, just like that is a soulless look. Like that is a robotic expression. Whatever
It's
that
like
is.
a flat. I think it's a flash. Like Landry's a character. Whoever the real person is almost came to the surface. So this is a facial reboot, right? It's like, does that make
Right.
sense?
Oh yeah, it's MK Ultra glitch. Like it's like, oh
Sad
wait.
trombone.
You know what,
I don't
though?
think anything.
Thanks to this dude, because like it makes all the other characters so much more obvious, doesn't it?
Right. Yeah, he did do that service.
Like I studied these people out of like fascination. I took notes, and this dude still revealed like aspects I hadn't seen. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, definitely. Wait, what? Huh? Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I'm playing the video. Shit. I'm like, why can't I play it in the StreamYard? The family, right? I'd like to be your friend, right? You're probably trying to make some money in the world and stuff like that. I have nothing against you, man. I don't think anything bad about you right now. So I don't know what you want me to think, right?
I don't want you to think anything. I just want you to be
If you brought
authentically
about if you brought about this entire situation to make me think something of you, that's not how this works, buddy. I don't have any opinion of you.
I don't need you to. I mean, that's the thing. Even talking about it is for me a waste of time. So, because I right now I'm just trying to get to the roots of.
So this is a waste of time. I mean, he invited
Yeah.
me up there to have this conversation. How is it a waste of time for him? Is really
He
weird.
didn't get what he wanted. That flash of the face was about that.
Like, not only did he want this conversation, but he's getting paid for this conversation, which he says contributes to his livelihood. This show that he does. So, I mean, the only one wasting their time is me, apparently. But yeah.
of your thought. I still don't really understand what you mean. I mean, that day was pretty wild and crazy. I'm not gonna
I don't understand what you mean either. Can I ask you a question now?
Yep.
Okay. When you brought me up here, right?
Mhm.
You're saying that I have loyalty to OTW and the situation that you're showing the clip on the panel, right?
Well, the reason I brought that clip up was because, he brought up how he wants to run you through the AI, make you do the AI. Oh, he's so excited about the AI. I believe that if I would have said
Right.
that, or about others, you would have said, well, I don't know about that. Fuck that.
Okay.
Fuck the AI.
Okay. So you're saying I'm being sympathetic to the AI. Okay. So now I get what you're saying, right? So I absolutely was not excited about his plan to run me through the AI. There's no way I was excited about that. So if I was showing a hint of excitement about that, I don't think, I retract that excitement. I'm not excited about that on the whole, right? Cage did that, right? He had an AI thing. By the way, my position is not that nobody should use these tools. That's not my position at all. That's not my position at all.
You use it, yeah.
No, there's three positions or whatever, right? That we talk about on the show, right? Right, that I talked about the first time I had the conversation with you, right? Right. So you look at the system as an interconnected whole. Okay, so in that system, right, saying that there's an interconnected like global system, right? So there's three options, right? Either the system will progress the way it does, right, or it will collapse, right? These are the two options that that Uncle Teddy mentions. I won't say the name because I don't want you to get demonetized or whatever.
No, it's all good, man. But here's the thing, right? And I can see where you're going here. But what I wanted to say is, like, this is the issue. We can't seem to be more conversational about it. To where I spent 5 hours today going downtown, dude. My mind was blown because this shit is real. Things are collapsing. Everything in the downtowns is moving outwards. But we can't even have that conversation because everything is so.
No, we can have the conversation. It's not black or white. It's not a black or white question. I'm saying that I'm part of the problem, right? So check this out. Right? Look at this line by Ellul, right? This is a crazy line that actually Reddington quoted last time, right? He says here, right?
This is killing him inside.
Yeah, I was trying to find the quote where he says, "I am that man," or whatever. So yeah, I'm at the end of the chapter on the state, I believe, or whatever. Yeah. So yeah. Anyways, yeah, I can't find it right now. I will find it for you. But he's talking about how the modern man is like a man who uses the tools that's afforded to him by the system of today or whatever, right? And then he says that man is I. Right, so he's applying the same critiques of the technological society to himself, right? So everybody lives in the milieu of the technological society. So everybody's subject to the same means of control, right? So I'm not saying that I'm special for understanding the problems or anybody, than anybody else, right? I'm not saying that I understand the problems better than anyone else, right? So that's actually a misperception of what I'm trying to say in my show, and I'm not trying to say that we should go back to a time where they don't have technology, right? It's a more nuanced take, right? If you read, Uncle Teddy's manifesto, it's way more of a nuanced take than that, right? Than just simply accepting or rejecting.
I've read like at least more than half of it. I don't remember when, but it was clearly, striking in a lot of its predictions here, and we see it all manifesting now. I mean, we've seen this from all these angles. I agree with you, but you have to realize my perspective is, and I want to sorry to interrupt you real quick, just to get some sort of thoughts in. I believe that my
I found the line, by the way.
The line?
Yeah, the line that I was trying to read you. But...
Okay, but the you can go ahead and do that then. Fine.
Yeah, but also I wanted to say that that 10th man was actually agreeing with you on Flow State's panel. I think I was watching it this morning, right? And he was saying that a lot of Uncle Teddy's predictions were correct, right? So he was actually agreeing with you too, right? And that's what I think too, right? So that's more the perspective that we're coming at it, trying to study which one of his predictions came correct, which one of his predictions were false, right? And putting the pressure on these things, right? So so yeah.
What?
Son of a biscuit eating bulldog. No. This is my recording. So 1755. I just got to refresh the page. Sorry about that, folks. It's because I clicked on another. It's because I'm searching shit on Google or whatever. Fucking gay shit. So give me a second.
I have no.
Yeah, no, I've recorded this for you guys. 1740 or something. Yeah. Came correct. Which one of his predictions were false? Right, and putting the pressure on these things. Right. So so yeah, he says here. He says man knows that man knows himself to be more and more free, right? For technique has eliminated all natural forces and in this way has given him the sense of being master of his fate. The new man being created before our very eyes, correctly tailored to enter into the artificial paradise, the detailed and necessary product of means which he ordains for himself. That man is I. Right, this is from ellul, right? So he's saying he's subject to the same means that everyone, I can read it again if you want, but yeah, he's not saying he's special because he understands the problem. Yeah.
So
and that's the guy that we're learning, right? And that's the main guy on our show, right? Jacques Ellul, right? So I can't go beyond what ellul is saying, right?
Yes. Do you believe that you are only capable of operating in the sense of quotes and because even just then I'm just trying to engage with the conversational dynamic and you went right back into that, and so I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to be presented to. I guess it's not the way that I operate in. I didn't do good in school, so I would love to talk to you about this stuff, but I still don't.
So no quote reading around here. So yeah.
Even when you weren't quoting them and you started to give your interpretation, and this was before you mentioned ellul's quote,
right?
He had a hard time listening to you talk about your opinion, which.
Right.
We understand on this show why it's going to sound like ellul, right? When you give your breakdown. But even that, he started staring off into space. And I don't blame the guy for that. He's got ADHD or whatever the hell it's called these days. But it's clear that he's not interested in the topic. So it's difficult for him to have a genuine conversation on the topic.
Yeah, and this is a guy who gets paid to have quote unquote real conversations, and this is what I do. I talk about this issue. So he wants to have a conversation with me, yet he doesn't understand.
Yeah, let me backtrack a little too. It's clear he's not interested in your perspective. So I mean, he may have had like an awakening where he realized that everything Uncle Ted said came true. And so now he has some interest in this, but he's not interested in hearing what you have to say. Not in this like video that I'm watching, not on the panel that I was on where you and him were also on, and he was treating you the exact same way. And then I think I remember even a third example. Was I on this thing here when they arguing with Rant? Or I was probably in the audience. I don't know. I can't remember.
Might have been there. It's a blur now.
But if it's vaguely familiar, like I witnessed it before, yeah. I almost feel bad for the guy. He's so fucking bored and irritated right now. Look at his face.
Yeah, he clearly doesn't give a shit.
Hear you talking to me. You know what I mean?
No, I don't know.
This feels like study club.
So what would you like from me today?
Just to talk to me. Like, how do you talk to people when you show up at the grocery store?
Oh.
Does that make any sense? Is that not like a very simple?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't make any sense. I feel like we're having a perfectly good conversation. So have a normal conversation like you would at a grocery store with a guy who's a fake character getting paid on the internet to lie about people. Like what?
He doesn't seem interested either. And I was just gonna say, like, I don't talk to people at the grocery store.
Right.
As a matter of fact, I started paying other people to go to the grocery store for me so that I could avoid talking to those people. And my normal conversations are like the ones I have here on this panel. Sorry, go ahead.
No. It's just that's how you know this guy's not real. It's like
have a real conversation like at a grocery store? Like where in America
with a
does this
stranger.
happen? Yeah, like where in America does this fucking happen? Like, oh yeah, I had a real conversation today at the fucking grocery store. Could you believe it? Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, what in the world?
If I saw a beautiful woman, you know, I might try to like strike up a conversation, but that would be contrived, you know. I don't naturally like go to the grocery store to have conversations with people, especially about in-depth technological things. Like I certainly don't go to the grocery store and I certainly don't go to the grocery store and bring up Uncle Teddy. That's you know, like, hey guys, while we're out here in public, have you considered how like our entire system is based on a lie and we're all being corrupted by the technology we claim to create and control? Hey, you got any bananas that are fresher than this?
Yeah, it's like
Don't you know that the grocery store is peak location for talking about ellul?
Yeah. It's like what? It's like you could tell he doesn't have real conversations because it's like dude, like like you go to the grocery store to debate people or to LARP or to troll people, like or you know to have drama with people. Like these are all things you do online, you know, for money, right? So it's like, do you do these things at the grocery store? It's just such a stupid, inane comment. Like, dude, like if you were having a real conversation right now on the internet, you wouldn't have to go to the grocery store to have real conversations where nobody has ever had a real conversation ever. Like, what the fuck?
I think there might be there's a lack of introspection here, possibly.
Right.
And maybe somebody having a real conversation would be just for him to be like, you know what, I don't like the sound of your voice. I don't like your opinions. I think you're boring and annoying. And I want to talk about this topic, but not with you. You know, like maybe that's the truth.
It's like I award you no points and may God have mercy on your soul.
Does that make any sense? Is that not like a very simple?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't make any sense. I feel like we're having a perfectly good conversation. I feel like I can understand you. You're speaking English. I can understand the words that are coming out of your mouth. Can you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Yep, I understand.
Am I speaking in Chinese?
Nope.
Well, we've been conversating this whole time, my friend. I hate to like cue you in here, but yeah, we've been having a conversation. You've been understanding me this entire time. So what can I do for you further going further on this platform?
I'm just asking if you do it with anybody, right? Where you have a conversation that is not within the guidelines of your books that you are constantly referring to and the authors and all that, just as person to person.
You seriously have to ask that question?
No, you were
dude.
asking me about the
you're
subject.
A prick.
It's such a weird, like, what? Like, so you just admitted you're having a real conversation with me after I cornered you, and then it's like, but yeah, do you talk to anybody? I don't know. I guess I've never thought. Have I ever had a real conversation? Whoa, man! Like, what the far out, bro? On my show.
He's being a little bit more honest though now.
So I was responding. Right.
He just wants to back and forth with you to see if there's like another TML, you know, if this is a character or a hat that you're wearing, and he's not interested in the topic.
About that.
What did I say about that?
We were talking about the debate we had.
Mm-hmm.
About the subject on my show, my friend. So I don't know if you remember
Well,
what the
I was
subject
talking
was
about the. I do.
Do you remember the conversation we were having, or are you so confused? Do you remember it?
How would I not remember that?
You sound very confused.
I'm
Are you
not
having a problem
confused.
remembering the
Well,
conversation?
I'm a little confused about how you operate. It's very different than me.
Right. What are you confused about?
I'm confused because I don't know where you come into these situations thinking that like we are like, okay, imagine I had a book right here and just everything I said, you know, well,
No. I'm referring to
Mr.
the book
Daniel-
because we were talking about the debate that we had on my channel.
I understand that, and you want to talk
Right.
about
So,
ideas and not people,
because
but my
no. I was talking about people, Landry. I was talking about you. I was talking about your misunderstanding of the material that I covered because you continuously refer to it as I'm trying to reject technology and go. So you're mischaracterizing of the material that I covered.
I'm mischaracterizing it.
Yes, you have
What
on your
was
show.
what was the mischaracterization?
I just explained it.
Just said.
I just told you. Were you listening,
Did
or
you
were you
explain it?
highlighting comments? Were you listening to what I was saying? Or
I highlighted one comment. Did you explain
what was
it,
the
or did you
complaint? It's
Fair
very
enough.
clear
He
to-
didn't hear you because he was
Yeah,
clicking the comment.
It's very clear that he was clicking the fucking comment and not hearing. It's fucking insane. Like, dude, like this guy is half listening to the conversation because of the chat and stuff, and he's seeing the audience. He's more concerned with how the audience is responding than with what I'm saying. A 1,000,000%. Right?
This is like a chore for him because this is drama farming. Like there's what's the word, conflict or
Yeah, it's like
there's bad blood between you guys, and so that gets views, I guess.
yeah, like you want to have a real conversation, but you're too busy highlighting a fucking Get your fucking head in the game, boy. You know, this is crazy.
Refer
Just
to the
said.
book.
The comments way off on the
Yeah, but you didn't hear
outskirts of
mine because you were
the
highlighting it.
conversation too. It's
Right.
not even really relevant to what either one of you's talking about.
Like what? Like he thinks like that this is a legitimate point against me. That's the sad part. Like that's why he highlighted it, you know, for a fact. And it's like it's like what? So you want to go back to the 80s? First of all, that's not possible, and second of all, it doesn't significantly reduce the situation that we're in. So it's retarded. It's a retarded proposition, and that's
Not enough to.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying that's not a slight against Jim from Florida. You know, he has commented and said, he watched my interview with Jesse Howe, and he said like I'm a genius and all that stuff. So I appreciate you, Jim from Florida, but why are you a moderator on this trash channel, bro? Like what's wrong with you? Like, you know, maybe you ought to check your priorities. Right? I don't know.
Yeah, Jim, you could do better. Yeah, and I was gonna say like we can't go back to the birth of this iteration of our digital enslavement for a solution to it, right? Like the 80s and 90s is when the Total Information Awareness Network really took off the ground, right? Like we turned our back on the Wright brothers.
Yeah, this is wild, man. But yeah, man, this is crazy stuff. This is crazy conversation. I think there's only a little bit left. We'll play a comment.
This is my whole point, though, right? Because like I don't think that you.
This is my point. This is my point. You refuse to engage with the conversation that's being had. Right?
I think that we need moderation here because I don't believe that we.
Sure. You can summon a moderator. I think Neve is a Jim from Florida, right? Somebody
Yeah,
can come
I
up.
don't care who. I believe that there's some. We have a fundamental
Me.
issue with our conversational dynamic. I don't know. I
Sure,
don't see what it is. So
sure. But you summoned me here, right?
I did, yeah, to talk to you, not about
Right.
you
So
know,
what?
the
So
books.
what? So what do you want to talk to me about, Landry?
That you I mean, so I wanted to be able to.
You want to talk to me
criticize-
about OTW, right?
I mean, not really. I mean, this was just very. There's
Well,
very.
that's what you highlighted. That's a conversation you highlighted.
In the beginning, or just now?
In the beginning of the conversation, you told me to come up about some sort of fake loyalty claim you made about me and OTW. I assured you there is no loyalty between me and OTW, so on and so forth. You know, as you're assessing on this platform that people stick together, right? But you're putting the wrong groups of people together. Right? It's true that me and Browns Boy are friends, but me and OTW are not like huge friends or anything, right?
That's fine. I mean, that's just.
Are you bored?
Are you? Is your camera on? If you're yawning, I can't see it. It's late.
I don't know.
I'm
Yeah, I
not
could get
bored.
out of here if you want.
No, I want to be able to be. Like I said, I don't even know how to explain it. It seems so. I know RT and you got into it at one point because he had.
No,
the
we
same
didn't.
Sort of,
No, we didn't.
Okay, you didn't.
Yeah, but what do you
RT
mean
and
RT
I got into it
about? What are you talking about?
over TML.
Right. So it's like, how did I get into it with RT? Because he made a claim that was false, largely. Like what? So how did I get into it? Like I don't understand. Like so anybody who makes a claim about me, I'm all of a sudden in a problem with them specifically. Like I'm in a. I got news for you, bud. I'm in a problem with tens of thousands of people at this rate. And like, what the fuck? Like you know, stand in line.
Somebody, I don't know, dude, just where he was talking to me. We had the same
See, you guys have
perspective.
all these narratives. Like, what are you talking about? You just made up a story. Like,
how did I make up a story? Okay,
what are you referring
This is what
to?
I'm saying. This is the shit that's inside of you, man. What
What
that
are you
shit?
referring to?
I'm interested in that.
What are you talking about? RT said what? You just made up a
we
story.
both agreed about the reading the books and all that, and how it's just awkward and it's not
Reading the books,
natural.
what?
Just when you just now, you know, you're like, I am not interested in the dynamic of we're doing a study club together. What I would rather do is just if you're off the cuff, you explain them as you understand them. Because if you understand them,
look. If you're not trying to do a study club, then you shouldn't try to debate technology. It's a bad idea. You're trying to go around and debate people, but you don't want to do a study club. So how are you going to prepare for the debates that you go around and
what
do?
else
Are you just going to troll people?
No,
Are you just going to troll people to prepare for debate?
I mean, dude, if you realize the
No, look. How do you prepare for your debates? Do you study or do you troll?
What debates?
The debates that you want to engage in.
I mean, how
you
many
started this conversation saying you want to debate. What debates? Good fucking lord, dude. Good fucking lord. Like what debates? Like, bro, like this guy's been saying, like, not only did he not get a debate, but like he wants a debate, that he'll debate me, that he won a debate. Like he's said all of these things. Like so not only that, this guy goes up and trolls debaters. So that's his real thing. Like this dude goes up, and I'll show you guys. Like legit, like this dude got up, right? He goes on big name shows. He has like some sort of conversation with the dude, like just like he did to Rob Nowert, right? And he just shows up and acts like he doesn't know what the other guy's talking about to make them flustered or whatever, right? So he just keeps on doing this LARP until the guy figures out that he's not willing to engage. And that's exactly what we're in right now. We're in the same type of, we're in the same type of situation. So I know exactly what he's doing, right? Because I've seen this video. Landry Chamberlain versus Vaush, right? And I seen when Vaush kicks him and the conversation that leads up to him where he's like, all right, this guy emailed me. Sorry, guys. This guy emailed me and pretended like he was real. I'm really sorry, guys. I thought he was real. He's just a troll, blah, blah, blah. So obviously young Landry posts this for 1K views, puts Vaush's name in the title to Cloud Shark. So this is his, it's a tactic, right? So yeah, so this is not a real conversation that I'm having with the dude. This is the conversation that he has to gain clout for himself or whatever. I mean, this is the type of conversation he does to gain clout for himself or whatever.
No audio.
Oh, whoops. Wow, that's weird. So now you guys can't hear the audio. Okay, here. Let me refresh the page. It says the browser has lost connection to your motherfucking screen share. Okay, let me try to do this again.
Sheesh.
Wow, that was retarded. All right.
Your president by.
Can you guys hear that?
Yeah.
All right.
Like tabloid news cases about their children.
Tabloid.
Yes.
I mean,
The
if
New
it was
York Post
Trump
is
in
a
that position.
So you guys can hear it now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Then,
Yes.
I mean, if the Trump was, do you not
feel
Wait,
like you're
you
in a
realize
similar
that
position?
Trump and his family have been after scandal after scandal after scandal. Do you know
That have
how
been
many
debunked.
Do you know how many tens of millions of dollars Trump has had to pay out in settlements after breaking the law just since becoming the president? I think it's
And why would he do
$29
that?
million. It's not debunked. He just does it all the time, and you guys don't care because you assume anytime anyone criticizes Trump, it's fake news. The dude
No,
just
that's not true.
No, it absolutely
I think there's
is.
a lot of people who support Trump who support whenever he's wrong. I think it's a very.
Oh no, wait, you're
it's
right.
very-
You're totally right. There are people who support Trump who like it when he does illegal things. That is true. Thank you for catching me on that.
That's a really weird way to phrase what I just said.
I think I just said the exact same thing that you said. Either you're
That I like when
unaware
he
of
does
what he
illegal
does,
things?
or you celebrate what he does.
I think you're unaware of the full story of what he does because it's only covered in one way.
I mean, he's
The media
he's paying out tens of
anti-Trump
millions.
all
He
the
has
way.
he has the best lawyers in the world, and he still has to pay out.
I
You don't give a fuck about America at all. You're just in it for like the cult feeling. Are you
What
trolling
is the
me?
cult feeling? What is the cult feeling?
Are you
Okay, that's cool.
You would just pay out settlements for it.
Like, since when is the law like something that like I feel like
You're
know,
incredible.
lefties or okay, that's cool.
You don't give a fuck about America at all. You're just in it for like the cult feeling. Are you trolling
What is the cult
me?
feeling? What is the cult feeling?
Are you trolling me?
That I like my life?
Wait, I need to know if you're being sincere.
About which part?
I would hope
About,
you
like,
would be
my
sincere about everything.
I mean, dude, the way you speak is like it's very robust. It's very like hard to like get around. It traps people. Like I said,
I'm not trying.
Like,
I have
I'm in a
not
position-
employed any rhetorical techniques against you apart from asking you questions. And
I mean, that's your thing, though. That's what you do. That's what I've seen you do.
I
And
do
it's,
ask
it's interesting to be in
questions,
this. Yeah, you do, but then you don't really like
This
let
guy's a dick.
like you talk so fast, and it's really
He's
mind-boggling.
angry, too.
But so
Oh,
here's
no.
it's like you like he's doing the same. He's like you don't know how to talk to people. Like he's trying to do the thing. Like all right,
Talk so fast. He's not talking fast at all.
yeah,
The fuck
Yeah,
is he smoking?
yeah. Somebody in the audience said, "quote The way you speak seems Jewy to me." Unquote. That's pretty funny.
Got him.
I've seen you do.
It's
It's interesting to be in
true.
this. Yeah, you do, but then you don't really like let like you talk so fast, and it's really mind-boggling. But so
Oh,
here's
no. You're a troll,
here's the
aren't
thing.
you? No.
Why would I be a troll?
Because you were too nice in email to be this stupid while talking to me. Nobody who
That's
believes
really-
in
So here's the thing.
unreality this much
Here-
would ever
here's
be
my
that
question
nice
for you.
to me.
I have a really important question. So this is if you take away anything else from this conversation, this is what I want to know. So the way that you communicate versus the way that I feel like a lot of people who I admire and respect, who you call various names, like Jordan Peterson. I mean, all these people online who disagree with you, you make a living out of like talking shit about them, right?
So he said so during the course of this conversation, Landry claimed that he respects Trump and Jordan Peterson, which proves he's a fucking putz. Like I don't know.
I think Peterson's a good communicator.
Sometimes, yeah, but other times he's goofy as hell.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really expecting much from the guy who got convinced by Jeranism that about the 24-hour sun or whatever.
Wait, what?
Yeah, this dude followed that Jeranism. He followed Jeranism and claiming flat Earth until he changed his mind by going to Antarctica physically.
Jordan Peterson?
No,
Jeranism.
Jeranism did this, and then Landry followed him in this.
Oh, okay.
More fake shit, really.
Yeah, so like it's like I told this dude in the beginning. I said you're just a gullible motherfucker, right? You just fall for a bunch of crazy psyops and shit. You fall for the Freemason shit. You just join the Freemasons because you're a gullible son of a bitch, and that's it, dude.
That
So
one
what is-
commenter was right though. The Jays are very concerned about how people talk.
Right, like
Very
it's
concerned.
tone police, like it's gay shit. Like I don't understand.
Yep.
Like, what gives you the right to
be so, unpleasant to people who disagree with you, and if that's not happening on the other end? Like, what is the joy of that?
The First Amendment of the United States of America.
But what is the joy of that? Like, it's satisfying?
Is it?
It's like
What
name calling
gives me the
against
right
people who
or
disagree.
why I like it?
Sure, both.
Well, the right would come from the Bill of Rights, the First Amendment, and the enjoyment that I get is because I like it when people do and believe things that are good and make the world a better place, and I dislike it when people do things that are bad or make the world a worse place.
Well, do you think that, like, putting people in boxes and assuming the worst of them is going to make them see more of your position?
All right.
Is it convincing?
Do you have any final memes for the class?
Any final memes? So, what do you want to see long-term 10-year plan with the Biden presidency being done or having passed?
I don't think Biden is going to live 10 years.
So that's the goal, right? To like get him in there, and then like the other people come in when he dies, or
Well,
what's the goal with Biden?
that is generally how life works, yeah. But presidential terms last 4 years, so.
But you think he's going to die?
I mean, eventually, yeah.
Okay, do you think he'll make it through the whole presidency?
The first presidency, I have no idea. It doesn't really matter to me.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, I hope you have a great day.
All right, I love you, buddy. He left. God damn it. We're done accepting email.
Sad trombone.
It's pretty funny. But yeah, so I wasn't the only person laughing at that, right? Landry was also laughing his ass off, most likely, right? Saying he got like video he made, fake troll shit, trolled the debate, whatever, bro. Like,
How much do
shit.
you want to bet he really think he like got the one up on that guy?
Yeah. So my next, like no chance. So like my thing here is just like, look, like let's just fucking like, make this a thing, like, because it's like, look, like you're a troll, but you want to have real conversations, but you're trolling people. So which one is it? You want to have a debate, or do you want to have a conversation, or do you want to troll? Like, which one is it, bro? Like, real talk. Like which one you want to go for? Which one is this? Which one is this moment? What are you talking? You don't remember? You don't remember the debate you wanted to engage in? How do you prepare for your debate?
Yeah, look, here comes
like
the
to learn.
yawner.
I mean, I don't debate people. This is not a
Right.
He
So how are you
stopped
going to learn
himself
without
mid-yawn.
studying?
How emotional
So how are you going to
it is.
learn without studying? Yeah, sorry, Denison, what was it?
He stopped himself mid fake yawn. This dude is like, it's like a fucking 8-year-old child. I've never seen a man act like this before.
Is
I
it
could tell.
just me, or does he have like similar mannerisms to Flowstein?
Yes, 100%, bro.
It's
Like,
really weird.
Like this could be his
Good- well,
illegitimate son.
No. What you're recognizing there is Flo constantly pretending like he doesn't care when he's like has a ball of fucking prosthetic rage in his asshole every time someone questions anything he has to say. It's the fucking facial reboot, right? Like, anyways, I just want to be on record. When it comes to Landry versus Vosh, I'm Team Landry. I'll step out on that ledge.
Yeah, I might join you on that one, but it's just a demonstration to show like he didn't want to have a real conversation with the guy, which is apparent. Right?
When it became difficult, but then what's funny is Landry made it difficult for Vosh, and Vosh tapped out like a bitch. Like he kind of flipped this. Yeah, but Vosh tapped out, right? He didn't engage with the questions he was posed. Like Vosh kind of exposed Landry was LARPing. So then Landry flipped the script on him and asked him a genuine question, and he couldn't answer it. Instead, he just framed it. Like, oh, you're going to keep memeing? Oh, that was actually a pretty good question. Why don't you answer the question about how like everybody who doesn't hold your political beliefs goes in a box where they're evil and everything they do is evil? That's fucking retarded.
Yeah, they're both frauds, right? But like, it's like I don't accept it unless a real dude exposes a fraud. This is like,
no, well, you can't. That can't possibly work out because trolls and jesters do most of the exposing.
I don't know, not to me. To me, it's the truth that does the exposing. The truth shall rise to the top. It is what it is. But,
Truth against the world.
Right. Because it's like the trolls, they poison the well on the other side, so it's a problem.
Yeah, these people definitely do. Like he's not George Carlin.
Right.
This is the whole point, right? This is what I was trying to say. This is the thing.
But this is what I was trying to say. Yeah, but this is what I was trying to say. You're not making any sense.
I don't know if you realize that if I interrupted you as much as you interrupted me, I mean, you'd probably be like having an aneurysm right now. So
you just interrupted me so many times. You want to go back and watch the video? You just straight talking over me.
So what is it that makes you come to this level, right? Because I know it's not common for you. So what is it about me that triggers this inside of you?
Look, how are you going to debate without studying things? Why is this triggering you?
I didn't say I
why
was
is
not
this
going to
simple
study
question? Why is this simple question triggering you? Because
why do you think I don't study things? Because I don't
because you got exposed as a. See, look at this, talking over. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like every time I open my mouth, this fucking dude has to say some shit. Like it's so weird. Like it's kind of weird. And it's like, I don't know, man.
It's a goading tactic, obviously.
Yeah, like I noticed this shit. Like it's like, okay, so here I go to talk to him. Okay, here you go. It's like, oh, because you got exposed as a troll, Landry.
What do you mean exposed?
You got exposed as a troll. You go around.
This is the whole point, right? So this is the you that we're
no, Landry, no, Landry.
Many times you
no, Landry. Did you troll Rob Nowhere? Did you troll Rob Nowhere?
Sure.
Okay, so you are a troll.
Sure. Sometimes.
So you do that, right? So you troll debaters, right? This is what you're.
So we can talk about the word troll.
No, hold on. We're getting somewhere. Don't get triggered. Don't get triggered. We're getting somewhere.
You're the one
No, hold on. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere now. Just answer my question.
Where are we getting to?
Do you troll debaters? Just answer the question. It's a simple question.
What is the troll? You have to define. There's levels of.
You just admitted you are one. I
said that I was engaging in a.
You admitted you're a troll. Let's move on to the next thing. Do you troll debaters? You admitted you're one.
This is what I'm saying. This is the.
No, you admitted you're a troll. No, don't ask me what's a troll. You admitted you're one. You said you were trolling.
Do you see how limited the way you communicate is?
Look,
I'm asking you sincerely. Just stop and just. Think.
Why are you asking me what a troll is when you admitted you're one? Do you not think that's a limited way to communicate?
I'm asking you if you can acknowledge.
Why did you just lie?
What did I lie about? This is what I'm saying. Now you're in debate mode.
You lied about so much, Landry.
You in Brown's.
You lied about so much.
Lie about me. All right, you're a great listener.
You lied about so much. What lie did I tell you?
I know what
Landry?
the issue is.
Landry, what lie did I tell about you?
People to come
to
you.
Just move on. So you just move on to the next thing.
Dude,
Landry, do you troll debaters? Oh, do you troll debaters, Landry? Is that your thing? You troll debaters, right? It's hurting him at this point. He's just trying to just answer this simple question. It's like he is flailing. I don't know what's going on. It's really hard for me to communicate with the dude at this point, like to actually reach home base with this one little ass question that he already admitted. He said he trolled.
Are you trolling me right now?
Are you trolling me, a debater?
Are you a debater?
Am I a debater? Am I the laugh is crazy, man. It's like, yo, like the guy literally said, you lost a debate with Andrew Wilson. Now I want to debate you. And then he's like laughing at the fact that I debate people. Like, what?
This
you know what I'm saying?
Guy.
But it's like, but you do troll debaters. Like, that is what you did in that Vouch clip. Like, that is what you did. So it's like.
It's a troll face right there.
Right.
He's making a literal troll face.
Damn. Are you troll? Are you troll? Are you a troll? Do you troll debaters? Do you troll debaters? Do you troll debaters, Landry?
Is this what you do to win your debates? Just constant interruptions and then not really any.
Now I try to win debates. I'm not even a debater a second ago. It's crazy, man.
Forward momentum.
I mean, you asked me what a troll is. You asked me what a troll is after you admitted you are one. I mean, it's crazy. and then you told me I don't know how to communicate, and then you made fun of my laugh. I mean, Great job, dude. You're great at communicating.
I'm asking you a question. Did we do okay? So is this a debate? What are we debating?
I'm not debating you right now.
So we're not debating. Okay, so point proven, right? I
You
was
came up
trying-
to talk to me. You came up to talk to me about the, and then you started talking about the debate. That's when I started talking about the topics I talk about because it seems you were misrepresenting them.
What did I misrepresent?
I don't know what's wrong with that, which is I'm gonna lean for bot. I'm gonna lean for bot and not a real person with that, which is because I don't know, like their matter of fact statements, they seem too unrelated to what's actually going on the screen, and like look at the way this sentence ends. It starts with a capitalization and ends with a period. Who does that? In a chat? Like, and then just reiterating what he's saying. So it was supposed to be a conversation. Like it's like, what? Is this a bot? So I'm getting that, which is like bot vibes for sure.
I think 80% of people are bots.
I've seen that
Right.
name around before, though, somewhere.
Yeah, and I'm betting there's highly specific bots that you can manipulate their personalities in different chats with AIs and shit. So there's probably highly sophisticated bots that could take on like 2 or 3 personalities and shit. Like, you know what I mean? So it's some real shit, man. Honestly. Like
Yeah, and they can log in like 100 times at once.
Right. So it's like, and the number of people in the chat, dude, it's weird, bro. There'll be 30 people watching this dude's show and 4 people in his chat. It's really strange, man. I get why that's happening here because it's hate watchers, but it's what is.
Well, they're lurking there too because they're clip farming and they have to be plugged in to like know what's going on, but they can't like engage. You know?
Yeah. I gotta be real. See, I have farmed this clip there, so I could see why. I mean, for sure that people would be watching this to clip farm because this is a stupefying show. If you pay attention, you actually learn a lot about the various characters. The topics I cover on my show.
Which ones specifically?
What topics do I cover on my show, Landry? Did you not know?
Technology.
Do you not know? Oh, okay. So you do know that.
Kaczynski's book Manifesto,
Right.
basically the same
Okay,
concepts.
right.
How society is moving towards.
There you go. So you do know. So why are you asking me a question you already know the answer to?
You got to think about it. Like, can you pause for a second?
This is amazing.
I don't know if Landry's going to end up watching this, but Landry, if you're genuinely trying to have a real conversation, you have to stop and ask yourself why you just did that. Yeah, because he may be unaware. Like, you know what I mean? You know, like there's a reason. Maybe you're bored.
Like, I'm really trying to help this dude communicate. Like, honestly, you know. But yeah, you know, I do want him to make more money online. He's got a kid. Hopefully, has you know, righteous character and all that stuff, and he's trying to maintain, you know, all that stuff. So if that's true, then, you know, may God reward him. But if that's not true, I hope he's cursed. I hope his thing fails, all that stuff. So it is what it is. All right. So I'm just on the side of whatever's going on is good. But yeah, this is like weird. You know, and now he brings Neve and Sanity Machine up, and then he backstages and then he also brings Zephyr up, but backstages her to talk to Neve and Sanity Machine instead of me and Zephyr. It's a weird move. Weird move. But I guess we could guesstimate why that happened. But
Goofy as hell move.
What did I
That's
misrepresent?
awesome.
The topics I cover on my show.
Which ones specifically?
Yeah, this is a 404 not found like moment. Dude, this is crazy, but this is.
We've gone
what topics
over
do I
it
cover on
twice.
my show, Landry? Did you not know?
Technology.
Right, like it's crazy. Right?
In this conversation, you've answered that question twice. And like at this point, when someone engages with you like this, you're going to be less willing to have a conversation with him. Like you're not allowing him to give nuanced answers. You keep trying to pin him to a yes or no, right? And but I mean, that's what happens after 10 minutes of gaslighting, yawning in someone's face, staring off into the distance, asking these stupid retarded questions that make no sense. Like, a smart person picks up on that and gets irritated. I'm just saying.
Yeah, this is getting like. So yeah, so this is like 11 more minutes of this. So, whew, man, thanks
Oh
for
no, I'm gonna shut up.
thanks
Let's
for
get through it.
yeah, thanks for joining me, folks. We will be doing this again on Friday with the Andrew Wilson clip where he reviews the panel verse. Now that everybody stopped talking about it, we're gonna talk about it. So you know, so it is.
And
what
we
it
talk
is.
about practice.
Exactly. You not know that? Oh, okay. So you do
Ted
know that.
Kaczynski's book Manifesto,
Right.
basically the same
Okay,
concepts.
right.
How society is moving towards.
There you go. So you do know. So you do know. So why are you asking me a question you already know the answer to? This is amazing. Just.
Do you really feel that way?
Do you want to have a real conversation or not?
I don't think you know how to. I sincerely don't. I don't believe that you actually could. I tried to tell you about the situation I was in today where I went out in the real world and did real shit to where I'm trying.
You did real shit on YouTube. You did real shit while holding your phone on YouTube. You think that's real?
What does that mean? I did real shit. So you're
I
presuming?
mean, what was so real about what? This is so crazy. This dude goes and live streams IRL and he says, "I'm doing real stuff in the real world." What the fuck? This is the
Like
cringiest thing I've ever seen.
comment.
That's so
Like,
weird.
You're in the fucking Matrix, bitch. Like, wake up. Like, what are you talking about?
This is so weird. Whatever like ability he has to piss you off, you definitely have the same effect on him because this is like, I don't know.
Oil
There's
and
childhood trauma coming out somewhere.
This is like some crazy. Yeah, bro. Like, honestly, like, this is a cringy ass dude. Like, this is an ugly dude. Like, honestly, this is an ugly dude. Like, I'm a pretty dude. Like, this is an ugly dude. Like, straight up. Like, this is. Like, I'm gonna say straight.
What the
like,
fuck?
This dude is hideous. You know, like, straight up. Like, I mean, it's weird. Like, honestly, there's few people that are as ugly. Honestly, but yeah, man. I mean, it just is what it is. You did.
I mean, how did you even ask what I did, or did I even get to that point? No, you interrupted me, and I couldn't. Even
I
get
did.
To
I just asked you. I just asked you what you did. I just did ask you. What did you do? I just did ask you, bro. Like, calm down. Like, I just did ask you. Like, relax. I'm not trying to get you.
You're not trying to get me where?
I'm not. I just asked you what you did in the real world.
Only just replies with questions.
I'm just asking you what you did in the real world, Landry. Yeah, the question shit is annoying, bro. Like, it's like, what? It's like, it gets old. It's like, you want to have a real conversation, which is literally 100% just questions. And like, what the fuck? Like, who
That's
talks
like
like that?
that's like a deposition, dude. You know, lawyers asking questions.
Right.
Like, give me a break.
The tone too, bro. Like, so are you able to have a real conversation, sir, or not? And you're like, what? It's like, what a weird fucking question. What did you do in the real world?
You are incapable of having a conversation.
Am I incapable? Of doing it. I just asked you the same question 3 or 4 times.
You cannot allow the back.
Landry,
and
you
forth.
said you went in the real world and did real world stuff. What's the real world stuff you did, Landry?
So watch what I just did. I let you finish talking, right? And then now I'm going to speak. So I went out. I took a train downtown. I went down into these parts of the town that I've never seen before, totally abandoned. They were basically just barely hanging on. The trains that were old and built, they were very deep underground. It's a way that I don't know if
That sounds cool. That sounds cool. So what city was this in?
This was in Dallas.
Nice.
But my point is that this shit is like, it's falling apart.
I'm trying to have a real conversation. So I'm trying to like, okay, bro.
Wait a minute. This is the real life thing he's doing. He's looking at old trains in the underground. I'm hearing this right?
That's right.
What the fuck? He's like a literal lurker.
He does do that. He lurks around like empty buildings and shit.
He's gonna like pop out of a bush and like ask a random person like, "Can you have a real conversation?" Like seriously, like this is like where we're at now.
This is too much for me.
It's fucking next level cringe. I'm sorry about it, folks, but it did happen.
Drifting towards the suburbs. I mean, everything is in the downtowns is very much.
Wait, slow down. What's falling apart?
Society.
So you're talking about Dallas is falling apart. So you went to go look at what, tunnels or something, or
I didn't do that specifically. I was just out in the real world in an adventure where you would be
so wait,
stuck.
so wait, no. I'm so look. I'm out in the real world, an adventure. What the fuck, bro? Yo, this guy
He's
goes
on a quest.
Bro, this guy goes adventuring in the real world. I'm a real boy. Oh my god, bro. I'm so confused as you're explaining this to me, right? You went to Dallas, right, to look at old collapsing buildings, and then you went to the suburbs, and you're saying society is collapsing because you saw
okay,
what?
So you are like retarded.
No, I'm not retarded. I'm really asking. Like, I don't understand what he said. Real talk. Like, he went to go look at old trains, and then he went to the suburbs, and society's collapsing. Like,
Because
like,
this is, you know, what a normal person does.
I know, it's
on
like
a regular basis.
just lurks around empty buildings and goes, "Well, aren't you guys upset? Society's collapsing. It's not technology's fault. So we need to wake up and
so edgy.
Go adventure in the real world and and use AI to adventure in the real world. What is going on? What's really good? You like what you're talking about? You're like, I went to
This
Dallas.
is what a conversation is like. You know, you exist.
Right,
in sort of
right.
this
I'm trying to get
combative
to the
state.
conversation. I'm trying to get to the conversation. I'm trying to have
This
a
would
nice,
be an
calm conversation with you.
interrogation.
No, I'm trying to have a nice, calm conversation.
But
with
you
you
get so
Landry.
confused by every
I
single.
love the the comments. Capital. It was supposed to be a conversation. Period. It's like, what the fuck? Like, oh my god.
Thing that ever happens.
No, I'm just asking clarifying questions, my friend. Like, look, like you're saying society is collapsing when you went to Dallas. What specifically did you see that gave you signs of the collapse? I'm interested.
Yeah, Zephyr, you should.
Wow, that's weird.
I'm interested.
Wait, why is there tension? I don't know. I think it's some sort of. What would your guess be as to?
I'm trying. There, I asked him a clear question. He ignores the question to go engage with the chat. This is the second time.
And then,
visibly happened.
And then says to you, "Why do you think there's tension between us?"
Which is
that's
question,
the part that kills me.
Right. It's a question in his chat. So it's like,
Right.
It's not a question he has specifically. It's
I'm trying to engage in a real conversation with you while I deliberately ignore your questions to engage in a conversation with my chat. As a matter of fact, I'm not even going to give you my reaction to what you just said. I'm going to read from the chat and ask you a question.
And of course, you have the comment. It was supposed to be a conversation, period.
Why are you so frustrated right now?
Gaslighter.
I don't know. I don't know if knows he's doing it.
Yeah, you know what? I'll say it. You know what? That which is, you lied about me. That which is, you are a robot bitch. That's it. You a robo-hoe. Like, that's it. You know, I don't mean to insult you, but you made claims about me. Like a lot of claims. Right? So, if you want to prove you're a real person, you can apologize. All these motherfuckers, like, honestly, like, I really don't give a fuck about Landry. Flow State definitely need to apologize. Right? You know, but yeah, Landry, I don't give a fuck if he apologizes or not. I'll just treat him like a normal person because this is stupefying. All right. But because he is not real. All right. So, I mean, so yeah, man. So, you know, I'm trying to take down the tension, folks, because of the audience. I see the audience talking. All right. Look, I'm trying to take down the tension. Look, what were you doing in Dallas? I want to talk about what signs you thought of collapse. I'm interested in your opinion. Seriously. Let's have a conversation.
I'm saying that the things that you say, right, I believe there's truth to them. I don't think that you do a good job explaining the truth. I think that you surround yourselves.
Sure, that's fine. I don't think you do a good job
Boy,
explaining the truth either. I know. I think you surround yourself with dildos, honestly. Like, it's like, you know, look,
That's not. Look, I could tell you my opinion of you. I'm asking you what your opinion was about the collapse in Dallas for the third time. For the third time, if you want to engage with a conversation with me, or do you just want to tell me how bad you think I am at explaining things? Because that's what you went on doing after I asked you 3 times what you think the collapse situation is in Dallas that you were trying to talk about. That you think you're doing a good job explaining, but you're not. But you think you're better at explaining things than I am.
Who said that?
Like you did.
I'm just saying that you get so confused by every little tiny minute detail.
I'm not confused at all. I'm not confused at all. Go ahead and invite Zephyr up here if you want. I'm fine with her coming up here. I'm fine with Jim from Florida or Dr. D-Head or any of these people coming up here.
Did you see the conversation that Yolanda came on and OTW and all that? I know it's normal.
No, I didn't. I didn't. I missed that one.
Well, so it was just very great because everybody was able to speak and get their shit across. It was a rare thing to see in this space. I know you're used to the interruptions and all that, but criticism.
No,
right?
I'm not. No, I'm not.
Okay, you're not.
No, I'm not. Watch my show. It's usually a nice back and forth on my show.
So what makes you do this here?
I know the answer to that.
What makes me do what?
The constant interruptions. Like every time I get, oh, what do you doing? What do you?
It's the lazy, like indifferent, fake engagement that's been going on. Just my opinion. And that's definitely projection on my part.
Yeah, that is just like the virus.
I've been there myself when people like it's like a subconscious insult to my intelligence. And then sometimes I don't even consider that the other person might be so dumb they don't even know they're doing it. So unaware of their own behavior. So
I don't know. That's giving them benefit of the doubt, I guess.
I would have started off that way, but after being on this planet for 4 decades, not so much. It turns out most people are retarded. Government of the people, for the people, by the people.
I'd say this guy has ulterior motives. I think he's playing dumb, if that's the part of the LARP, I guess.
He has
pops out of nowhere and starts like beefing with people for like no reason. So
he has ulterior motives. Yeah, he has ulterior motives, but he doesn't understand how that infects his conversation, and how someone who actually has genuine conversations may have an incompatible reaction to it. And then, of course, everybody's different. Like, I don't like being gaslit. It pisses me off.
It's really passive aggressive.
Some passive aggressive motherfucker might lean into that shit and find it engaging. What the fuck do I know? You know?
Yeah, real time. We recorded this dude on OTW News. We were reviewing a panel where he said to Paul Enslaved in a conversation they were having online, "I like that you're being vulnerable right now." So this is like, I don't know what to say. Like, that is some of the gayest shit I've ever heard a man say to another man.
And just for the record, usually when people have to ask, can you have a genuine conversation? They don't want a genuine conversation.
Yeah, they're used to not having one.
Like, that in itself is something that a bitch would say. Like, it's like we're not really talking right now. Like, can we really talk? Come on.
Yeah.
Like, that is such a bitch move. Like, what? Like, you're not talking to me now. Like, you're not really listening, though. It's like, oh, God. I don't know. I'm just hearing a lot of insults coming from you. It seems like you don't want to have this conversation. Like, you just insulted me out of nowhere. Like, I don't know what's going on.
This is my whole point, dude. If we can't handle
No, but why do you act like such a pussy when you insult people all the time?
How so?
Can I ask you that?
How so?
Like you get really offended when somebody hits back on you, but you insult people all the time.
What am I offended by right now? What are you referring to specifically?
You didn't just insult me right now when I asked you about the collapse situation in Dallas?
That I did. I'm just asking you which ones am I getting emotional about or defensive about, sensitive about?
No,
I didn't. Sure, I insulted
I
you.
mean,
I've insulted you many times.
I mean, you spend 3 hours every day like talking about people online.
I spend
like
3
you're kind of a
hours
pussy.
every day talking about people online. Okay, that's a
Yeah.
very interesting perspective.
Yeah, you spend 3 hours every
Easily
day like
proven.
crying about people. Like that's what your stream is
Crying,
about.
okay, so crying.
Right.
Alright, so
yeah,
what-
and
so
you got
what is-
other people crying in the background, but you're now this shit where he's like looking at the like where he's on camera but off screen. I really don't get this move. It's like, what is going on?
That's the shitty StreamYard layout.
Yeah, like it's distracting.
That is he's focused on his background with like a shirtless clown guy. Is that him?
That's
looked like-
Joaquin Phoenix.
Oh, I thought it was
shit.
Yeah, I thought it was dude from
This
Spider-Man 3.
motherfucker wants to be Joaquin Phoenix.
Yeah, I thought it was
It's-
Spider-Man 3 guy or whatever.
I think it's from the second Joker movie. I haven't seen it though. It's a musical, and I don't do musicals.
So you mean to tell me, as we're having this conversation, this dude had a literal fucking clown in his background? Bro, no way, dude. Like, what?
Wait,
He
they
had a
made
picture-
that into a musical? That is really gay.
Unfortunately, yeah.
And that's
It could have been
like-
such a great sequel too. Like the first one
That's-
left you wanting more, and it was right there for the taking. But
Yeah, it was
I don't know
right
why.
there for the. Oh my god, that's like Boondock Saints 2. And 3.
It's almost like he was mad because, like, when he made it, he said he didn't want to make a sequel, and then everybody's like, "That's the stupidest gay shit we've ever heard." And it's almost like they made a sequel just to snub the fans. Like, oh, so you want a sequel? Here you go. Here's fucking what the fuck, West Side Story, but with psychopaths.
Oh my god.
Yeah, like honestly, we could do the one eye thing because this dude, majority of his streams, he either covers his one eye with one of his mics or goes halfway off camera like that, right? And then a lot of his AI videos have one eye stuff, so it's like he's obsessed with the one eye thing for some reason. Obviously, I mean, he's trying to trigger people with the one eye thing or whatever, so that they could say you're a Freemason, so they could say. So what? I joined the Freemasons. It's just a picnic group or whatever. So yeah, dude, this is troll, another troll, the one crying.
Wait a minute. I don't think anybody's crying right now. But
I don't know. It's just incessant drama streams. It's just drama. I mean,
You're
and
creating
even
the drama right now.
Now this is a conversation that me and Zeph have like all the time. Like this is just how me and Zeph talk. So it's just like, like. I disagree with like 50% of what she says, just on a regular basis.
I'm trying to talk to you.
No, you're creating the drama. It's your stream. You invited me up to create drama. This is you. That's the thing, though. Zeph is one of the realest people out here. I think so. So it's kind of weird, right? Because like a lot of these people are not as real as Zephyr or Voxel. So it's like I could disagree with Zephyr all the time almost, like we would still be friends. We could disagree on 90% of things, and I'm pretty sure we would still be like homies. So it's like weird. It's more just about people's character than about what they believe. Like, what the fuck? Like,
My intention.
That is what you're doing. You're laughing because it's Jupiter's delight. It's true. This is what you're doing.
he does that whenever he's nervous too, by the way. I've
No,
been
no.
observing his face.
No, Zeph.
Ruh-roh.
Cut the bullshit. It's literally called high energy Halloween drama. That's literally the name of the fucking stream.
Is that the name
That's
of
the
the
name of the
stream?
fucking
Oh.
stream. That's the name of the fucking stream, folks. Yeah, his stream was named that. It was called Halloween Drama. So it was literally the stream name. So it was to pretend he's not drama farming. I think that's misperception.
Well, what are we doing at this point, though?
Reviewing the drama farming.
It's
ostensibly.
it's the meta.
That's what he would say.
I mean, this is reviewing the drama farming. But none of what we're doing constitutes a fake ass conversation. I'm reviewing a fake conversation. I'm having a real one.
That's true.
So like this is the problem. You're an actor. You're doing drama right now. It's labeled drama. You're acting right now.
Are you an actor, Timo?
No, I came up here to have a real conversation with you, but all you want to do is act.
Where do you think it went wrong? What am I acting? What is the
Why are you covering your face right now?
You don't even have your camera
Like,
on.
what the fuck? Like, I don't know. It's just weird. Like, you got half your face. It's like Two-Face.
You exist in a constant state of paranoia.
No, I think you're a two-faced person, Landry. I
How
think you
so?
say you
I'm
want to have
telling you-
real conversations with people, but it's just
That's a
drama for
fact.
content.
I want to be able to have real conversations with people who can actually do it. I don't think you can. I think you can do it in your way where you're reading your books and all that.
Zeph,
But
have I had
I
Zeph-
understand. Okay, let's bring
Here,
it
hold
on.
on,
Right?
here, hold
Now,
on,
do
here,
that.
hold on, here, hold on. No, hold on.
This
There's
is the
another
exact
human
same
here.
thing.
No, hold
We
on,
need
no,
to
hold on,
do-
no,
we
hold
need
on,
to be
no, hold on.
defended instead
No,
of
hold
just-
on, no, hold on. There's another human here.
You've now said now. Hold on. How many times, dude? Just talk. Be. A
No, hold
fucking-
on. That was a backstage. He promised me he wouldn't backstage me. So I know I was going too crazy with the hold ons. I get like a stuttering thing too. So sometimes I do stuttering. So it's my bad with the hold on things. So Sanity Machine criticized me because when I stomped Sanity Machine into the ground for his fake ass Gnostic belief system, right? And I asked him like 3 questions deep. He was flailing like a little fish, and he couldn't answer my fucking questions. So all his, yeah, so we destroyed him on Cockboy Hotline, and he still remembers me. He still remembers it fondly. The moments we had, like how much he hates me.
Normal person.
No, you can backstage me if you want, pussy. Zeph, am I capable of having conversations?
Yes, you are. Right now? No, I don't know.
I am. Oh, come on! Don't bullshit
Okay,
around.
I'm not being. I'm not being. I'm not,
Was that
I'm trying to
a
be-
bullshit conversation? Was I trying to have a conversation with this guy or not? Come on.
I don't know. I just got here.
Oh, come on. All right.
I did. I just
I'll give
got
you a
here.
break
I
then.
really
I'll give
did.
you a break then. I'll give
I
you a break
can't.
and rewind the tape. I've been having a conversation with this fucking moron.
My
Okay.
favorite bee.
Oh.
Landry, it's hard to tell when you're being genuine.
What's
Yeah.
so,
Holy shit.
And
Who
that's
is
from
that?
from a literal like cross dresser or whatever. Dude, but it's like what like, a literal cross dresser just told you're not being authentic, bro. Like you need to look in the mirror, dude. Like this is crazy.
Well, it sounds like Neve was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt there, right? Like, because the reason why it's hard to tell is because he's constantly being disingenuous.
Right.
And if there's any authenticity to be had that's actually there, if we presume it's to exist, right? Which we would have to do, then he's constantly like in this metamorphosis, like this fluid state between being completely and totally and utterly full of shit and a literal clown and like fake yawning and asking stupid questions. And then what? Some level of authenticity? Where? How is that even possible? And what's the use of it at that point?
Could you say that was a flow state?
Like I just told him straight up. I'm like, look, dude, like this the thing is like look, first of all, like I was losing it at this moment because Zeph admitted that I could have real conversations, which is his whole point, right? So it just demolished his entire point. And then Neve literally asked the dude, like, bro, are you even being authentic? So it was crazy. It's like they literally reiterated both the points I made. And so I just can't believe. So I was losing it at this point. So I was done at this point. I was like, you could sign me out.
Yeah.
You could sign me out. Like, this is it.
It's time for a smoke break at this point.
Right. Like, what?
That's like
thank
tag
you. Right. It's like tag team gold right there. It's like WWE, like professional shit. Thank you. Thank you.
That's true.
Thank
But that
you.
doesn't
That's
mean
what I'm saying. Thank you.
You're memeing at parts of this conversation, obviously, but there's other parts where I feel like you're not.
Well, no, because
Yeah,
I
thank
am
you.
trying to have a conversation.
That is so
with him.
refreshing. So I can have a conversation and you
Well,
can't.
I don't know
I
what
can
the
have a
conflict
conversation
is about.
and you're not even being genuine.
I've seen Landry have a conversation too, actually, but I really have.
So hold on. Let's get the record straight.
But I don't know about you together.
I'm capable of having conversations, and we don't know if you're genuine. We don't know if you're genuine. There, bucko.
Well,
that's what we're here to figure out.
TML, on the flip side, I think you're getting farmed right now.
Of course, I'm getting farmed. It's called high energy Halloween drama. I've said I'm getting. I'm getting farmed, but where's the video, Neve? He took down the video. Oh, guess I didn't get farmed after all. You were wrong. You were wrong, weren't you, little Missy? Fucked up in the head, you are. You're a cuckoo, crazy person. Fucking crazy for Cocoa Puffs. You're fucking online, literally reviewing other streams. That is literally your show. So, Neve, like, I don't know, man. I mean, like, you looking like it's a fake show that you run or whatever, but yeah, like that's my opinion. All right, so yeah, I mean it's a very like rude mud crab, like Neve, like I mean it's the same shit. Like like I'm not saying it like people don't enjoy it. I'm just saying I'm not gonna watch it. I don't watch that shit. Like that's not me. I mean, so whatever.
Farmed for what?
Who's farming?
I'm putting my name out there on the drama streams because this will be reviewed and reviewed and reviewed. Okay.
That analogy requires your subconscious to expand.
No, it
one day
requires
you
my
will
subconscious to be
understand.
aware.
I agree.
Of
what?
I don't even understand what
What
they just said.
analogy?
Yeah, like,
Did I miss something?
Yeah, like I don't. I think that was like poetic.
I think I have a contracted awareness right now.
Right, like
That sounds like some kind of new age mumbo jumbo or something.
yeah, like don't you know the subconscious is fake, made up concept, buddy? Like what?
Nev, you're
One day-
very wise.
One day you will understand.
Right, right.
Ketchup, French fries.
Sensei, yeah. The drama sensei.
Hey, at least I'm honest about it. That's why I enjoy
Hello. Is that Neve? Who is that?
Oh, it's Steven. Wonderful. What the fuck?
Hello. Oh, hey,
Hi.
Landry. I'm here
Hi,
to support
Steven.
Landry.
Hey,
support
I'm really
Landry.
smart and awesome, aren't I, Steven?
I jumped in because I think
He
the
doesn't
machine
like me
lied.
at all.
So the troll,
Yeah.
yeah, the troll is supporting him. So that does not lend credence to him. And so
And
The
he's got a
dude
nice
knows.
smile on his face.
Like YouTube wide for being completely and totally full of shit all the time is gonna come up and defend Landry's honor.
and
Lol.
he think,
Even though he can't even take himself seriously at this point.
right. He's literally laughing out loud at the literal prospect of it. It's fascinating.
The dick. The machine
He
lies.
doesn't
to
like
the
me either.
dick. He's a fraud. He really is. The guy reads from his screen and he just copies out of books. He can't hold an intelligent conversation.
I mean, I'm
Damn.
confused.
Mirror,
here.
mirror on the wall.
That was pretty funny. But yeah.
I live stream for hours, stream of consciousness.
doing
I'm
nothing.
not
I
reading.
reflect
you,
your
you stream other
projection.
people.
So,
Saying
try
nothing.
again.
Bro, his whole channel is streaming other people. It's literally just
Yeah.
streaming other people. And then when he says he's breaking down real shit, it's YouTube celebrities. He never breaks down any real information from any real sources.
It's
And-
like no channels you never even heard of too.
Right. And this is the same thing that Cockboy Hotline does. And I just can't watch it. I can't watch your review of celebrity streamers or or mid-level stream, like whatever the fuck it is, dude. Like it's just retarded. Like either make something comparable or shut the fuck up.
Liar.
Right. You restream
The
other
reason
people.
you're not liked is you're a liar. Shut up for a second, machine.
Oh, I
liar.
think a lot of
You've
people
been
like
talking
me.
for a long time. You've been going, hold on.
No, hold on. Hold on.
That was so fucking weird, dude.
No, look,
Landry's
you're-
like, why don't you just talk? And you're like, hold on. Like,
Right.
what are you on? Are you on drugs or something? What's wrong with you?
Right. I'm on a lot of drugs, Steven.
Hold on.
Hunt total projection.
He's probably jealous. He
Nobody's
could probably
jealous of
use
you.
them.
You're a weirdo.
Well, Steven's got to dress up
Well,
as
I
other
wasn't
people.
saying you're jealous of me.
This is UFO Jesus.
All right, I'm gonna
The
do something
big
real quick.
time.
I don't.
This is
look,
why he
seriously,
thought
I
you
wanna
sent
do
me,
this real
by the way.
quick. I want to ask you this real quick.
And there it is. There's his panel now.
Yeah.
Neve and Steven.
Look at how those
Neve-
eyes match, like line up with only 3 people on panel. It's kind of weird.
Right. But yeah, Neve and Steven. He dunked Zephyr, even though she halfway agreed with this dude. Like, what the fuck? Like, this is insane, bro. Like, this is
Just
insane.
because she said that you can have a conversation, so she had to go.
Exactly. This is a huge ego stroke. This is a huge ego stroke. Like you've devolved from having a fake conversation to somebody calling out the fake conversation you were having to engaging in another fake conversation. Like, this is insane.
Neve, what did you witness here? Because I believe I don't have any interest in farming this. I don't really do that. It usually happens after the fact. I was trying to engage with him. He's just been I don't know anybody like him who communicates in this way to where
That's right. And you ain't never going to, motherfucker. That's what it is.
Your mic's low.
Yeah, the audio is kind of low.
Salute. Peace.
Easy.
That's the real shit he said, though. You know? He never met somebody who communicated like this. Yeah, blessings, brother.
Punjabi.
So that's all we had. So either tomorrow we'll do a music stream, Friday we'll do a flow state thing. I mean, it's mostly Andrew Wilson. We're gonna expose how Andrew Wilson bought a mod in order to have fake debates on his channel, and I mean on another person's channel, which he claimed he owned. Blah blah blah. It's a travesty. It's a travesty to, basically, I think anybody who has intellectual credence anywhere, right? So it should be treated that way. It should be treated as a total fraud move. So yeah, so we're gonna be reviewing that after everybody's reviewed it, and none of them called him that. So it's interesting. They all reviewed it. They all and the only thing they said was "Go Sarah" or "Go Andrew." What a bunch of retards! What a serious group of fucking retards. Honestly, like what? Like none of them actually reviewed the material. Like it's so fucking weird. They all spun some weird narrative, used it to spin some weird, which makes me think it's gay ops, honestly. Because why would he put this video on there reviewing specific people that he also worked with? You know, it's like, it's all too obvious, folks.
It becomes so incestuous at some point you can't separate like
right.
what's deliberate and what's just like a bucket of shit. All the turds swimming together.
Fuck these people. Yeah, so really, like, the thing is like, so we do that on Friday, and this is and this is the last 2 weeks we're gonna focus on this. Then we're gonna not do the drama stuff, and it doesn't matter how many attack streams get done about us in the process, or how many debates we don't get invited to, or whatever it is. You know, I don't need your debates. I don't need your content. I don't need your drama. You can go fuck yourself. I'll be here Wednesday, Saturday, same material. Right, and like I said, even if the Queen of England calls in, she better be ready to talk about ellul, because this is it. Right, this is the true gauntlet, as it were. So,
or the king, rather.
Yeah, like, you know, it is what it is. So yeah, my friends, you guys got any, closings out here?
Is that the Saturday show? Is that usually the one where there's like, it's strictly on topic? Is that set aside for Saturdays?
Yeah, Wednesday, Saturday is normal topics.
Wednesday,
Tuesday,
Saturday, okay.
Yeah, Tuesday is normal topics. Any other time we're on, it will be mixed up. Either it will be content cuckery made by Machine Bob, which is the drama stream, right? So if it's called Made by Machine Bob, this is the show where we review other shows,
right? So we reviewed. So on the first two ones, we reviewed Andrew Wilson debating against Zionism, which we feel that he did not do a successful job in debating that issue, right? And he lent credence to the position of the Zionists, right? So we exposed that, right? And then in the third and fourth installment of that series, we looked at how Cockboy Hotline Crew sent their friend to a mentally a mentally ill woman's house in order to film her reaction online. So this is a all thing, and she got taken to a mental asylum, and then they filmed it. So so I thought this was unethical for streamers to engage in this type of behavior, send their degenerate friend over to some mentally insane girl's house so that they can have content. Right? I thought that was a low level shit. Right? So so I thought that people who are performing this way or creating quote unquote content this way should be maligned. Right? So we exposed them there 3 and 4. Now 5 and 6 is going to be looking at this Andrew situation. Right? So we're going to first review Andrew Wilson, then we're going to review Flow State cucking to Andrew Wilson, performing in debates with Andrew Wilson, saying he's part of the crucible, and now he's crying about it, right? So it's all this fake shit that they stirred up for weeks and weeks and weeks, right? They've stirred up fake drama about this, right? So we just expose the shit that's going on, and we just move on, right? We call it a drama stream. Obviously, it's different, significantly different from the rest of our show material because it's talking about people who are ostensibly nobody, right? And then content cuckery, we review sort of mid-level people, whatever, and also I read Nietzsche. We look at Evola, right? That show, I read a lot of sources, right? So I put a reading section in that show where I just read a bunch of sources. You know, so it's been bananas. You know, I've read Book 8 of the Republic, which is bananas. And I've read Rousseau's Social Contract. Even we're looking at Beyond Good and Evil by Nietzsche, and I've reviewed dozens of shows there, right? So,
and bananas are good,
right? So we did a lot of things.
Bananas are technology,
right?
Indeed.
Clearly, I mean, it's aluminum sheds, pesticides. You cannot grow bananas without that stuff. It's actually a fact, right? So bananas do not grow in the wild, actually. You know, so it's a wild thing. I mean, wild, yeah.
It's one of my favorite theist talking points that always used to tickle me because they don't know how they're arguing against their own point. But they're always like,
right? Exactly.
Yeah, look how perfect it fits in the human hand.
It's like wild bananas don't even look like that.
Yeah, there's something else that fits in the human hand too.
Right. And
you look at a wild banana and it looks gross and it's difficult to get to the fruit and there's barely any in there.
Yeah, it's all seed. Yeah, the seeds are huge. They bred the seeds out of the banana. That's the only reason why we can eat them. So it's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy stuff. Those little black dots you see in the bananas, those are mutated seeds. The real seeds of the banana are the entire banana, pretty much.
Which loops into the watchmaker argument, which I also love, because that also undermines their argument, because the reason why you can tell a watch is not part of nature when you see it on the sand is because nature is nature-made and the watch is created. Clearly, nature does not resemble things that are created. It resembles nature, and the banana thing feeds right back into that because you still can't recognize the difference between what's man-made and what's created and what's nature because you didn't recognize it in the banana either.
Banana optics.
Oh, there's my favorite theist now, Hanko Flamio.
Yeah, he's climbing the ranks. Everybody likes to, everybody goes at either, I think Hank are unseen in the Discord there, so they get a lot of flack, from randos.
Interesting.
Yeah. So yeah, so they're the big conflict guys over there. But yeah, so anything else, guys? I'm getting like honestly dizzy by sitting at the
Landry is talking about how like society's collapsing when he's looking at dilapidated decommissioned trains, and I guess the ghettos of Dallas, when it's really probably more of these this panelverse aids that's going around. That's the decline of society.
Yeah, and what's really interesting is that that Mumford series on the city would have answered so much of his questions if he would have engaged with Mumford instead of sending Mr. Pine here to troll Mumford, right? Which is the stupidest thing you could possibly do.
Oh my God, Mr. Pine.
So it's like these guys shoot themselves in the foot. It's like, you want to know the heart of the problems that you're attempting to address? They're already literally answered, right? In that documentary we watched on this show. Like, stupid motherfuckers, bro. Honestly,
On the fake intellectual show.
Yeah, it'll be like a decade before anybody catches up, dude. Honestly, like, you spent 5 years studying. Honestly, dude, like,
It'll probably be too late by then.
yeah, like, this is a joke. And like I told the homie Avian, like, I'd like to talk more about the technical aspect of the issues, but I'm not an expert in that. I can't be an expert on everything. So it's like, the thing is that I am an expert somewhat in the philosophy and theology stuff, and that is how I express myself. So I mean, it's just crazy that it's like, in order to actually try to fuck with the material that I cover, you would have to, like, I'm not blowing smoke up my own ass, but you do have to read tons of stuff, right? So it's like, before you even come to the table and try to talk about that stuff, you got to read tons of stuff, like I was explaining to Michael earlier, right? Like, you can't just reference John Locke as the source of your so-called rights and not even know what the fuck you're talking about. Right? It's a extreme thing, right? To claim that that's the basis for your truth, right? And negligence is an extreme thing as well. The Book of the Samurai, it opens with a quote. It says, "Negligence is an extreme thing."
That's also what I think I messaged you a while ago, how the technology, you need to have some basic rudimentary understanding of the technology, and that's part of the problem. Is it's like a gravity well. You get caught into it.
This is the value of this show, though, in my opinion, because you have someone who's well read and well researched on the topics. The first thing that struck me when I came here was when TML's reading a book, he'll stop, break down what he just read in a digestible way. It's almost like I felt like he could read my mind, like it was intuitive. When I needed a little bit of elaboration is when he would pause and break it down. But then he would source like all of the things he was saying and all of the people involved and their relationships and connections to one another, their academic relationships, their personal relationships, all while staying on topic. It's like, maybe they just don't have never engaged in any academic pursuit, and that's why they have no appreciation for what goes on here. And then that obviously draws people who are interested in those fields, like Avian, who can just talk off the cuff about neuroscience and computer science, and actually doesn't even use like he can recall what I would use notes for while I was doing my job, He could just recall it off the top of his head. Anyways. I guess there's just no value in that for some people. To the contrary, it seems to be irritating and off-putting.
Well, the masses will never philosophize, according to Plato. Perhaps. But
And I checked you. I fact-checked you too. Sorry to say, but that's like you're spouting off all these names, and I'm writing them down. And so then I go and find out, holy shit, he's right about that. I had no idea. Those two people, this, that, and the other. And then I keep reading, right? So then you learn an even larger context. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean it's a chore, but yeah, it's a labor, but the thing is like I don't get anything for it, so I greatly appreciate you guys' correspondence. Obviously this is all free. So the thing is that, and this does constitute a real aspect of the things I'm working on. So, you'll see a lot of these reflections in my second book. So it is what it is. A lot of those opening things, and I'm recording that stuff so that I could have a mental bookmark for some of these things, because I used to sit there and notepads, and then one day I lost one of the notepads, and I was fucking hell. I was like, okay, so this is, and then I, actually one of my family members accidentally destroyed it, which caused a huge scene, right? And so there's all this. So I lost a huge portion of my work, and this is why I started recording the show, so that it will be recorded, so I'll have it, so I can reference it. Once I've said it, it's already there, and right, so on and so forth, and so there's multiple places. So as I'm writing stuff, I could also have recordings, so I won't lose my place and what I'm thinking about. So I appreciate you guys joining this journey with me. Obviously, I'm really struggling. I don't want to give away too much, but I'm not in a happy place personally. So when I come here, it's despite everything, right? I'm not in a good emotional place. Like I don't feel well. I don't feel sane, honestly, most days, right? So just putting that out there for people. It is a kind of I do not
Need to
feel
get
good.
better sleep, bro.
Yeah, I do not feel good. And it's partly because of the situation with my wife that's been going on for a long time. Right. So that is the main reason. The huge, like, broken heart type of thing. I kind of feel like I don't want to go on anymore most days. So every time I do this show, I feel an over anxious feeling, like until the minute it starts, I feel terrible. Right. So so I'm depleted, folks. Hopefully something happens where I get like a lot of money, or like a really or I get reunited with it's all just fucking bullshit, man. But yeah, man, I don't actually feel anything as I'm doing this. So I appreciate you guys a lot. You guys are honestly my only friends. Like I said, I don't really go outside. When I do, I go to the grocery store and shit. Yeah, we don't have real conversations. It's just like I don't talk to the people. Like, I don't know these people. It's just all strangers. And so everybody I see in my real life is a stranger. Everybody I know is online, unfortunately. So it's like, it is what. So you guys are the only people. And so I appreciate you guys. So it's hard to say. Could take a year. Could take 2 years. It's honestly, I want to do a good job. Like last time I started writing, shit took like 3 or 4 years to finish that shit. Especially editing took like a year because my wife was sick all the time. I had to take care of her. And people don't care what you do for them. They don't care what you're doing today because of what you did for them then. It's just wild shit, man. I did so much shit for so many people. But yeah, man, and I'm finally getting the gray hairs, folks. So it is what it is, man.
I mean,
Welcome.
Join the club.
Yeah, you know, so man. So yeah, I appreciate you guys. I mean, so that's it, folks. All right, let me play some songs for you guys. Thank you guys for being here, man. Went way overboard today. Oof, my neck hurts. It is what it is. So yeah, we fucking so.
Shut it down.
Yeah, likely not a stream tomorrow. Likely a stream on Friday covering the Flowstein and Android Blunderson. Right. So yeah. So we got them coming up. So that's it, folks. So yeah, we'll be back. Thank you for joining us here on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies. So yeah, remember Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Right. Thursday night music, Friday night made by Machine Bob, Saturday night the OG show.
Verbally use circle 360, repeat history. You missed the scene, missed your do clear MCs out, I'm Listerine, mouth clean. Envisioning a land where nonsense is nowhere to be seen. Contrast like the darkness, rhymes get concocted. Used for shocking silly rappers, possessing 9 lives with 6 senses with third eye. On their first try, diamond isn't. I see no need to exert my energy on whackness. Heaven is my address, running towards the light, I'm on the hip-hop blacklist. Make you sense urgent, subserve you like a surgeon. See right through your why your lyricism's hurting. So meditate the precepts from east-west, I'm ceaseless with keen sense of being peaceless. 1,000 times from the leastest to the kings and queens and fiends in the scene. Down since the days of chemical genes, regardless of the name brand, the same man stands. L universe in your zone like a meteorite. Evicted filling your mic, have lately a sight of heads moving. Double-edged clinical slice. Universally, the rhymes crystalline. Flowing has to be direct personally to MCs who miss the mean. Predict the verse to be so you can kiss the scene. Goodbye, history. Universally, the rhymes crystalline. Flowing has to be direct personally to MCs who miss the mean. Predict the verse to be so you can kiss the scene. Goodbye, it ain't a mystery. Hip-hop industry status, the way I look at it would let the ignoramus invade us. Let me hit you, why do I continue existing? And the dope ones end up testifying what they've been through. My words cut through like Gintu, that you were flowing into. Mind after mind, born again but not Hindu. Like bad breath they cling to, my rhymes are Jimmy Spicer. Supervisor like the wise men, I'm downsizing. This crew and that crew, rather natural. Dealing with infatuated MCs in unilateral fashion. Separate boys to men like plasma and blood. Yo, I fasted from rap for years and cast out inferior factors to practice the true art of rhyming and gain access. I never backslid, the verses true till it's fluid. It ain't what you do, but why you do it. Universally, the rhymes crystalline. Flowing has to be directed personally to MCs who miss the mean. Predict the verse to be so you can kiss the scene. Goodbye, history. Universally, the rhymes crystalline. Flowing has to be directed personally to MCs who miss the mean. Predict the verse to be so you can kiss the scene. Goodbye, it ain't no mystery. Words are heavyweight, manifest my fast-paced mind state. Balancing extremities to resuscitate. I display the blueprints of plans to aggravate the prudent. Street evangelists, verbiage and tuning. Through loudspeakers, teachers with underground features. In deserted regions, even invade the prestigious. For those fielders, I represent. The divine healer comes to open eyes once again. I deplete the obsolete worldly philosophies. Dichotomy of dope and whack is clear. You'll soon know how to read between the lines and testify religion. Fraudulently used for crimes, yo. This time it's facts, not rhetoric. Show the ropes like a veteran. Catch the loops where you can't navigate unless you're literate. I seek the answer to the ultimate questions. If I'm predestined, what is the purpose of my hope for celestial righteousness? Trapped in the physical and finite, misled by the system. Feel a distance from God. From the grim city view, I see the cross. Universally, the rhymes crystalline. Flowing has to be directed personally to MCs who miss the beat. Predict the verse to be so you can get the scene. Goodbye, history. Universally, the rhymes crystalline. Flowing has to be directed personally to MCs who miss the mean. Predict the verse to be so you can kiss the scene. Goodbye, it ain't no mystery.
Yeah. Pretty good for a screen recording, huh?
Pretty good.
Shit.
Yep.
I am my own DJ. It's crazy, man. But yeah.
The mashups are great.
Yeah, thank you, Red. Appreciate you. Yeah, here's another one. This one pretty good too. Change the beat.
Let's change the beat.
Change the beat.
I
A
know
modern
this
day
tune.
marvel, but terrible, better, horrible. When he grabbed the mic from Sun and
Yeah, you know this one?
No, I was quoting The Fifth Element.
Oh. Yeah, Change the Beat by MF Doom. It's a dope classic. But yeah, the original, man, I played you guys the beat when I first played. The original beat is off the chain. But yeah.
terrible, better, horrible. When he grabbed the mic from Sun and crushed up all his metacarpals, he said he ain't mean it, totally by accident. After the show, he didn't follow where y'all taxi went. Will this be available on Wax Axe Max Mill?
Whoa,
They on the
what's that?
opposition to his ass whack tax bill.
I don't know why it skipped like that. Here, let me go back.
By accident. After the show, he didn't follow where y'all taxi went. Will this be available on Wax Axe Max Mill? They on the opposition to his ass whack tax bill. But will it pass the Senate? Slumlord tenant and a super like 1A. Have a fun stay. One day, he planned to put in a runway with enough land from his own projects and gunplay. Section 8 penthouse made look like Faye Dunaway. A lot of y'all ass out like gay runaway. It's how they say semi-risque. All day, every day, give out Emmys the quick way. Have the average MC say, give me a sick day. They really ain't got shit to say like Timmy McVeigh. Get a hunch, a real ragtag bunch. In school, he kept a do-rag in a bag lunch. Just to eat heads on some breakdance shit and spit. He ripped this skit in Sanskrit. If the pants fit, sport him, but rock and roll.
What the fuck is going on with the StreamYard? You guys hearing this shit? Fucking
Like
hell, bro.
skipping and stuff.
It's fucking Skip City in this bitch, man. Fucking hell. Are we gonna be able to play some music? StreamYard. Hello. Rewind the tape again. This is crazy.
A lot of y'all ass out like gay runaway. It's how they say semi-risque. All day, every day, give out Emmys the quick way. Have the average MC say, give me a sick day. They really ain't got shit to say like Timmy McVeigh. Get a hunch, a real ragtag bunch. In school, he kept a do-rag in a bag lunch. Just to eat heads on some breakdance shit and spit. He ripped this skit in Sanskrit. If the pants fit, sport him, but rock and roll. Your man like Rollo on the slow, can't knock it though. It's like the same hustle, bro, 2 knuckles slow. Tucked in the Tigre, just let the name buckle show. Good googly moogly, see that loogie? Yeah, keep it on the DL Hughley. You don't watch her, he might house her like Doogie. Just to cut a loosey like Mitsurugi. Gooey gumdrops, who he got his style from his pops. You gotta give the bum some props. Actions liquor, her beatbox is more thicker. Doing that nigga detox with more liquor. Villain for hire, admire the sound. Make sure the price is right before you come on down. Rappers be on some you. Forgot who they talking to. Too much pork stew. They need to not come out with nothing new. Blew the whole shit up on some what this button do. Doom cheat the game like walkthrough. Run them, son them like Mr. Walk through tattoo. The way a lot of clowns get down is unnatural. This flow flip like oranges, apples. Rhymes is like limes, who a lemonade snapple. Leave it at the chapel, don't eat scrapple. First thing they notice when they come to is they bling is gone. Then they start remembering the Klingon with the rings on. In came the villain with the old gear like hi there. Y'all play the rear, this whole year, my year. Metal face beard like Brillo pad. Y'all know his still old, so don't feel so bad. See, call him old dad, the one the old hoe had. Knew he was a winner since swimmer in the gonads. Okay, pal, pay him like PayPal, so we can be A-OK, not okay corral. I think today I'll make the ladies say ouch. And maybe fuck around, take a bow now. Who made his first meal and still carry razor blades? Used to be straight A's and still made the grade. Retarded ass, how you get cash so fast? Yeah, after last left back in the retarded class. should've went to Bosis. Watch him walk closely. Who he think he's supposed to be? Villain who always winning. At least stay consistent. Find him where that bitch went. Get a room, pitch a tent. Yo, Max, yo, change that beat, yo. You got another one? Nah, yo.
Yeah. Yeah, some of these, I mean, there's like, bro, I made way over 100. So, I mean, one or two of these have a potential of going viral, honestly. If I start posting them to the channel, you mean? Like real talk, like a couple of these got potentialities. Some of them sound really good. Like that one, I was surprised because obviously I'm not mixing it, so it's really weird how the vocals align with the beat. Especially when it gets more weird and then he starts tripping and then with the vocals and then it stops and then he stops. It's insane. Definitely doesn't make sense. Here's another one that I thought was just killer mix. You know what I mean? Yeah, you know what? Yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll play two more and then we'll get out of here. Blessings, guys.
My nigga Lewis Parker. What's good?
Oh, wait. You know what?
UK to Fresno.
You know what? Let me do something else real quick. Shit. Let me actually upload some other shit, bro. My bad, bro. Oh, shit. That might have been a bad idea to do that. Done. Unplug that hard drive. But yeah, give me a second here. Oh, shit, man. Let me plug this in. We get Killing in the Name Of. Because last time we played Bullet in Your Head by Rage Against the Machine, and they didn't take the stream down. So we're going to play Killing in the Name Of. Because fuck it, bro.
Some of those that work forces.
Killing in the Name Of. Yeah, so we'll do that today. So we'll end the show with that after we play a couple things here. Let me upload this and then I gotta plug in this fucking hard drive. Hopefully I didn't destroy it. I have no idea how hard drives work. So it's that aspect of things.
Magnets, how do they work?
8 hours. That's like 8 hours into the stream. We're just kind of just doing the thing here. But yeah, this is my show's already over. So people who are watching say, "Oh, this is a nonsense show." Fuck you. Go home. Right on. You know. So yeah, okay, so here it is, folks. Straight from the FCC. Oh, whoops. It's not even playing it. What the fuck is this, man? All right, sorry, folks. Will it work if I just add it to... Nah, I'm going to remove it from the stage, man. I'm sorry, folks. Technical difficulties in this bitch.
My nigga Lewis Parker. What's good? From the UK to Fresno. You know how we do. Yeah. Busy on this shit, man. Yeah. Yo, hey yo, live and direct from the FCC. PA Medal, I bust like squeezing the heat. For my niggas in the trap, getting bundles of bread. Get money, but don't let it get to your head. This shit is funny, and 223s can make the situation ugly. It's no room for fumbling. Them happy-go-lucky type niggas get shot for always letting shit slide. They too comfy. It's all about me and my puppies. Oh mamas, I'm a fucking tyrant. When it comes to that violence, the soundtrack is ambulance sirens from guns firing. Fireworks in the streets be going off like the fairgrounds. Fuck a stare down, niggas is there now, and you out. Shit be somersaulting through you, tearing you out. It ain't no hood in you, so quit acting like you bulletproof before I fuck around and put it through you. Yeah, you know what it do. Play crazy, tough talk, it don't faze me. Niggas get shot every day, be thug living, selling drugs like it's religion from the mud children. Getting busy, we don't listen, cause niggas where I'm from give a fuck what you think. As long as they getting money, then they fucking with the streets, cause we thug living, selling drugs like it's religion from the mud children. Getting busy, we don't listen, cause niggas where I'm from give a fuck what you think. As long as they getting money, then they fucking with the streets.
Yo, niggas talk hype like they getting mad biz. LP on the SB, son, you know what it is. Young bloods on they hustle, need to stay on they ones and twos. Niggas step the wrong streets and have to come up out the gym shoes. It's hard not to lose when you're caught up in that ill static. It was nice living high like getting paid off of drug addicts. Try to play the big boys, got laced with them automatics. Climbing fast money, attract the young and poor like a magnet. Life is tragic for the dope boy who got to move slickly. Carrying heavy weight, moving from city to city. Cats get caught on some silly shit like smashing out that dizzy bitch. Bust the stick up kid was in the hallway with his milli fix. But shots through your stomach and made off with your 50 bricks. Niggas wanna be really rich, I've got it all kind of ends. Now cats will switch up and straight up rip off their friends. Brothers can lose it all, going out for revenge. It's called
thug living, selling drugs like it's religion from the mud children. Getting busy, we don't listen, cause niggas where I'm from give a fuck what you think. As long as they getting money, then they fucking with the streets, cause we thug living, selling drugs like it's religion from the mud children. Getting busy, we don't listen, cause niggas where I'm from give a fuck what you think. As long as they getting money, then they fucking with the streets. Coming straight out the future, it's all Gucci. When niggas like me get on top, it's revolution. Keep wishing, told you I was live and direct. Fuck, I look like sneak dissing. I do what I want, when I want, how I want, like I want. You fucking with me, what type of pipe you on? This is man shit, respect bitch, I demands it. I earned my spot while most of y'all was handpicked. The block, I'm a product of that, you a host. Frog cat trying to adapt, hey yo, all hell Medalliano. Last spotted up the Damianos, Italiano, me and my manos, you know the motto. $300 gold bottles, rap nigga from Pato getting his avocados. Taste my coke, my nigga, it's the realest work. But play with my dough, get more than just your feelings hurt. Thug living, selling drugs like it's religion from the mud children. Getting busy, we don't listen, cause niggas where I'm from give a fuck what you think. As long as they getting money, then they fucking with the streets, cause we thug living, selling drugs like it's religion from the mud children. Getting busy, we don't listen, cause niggas where I'm from give a fuck what you think. As long as they getting money, then they fucking with the streets.
Now, this is perhaps the one I will release first. If I do plan to release any of these, it will be this one. It's Woo-Ha with glitch hop. It's fucking like, you guys know Woo-Ha by Busta Rhymes?
Yeah.
It's killer, man. Yeah. So this is perhaps a masterpiece of mashups that I've made. This has to be the magnum opus of mashups that I've made, because it's just everything works right.
So the vocals, the beat, it's perfectly futuristic in a weird way. It's experimental in a new way. Fucking old and new. It's everything I want these mashups to be is in this woo-ha. You know what I mean? So I made a couple of them. I mean, that last one, I mean, I really like that last one for real.
It's
You know,
clean. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that last one, honestly.
There's an
But
old
yeah.
Chrome Star tune called Woo Ha. I wonder if he had inspiration from Busta Rhymes. It doesn't have any lyrics in it or anything.
Yeah, but this is just, I used to love this song when I was a kid. I used to just play Quake and just listen to Woo-Ha again and again, playing Quake. And it's, I remember this time, and it's crazy, man. But yeah, Woo-Ha by Busta Rhymes, man. Crazy shit.
Yo, 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 yo. 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 When I step up in the place, say yo, I step correct. Got you all in check. I got that head nod shit that make you break your neck. I got you all in check. And you know we come through to wreck the discotheque. I got you all in check. Throw your hands up in the air, don't ever disrespect. I got you all in check. Bust the rhymes up in the place. True indeed. Yes, I catch wreck and that's word on my seed. I'm guaranteed to give you what you need. One blood, everybody like Junior Reed. Wake up every morning, yo, I must succeed. Nationwide rockers make the world stampede. Yo, Willie, make we roll some weed. Man, charge, nigga, now I must proceed. Yo, we about to make moves, set speed. These two baby 5 Q-tip, Ali Shaheed. Watch me knock you out like Apollo Creed. Body blows, busting your shit, making you bleed. Just feed off dynamic flows and take heed. Need more information, homeboy, they just read. Hey, you can read all about the pure breed. Do the vocal, that's my new deep and fussy. When I step up in the place, then yo, I step correct. I got you on the check. I got that head nod shit that make you break your neck. I got you all in check. And you know we come through to wreck the discotheque. I got you all in check. Throw your hands up in the air and never disrespect. I got you all in check. How dare you ever try to step on my suede shoes? Time gun shut down your friend like Tom Cruise. Please, let me get down and blow a fuse. Acting fools, breaking shit down to molecules. Yo, let me hit you with my ill street blues. Bust the rhymes, always headlines, the street news. Baby girl, don't be confused. Sell my 7 seats and enjoy my own crew. I know you really wanna know who's coming through, leaving blood stains and residues. Sorry, homeboy, but your flow sound used. Got to pay your dues, baby, you know the rules. Whenever I travel the world, I land cruise. If you choose to fuck around, you get bruised. Now I got new gas on super unleaded fuels. Give me room, give me some space, your excuse. When I step up in the place, think I step correct. But I got you all in check. I got that head nod shit that make you break your neck. But I got you all in check. And you know we come through to wreck the discotheque. But I got you all in check. Throw your hands up in the air and never disrespect. But I got you all in check.
You're now rocking with the best. Busta Rhymes coming through from the Flip Mode Squad. Boy Scouts who I be, straight to your door. We coming straight to your door, bringing all you rockers to all you rap motherfuckers. Boy Scouts who I be, Flip Mode is the squad. Busta Rhymes break it down like this.
Yo, which motherfucker stole my dough? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Throw them type of niggas right out my window. Blast your ass, hit you with a direct blow. Coming through like G.I. Joe. Star Wars moving ill like Han Solo. Make you bounce around like this was Calypso. Always shine cause I got the high pro glow. You think that you can hide, you think you can lay low. Roll up on your ass like Hawaii 5-0. Mac out with my joints in my Kango. Forget the moment, nigga, just pass the Cisco. Yo, take a trip down to Mexico. Come back with that shit that might make you psycho. Maximum frequency studio stereo. Sorry, this is it, but homeboy, I got to go. I step up in the place and you must step correct. Got you all the check. I got that head nod shit that make you break your neck.
with the squad. Techno with the squad. Boy Scout, roll on the chest. Yo, Scout, roll on the chest. Roll on the chest.
Shit's so fucking weird. No, you're right, like, shit's trippy, bro. Honestly. Dim light,
bro.
Dim light and Busta Rhymes. It's crazy, bro. Bombastic. Yeah, I've been collecting music for a long time. It is what it is. I mean, so music and books. This is what I love. I mean, you know, these are things I spent my life collecting. You know, and I share it with everyone. So I appreciate you guys, and blessings to all the people. As we said, here's Rage Against the Machine, and peace be with you, my friends. Thank you for joining me tonight. To Reddington and Denizen.
Easy.
Yeah. Yeah, peace, friends.
Are the same that burn crosses.
Exactly. Let me turn this up here. You.
Forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Killing in the name of do what they told you. Now you 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 do what they told ya. Those who died are justified for wearing the badge, yeah, you're chosen white. You're justified. Those that died for wearing the badge, yeah, you're chosen white. Those who died are justified for wearing the badge, yeah, you're chosen white. You're justified. Those who died for wearing the badge, yeah, you're chosen white. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Killing in the name of do what they told you. Now you 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 do what they told you. You're under control. Now you do what they told you. You're under control. Now you do what they told you. You're under control. And now you do what they told you. Now you're under control. And now what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Motherfucker!
Y'all better straighten them up. I'm sick of it. Trump is somehow some sort of a narcissist. I'm not tolerating these sorts of conversations anymore. I'm done. I'm sick of it. I'm done. No more. I'm worried about me, my people, what they're doing. Then we're gonna get a better story going than what the fuck these people are on about all the time. And what is it? They do this, and what is their war story there? And how do they their horror story, their war story, their horror. Why are those? Wow, I've never heard that. Horror. Craziness. I want Hope Core. Reddington, how do we get the Hope Core? We can I'm gonna get the Hope Core right now. Reddington. We didn't get to it tonight, but we're gonna get to a Hope Core. Hope Core, Reddington. I don't know how we made it this far. I don't know how we made it this far through the stream. I'm running an hour and a half in, and we're just getting started. It don't matter though. Reddington. What does that mean? Oh, he's coming. Just go home. I'm already home. Praise God. Praise God, dude. Like, oh my God. Thank God. Stop it. This beast is attacking me. Now, I'm almost on an hour and a half. Dude, man. You do realize that we only did I did more time with you, without you, than I did with you. I'm going to do, which one should I do? It's actually a choice right now. Praise the Most High. Dude. Should I do more time with you or without you? I don't know. It's actually my choice right now. It's not even like I could do a bunch of push-ups in the meantime. Somehow I'm gonna eat tonight. The telescope's here. Oh Lord. Oh God. Rant, be here to defend me. I need you. Telescope, what's up?
Where's the end cell at? I mean, it kind of got off pretty quickly.
Which one?
The end cell that was on here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's boring as hell.
Rant. You want to come up here and have a conversation?
What's he gonna talk about? What's he gonna talk about? How he hasn't had sex in his entire life? I mean, I really don't know.
It's possible.
I guess OnlyFans serves a purpose.
Oh, he's already back. He's already here.
What's up, faggot? You summoned me?
Oh, that's cool. I mean, you can use like really derogatory words. Congratulations.
So, what can I do for you? Bitch ass nigga?
Did you cry when Charlie Kirk died?
No, I cried when your mom bit on my dick.
Well, that's really cool. Just keep going, man. I really.
It hurt a little bit.
I'm really enjoying.
It made
your
a
language.
tear drip down my left eye.
I love your language. It's so fantastic.
You love it? Great.
Wonderful.
What can I do for you?
I'll just keep going. Like, I don't want you to stop.
What do you want me to say?
I want you to keep going, man. Like, you're on a roll, man. Like,
I thought you were bored.
You're the next Bill Barr. I mean, like, you could be a George Carlin or something. Like, just keep going on, man.
Right? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, don't take my words. Have authenticity.
I appreciate the fanship.
Oh, I want you to keep going, man. Just have a great job building yourself to heaven.
You know what? Your mom actually wanted me to keep going, but she was so ugly, I left.
So how's Reddit working out for you? Like, do people pay attention to you on there or something?
Reddit? Reddit's for fags.
How about 4chan? Or 8chan?
4chan's for loser nerds. Do you have any references of places that aren't for losers, fags, nerds? It seems like that's all you know. Projection much?
Which medication do they give you for your autism?
I don't take medication.
Oh, you don't? Okay, that's wonderful. Yeah,
I smoke cigarettes.
Oh, that's under.
I'm prescribed 1 pack of cigarettes a day.
Is it really good for
by my
health?
doctor? It's me.
Really good for your health?
It's great for your health. The nicotine in the cigarettes breaks down the self-assembling nanotech that has made you into an NPC slave.
That's incredible. Like, are you getting rich from like the research from this?
Rich? Why would I want to be rich?
I mean, you have to pay your bills. I mean, obviously, like
I pay my bills.
Do you pay your internet?
You think you need to be rich to pay your bills?
Do you pay your internet, or is that mommy and daddy?
I pay for a phone, and that has internet.
Okay.
I also pay my rent. I also support 5 kids and a wife.
5 kids and a wife. Are they all your children?
That's right.
Are they all your children?
Yeah, they're all mine. They're my seed.
All yours.
They came out of my nutsack.
How's that working out for you?
Great.
How expensive are they? Do you like Jordans?
Very.
Like, what's their favorite brand of Jordans?
They don't wear Jordans. I'm not a corporate beta male cuck.
So, which stores do you shop at?
I don't go shopping for fucking clothes.
You don't shop clothing for your children?
No, the wife does that.
Why does your wife do it and not you?
Because I'm busy working.
Where are you working at?
I swing hammers.
What's that mean?
It means I build houses.
What does that mean?
You don't know what it is to build a house?
No.
Are you fucking retarded?
Would you explain that to me?
Yeah, you basically go in, right, to a piece of land. You lay down a foundation. You lay down a floor. You build some walls on top of the floor, right? Then you put a roof on it. You do the walls exterior, interior. Do you need more information? You put some windows in. You do some door framing. You frame some walls up.
I need
build
you
the countertops in the kitchen.
Yes, I need you to explain all of this to me.
Yeah. I also fix houses that are in disarray.
So, are you a contractor?
That's correct.
Oh, so
what do you
you're
do?
A contractor. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
what do you do?
We're not talking about me. We're talking about you.
Oh, because you're a pussy?
No, we're talking about you. over here.
Oh, you're a coward?
No, we're talking about you.
You don't know how to be real?
We're talking about you, aren't we?
All right, well, let's go one for one. I just gave you about my personal life and my job experience. What do you do?
Okay.
And what do you have going on for you?
You know, the best part is I don't have to explain anything to you.
Do you have a family? Do you have a girlfriend? Do you have a wife? Any kids? Do you support yourself? Do your parents pay your bills? Or is all of that projection?
It doesn't. I don't have to explain anything. That's the best part.
You don't have to. But you know what? When you don't, it kind of makes you look like a pussy.
Oh, it does?
Yeah.
How's Reddit going for you?
Ask the audience.
What's
What do
the
you guys think
disagreement
of this
here?
fact?
Hold on, rant. Because really, as in, like, I'm gonna put myself back down here for real. I think you guys would actually get along on a lot of topics. So, like, you guys are like so evenly matched. It's perfect. I want to that's all I'm saying. I think that you guys can do a little bit better.
I'm bored, honestly.
I know. I see why. But Rand,
we could have been
Rand
off to
doesn't
a good
understand where you're
foot.
coming from at all.
We could have been on a good foot, but here's the thing. He took after you. He spoke without knowledge. Now he looks stupid.
Well, that might be my fault. I'm sorry.
This is why I don't do this shit anymore, honestly.
Why do you get roasted off into oblivion?
No, it's boring as hell. Like, it's really boring. Like, I don't know.
You're what makes it boring.
Telescope, for real, hold on, Rand. Hold on. Telescope. Like, when we do this, like, it is like, what is the point?
I don't understand the thing.
Like, and have you gone live recently in a while? You haven't in a long time. Wow. Well, I appreciate you joining and your perspective. I get it. Like, what is the point? For real, please.
I mean,
continue that conversation down the road. Anytime you find me anywhere, what the fuck's the point? Is a fair question.
I mean, I film my stepson's bands and stuff, so like I record their live shows and stuff. But like outside of that, I don't really find a reason to do this anymore. Mundane.
Your voice sounds really gay, by the way.
That's super cool, man. I love how you have great comebacks, man. I can tell you, like, I fuck your father, and I could drop like the N-bomb and just be some meticulous, like.
Listen, nobody fucks my dad.
Online.
If anything, he fucks you. Okay? I'm just saying.
Yeah, fuck you.
If anything, my dad fucks
like,
you.
Anyone
right?
can say that. What I'm saying is, anyone can say that shit online. It doesn't mean anything. It's meaningless.
I'll say it to your face. Drop your address in
You're
chat.
not gonna, dude. I had people come to my
Rand,
put your fucking address in chat. I'll come tell
Rand,
you to your face.
Hold on, Rand. Help me understand how to steal his audience better, please. Telescope. You know I'm desperate for G Abbott and your audience, and no matter what it takes.
I don't even talk to them anymore.
Oh, really?
I don't even talk to them anymore. No, I don't. I live my own life, dude. You know, like I'm more focused on my family and stuff.
But feel free. This is your, please.
I'm more focused on my family. Like, I'm not. Like, who gives a shit about any of these motherfuckers online? Like, in all seriousness.
Yes, I agree.
I don't.
Yeah, you should go focus on your
care.
family. You're making a fool out of yourself in front of idiots.
Telescope has you Ram, where like you dropped that for months, except for Telescope's dropped that for like a year. Sometimes
4 years, maybe 4 years or something. I don't fucking know. I really don't care. Like, I don't give a shit.
That's because you don't understand the dynamics of what's going on here.
Well, that's true. And Telescope, and a part of Telescope does want to know, like, why we continue to engage, like, why all of us, not me, you, or whatever, why we continue as people to engage on this platform, what it is that calls us. And it does have something to do with like a common conversation that isn't current. I won't deny that.
Listen, Truther, like, we disagree every once in a while, but this is an embarrassment, this guy. And I think it's kind of an embarrassment in your channel. I mean, you do you want to do, man. Like,
that's you. You know who Thomas Jefferson
I really
is?
think you guys would have excellent conversations. Like, you guys are like, it's over like
Do you guys
4
know
years.
Thomas Jefferson?
Like, yeah.
All right,
over
so
2 years,
I could
like,
sum up.
you guys, like, sound
I could
like
sum
one
up
another.
why we do this in a simple quote from Thomas Jefferson. Okay, Thomas Jefferson said, "I have sworn upon the altar of God
Thomas Jefferson said, like, my
eternal
clicker fucking
hostility
father's asshole."
against
Fuck off,
every
dude.
form of tyranny over the
Absolutely.
minds
Dude.
of mankind."
How's
What don't you
autism
get?
working out for you? Did
It's great.
grandma and granddaddy fucking kick you out of fucking Christmas for you being autistic?
I'm not autistic. I have Asperger's.
Oh,
It's
okay.
different.
So is it Burger King or McDonald's?
It's Burger King.
Okay, that's great. They suck
I'm
at-
king of the
their food
burgers.
sucks. No, they suck at food, but it's okay.
I got my crown on.
I bet you do.
I
When's the
do.
last time you had a girlfriend?
You got a problem with it?
Oh yeah, I actually do. When's the last time you had a girlfriend?
I have a wife. She's in chat. What's up, man?
Oh,
How you doing?
Where's she at? How many pounds is she?
She's adorable. She's like,
How many pounds is she? She's like 300, 350. When's the last time she showered? Did she
like
shower this week?
100 pounds?
Did she shower this week?
Possibly. Possibly. Why? You want to buy the bathwater?
She possibly showered this week. You fucking kidding me?
It's possible. Are you trying to buy the water or something?
No, I think it's hilarious.
Fucking weirdo.
No, I think you're fucking weird, and I think she's fucking nasty and smelling. Jesus fucking Christ.
Look, I wouldn't fuck your wife with your dick, okay? That's a good nervous laugh you got going for you.
No, I'm laughing at you. Do you get?
It's a good nervous
when you're
laugh.
having sex with her?
I'm sorry, what'd you say? I couldn't hear you over your nervous laughing.
Do you get a yeast infection when you have sex with her because she doesn't shower?
I've never gotten a yeast infection. That's you.
I mean, apparently she doesn't bathe. Are you proud of that?
I'm not saying she doesn't bathe. I just don't know if she's bathed.
Hey, Truther, I'm just gonna get off here, man. Like, I really just don't even want to do it. It's kind of an embarrassment to this other person, and I'm really trying to be a good person.
I mean, like, why don't you ask her if she
This shit is hilarious.
Like, why are you asking me if somebody else bathed?
You got a smelly wife, dude, and I
You
hope,
sound goofy.
No. I don't know
You
if
sound
my
hella
wife
goofy.
bathed this week. Imagine
Did your
just
wife bathe
sitting
this
over here
week?
in the forum going, I don't know if my wife bathed this week.
It's possible.
You're a fucking embarrassment, dude. Like, literally, like, kill yourself, dude. Like, have fun. Bye.
Look, I'm just trying to be honest with you. I don't actually know.
Well, hey, it's fucking Sunday. It's the first day of the week.
Your friends are really retarded.
He took off the moment I added myself. It's Sunday, the
Makes
first
sense,
day of
though.
the week.
They are your friends.
He's not my friends. Rand, I'm gonna kick you out of here. What the fuck you gotta say?
Look, I just assumed it was your friend because he was retarded.
And what do you have to say?
About what?
That's it. It has nothing, like, what you have to say is relative to what he had to say or what I'm about to say. What do you have to say, motherfucker? Why are you here?
Well, all I gotta say is you called me up here to save you. And so I came. And you didn't even say thank you, pussy.
Thanks, bitch.
Listen, I ain't your mama. Don't call me a bitch.
Is this Bon Voyage?
I don't know. I mean, are we gonna have a show? Or is your phone gonna die? What is it?
Phone's gonna die.
Alright, when's it gonna die?
It's dying soon, dude. I gotta get out of here. I gotta eat too. I gotta get to bed, and more importantly, I have to wake up and dig more concrete so I can deal with slaves like you.
That's you.
That's you, brother. And I
Listen.
encourage you to look deeper into yourself about who you
Listen.
are.
Take that projection and aim it at a mirror, okay?
You take your projection and you aim it.
Boom, boom. I'm the Teflon Don, bitch.
We're all under Jack Calcut. We're all the Teflon Don, dude. Don't you know?
I'm just saying.
Yeah. All right, I gotta get. I want to eat my food now. I appreciate you.
Yeah, you
being
should
up.
shut this down.
I'm shutting it down, dude. I can't even believe we've been talking this long.
Yo, shout out to the chat for even paying attention to this stupid ass shit.
Fact.
You already know that pimpin'.
Oh yeah. Dude, y'all, thank you for paying any attention to whatever that was. And if you want Shiloh to eat well, you know, he's gonna eat well. That's gonna happen, but you know, there might be hard days ahead, and he might have a hard time like finding food. What's he gonna do in those days and time? In the You won't even let me do it. I'm gonna go. He's so ridiculous. Anyhow, good to see y'all. Yeah, my phone's got 11%. TML, you are here. Let's eat, add, review. Shit, oh Lord. I mean, we're still here. It's not even been 2 hours, but like, I'm not gonna go beyond 2 hours really. Like, well, 2.5 hours. It's kind of ridiculous. I don't know how I. Praise God. I'm on point. I know that. Look, here he is. This is my life. This creature. What is this thing? What is it? Stop it! No! Oh my, I'm so scared. Oh, it's a beast. Oh no! This thing was sent to me by the internet itself. People don't even understand what I'm saying when I say that. This isn't AI. It was sent to me through the internet. Shiloh was considering. He says, "I don't know about that. We're gonna have to have a conversation." But I don't even know what it does. What does it do? That's your link. Team out. I gotta get out of here. Not really. Well, I guess the bottom line is I would have to not be able to listen. That's the problem. Because I want to listen to people who come on the panel. And I can't indefinitely. Because of the phone. And then also, what's the point? I mean, I could charge my phone all day long and meditate on keeping it charged. You know, but why would I even focus on keeping it charged? I really, truly do appreciate all of you guys. I don't know why tonight I did what I needed to. Praise God. That's all I got. That's all I got, man. I'm still here. I am still here. For 5 more minutes. If nobody does anything in 5 minutes, I'm done. I really do question how time passes. It's fascinating. The moment you hit live, it's like, how do I know? The moment you go live, like, how do you know that they're not just like gonna project some explosion of information into your mind? Like, hey, this is what you need to know. Yo, dude. Listen, I don't know where to go with this. What's going on, man?
Yeah, maybe we can review this Wilson crash out. I don't know if you've seen.
Does it? So you had the pull up, eh? Oh, Remington's here. You
Yeah, I got some.
All right.
Yeah, let me pull this up.
Walk your doggo.
Yeah.
I'm gonna walk my dog. All right, fine. Reddington is in control, TML. Reddington, don't let TML tell you what to do. This is your segment. This is your hour. Have fun.
Oh wait, you see?
I'm getting out of here. I'm leaving. You guys are in charge.
Yeah,
TML, if
yeah.
you drop something backstage, you want me to pull up the screen off. Hold up.
Yeah, there's 2 pieces to it. There's 2 33-minute pieces.
33, all shit, bro.
33 minutes.
Previous
I
reconfirmed.
put one of them backstage. So if you're running the show, pull that up.
Is he ever running his show?
I think he's running the show. So he'll pull that
It's not
up.
as bad as Nuero Jack, though. I might be drunk as well. I don't know. I'll get a little buzz. I've never had a hangover, though.
Oh, hold on, dude. TML, my reality is I can't add. I can't share the screen unless you share it and I add it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. That's what we're doing.
I hear you.
There you are. Dude, bro, what the fuck?
That is what I said.
You're drunk.
Okay, so like you need to get into
You're
building.
wasted, bro.
Yeah, TML's waste.
Yeah, you need to eat like a loaf of bread, bro.
Yeah, TML. I want you to get TML. How many? Hold on, Reddington.
You
Reddington. TML. Nails and hammers, like literally own them and do and then the screws and screw guns and do it. Okay. Right in there. I'm gonna make sure it happens. Okay. Reddington, yes, sir. What's up?
I'm chill, bro.
I mean, it's there. It's physically there.
Do it.
Video.
Oh, well, that's a different. I can't do that. I
physically in the backstage. Like,
I love.
No.
How
clear I can make this.
Hey, let me be a fucking victim. Are you Mitchell?
Really bad on the phone,
you guys are Mitchell advocates, aren't you?
Oh no, I think he's running cover for Wilson. This is crazy.
Sad trombone on
I'm
that
gonna add it. I'm running cover for
trombone.
the fact that I got less than 10% left. But here it is. When I add it, I don't know.
Here we go.
I'm gonna leave it right there. I'm gonna mute myself, and I may or may not drop out for a while. I don't know.
This guy looks drunk. Look at his stupid ass face.
Yeah, this was a blunder. This is a blunderbuss. This was a huge blunder.
Android Blunderson.
Yeah, this could only be classified as a blunder.
The wood is dead, bro.
And you can't explain it to them. You can never explain it because they just don't understand it. Now, the last message I sent to Sarah was, remember nepotism. Nepotism is how you stay successful in this world. Nepotism is how you stay successful. They just don't understand. And I don't know how else I can explain it. So we're going to dive into this. Let me give you a little bit of backstory.
So that seems a little bit, small. Hat.
Like hush hush.
Yeah, small hat, like behavior, like nepotism, right? It's like we give special treatment to people, not because they earned it, right? Is essentially what he's saying, right? So this is what he says.
Not what you know, it's who you know.
Right. So this is what he's openly said, right? So this is a slimy dude, right? Yeah, he's openly
from day one.
It is true, though.
Oh yeah, of course.
He's not lying, though.
Oh yeah,
of course.
Brown people know that. I mean, yeah, look at brown people. Like, it's obvious that we know about nepotism, but yeah, but it's like, it doesn't solve all the problems, right? Sometimes it's better to, that's the thing that white people do better than us brown people, is that they figure out who actually knows how to do shit and then put them to work on a problem. And right, it's like, but like in order to do that,
even if it's brown people.
Wait, what was that?
Even if that means brown people.
Exactly. Exactly. Right. Right. You know what I mean? So, like, look at the Indians. Look at Sundar.
That might be the first time I ever got backstage, by the way. So, achievement unlocked.
Yeah. Yeah, you're
Thanks,
trolling.
Truther.
Welcome to the club.
I'm too buzzed to even.
Bro, this is insanity. This whole discussion, we're going to go here. You guys can hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, praise God. Like this, you're talking about the fallout with Flow State and Andrew Wilson?
Yeah.
Oh, this.
Flowstein.
I have wow. Continue, please. I have nothing to say. Let's go.
Yeah, I know you wanted it. That's why I'm here. I just didn't know you were doing a show. You should have called me out. This is crazy. But yeah.
This is Sunday. Whatever. I just decided to.
TC is a crazy
dude. I was waiting for it, so I didn't know if you were gonna go live, and then just like I got on the phone, and all of a sudden it was an hour into the show. But yeah.
Know exactly what was going on until I dove in and learned what was going on. There we go. That's the right one.
Oh, it's raining shekels.
What the fuck?
Did you see
a little
this
bit
shit?
of
It rained like shekels that look like fucking Power Ranger. Like
somebody took a dump.
Yeah, like it's like the thing that they have in Thundercats. They look like, where they're like, that's what the logo looks like. It's crazy, man.
Goal is 3,000 buccarinos. What is this grifter doing? What a gay.
$3,000. Give me $3,000.
It's like what 4 hours? He's like 800 an hour or whatever his going rate is.
Right, exactly. So yeah, that's still exorbitant for
what a gay.
Rate. Yeah, that's still way over his going rate. If it's $800 an hour, but it's $300 for.
He ain't even worth 100 an hour.
I mean, 3,000 for 3 hours. It's like what?
1,000 an hour.
I got a funny story about this entire fuckery. I inserted myself into this whole situation at a certain point.
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah, you got kicked off of the Landry show. Yeah, I remember this. And then they're like, and then this dude shows up, right? Right, host stage shows up and he goes, "We have more important things to discuss than rant." And he sounded like a bitch. He sounded like a fucking bitch.
Like a gay bitch.
So I tracked down Landry to the fucking Raging Tomato show where he was going to go clout chase, and then he just left after he realized I wasn't going to allow that. And then I got myself kicked off.
What is it, like clout block?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's con block clout style.
Yep.
Fuck you, Laundry.
Yeah, like what a weasel. And you know, the Moose guy was claiming that like that Landry mastermind did this whole situation you know, to troll Wilson. It's like, what, dude? You're smoking a lot of you know what, you know, because you know, it's clear that this dude, right, this has nothing to do with any of these fucking you know, panelverse people or whatever. You know, this dude got into it.
I gotta change to dire face.
Yeah, this dude got into it with the lady on her own show. He got into it with the Raging Tomato. Rob Noah got into it with the Raging Tomato on his own show. I mean, on her own show, and that's when he started ignoring that platform, the Raging Tomato, and he told Wilson he's not trying to fuck with that platform anymore because it's fake debate show or whatever. And Rob Noah's done hundreds of debates. So for whatever reason, they're like, all right, we're not going to go on that show anymore. So he's just like, all right, fuck it. I'm just going to fire this lady because she's going to go on these small timers show and talk shit anyways. So none of this entire situation has anything to do with Flow State or any of these people who were, mind you, trying to grift off of Wilson. They're trying to appear in debates with Wilson and try to say that they're debaters and do the same grift that Wilson's doing. And now they claim like, you know, they're above it. You know, just a week ago, these fuckers were saying that Wilson trashed me in a debate. You guys remember this shit? They were sucking his dick. And now they're
Sad
like,
trombone.
you know, like, come on, man. Like, I see you guys.
Stories so that you understand what's happening here. Okay, now I'm not going to be able to stop this systematically in order to explain more backstory to you. So you're either going to be here at the beginning of
This
the
dude actually reviewing this shit?
What's happening
Right,
here?
he's reviewing it, bro. And he goes,
What the fuck?
He's reviewing Flow State. Yeah, exactly.
Wow, this is like bottom barrel
Bro,
shit.
this was insane. Yes, dude. Like, it was like a total reversal of everything you would ever expect. Like, if fucking Whoopi Goldberg like broke down and like started to attack all the members of the audience. Versus, like,
How do you go
supporting
from being
people
on
that they-
Piers Morgan to reviewing Laundry and Flow State?
Right.
But was it Uyghur?
This
that
nigga really
put him
did
in
break
his
the
place,
panel
though?
verse.
Oh, I got 3 million subscribers. You got shit. Or whatever he said.
What you're seeing is Rob Norm, who is in a debate panel with Radical Coder, the Powdered Dusty, stupidest name ever, Nova Star, and it's moderated by this.
He said this after like 4 months. It was named, and he knows who the Powder Dusty is the whole time. Fuck him. What an idiot.
Right, he's known him for months, and like this is the first time he thinks that he's got a
Right.
stupid name.
Right. He heard of the Flow State. Dude's so
Lol.
stupid. It's so yes.
Yeah, similarly with Flow State, this is the first time that you know, Flowstein has ever had a problem with Wilson. This whole time he's been admiring the grift and all this stuff and the business model and talking him up and blowing smoke up his ass. And all of a sudden now he's like there to troll him and prove he's, you know, not legitimate. Come on now.
Just more drama. That's all it is.
Right.
Drama non-tent.
Right. He's willing to just change his position, be a hypocrite about people, and somehow that means he's like trolled them. Like what? Like that's not what it means.
Now, what happened is Rob, who is a world-class debater, literally world-class debater, has been up against the best in the world and beat them. is a valued asset to the Crucible because, well, he has this particular job that he's really good at. As stupid leftists try to orbit and become dominant forces online, he catches.
Right. We exposed this. This was actually, he exposed himself, right? Obviously, but I caught this during the Tazariak debate. If anybody wants to go look, Tazariak presses him. Captain Tazariak, the ISUPK member, he debated Wilson and he presses him. What do you do for the Christian community at large, right? For your constituents or the people that you follow to bring change in the community for Christian nationalism. Right. And he said, well, I send Rob Noer to Republican conventions. And he specifically said, I pay Rob Noer to go to the Republican convention. So yeah, he's hired by him for access to political action committees or whatever they do over there. So yeah.
Them before they can and beats them down into the fucking ground where they belong verbally. That's what he does. And he's really fucking good at it. Now, it's a pretty thankless job. But that's what he does. These fuckers pop their head up and he plays whack-a-mole with them. They pop their head up, hey, I want to be a big lefty star. And Rob is right there to fucking smack their ass right back down and says, no, you're not, fucker. No, you're not. And absolutely savages them back into their stupid little hidey holes from which they came.
So it's actually the opposite way around than how he's presenting it. Rob Noer and Andrew Wilson, they tag team with leftists for these big debate events where they promote the leftist debater. So they try to find the biggest leftist they can so they could clout chase off of them so they could grift while debating a fake Christian position. Right? So it's actually opposite. Right, they're ankle biting these leftists that he says that they're going in and taking them out like a leftist wants to be a star. No, it's Rob Noer and Andrew Wilson debating leftists that have much bigger audiences than themselves, like Destiny, right, and then grifting off of that audience. Right? So it's totally opposite of how he presented it, right? So he's presenting it one way, on the real, he's been elevated by going on platforms like Destiny's platform and debating these leftists. They've given him a huge audience, and even Rob Noer, some of his most famous debates were with Destiny, right? So this is how they got famous, right?
It's a very thankless job, but he's really fucking good at it. And for that, Rob, we thank you. This is whole job.
Yes, right. Like
whole
that
job.
SIG.
They pop their heads up out of whatever fucking, after whatever orgy they were a part of.
Don't you disrespect cigarettes.
And they say, I'm going to change the world with leftist progressive values. And Rob goes, no,
Who
the
said that?
fuck you're not, and smashes their fucking ass right back into their stupid holes, their stupid little hidey hole.
Not dissing SIGs, I'm dissing him. There's a difference.
Don't you be dissing cigarettes, okay?
Hey, especially if they get rid of the nanotech, I respect that. Not what this gay motherfucker is smoking them for.
Listen, he smokes fags, okay? I smoke cigarettes.
This is the easiest thing to do is remove everyone. By the time I remove everyone, as if I even remember what the individual problem was I had with any one of you. So I like the way the conversation is going, but a lot of chocolate in between. I'm not sure. But and I saw bushwhacking in here earlier. He might be. By the way, either way, anyhow this goes, like, we got 14 minutes left to me for this panel. So if anybody else wants to start something, yeah, I'll send some motherfuckers to end it. Okay. Yeah, I gotta get out of here like a few minutes. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, we're killing this review though. So
No, I agree. I agree.
Proceed.
Pulls and laughs at him. And I think it's great. I think it's fan-fucking-tastic. One of my favorite things about it. Yes. Thank you, Rob. Very kind of you to do this. Great public service for the rest of us.
right, but it's not a public service because you pay him to perform the service. Right, so he's hired by you. Right, so the service is performed ostensibly for you, for your benefit.
All
right?
part of the LARP.
Yeah. So how exactly is this a public service? Right. I mean, right. You know, by obviously promoting the leftists, right? I mean, this is what they're doing. They're promoting the girls on the whatever show. They're promoting the leftists that they debate, right? They're platforming them. They don't agree to debate me because they don't want to platform me. It's just that simple.
Exactly.
They don't want to. They don't want me to get the numbers. They don't want when they do. When they did platform me to debate them, okay, they didn't say, "Oh, we destroyed you and never come back again." No, they said you should be thanking us for platforming you.
You want to
because-
debate Andrew Wilson? I'll get it set up.
I already did. You know,
No, I mean,
I
if
could
you
do it
want to
again.
debate him again, I'll
Yeah, I
get
have
it
no
to
problem.
happen.
I have no problem doing it again. I'll do
Say
it
no
again.
more.
I'll debate him 5-6 times. I really don't
I'd be
care.
surprised if you can get him to debate TML again, Rant.
Listen, I'll just call him a bitch for like a year until he does it. Okay.
The old
So, like,
fashioned way.
Chinese
Yeah.
water torture or something.
Yeah, that's kind of how I got the debate the first time. Is I just went in there. And
Yeah, no.
Lols.
So
Now, he decided, since Rob is a popular streamer, and he actually has quite a large audience, considering how badly he's been blacklisted all over the internet, he decided that he would go on and do yet another debate where Radical Coder, who's popping his head up for the purpose of some type of prominence, and he's doing what he does best, which is to bash them about the head and shoulders verbally and stuff them back into their coom hole where they belong. In this particular exchange, the beginning of this panel, Rob wanted to give these people a taste of their own medicine.
now he's being disingenuous right now, right? Because how does he know that everyone that he debates, practices some form of sexual profligacy, right? Just because that's a general attitude among leftists doesn't mean that every single leftist you encounter is a sexual degenerate, right? So he's
Radical Coder's a fag, bro.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he is, but I'm just saying in general. You know,
I told him he feeds his wiener dog buttholes.
yeah. And I don't and see this is the thing is he's not talking specifically about Radical Coder right now. He's talking about everyone, right? So this is the thing is like, so
This bozo trying to narrate like he's like Morgan Freeman or some shit.
The dude Radical Coder had like a bunch of pedophile furries on his show too, bro. And was just letting it rock.
Sad
yeah,
trombone.
See, now I wanted to debate Radical Coder about like AI and technology and stuff, but now I'm not going to because I'm like, I don't support that shit. I don't support people. I'm not going to platform people who behave that way. You know what I'm saying? So this is the thing is like, these people need to start thinking like that. Like you're promoting the people that you debate with. So it's like, it's like what, start considering that, Wilson and Noer and Flowstein and all these other people. Like you are these people, all right? It's like you consider them an opponent. You're legitimizing their position. You are platforming them, sir. So
I had a bad feeling in how she moderated the last debate. Yeah. Anyway, he wanted to give them a taste of their own medicine.
And look at that. And look at the lady who's moderating the debate. It's literally like some 45-year-old Instagram lady or whatever. I mean, right? So so it's like, yeah, so Rob Noer's debating, the moderator is literally, the point of it is that she has her tits out, right? So how are they not promoting sexual degeneracy while they're on this debate? I mean, it's just whatever.
So what he did
it
on this
sells,
particular
bro.
panel is he wanted
Right, exactly.
to demonstrate for them that it's necessary necessary to have people like him on, world-class debaters who are prominent, know people, and have a good following, that if you fuck with those guys, right, your bread and butter from most of these non-tent makers, and what I mean by non-tent is they rely on other people 100% for all of their content.
He said
A non-tent is an Illuminati term.
Sure.
I bet Illuminati would claim he made that term.
Yeah, and what's he doing
Non-tent.
right now? What's he doing right now? Reviewing flow state? Like, dude, you're literally non-tent right now. And we're like, what?
It's supposed to be a chill
Right.
stream, bro. Well, he's got fire in the background. It's like mixed messages. Should have ice in the background.
Right.
This was a revenge stream where he was kind of like inciting his audience to go unsub from Raging Tomato, and none of them even had the balls to go on the fucking panel.
Right.
I'm just saying.
Right.
Just saying, Super Saiyan.
Yeah, he's got like, so this means that, you know, tops, he can tell like 5 people what to do that'll listen to him. Yeah, even with this huge audience. I mean,
Well,
it's fucking.
It was about 2,000 people. It was about 2,000 people that unsubbed from her that night. But here's my point. Andrew Wilson could have went on her fucking panel and roasted her instead of doing it secretly on his own show while she's fucking live with an open panel.
Is no one gonna?
I'm just saying.
Is no one going to point out the fact that they're now directly using my lingo over there now? I came up with non-tent.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
No one's going to point that out. This is the guy who says he doesn't know who I am and won't debate me, but he's another one using my lingo.
Yeah, that's something that we should set up. Yeah, that's something we should
pay
set
up
up
royalties
instead.
then?
Yeah, here's something we should set up.
No,
instead,
you
man,
can steal
because
for
I already-
free in this new domain, right? You
Yeah,
just
'cause
go
I already
around watching
debated.
and listening to people more intelligent and interesting than you, and just taking their words and what they do and doing your own garbage spin off of it.
Yeah,
and
let's
then
get Paul
pretending
to
you don't
debate.
know who these people are, right? Who, what? Paul Unslaved? They've all done that.
Yeah, let's get Paul to debate Andrew Wilson. Let's.
He
set that
won't do
one
it.
up.
He won't do it because they'll say, "Oh, the guy who lives in a trailer. Yeah, we heard about him. The Sovset, right? Yeah. You know, the guy who they'll always have a way to demean and devalue while they're using my words and cycling the lingo that I put out there off the top of my head, by the way. So I'm now Andrew Wilson and everyone else's writer here and producer indirectly. I want to cut while they don't know who I am. See, that's what makes me not like these motherfuckers and respect them, is the lies and the bullshit, the deflections, the obfuscations, the inability or the unwillingness to get in a room with somebody who's going to trounce you, but you'll steal from them. You'll watch them, you'll listen, you'll never make it known that you're there, and you'll steal from them. I've seen this so many places, and this ain't about how great I am. It just proved to me early on what this place all is. It's a den of vipers and deceivers and miscreants, and they will take other people's shit, profiteer from it, and then act like it didn't happen. And then when you say to them, "Hey, bro, you guys do debates, right? Let me get in the room. Let's give me access to draw from the well." No, they won't platform you because they don't want to be outshined with the truth.
That's true.
That's these guys are all pussies. That's what it really is.
They really are, though.
Yeah, well, listen, bro. We had a good run, guys. For the guys who thought the internet was for truthing, at least in these sectors, right? That it was about truthing and it was about rights and freedom and principles and faith and God and debate and all that. No, we know what it is.
No, the machine lies.
Right. It's called LARP Central. Most of these LARPers, this is just who they really are, right? It just comes across to us as LARPers because we go, this can't be real. I went over to the Rotten Tomato, right? And she's another one who did the, who are you? We don't know who you are. But then she fucking slipped and admitted she knew who I was and referenced some of my non-tent or my content, right? Which is always fascinating. It's like they're just like their politicians that they suck up to and push the mainstream line for. You know, they'll push the mainstream narrative, and if anything comes into their purview, they all have a collective agreement indirectly. It's not direct, like Brown's boy says. It's indirect. Oh, certain people, certain things, certain ideas. We don't know about that. We didn't hear that. We didn't get that memo. What is that? Oh, that must be one of them, right? That's why they're deceivers and agents.
Look, I do everything you just said, but I do it with honor. Okay? I smoke cigarettes with honor. Okay?
Bro, listen.
I steal shit with honor. Okay. I'm just saying. I'll tell someone. I'll tell someone who are you, but they got to be insignificant. If they're significant, like yourself, it's not taken that way, right?
Ruh-roh.
Yeah, well, this is where it becomes, in a way, and this is where I have to separate myself from it too, because it does become, in a way, tribalism or culty, because then I go, hey, everyone here who just seen that and heard that should be up their ass and in their face, not because it's me telling you I want to get in the room, because you should want to see someone like me in the room with someone like them, is what I would think, right? Because that's been me. Like, that's me. My life wasn't, before I started doing this, at all on the internet. But if I saw something, I would say, okay, I want that in the room with this, because I know what that represents, right? And I watched that dynamic. A bunch of panel versers and all these people will literally click up with the quote unquote other side, the deceivers, the demons, the mainstream narrative pushers, the vaxxers, all the rest of them, because they think there's cash in it and opportunity, instead of actually getting behind whatever is chosen to be out front when it comes to vocalization, to talk certain ideas that we all should be living, right? So I realized there's no loyalty, with most of this shit. Not only not to me, but to the truth, and that the content creation, most of it, it's bullshit. At least in these sectors, right? This is why.
Here's the crazy thing is that Flow State used to be on your panel a lot. Like, I used to always see him on your panel, right? And then, same with Cynthia, right? So this is what surprises me is, like, they get in, like, with all these people that are supposedly, like, in their mind, right, bigger names or whatever, people who have a business model, then they blow smoke up their ass, right? They did that with you, then they did it with Wilson.
It's the spirit animal of the weasel.
They couldn't. Well, yeah, that's exactly. It's all Luciferian dynamics, right? But they didn't do that to me because they couldn't do that to me because I've been impervious to that from the beginning. While they claim that's me, right? These people, the Wilsons and these other ones, are the ones with the arrogance and the ego that have the nerve to talk down on me and what I do when they don't do shit except count money for pushing lies. Oh, you're some sovereign citizen. I go, how if you didn't know who I am and you acted like you didn't know my name? How did you know what I stand for and what I'm about? And why are you demeaning that as if rights, freedom, principle, spiritual faith is something to demean and devalue as a supposed patriotard or an American that you claim that you are? I should be your number one guy. Nope. Because I had to have a wake-up call about what this shit all was. I saw it firsthand with Chile DeCastro and the rest of these guys behind the scene. You're in a fucked up world when Snafu Snaps is more accurate and credible like 20% of the time than the rest of these clowns. It's completely fucked up.
That's pretty bad.
You're showing to me from the beginning, you don't understand digital experience, Mike Stratton, Oracle, blah, blah, blah. These guys are all pogos. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Cool out. Take the back seat. Next thing you know, I realize he's not wrong. He just has his own kind of weird way of saying it in his own one-track mind. But I started to realize these guys are all out for power and cash. They're not going to get it the right way. And when something conflicts with their false power system and non-value system that is truer than them, they will collectively agree to put it aside. This is how beta males operate. This is why our government is the way that it is. Because they all have an unspoken collective agreement. When someone enters this room with some real shit...
Paul. It doesn't have to be like a beta male perspective. It could be like, hey, guys.
Why are you so defensive over that term? Do you identify with being a beta male?
No,
I didn't call you that, so you can't say I did. Why did you just interrupt me because I said that term?
Why
you identify with
me
that,
like I thought that you did when I know that you didn't? And
you
now
must
you're
identify with that collectivism and that idea of denying the truth when it's in your face because we want some other false power and value system.
No, sir.
It's exactly the Antichristo spirit, right? It's not the spirit of the weasel. I mean, that's the spirit animal, like Lance says. But it's the spirit of Antichristo. We will deny the truth and what's powerful and valuable because of who's saying it and what they represent and how it conflicts with our false power, false value belief system. I've seen them all do it.
No, that's one way of telling the Christmas Carol story.
Your boy just said it. Your boy just slipped up and said it. He said, so and so is black.
I just made my boy
I don't know
now, like an hour ago.
You know what I'm saying, bro? That's just an East Coast thing. I'm not saying he's really a boy. I'm being ironic. but your boy, ironically, right? He just said, everybody's boy out here just said that so-and-so is blacklisted. So you mean to tell me that you guys all keep a list of people who get blacklisted for doing what exactly? Because I know I'm on it with a lot of these motherfuckers. It's obvious, bro. I have Mark Passio's people come to me. People on the website that are named as the team next to him, then go, we need you with him. You're the next interaction that we need. The people want that. Whatever the fuck that means. I'm there for that all day because I feel the same thing, right? And then I got the word back. Nah, we're going to act like we don't know you. Mark Passio knows you, but we're going to act like he don't know you.
Dude, bro. I get it. Listen. You and I need to listen. How do I hit you up? Do you have a phone number like I can call you at and just talk to you one-on-one?
You're being weird, bro.
Yeah, I know. Me and Talc
have
had this conversation. Me and T Mel have had this conversation. For some reason, you and I can't have a fucking one-on-one conversation on the phone. Why is it that I hear that you have all these conversations with other people and they get where the fuck you're coming from? And you
I'm here where it counts, bro. I didn't ask to have a private conversation with Mark Passio and be his best friend. I said, let's fucking cook and create some content because we've heard the same shit from you and everyone else.
We're going to Andrew Wilson turning on flow state. And we're going to go back and forth about, I know you could say whatever about flow state.
Truth and cop, you ain't built for this shit. You ain't built for it, bro.
Rant, you're not built
Just
for it.
Just go backstage and let us do the show.
Hold on. Hey, Rant, you want to know why you're not built for it?
Pussy.
Do you want to know why you're not built for it, Rant?
Gay.
Because you're not on the fucking stage anymore. You're gone.
Oh.
Goodbye.
Oh,
it's really disappointing.
Sad trombone.
That's really that's really sad.
You just did it. You just did it. You know what? I'm
sorry,
standing for Rant, man. If you're gonna treat him like that, treat me like that too. Throw me the fuck out too. I'm standing in solidarity.
Listen. I hope that you all stick around for a moment to,
Bye, Felicia.
Whatever did. Reddington, you're still here?
Apparently.
Oh, I'm still here. I would boot myself, but I can't.
You charging your phone yet?
I have 7%. Oh my god. I need to. Listen, I'm adding everybody back because it's an emergency. Emergency.
Pussy.
I'm gonna backstage myself. This is an emergency broadcast. You guys have until my phone dies, and you guys I might not even close it out.
Yeah, take some of that fulvic acid when you're back there too.
I will. Hey, this shit that I offered you for free, you little bitch. You'll know why you need it.
You're an agent trying to poison me. Because I'm going to get to Andrew Wilson and the rest of them. I'm going to foil their grift. You're a
removing myself from the stage.
Snafu warned me about you all. You're all pogoed and dexed out. You're all third and fourth rate agents.
The fuck?
Yeah, I got your number. Trying to send me free fucking concoctions of shit.
Rely on people for it, but we don't have to. We can have people on the show. We don't need them. We can do solo shows. We can do debates. It doesn't really matter. We're just fucking awesome at what we do. So anyway. Back to this.
Blowing smoke up his own ass.
Somebody email this clown. Get me in the room and watch him chain smoke 10 times more cigarettes.
Yeah. Yeah, I did the blunt, man. Yeah, I did the blunt totally. 100% of the time I was smoking blunts. So it is what it is. I mean, right.
Run to take.
Yeah. And they're not good at what they do.
Rob decided that he would stay on the panel, mute himself, right? And just allow these guys to continue with the boring panel that they had planned and show them that without him, it was not going to be a very good one. And, well, he was right. He was right. Now, interestingly enough, why do I give a shit about this? Well, I don't. I don't give a shit if this guy's a bad moderator. I don't give a shit if Rob Noor lost a debate or won a debate. I don't give a shit about any of that because, frankly, it's none of my business, right? Rob can debate where he wants, who he wants. Him coming to work for the Crucible.
That makes no sense. If he's this awesome debater, then he should have won no matter what. What do you mean you don't care if he won or lost? That's such a fraudulent fucking statement. Like, you should already be caring if he won or lost. Like what? And right,
it's all part of the LARP, dude.
Yeah, it's part of the demeaning, devaluing campaign where they can always have plausible deniability. Oh, we're too cool for school. We're so great at what we do. We don't care about any of that when it's convenient for them, right?
Right. Then it goes to the nepotism thing. It's like, yeah, obviously, dude, you don't care if he wins or loses because it's all about nepotism. It's not about people actually winning or actually being good at anything like you're claiming they are. Like,
this is more proof. This is more proof that a lot of this shit is rigged, and the system sets itself up to promote people who toe the line. Right. That's all this is. This is Fox News 2.0 for a new generation of folks who turned off the TV. Right. That's all we're dealing with here.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, this might actually be funded by Murdoch Media. This might be funded by News Corp for all we know. I mean, this is honestly, I've been saying that for a while. I mean, they've been on Tucker Carlson and stuff. It's only a hop, skip, and a jump away from, News Corp itself. So
that Rob can do whatever content he wants, and I'm not going to interfere, and I never have. Not my business. So I don't care about any of that. I don't give a shit about any of these people who are over here talking mad
do
shit
care
as
if
they
he's
send trolls
working
after
for
Rob
you.
after this debate.
Right.
I don't care about that either. Only care about one thing.
Money.
Which is this person here. You know her as Sarah the
You don't
Tomato.
care about your own body, chain smoking
Who,
cigarettes.
honestly,
What do you care
The
about?
truth is, only has
right. It's like a list of things he doesn't care about.
This is what happens when you give cowards and losers who act like they're tough because they're just angry and miserable any kind of clout and any kind of money. So, enjoy the results of all this, right? It's always going the same way.
Right. And then he wants to pretend like he, curated his own audience, like he built this audience up when he's appeared on all these much larger platforms. It's like, so you don't think that Tucker Carlson and Piers Morgan and all these people supplied you with the audience? Like, what are you talking about, dude? Like, delusional.
a channel which is beginning to rise to prominence, due 100,000% to the Crucible and one Andrew Wilson. That's it. No bullshit. 100% due to us. That's it. Not even in dispute that this is the case. Now, why is it that
Right. Just like your audience is from the larger platforms that you appeared on. See how that works? Like, like
Because it gives so much context, he hasn't even played the clip yet.
right? It's like 5 minutes of context.
Like, holy shit, bro.
It's bloviating.
If this was like what you're saying it is, you would just let the clip speak for itself.
Sarah would be on a panel while all
really
of
does drag it out.
Right.
other non-tent maker anonymous fucking idiots are sending trolls over to Rob's channel and participating and contributing to that when she knows how important Rob Noor is to the Crucible and how much of a valued team member he is. I have no idea, but that was the stupidest fucking thing that she's probably ever done. Because what you don't do is go on somebody else's panel and go after your own people. That's the opposite of nepotism. A very stupid move. Can all these people talk shit with impunity? Sure. Do I give a shit? No. Never commented on it before because, frankly, they're fleas on our ass. They're meaningless. Totally meaningless fucking people on the internet.
He just
and they
revealed
made a
himself.
zero dent in society ever with any.
Right.
This is exactly what Brian from High Impact Flicks and Chili and the rest of them did with me. There was a spoken or unspoken agreement that if we all appear together, we're going to be nice to each other. We're not going to call each other out. I broke that agreement immediately because you know me. I'm interested in the fucking truth. They blacklisted me. They're doing the same thing with, I don't even know this guy or the story, but I would bet anything on it. This is what goes on in with all these pogos, as your boy calls them, in all these sectors. They all have the same spirit behind them and they all have the same agreement for what they're going to do, which is bullshit the audience for cash. And you're not allowed to question them when you roll with them, right? For the audience and for the truth.
Right. And now he's admitting he never cared about these people that he empowered. It's just like he said in his other debate. That he did in a small lefty channel. With the soy pill guy. He called the guy a factory worker. He said go work in your low tier factory. So the thing is that this guy thinks he's better than other people for getting paid on the internet. You know, which is crazy. He thinks he's above the factory workers that actually support his content. You know, that tells you something, right? That he thinks he's better than these people.
That's not Christ-like.
You know? Right? Like that means you're a low-level person.
Buddy. They've never made a single dent. This fucking idiot's been streaming as long as I have. This one longer than me. And they've never made a single dent. Ever. Not one time. Not a single viral clip. Nothing. Just total fucking losers. Never made nothing. Never done anything of note on the internet ever. Never once.
This guy thinks he made a
None
dent.
of these fucks.
Right. So PewDiePie and all these other people, they're not losers, right? Because they got one viral video. Like, this is what we're all supposed to believe.
Again, bro, he's using my phrases, and that one video I did was seen over 10 million times. We ain't gonna talk about that. See, this rap is selective.
Right. Right. So people on this panel have already achieved this, and you know what he's bragging about. It's like,
right. And what happened? And what happened? Google and YouTube united with right wing and left wing media to suppress and censor the message and the understanding, and block and strike and shadow ban. Okay, and I got a chart that proves it, and as you folks know, a list of folks who can testify to it, right? So Andrew Wilson is full of shit. We know how these systems work, and anybody who's a good talker who gets onto some real shit and is having a rise or having a level of success, they will step in to gatekeep one way or the other, and they will use their fucking algorithm to interfere. We know that.
Except, of course, Rob, who has done a lot and been in some of the largest, most brutal blood sport debates which you could ever find online. He's been on Tim Pool. He's been on massive shows, right? He's the only one here who, in the greater scheme of things, even fucking matters. That's it. The only one. The only one here who matters, who's paid his dues.
So by his own analysis, Tim Pool matters. Right? Even though he's a total, pogo clown. Right up. This is the type of stuff.
Bro, when this shit opened up for me too, and I talked about it before, because this shit, and people could probably tell, they think it's me being all about me, but this shit was a fucking wake up call, bro, from top to bottom. Vice put me in a fucking clip series, right? And then you start to realize we're not in our own little bubble here. This shit does reach more people, and more people are aware, right? And then they get to decide how they're gonna spin the content.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Is an excellent debater and an excellent entertainer, and also very close friends with me, and he's an employee of the Crucible. Now, what you're about to see is Sarah the Tomato here setting her feet on fire to warm up her hands. I have no idea why she decided to do this. You have no idea the opportunities which have been extended to her through me, right? But it's my own fault. I take full responsibility for all of this. You never trust a fucking woman in the space. I've said it a million times. You never fucking trust them. And every single time I've ever violated that rule, because they seem like they're being a little bit base. They seem like they're...
So the Karens on Flowstein's panel, we're saying that she could have a legitimate lawsuit against him because he said this line right now.
Well, because you know why males like him have a hard time trusting women is because women spend enough time around him and get onto their bullshit game and wind up losing respect for him and jumping shit for a real N-word, as they used to say on the street. So if I was you and I lived like you, I wouldn't trust a woman either. Because the closer they get to you, the more they're going to uncover who and what you really are, and they're going to start side-eyeing some other options to fuck with you, right? Directly or indirectly. Man, I gave her a whole speech 2 weeks ago. I went over there. I fucking dropped the hammer on everybody over there, and I said, I see what you guys do. I see what you're up to. Put the whole place quiet. A good number of the audience was in the chat even saying he's got a point, right? So we need to plant seeds, right, in the audience, in the chat box, on the panels, about what's true and what's right and what really matters, and then watch this shit go where it needs to go, right, while also taking care of our own business on the ground, right? Because that's all this is right here. This is just seeds that have been planted that are sprouting because they know what they're doing. They know what they're involved in and what they're a part of. And guess what? That bitch was over there talking about not being able to sleep every night. You know, I don't get any sleep. I don't get any sleep. The reason you motherfuckers don't get any sleep is because you're doing bad and wrong every day. And you know it. I sleep like a fucking baby. So, you know, maybe tighten up. Run a tighter ship. Do what's true and what's right. Don't give a fuck about these people cutting you off for a few extra dollars. All money ain't good money.
That's true.
Yeah, precisely.
Playing ball. They seem like they're willing to work with you, right? They seem like they're willing to. They seem like they understand their useful aspect of what they do. So here's Sarah's useful aspect of what she does. She books me fucking debates. That's it. I adhere to the moderation of the debate because that's what I do. That's the relationship, right? And I've always said for people who support us, we'll support them. A lot of these very obscure channels get a lot of subs and get a lot of fucking cash because of that. I mean, a lot. Not an insignificant amount. We're not talking about hundreds of dollars a month. We're talking about, in some cases, tens of thousands they rake in from this in a month.
This
but,
dude,
you know, women they
like,
just don't seem to ever understand.
Telling on himself?
Pretty much, yeah. That's my power structure. That's how I keep everyone in line. I promise them, like Shaitan, numbers and money at the risk of their integrity and maybe for their whole soul, you know? And he's absolutely right. He is not lying at all. I've seen it on the inside.
But he's not a grifter, you know.
No.
He's
did
here to make her
America
channel.
great again.
That's a fact.
Say again?
He did make her channel. She didn't exist until he appeared on it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but this is the thing is like there's no way, like there's just no way possible that solely through his support, granted that he'd only get like 2,000 people to unsubscribe from this fucking channel, right? That he'd get people to earn $10,000 in a month at a time. You know, that he can empower people to earn upwards of $10,000.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying he put her on the map and then fucking she kind of grew organically from then, but she didn't start. Like the hardest part is to go from zero to something. You know what I mean? You ain't got nobody watching your show. Nobody gonna watch your show. You got a couple thousand watching your show. You could have 20,000 watching your show.
But here's the thing: she was already on Alex. Playing with Fire, and Playing with Fire has a comparable. Like, let me see what this dude has. He's got like 200K. I'm pretty sure, right?
All I'm saying is it's hard to get from 0 to 100. You know what I'm saying? That's the hardest jump.
This dude has 237K subscribers, right? So Andrew Wilson kept going on this dude's platform. He kept having him on a show. He did like 20 debates with this dude, right? So that's where he found Sarah the Raging Tomato, was on this other platform, right? Where she would play like a skank on the show, right? Where they would do like speed dates, and she would show up and be the person.
Wasn't she a hooker at some point?
$1 million. What did you say? There was something like a $1 million
pussy.
Yeah,
something like that.
Yeah, that's what she said. So this is what it is. So
no such thing.
So she was already on a comparable platform, a comparable size platform, even before Wilson. So this is the thing. So I mean that should be noted. But so I think some of his thing about creating this lady is kind of bolstered. But yeah, he definitely did have a part to play in her success for sure.
I might be biased. She wouldn't let me roast the beta males.
Yeah.
Lols.
I'm a little biased.
Yeah, I went on there one day, and there was this chick talking about how much she liked to get graped. And it was just like straight up, like I called in to talk about Marquis de Sade. Yeah. Yeah, I told them like the origins of sadism, like with Marquis de Sade and the French Revolution and all the stuff. And she's talking about how much she likes sadism. And yeah, this chick filled out the survey about how much she likes to be like tied up and like surprise graped and all this crazy shit, like tortured and shit.
It's called a slave.
It comes from trying to own trauma.
Right.
That's literally the foundational sub-psychology that leads to all the rest of the expressions going on here and water seeking its own level. You have some people who literally love to be fucking raped and victimized and lied and bullshitted to, just pimped on, as I like to say. Right? So you got a pimp and a hoe psychology playing out, or master slave thing psychology playing out across all these sectors. It's fascinating.
Yeah, and I'm thinking this shit's associated with Wilson, so this is gonna be like a Christian talk show, literally. So this is what
it comes from the trauma.
Mind control.
It comes from the trauma. They got traumatized by something, right? And then they try to do it and control it in their future in order to own the trauma and alchemically convert it into something that they think they like, to take the power away from the perpetrator in the past.
Well, it's where your slavery becomes cool, right? It's cool to be a fucking disempowered, sadistic, masochistic slave who kills yourself and, lies and cheats and steal, right? We're all doing it. Right. What's the problem, man? It's the grift, it's the content. What's up?
Right.
Get with the bro. Many of us, we already dealt with that shit in middle school and high school, and by our 20s, we realized we want to leave that behind and do and be and have better. We didn't want to replicate that again in our 40s on fucking panels because somebody offered us a boatload of cash. We're trying to get away from that shit.
We're dealing with Uncle Tom syndrome. We just got a bunch of fucking Uncle Toms out there. You know what I'm saying?
Inauthentic corporate beta males, man. ICBMs. They should start using that fucking lingo. Pull that lingo out for me next time, Andrew Wilson, whoever the fuck watches and listens and repeats my shit over there. Talk about that. How you guys are all inauthentic corporate beta males. Don't stand for nothing.
I know you're on to the slaves, but you gotta also look for the Uncle Toms, who are the head of the house niggas. All right, because those are the most dangerous ones.
Oh yeah,
Like
the house Negro.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, bro, but it takes both, man. This is why I say my grievance the most is with the audience for not pushing where the real power and value and truth is, and calling these motherfuckers out where they're at, right? And let them know we're watching. We see what you are, right? And we're not going to fund it either. Literally the same process is playing out in our government right now that's playing out on these fucking panels. It's not a coincidence.
Is right. You got flow states who's like, I know I'm a slave, but at least I'm in the house and not in the field.
Right. And then when the white field nigger like me finally says, I'm done, I'm out, and I get some results, he stamps his feet and says, why are you free? It's all right there in one moment.
Exactly.
Man. They literally have tried to monetize
you
their
better
own
listen
slavery.
to Massa. They become a carbon copy of Massa.
Well, it's Neo and Mr. Smith again, right? We're back to the Matrix. This is beyond allegory. This is an accurate description of what this fucking place is and what goes on here.
You got to watch Django again. It's all Djangoisms.
Yeah, exactly.
I disagree. It needs to get that violent, but dude, I appreciate all of your perspectives. I love y'all. Dude, I love this.
Who said anything about violence?
No, y'all are awesome, dude. Okay.
Stop inserting violence into our conversation. Thanks.
Don't come for the very people who are the forefront who provision you, make it possible. She's about to have a big 20,000 sub party. Oh, that's great. That's great. You're fucking welcome. Nacho says thank you. I despise her.
He's now jealous of what he created. What a tard.
We're watching her moderate an open panel with Rob.
But how though?
Talking nonstop.
It's like 20K ain't much.
Yeah, but he's like, I deserve credit for this. I know I'm not going to get it. All right, because I've retracted my support.
What a sad state of an existence.
Right.
She took it as him dictating the show. Look, again, this is not about Sarah's moderation. I don't give a shit. Not my business. Not about who goes on Sarah's show. Don't give a shit. Not my business. Neither of those things are my business. Not of any concern of mine what people do with their own time. No business of mine. My only business here is why it would be that she would be on a panel that's not hers, criticizing and laughing as they send trolls to Rob North's channel, who we spent significant amount of resources to grow and make sure had enough of a force so that he could play whack-a-mole with up-and-coming leftists.
Oh, bro.
So let's
pause it
dive
right
in
there.
and
Can we
watch
pause
the
it right
complete-
there?
It's like the stupidest question in the world. Like, why did this chick betray me? Like, it's like, come on, man.
It's as if he wasn't
How long has he
even
been
seeing-
looping this thing?
Hold on,
Crying.
hold on.
He's
Hold
just
on.
crying.
As if he wasn't watching the whole fucking time about what she was doing, and then suddenly saw this spring up. He's never commented on
Right.
this. He's never brought this up. He's never made any criticism about it. And now all of a sudden, why didn't you know? As far as I know.
It's a LARP, bro. It's like it's all fake and gay.
Yeah, this
just
could be
for
gay
drama.
Yeah, this could be gay apps. I mean,
Eternal drama, nonsense bullshit.
yeah, they could get get back together in like 2 months. So this could
Yeah,
all
just
been.
give it
No, I think this is this is legitimate. I think this is legitimate power struggles. This shit goes on in every group in every sector. He just admitted it that they're gatekeeping and they extend resources to certain people with a covert contract agreement that you will only bash on up and coming leftists, whether they got the truth or not. We deem them a leftist and we keep them down, or we demean and devalue them, right? So that's the game.
It's still to get the donos. He's already up to $344 for about 10 minutes of blabbing around about.
Oh, and Jack Skellington was on here earlier. And Revington, you and Jack Skellington are like kind of like a pair in my mind. I don't know what it is.
Talked to him recently, but yeah, he's a cool guy.
You guys are kind of like, as far as like the panel people go, in my interactions, you're similar. Like, you guys both first came on for the first couple times around the same time and then disappeared at the same time. And then like he was here tonight and I haven't seen him in forever. And he's like bringing up shit we were talking about 2 years ago. So he's been watching. But you and him, it's like almost like I think you and him, you don't talk. I think y'all, I think y'all would get along.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember he came up in our Discord like a long ass time ago, like when we first talked.
Yeah, and he disappeared. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember this.
Yeah, I think you two would get along. Like, he's pretty awesome.
Yo, you could probably fast forward to the part where he gets to the meat and potatoes, because he just basically loops and cries for like fucking 20-30 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 of these videos. So,
Sad Chumbone.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure where that really is, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it's soon here. But
kerfluffle as this woman completely destroys all working relationship with yours truly forevermore.
I know.
All right, here he goes.
Like, hey, man, we were getting into a good little thing between us. Yeah. Wow. I don't know. How should I say this, Star?
Isn't she doing DebateCon? Oh, no. Oh, you're right. Oh, my God. Oh, how would we ever be able to coordinate DebateCon without her? Mantid will be taking over DebateCon. No problem. We'll switch the coordination right to Mantid. That was a great
Notice even the
opportunity
name of the event
for
is
Sarah.
DebateCon.
Right.
It's always right in the words if you just look. Hey guys, buy your tickets to the biggest con debate ever. Yeah, DebateCon. Okay.
His ex name is Chris.
Yep.
What is his ex name? It's
Christ
like
Con.
Christ
Paleo Christ
Con.
Con.
Yeah, they always tell you who and what they are and what they work for.
Yeah, it's like how likely is it that they do that twice? They'd fuck that up twice. It's like, whoa. They conned fool
It's
me
all a
once.
big con, bro.
Yeah.
ChristCon
me
33.
twice.
Just saying.
For her.
Fool me twice. Fool can't get fooled again.
Exactly.
Pushes him to the best.
James is like, why do you even bother with it? Don't you? You have a great team, and I'm well, give people opportunities. That's why I do it all the time. Give people opportunities constantly.
And then close it probably shortly after, unless somebody's going to take somebody's place.
Unless somebody's going to give me an extraordinarily high amount of money to drop Rob. That'd be great. We'll go to mom's medication. I think that's off.
So Tippy asking, so because Rob's not participating at this point in the panel, Tippy doesn't exactly know what to do. He doesn't know if he should drop Rob or not drop Rob.
Why is he calling him Tippy? Like, what the fuck? Like,
Rob, he's in quite the conundrum here. Conundrum one, if he drops Rob, he's lost any potential audience he might have because none of these fucks have one. None of them. They have nothing. Nothing.
So why is he platforming them exactly?
Exactly.
To gatekeep and manage and have control.
It's like none of these people have nothing. So why are they debating Rob Noor, a notable debater? It, like, you know, that as he stated, he's like one of the top debaters. So why did he stoop so low? And then he doesn't even care if he wins. He'll support him no matter what. It's none of this.
They do this with everybody, bro. I'm telling you, I witnessed it firsthand. They will find out who is next up or who's making some buzz and making some noise, and they will get their hands in the pot to try to influence or misdirect. Or by the end of it or during it, say, you know what, we should have never helped this motherfucker to try to get him somewhere. He wouldn't have been shit without us. And now look what he went and did. Try to make you the big bad bully, right? And the bad guy. Same fucking game they do with everybody. I've witnessed it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You know how like rich people go on like hunting preserves to fucking hunt animals that are trapped in a zoo? It's like that.
No, Grant, you know what I've equated it to, and I could come up with other allegories, but it's like being the next rapper on the block who is got a buzz because he's got a mouthpiece, and word gets out. So they come down to the block and they take a look at him and they start the contracting process, right? He never makes as much as they do if they do it right? And they own all of his material. And at a certain point, if he doesn't toe the line or he acts up a little bit too much, they label him and they fucking blacklist him. And he never leaves the hood, right? He'll be lucky if he gets to sell a couple thousand copies out the... Yeah, or they whack him in the bathtub and say he's on drugs, you know, if he don't do business right. But, yeah, man, we've seen these fucking...
It's a great allegory because I walked in and I'm like, I didn't. Listen, you guys are. This is the Truth or Cop panel, by the way. Welcome, everybody. Paul, I know you're surprised. You've been here like you've been here for like a long time, dude. You've been here for like an hour and a half, Paul. Awesome.
You know, I'm here.
You know. So I threw a stick to my dog.
All you guys.
I threw a stick to my dog, and
Bear walking doggo.
Oh, he went off on a chase, and
we're starting
is he gonna go kill something?
The Juiceable.
And I closed my eyes, and it was like an acid trip, dude. I saw him like going to like go get the animal. It was.
What are you even on about?
Yo, thanks for
how
input.
simple
Let's get
it
back
can
to the
be,
show, ladies
dude.
and gentlemen.
So simple.
He's on some kind of acid and it ain't the fulvic kind.
Yeah.
Pussy.
It is. It's fulvic, I promise. It's fulvic, I swear.
Pwned.
It's not LSD, it's fulvic, I swear.
I told you that shit was bad for you.
Roll the footage, TML. What the fuck are we doing, dude?
So he's trying to hold out. Tippy's trying to hold out. He's like, well, maybe I can make a little bit of money from somebody at least. And that way, when I drop Rob, it won't be a complete bust. I don't blame him. Isn't it funny, though? You know, that I taught all of these channels, all of them, how to even make money with their channels. I taught every one of them, either directly or indirectly, how to even make money with their channels on YouTube.
Telling on himself again.
Fucking idiots.
No need. I wouldn't want to step on right stuff. If it's my
like, I mean, he directly pays one of them. How exactly did he tell any of the rest of them how to make money online? I'm pretty sure that's public information. I don't know. You know, like, did he like raise them as? I don't know. It's fucking weird, right?
Maybe that's like extra money for his debate course.
Yeah, they do a limited amount of research and development. Again, we're back to what does Clive, what's his name, do when he makes his claim to somebody? He goes down to the hood, watches other people who got talent, who got no resources behind them, little to nothing, and then steals all their shit and brings it back up on the hill and calls it his shit, copyrights it. So I've watched what they do. They go out, they watch motherfuckers who are up and coming, they get a format or an idea, they take it and they run with it. And then they claim it's their format and they put everybody else onto it, right? Same type of games, corporatist games.
Right.
Speak, let me know.
So you're going to passive aggressively crash out.
Trippy, I would be happy to make it up to you and Nova Star to come on and talk to you guys. I'll rate.
Rob says to Trippy here, Trippy, I'll be happy to come back on and make this up to you. Okay? I get it. This didn't work out. It's not necessarily your fault. I'll come back and make it up to you, but fuck these guys.
Over to your channel, everyone that's watching, no problem. But for now, everyone needs to be educated in the fantastic wisdom of Ryan. He clearly has so much to say. So I'll sit in the back until it's my turn to speak again.
Did he rate them?
Go ahead. Just
What
so
a
you know when it's
bitch. I doubt it. He's crying like a son bitch right now.
Now, you see, these people on this panel are talking shit. What you can't see is that this individual right down here is Sarah the Tomato. It's not that she's not saying anything. It's that soon she will just have to join in on the pile-on as they begin sending trolls over to Rob's channel after this.
I mean, Rob's...
Yeah, and Flow State does this consistently. If you don't want to waste time talking to him for hours on end for little to no gain, right, or progress in his mentality, right, then you're the bitch, right, even though it's clearly a waste of time to even engage with him, right? So obviously Wilson didn't understand this, right? Many people don't understand this until it's too late, right? Because he tries to put himself off as a professional sort of guy or whatever, right? So this is the problem.
Still alive and Trippy, I don't believe is.
Once again, I guess I'll respond once again. Rob, as you can all tell, is not engaging. He is not demonstrating that there is a governor who is refusing to follow a federal court order. He is not demonstrating that
I'm up there together one-on-one to see if he's
not demonstrating that ISIS is incapable of carrying out
times. It don't even matter if they're in the wrong. Now, he's not in the wrong, but even if he was in the wrong, I don't care. I don't give a shit. You better learn what nepotism means. We're in an ideological war, and we're not punching right. It ain't happening.
There
Fuck
it
that
is.
shit.
There it is. Exactly right.
There's the corporatism, fascism, statism, not even masquerading, openly saying we have an agenda. You guys will tow it. You will push it. If not, you will have your product limited. This is how every mafia and organization runs. It's top down. We'll give you access to the format we stole and the product we got through other connections, right? We know who and what you work with behind the scenes, not only spiritually, but on a corporate level, right? And if you don't toe the line, which is make us the new Fox News 2.0, well, then we just restrict your access and we put in a word with Google and Oracle and YouTube to maybe not give you so much notifications and audience and all the rest of it, right? That's all this is. They don't even have to be in direct communication. It all, whether they know it or not, this is all spiritual and it's all algorithmic. And it's meant to subvert, right?
What do you tell Gnostic Informant? They're on like a 300-year plan or some shit.
Who's that?
Wilson in that.
No.
big
I'm
line.
saying the spirit. I'm saying, they have a 300-year program. That wouldn't surprise me. These are all
To influence, the United States to turn towards Christianity, supposedly.
Yeah, bro. These are again. It sounds crazy and wacky. I get it. I'm Mr. Doubt myself and whatever's coming out of my mouth, and it sounds crazy, but I've just seen it, and it all roads lead to Rome, right? Like they used to say way back, So the more we change, the more we stay the same. This is the Roman fascistic empire, 10.0 in the modern day world, backed by a bunch of liquor swigging, chain smoking, cigarette slaves who pay the slave tax to Caesar, follow the code, and literally show up to unlawful courts where they have the fasci on both sides. So they are the media arm, the Medea, the deceptive arm of the propaganda arm of the modern Roman fascist statist empire, right? And it's why the sovereign citizens won't get a platform, because they're about true Americana, rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith. And it's why we're not even going to punch right on the right wing of the Roman Empire and the statist fascists, because we're really 2 or 3 levels in to being agents, right? We're just here to fight with the left and troll them and make memes and keep everybody distracted and disempowered. They don't even know they're being inhabited by Lucifer. Go back and read the writings of the Masons from 200 years ago. Like you say, 300-year plan. Go back 300 years ago. They already said they were going to do all this. And they were going to commission slaves like this to get it done. It's all right there, man. You can't deny it. These people don't even know they're being avatared by that spirit to do that work. Or if they do, it's in the back of their mind. They don't care because they're getting a boatload of cash in their mind to do it. See, to me, it's a pittance to sell your soul, right? $3,000 to sell your soul and suck dick and push lies and have to live with that the rest of your life intergenerationally. No, I'm good, bro. You know, but that's the difference.
Just like Albert Pike and Manly P. Hall said, they're going to accept the true Luciferian doctrine.
There it is.
That's what they're doing. They're accepting it.
Not.
They masquerade as Christians, but they are not.
He can now invoke the insurrection.
Fuckhead.
Clear to that idea. It's going to be as credible again.
That's right. In the larger scheme of things, it's scalable. Compared to many people like Steven Crowder, I'm a nobody. It's all scalable. But you're at the bottom of that fucking scale. You fucking people are at the very fucking bottom of that scale. So yes, while scalable, I agree that
Oh, I'm a nobody to Crowder, but you guys are at the bottom.
Oh my God.
See, I flipped that right on its head, bro. We got hundreds of people who are going to court and getting results. We are part of a grassroots movement and conscious and awareness and getting results. You don't do shit except yap on the internet. You're way overpaid to do what you do. Lucifer will come with a big check to push them lies, though. That just it is what it is. You know, they're willing to pay out.
$7,000
See, for God and the truth, you got to be willing to put your ass on the line with no guarantees. That's how you know you could work for that motherfucker. You really got to have some heart.
Yeah, and like what
They
kind
sold
of
their heart though.
Yeah, like what kind of fucked up totem
Yeah,
pole
that's
is
right.
this? Where Stephen
I had a
Crowder's at
cop
the
try
top.
to ID me as a passenger the other day. And because I watched Paul Unslaved a couple times, I told him, you don't have the right to ID me because I'm not driving.
Oh, Rant, shut the
And then he
fuck
tried to
up.
ask
You're lucky I
he
let
tried
you
to
on the
ask me some
fucking
sideways
panel.
questions.
Fuck you, Rant.
And I learned you don't answer fucking questions. Okay.
No,
I learned
you
these
better
things.
learn how to get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, Rant. I'm letting you right back the fuck up, but that was unacceptable.
Well, let's be clear, Truther Cop. I guarantee Rant already knew that because deep inside of him, he has the same soul that I do. And I might have just been a reminder for him of that. But he and many others here have always known that if they really stop and check in with themselves, right?
No, real talk.
baby.
Normally, I would not fuck with cops at all because they're just pieces of shit, right? But I would normally give cops my ID back in the day just to fucking not deal with it. But I had this little Paul Unslaved in my head that was like, don't fucking give him your ID, bro. Fuck this cop. And I was like, you know what? I'm not
In your head,
driving.
rent free, bro.
I'm not required to give you ID. He tried to ask me some questions to slip me up, but I got good training, you see? I've been on these Panelverse streets. I just answered
Come
him
on,
with the
bro.
same fucking response. You know what I'm saying? And then he tried to
Getting
ask me
training
some other
from
shit.
Your dad, bro.
No, my dad is the kind of dude that was a cop, and he was like, look, just give him the fucking ID and get by. Just go on. You know what I'm
Wait, are
saying?
you
Don't
saying- nah,
fucking
nah, 'cause
cause no
see,
flack.
They're going to get on you now. Are you saying that indirectly I was a better daddy from online than your own daddy?
No.
Because when it came
No,
time,
what I'm
you
saying
had-
is,
I'm just,
what I'm saying
this
is,
is why I do the bit non
listen.
bit. Listen, I'm
I
not,
heard it. I heard it
I'm
too,
not trying
Paul.
to
I
get you.
heard it. I heard that as
listen.
well.
Listen, let's not go crazy with it.
I'm teasing him, but it's a bit non-bit, right? I'm
got
trying to
my
be the
bit.
father I never had for me, and by yelling and screaming this thing that I believe is true and right, that's inside of everybody, motherfuckers call back to that moment and they say, you know what? Yeah, that's right. And I've been hearing this
It's a
shit
bit.
because I'm a broken record with this shit, right? And I'm doing, in a way, indirectly, I had to realize at some point, just like Lucifer's using these people, God's using me. And guess what? It's about programming our mind and heart to get the fuck out of this slavery. And the way you program your mind and heart is by hearing the same shit over and over again till it becomes second nature
It's a
to you,
bit
right?
non-bit
Practice makes
voice.
perfect.
You know what I mean? The bit non-bit voice is on to indicate it. But yo, on some real shit, there was that little bit ingrained in the brain. Like, nah, fuck these cops. You know what I'm
It's a
saying?
neural pathway, man. There's no denying it, right? And I'm not like denying that. I'm not ashamed of that. That's part of what I've, at a certain point when I realized I was doing it for myself, I was doing it for others, and I set out to do it. I'm going to repeat certain things over and over again, so much so you're going to have to fucking flash back to it at certain moments and remind yourself of what we all know at our core is true and what's right and what needs to happen next. Because if not, you see where we're going and who and what's going to be running the show, right? And it don't look cute and pretty. And Tommy, you're down there. I see you, bro. There's a spot on panel. If you want to interact with me, I'm still available for you. I would appreciate if you stop running around everywhere calling me a narcissist and saying I abused you. It's kind of sad and embarrassing and pathetic at this point. And again, if you have something you really want to address with me on a feelings level, I'm here for it. But you don't seem that you want to. So let go, bro. It's going to be okay. You know, I want to believe we're here for the same things.
Neuroplasticity, son.
It's real. This shit is real.
Needless to say, this state trooper was pissed that I would not give him ID as a fucking passenger.
And what wound up happening? You're still here yapping, aren't you?
He ended up,
so it must have went well.
He ended up not giving the driver a ticket and just let us go. Because he didn't want to fuck with us, because he was like, this motherfucker knows his shit. I'm not even fucking with him.
No, stop it. It doesn't work. Don't try. Just roll over and fucking die and be a slave, okay? Don't listen to those sob sits.
Religion bit, he's still...
This motherfucker was on a fishing expedition.
Shut up!
That's what it was.
Let it be known I dropped in at 3:11. Paul, what makes my dog happy?
I don't know.
Hold on, they're
It
shooting.
better be quick, because my phone's gonna die.
You said that like 2 hours ago, dude.
Reddington, you're lucky you still have a fucking voice in this panelverse, bitch.
I just think it's fascinating that at every turn, whenever I'm in my mode and I'm speaking that good shit and people are kind of getting on board or getting inspired, one of you shows up to do your rap and just
You're never speaking good
you
shit.
think it's a spiritual dynamic on some level?
Do you want to buy 10 acres of waterfront property in Colorado?
Can all 5 of us right now want to buy some? What do you got?
Interestingly enough, there hasn't been too much
He
options
only
on
accepts
Oregon.
crypto, bro.
We've been entertaining this week, looking on Colorado again because someone from over here is headed out there. Now, do you really think that I could, in good confidence and trust, feel safe with doing anything with you or taking anything from you with what you've said?
It
and how you've
would
acted?
be awesome if you could. I would like to say that. That'd be great.
I'm just fucked up and wacky enough to be open to it.
It shows your inexperience. This would be done through the state land, the secretary of whatever the fucking county it is.
Right,
That's
but
how I
then
bought
you
it.
would conclusively, with your whacked out ways and your threats on people's life, know where I am all day, every day, and I don't really. That doesn't make me feel.
What threats on people's life is that?
I've seen a lot of wacky kind of behavior from you,
What wacky
and
things
I
have you
would rather not have to deal with you in the future if I could avoid it.
Right. That's why you've pursued me around the panelverse. What makes my dog
That's
happy,
you.
Paul?
I'm not pursuing you, Tom. It's delusions like that scare me because you really believe what you just said. I believe that. I really believe you just believe what you just said.
Thanks for the soundbite. I can follow that up with all the
Great,
times on
sound
record.
bites. You got it all, bro. That's great. I'm just saying I don't pursue you everywhere. I've literally focused on.
You think that you can just come online and see every history that you have. Now back to my question. Truth or God, Paul's your daddy.
I'm doing this in reverse order. Oh, Tommy! Wait. Why are you here? Are you here?
What do you want?
Tommy? Are you here? What's going on, dude?
I just came up to see if Paul wanted to buy my 10 acres of waterfront Colorado property because he's so balling. But since he already owns land that he's working on, I doubt he wants to buy it.
So, well, if me and Paul wanted to buy it together, what about that? What if he was going to buy half and I'd buy the other half?
Yeah, I'll let it go for 30K.
All right. I'm gonna let panel actor back in. Rant and TML.
When did I ever proclaim that I'm balling?
Whenever I begged my enemies,
Buddha, I can't add
they flash $100 bills in the camera rather than love their.
I'm not paying the monthly fee, so I can't let you up. I can't add
Tommy, long time no see. How you doing?
Rance, the Grim Reaper is literally at the left hand of God. He's not a satanic
Listen.
angel.
This is not the Grim Reaper. Okay, he's got a smiley face. Listen,
right?
There's something special happening here. I don't know if you're paying attention. There's a schism happening. Okay, in the panelverse, and you're gonna have to pick a side, Tommy. You're gonna either be on the light or the darkness. And I understand that we may appear dark to you, but that's just your own perception. It is skewed. You see, we're actually the light in the darkness at the center of it. So we may appear dark from the outside.
I could have taught you pull-out game.
Tommy,
was this all?
You're not coming at this
to the
conversation.
bottom of this.
I
Was
think
this
what
all-
Rand is trying to say that you're dead, Tommy. You're dead. Walk towards the light. The voice is the light. Walk.
Tommy, what
Yeah.
agency do you work for? And why are you trying to get me like Slow State, so many others on record so bad with what I have value wise? And is this all just one big LARP, like fake offer, so you could see if I could come up with 30K or not, Liquid? Is that what this all is? Because I'm smelling that.
I offered Esra the same deal.
The presumption is it's a
Indian.
deal, right? If you're telling me 10 acres in Colorado for 30K, that means it's probably not as accessible. It's probably far from the store if necessary, a couple hours or more out when I say far, because I've kind of looked all over. And it's probably not drillable when it comes to a well. So
it's 34 miles from Alamosa, and your property line goes into the Rio Grande River.
Right. So what's the catch? Why is it so cheap?
The fuck?
Do you think that's cheap?
Yeah, all the property I'm looking at is over 6 figures.
I just want to get rid of it.
Hear how he says that? Like, would anyone trust that or feel safe with that? Just
What I
wanna get
said
rid
on
of it.
I'm selling an acre.
How could this possibly
For
be
30
anything
grand.
weird? Or, you know,
Because I'm over my bug out into the wilderness and self-sufficient. I'm over it.
went through that
Peter and Paul would get arrested for preaching where they weren't allowed to, and they'd get out of jail and go back to those places and preach again. So why would I run into the wilderness until it's time to just wear sheepskin and hide?
I totally get the vibe. And again,
I
this
feel
is
like
I'm
it's
going
booby
Browns right
trapped.
now. Yeah, I get the vibe. Like Tommy, at his heart, is an Unslavian, but has been tasked with a mission he claims is godly that's actually based in something else, and would just show up like this and try to make an offer to me. It's bizarre. The whole thing is out of a movie. Bizarre.
The offer is open to anybody that hears it. You're not
It's
special.
like the guy around town has been lying on me, hating on me, trying to get whatever I
never
have.
lied
Shows
about
up and goes, "I got a
It's
couple
so
kilos for you. And they're real cheap, almost too cheap to
may have
believe."
been
And I
Rich
go,
to sell you.
I heard.
Yeah,
I heard the offer, Tommy. Tommy, I heard the offer. Don't explain yourself. Stop explaining yourself, Tommy. Please continue
so
on.
what's the catch, Tom? What's the catch? There's got to be a catch somewhere.
The catch is you probably don't have 30 grand.
Well, interestingly enough, I'm not
Well,
gonna.
I would come up with that with him if he didn't. For his land, let's go.
Yeah, I don't see the value of
So you don't
why
see
I
the
should
value
even
of me,
make
Paul?
any statement out loud of what I
okay.
have or don't have
Okay,
conclusively.
all
I
right,
mean,
all right.
like, is this all just one big test to see what I have?
You're that paranoid?
It might be, Paul. Be
Like,
careful.
again, I know
Be
that
careful.
everything I say is an outright lie in your book, but I told you I went to a tent with 30K in the bank. It was before I started doing anything, pretty much. It's like just working a part-time job at that point. So
the things I'm sure you lie about are the things you've said about me that aren't true. And you've been shown the truth or denied the truth. And you think that's a cop-out to say, well, that's just what I see. That's my opinion, because you resist hearing the truth.
Right. It's
30K is not a
interesting-
lot of money.
Right. And this is why I don't understand why we're doing this, because one could infer by certain things what it is and what it isn't. So I think that you're like off on your discernment.
Well, I've
More
shown
than likely
pictures
I have that at least a few times over, right? All things considered.
I've shown no, you don't have discernment. You have a carnal. Whenever a non-believer claims discernment, it's more like they have a carnal mind. Is the closest thing you can have.
Again, I don't want to speak specifics because I'm actually thankful and grateful and blessed to have contribution and support. And I really don't think it's good form running around yelling about it and acting like you're Mr. Big Stuff, especially when, like you said, 6 figures at this point ain't a lot, bud. And you're talking 30K. So, you know,
okay, you want it for 100K? It's only 10
like even proving anything. It's almost better just shut up, do my thing, move in silence as much as possible, and then you can infer everything from the sideline.
You always say you're just gonna stay in your lane, move in silence, but you're
always be the guy who's like on drugs and is a loser and has nothing and is living off everyone else. I know that's the story you guys are gonna write for me, and that's what it always has to be. But maybe it's not that, and that's okay. And I don't have to prove anything.
It's high desert. There's
I know where it is. I was arrested on Alamosa, sir. That's one of the reasons I don't want to live around there. I really don't want to go back to. I'd rather get arrested somewhere new at this point.
Oh, you don't get arrested. You would have been driving your own car.
Why don't you go on the Pacer and look up Alamosa County, and you will find out that on Durango and Pagosa Springs, and the video is up. So another thing you're claiming I'm lying about at the moment, there's video evidence of me getting arrested on Pagosa Springs and court being held at Alamosa. I have been to that town.
Right, and you act like you're.
Do you think I'm you that I just get on the internet and just say shit and there's never any truth behind it? That's not what I trade on. I don't trade on telling outright lies because I'm power and money hungry. I trade on the truth being stranger than fiction and me having an aspect of it, along with all the rest of you to a degree.
We're talking about you, so you should be happy. Are you saying I'm those things?
The presumption is we need to talk about me to be happy. The only way that talking about me makes me happy is when the value comes through that reflects on all the rest of us.
Shown it on Jack. You
right, all I can talk about is my experience. That's called firsthand testimony, and you might want to get used to it instead of talking about everybody else. Talk about you and what you know and what your experience is and what God shows you day to day.
You don't want to hear that. You just want to narrative that. You want to say I'm a loser, failure, hater.
If I'm a narcissist and I'm lying constantly, then you can never reconcile with me. How convenient for you while you offer me good deals on property. It's bizarre.
That's why I told you on Jack's that you don't need to step in the way of Jack because I'm done with you.
But you're here again. You keep saying you're done with everyone, but you show up in everyone's face again, and then almost even more in a way.
See, you narrative that I do things.
Seriously, guys, how many people are there? 15 in the audience? All 15 of you. Is this not bizarre and weird?
This is not. Listen, let's not be obscure here. This is a rare occurrence where both of you are appearing on equal stage. Let's not hold the stage against one another. I appreciate seeing where it's going. I'd rather see it continue to play out. And
you also have the same. It's kind of embarrassing to you. You have the same 3 losers who follow you everywhere and just agree with whatever you say because you beat them into submission.
No, I
resist. Why don't you give them the hint on the side of how embarrassing that looks when they're constantly.
I have blocked people for super chatting me, so no, that's not correct.
Listen, dude, no one cares. We were all sitting here. I might have been talking a lot about my experience, as I oftentimes do, because I think it relates to all of us and the times we face. And I've had a lot of direct experiences with certain things. So I'm privileged to have that experience to be able to speak on it. Does that make you annoyed? Are you upset about that? Do you want to contribute more?
You're usually talking like what you heard on a movie or a rap song.
No, you're projecting that onto me, dude. That's the thing. I've lived the life of a movie in a way, and I'm presuming you have too on some level. So why are you presuming or projecting that I'm any less than you or no less than you or that all my experiences are lies and I got them all from movies?
Because we've shown that of you, and you say a lot of bullshit.
I'm not interested in what you believe you've shown on your non-cast. We're here now. Specific examples or it didn't happen. And just saying my specific examples didn't happen doesn't work.
Right. You were never the confidence man of a tattoo face killer. That was actually me.
Again, I don't know your story because I'm not watching you constantly and taking every word and analyzing it and then comparing it to my life.
No,
I was
because
just
when
telling
we
a story
try
about
to talk about it,
Hello?
you reject it because it proves you wrong of all your
I don't know
accusations of
anything about your story, but see, Tom,
right.
Tom, if you had
Right, but
any
you
trust, faith, and equity in your heart,
hey, shut your fat fucking mouth for a second.
No, I'm
You don't
responding
know
to what
my
the
story,
paranoia and
but
the delusion you just
spent
put forward.
3 years projecting like you do to everybody else. You're
Is
a
it
fucking
possible?
idiot. You're fake. You're a front. Nobody's purchasing it, and you're never doing a thing but looping your early season one.
We've heard all this. That's your code.
Right.
Is it possible that if you are being honest about
You learn coke from your boyfriend?
Is it possible that if you're being honest about all your experiences, that also I am, and that maybe we've lived a similar life or a lifestyle at one point? No. Okay. So as I'm trying to be good faith and honorable by just pointing out that we don't have to multiply hypotheses more than necessary, you will deny my experience to presuppose yours is the only one that's valuable while calling me a narcissist. This is rich and extremely ironic.
You're the one presupposing. You're the one sitting here
I don't need to
presupposing.
get online and talk about things that are borderline criminal that can have me arrested. I do so because I like sharing that, and on some level, it kind of allows me to work it out and understand me better. Because I don't want to run around like you proclaim to be a big, bad, tough guy. I've actually said
I don't proclaim I'm a big, bad, tough guy. That's
all I keep hearing is we have stuff.
Bring them back.
Sheesh.
All I'm hearing is we have stuff in common and you have some kind of axe to grind with me because I took my personality and my understanding and experiences and did something with it metaversally and community wise. And you don't seem to have the same kind of momentum and results. That's all I'm getting from this. Notice I didn't need to deny your experiences that you claim are true and we're all supposed to believe, while you claim everything that I'm saying is my experience is a lie and false. Hardcore projection, dude.
Yo, Paul. So I said I'm driving everybody else. So what's your how do you find work? You're I'm literally not being judgmental. What's your experience of finding work? You're doing trades locally. I do construction in a nearby place. I
have so many extended friends and family right now. Not really. I have a core group of extended friends and family, we'll call it, who contribute regularly to who I am and what I do. And there's been a few folks over the way who've contributed in a satisfactory manner. We'll put it that way. Right.
No,
They've gone above and beyond. So I'm blessed enough to be in a position where I don't have to, at this time, trade my time for value directly. That may change. With that said, I've also at times applied to workplaces part-time, if nothing else, because I do believe in getting out of the house, right? Keeping a schedule. I don't like it. I don't want to do it. I tried to get away from it. And then I realized, you know what? There's some value to it. Keeping a schedule, having to be somewhere on time, serving the public, and trying to expect nothing back for that. And then recognizing the check is just a bonus. As silly as it sounds, I found it was one of the most rewarding times of my life when I worked at the warehouse and I kind of had a cushion and a savings, and I didn't have to be there, but I chose to be there, and I didn't expect anything. I worked hard because I knew I needed to work hard, and the check was a bonus to me in my mind. That's how I chose to see it, right? So, I'm the king of talking myself into seeing shit a different way so that it has a different vibe for me, because I didn't like the idea of having to show up every day and trade my time for cash to get the things I need. I had to see it a different way to do it in a different way, right? So I'm not down on hard work. I've come to realize once I become somewhat financially free and independent that I could benefit a lot from it. And the fact that I wasn't up every day at a certain time and out and moving my body and living the life of a streamer, you know, I got heavier and I wound up having health issues and all the rest of it. And that was from eating like shit.
Well,
and-
speaking of which, I'm not going to be able to carry this conversation on for long. My phone is at 5%, and OTW just joined in the back. I don't know if anybody can carry this somewhere else within the next 30 minutes or so.
Give the keys to OTW, man. What the hell? We're fucking going here. We're moving. And we'll figure. We're finally to get over here, get some energy and movement. And you're fucking drunk off your ass and you want to run out of here.
No, I'm going to go fuck the bed.
This is unslaved exclusive. You may never get this again. I'm like Andrew Wilson now. All right?
Oh, dude, this was already unslaved.
I'm making you.
Dude. I've already made you, and one day I'll prove it, and you'll see it, and you'll be like, "Oh, thank you." Do I need to service return on the face? I said, "Don't, no."
And I'm not taking any of that fucking fulvic acid, pussy.
No,
I want
you
any
can
of
take it. You can take it. All right, everybody. Now that we're getting it, I didn't mean to get there. So I got Reddington, Machine Lies Rant, OTW, and Avian Buddha. So I'm gonna go in order. I'm gonna add Reddington, Machine Lies, Rant, and Avian Buddha, and I am at. If I remove myself, can I add Avian Buddha? No, you're here. All right, all right, everybody, what's up?
Tommy ran again from the back. I want to resolve this with him, man. There's got to be a way to resolve. We could just let go of the hate and the projection and the nonsense and just let it go. But then I guess he's worried, like, what will he do then?
OTW took off. OTW's here.
It must be like shit land or something. Like middle of nowhere.
Yeah, bro. And again, it's so weird. The person who started a channel about me and hasn't stopped talking about me in a negative way now wants to give me land with 3 other people who I call a family, non-family, right? It's just kind of the whole thing's kind of odd, weird.
Greetings.
I just imagine like logs with fucking spikes in them, Rambo style, like just fucking. I don't even know.
No, I was never a Browns boy, but I always had the makings of it. And with what I've seen on here spiritually with everyone, nothing would surprise me at this point. I've had him accuse me of it. You know, literally, while I'm on papers doing rights and freedom and all my documents and all the rest of it, they're on papers getting hemmed up in shit they had no business in, and then seemingly folding or working off charges. I'm not saying that's Tom specifically, although I've heard some stuff. I've these people have admitted it. I was, again, snafu slave, and I think he might be one of them. I still haven't made up my mind about it, but he told me one day, he goes, "You got a pogo hornet's nest over there." I said, "This guy's a whack job." And then I started realizing everyone around me has been arrested on J6. Zetetic Warrior, Slow State, Eric Boshene. Just a list of cast of characters who showed up out of nowhere, admitted they were watching for years, never said anything or typed anything, and just made an introduction to me. And then started asking me, how much do I make? Wanting to work with me privately, and I'm a man of few words, believe it or not. Away from here, I don't tell people shit. I'm not getting into nothing. I don't need to. Why would I? I don't know you like that. Right? So, then I watched them all turn on me. After doing X amount of weeks and months around me, they just abruptly turn on me, go off and try to do their own thing. And then I wonder, what is that? And it's very agency behavior is the only way that I could describe it, coming from certain worlds, as Tommy says, that I never existed in. I never said I was a big, bad, tough guy or a big shot. I was a fucking drug addict involved in gang activity.
It was either that or it's just toxic behavior, man.
Right, but I'm saying it's either it's either commercial agentism or it's a spiritual agent, because they all run the same playbook, right? And they all have this feigned sort of anger and bitterness and resentment and hate for me, and I have a hard time believing it's jealousy. Like, I'll say that, and it might be, but I don't want to believe that. And I go, what's the missing piece to the story here? They're working for something to try to get me into something, about something that fits the mold on every level.
Did you see the Tommy storage unit video that came out recently?
No, I don't. I try to stay away from all these people. Truth or I showed up at Jack's for the first time in months at this point today, and he kind of asked me to come over. So I made a special consideration because I it jumped back in the loop to an extent, right? But I'm not watching any of this shit anymore, man. I'm so fucking done with it.
Well, you know what, Paul?
Somebody
Because
played it on a show
this
that I
is
was on, right? And fucking Tommy is on a spiritual quest, right? Which is respectable. The only issue I had was there was a point in the video where he was talking about Israel being the true children of God and talking about Jesus fucking taking the rifle and like killing people. Like, I don't know what the fuck. So he's definitely on a spiritual power quest. I just think that if he directed it in the actual truth, it would be a good thing. I think he's a little misguided. That's about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's got all the right intentions, just going in the wrong direction.
I'll put it to you like this, bro. At a certain point, the doing what I do with legalities, being in that loop, you get a lot of intel just on all sides. When I started seeing that certain agencies were bumping up 10x to do policing for cyber crimes and all the rest of that, I kind of got the move, right? So I'm like, don't kid yourself. A lot of people on here got themselves caught up in certain situations, and they may be, whether they know it or not, whether it's commercially or spiritually, they're indebted to someone or something, and it wants them to do their work, right? And again, this is why I make the distinction, commercially or spiritually, because it doesn't mean they're all getting paid monthly to come on certain times with certain people and do certain things. I think it's a possibility. And you'd have to guess, in any circle you run in, that is a reality, right?
What if it's MK Ultra programming? Because, I saw the second to last post on the Telegram, on the Pimp Telegram. And when I read it, I was like mind blown, did you see it?
I didn't see it.
Okay, I'll read it out. I have it right here. It says, "My dear Wormwood, be sure that the patient remains completely fixed on politics, arguments, political gossip, and obsessing on the faults of people they have, they have never meant. Serves as an excellent distraction from advancing in personal virtue, character, and things the patient can control. Make sure to keep the patient in a constant state of angst, frustration, and general disdain towards the rest of the human race in order to avoid any kind of charity or inner peace from further developing." Okay? Ensure that the patient continues to believe that the problem is out there in the broken system rather than recognizing there is a problem with himself. Keep up the good work, Uncle Screwtape. Letters. The letter says, "The Screwtape Letters" by Clive Staples Lewis from 1942.
Yeah, bro, this is the thing. We could point to thousands of political pieces, artistic pieces that reflect the political science.
Sorry. Paul, do you know that's C.S. Lewis, right? Like the Chronicles of Narnia, right? The Screwtape Letters.
Fuck, truth or cop?
You know that,
you
right?
just keep killing the flow, bro.
Still, truth is hidden in plain sight.
You know that, right? OTW, do you know that?
Yes, I said, but truth is hidden in plain sight.
Oh, yeah. It was like, because I was retarded, and that was like the first series I could read. So I'm very
Truth is
proud of that
stranger
moment.
than fiction.
Yeah, it's very strange. I know. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
You okay through the
Douglas. Gonna be okay.
Maybe we should take another shot through the
Hey, who do I need? I'll boot you all the fuck off here. I don't need shit from any one of you motherfuckers. TML, do you hear this bullshit that I'm going through? Do you see what the fuck I'm doing? Like, I kind of lay relax for a moment, and they're like, "Oh, he's stretching in the field. Let's fucking cut his head off." You see what they do to me over and over and over again? They're doing the same shit to you all the time too. I get it. I'm sorry. Don't feel the need to defend yourself. I'm gonna throw them back in here.
Just fucking.
You're so assertive, TC, man. I love it.
You were just starting to grow on me. Now I'm gonna have to go back to building the dossier.
Lols.
TML was going somewhere. Shut your fucking mouth.
Basically, OTW has a point Tommy might be a victim of mind control or be it a target individual. We don't know. Could be possession.
Could be an act, a LARP.
Right.
This is why Jesus
I
said,
think it's more a
heal
LARP
the
than
body.
anything else. Yeah.
You got to heal the
Supposedly
body
have actor courses.
before you can heal the soul. The body causes the mind to go haywire.
But I think that answers our question. What type of Christian is Tommy? Oh, the Jewish kind. Interesting.
Oh, he seems sick right now. He seems a little sick.
When is he not sick?
I mean, he's got good intentions at the core of it all. It's just misdirected.
Like
I've been
deep under a pile of meth.
That could have something to do with it. I mean, at the end of the day, they are putting shit in the food. They're putting shit in the air. Don't think they're not putting shit in the street drugs. They're absolutely putting it in there.
Listen, man, I don't want to do meth pedo on him, as he says, and all the rest of it. I'd prefer if he could just, if he's going to offer me land, if it's not just a LARP to see what I have or work, he's working off charges for somebody. I don't know, like, what the deal is. Then you just need to understand, Tom. I'm open, like I've told you day one when we first met on here. I'm open to working with everyone to whatever degree we could get that done amicably, and that's difficult with someone like me, right? Apparently, and maybe so you as well. So if we can't get that done, no harm, no foul, right? You know, it doesn't have to be love lost or turn into hate, right? I'd rather be neutral or try to find some way to share love if we can, you know, or just show a care, than to keep this back and forth enmeshment, tethering, toxic bonding, you know, trauma bonding, whatever the fuck you want to call
I'm
it.
down to 1%, and I'm going to lose control of my panel, and it's headed in such a beautiful direction. I'm going to let it happen, but I'm going to
You've
lose
never
control.
had control of this panel. You're another delusional
I'm
person
going.
online. Shut up,
I
give the
have
keys
to turn it
and
off.
walk
It's
out.
going.
We got this. You're hosting
Yeah,
the flow. You're not
we're
creating
we're
it.
good,
Many
TC.
folks need to understand
All right,
that.
I'll be
dynamic.
back.
You're hosting the flow.
Thank
You're
y'all.
not creating it. You're not
Easy.
controlling it. You're
I know
not
I'm
directing
not.
it.
I
You're,
know.
you're in
Would you-
denial.
Oh,
This is
you're in
Illuminati
denial.
syndrome.
Wait, how do I?
Please don't fall victim to Illuminati
Shut it
syndrome.
down. Shut it down.
I'm not trying to shut it down. You guys got to continue until I get back. My phone's
Give
dying.
TML
Don't dare
or
give the keys to anyone,
OTW,
because
give
then you'll
someone
be a ball
yours.
watcher, and then you'll have your own fucking thing
gone.
going without even being there, and you'll
gone.
have somebody with good
It's gone.
conversation
Girls
flowing, and you won't have to fucking micromanage and interfere. Wow,
He can't give keys. He
Wowie.
still has
that's an
the
insane power game right there.
free version
What?
of
Did
StreamYard.
1% of my phone is left?
You
It's like,
Stu, we
How
we
are you
addressed this
saying
20
that?
minutes ago. We knew we were coming to this juncture. Can we act like it? We knew this was going to happen, so just prepare for it. What are you?
Yeah,
in?
right.
I'm in the desert, bro. Like, where are you right now that you can't charge your goofy ass phone? You're like one of these fucking hot girl summer broads. You just go out, your phone dies halfway through the night, and we don't see you for 2 days. And you say you and then you expect me to believe it was girls' night out. No. Something's going on here. Truth or cop.
Yeah, it was girls' night out with another man.
Right.
My
I
phone,
start
my
thinking
phone
that.
is down at 5%. How are you still talking, Truth or Cop?
He's not.
He's another guy working off
Oh, he's
charges.
at
My
0%
phone's
now.
dying. We're gonna take you to the back, and who knows what he's up
Saying
to.
that for like 2.5 hours.
I know. It's just there's never there. Oh,
Nope,
up,
there he
there it
goes.
is.
Maybe he wasn't lying.
Yeah, I agree with Brown's boy because I think these panels were created as a dump off point prior to 2020. Digital FEMA camps tricking people into locking themselves into their homes.
It's limited hangout, bro.
I don't know. I'd be walking around all over the place on streams.
They get you figured out. They put you in an algo, and you just ride the algo. But you gotta upset them. You gotta do shit outside the algo.
You can't do shit outside the algo from within the algo. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, you might as well just start a new channel and focus on different type of content to try and get into the algo, because once your channel has hit some sort of digital freaking ghetto, I think there's no way out. You're stuck there. I was like, I don't know. I was like, I've been there for fucking 3 years
It's
now.
really hard to get out. Yeah.
You got to go into the matrix to break the matrix.
Yeah, I don't think I'm on my way to breaking anything.
Yeah, well, I think life has an algo just like this metaversal experience does, right? Based on who you are and what you put out on some level is what you find next to you after a certain point. So I don't think that begins or ends online. I think it may be more restricted on here, more directed and coordinated. So, but yeah, I think that there's an algo both ways. If you left here and you entertained the same 20 people 365 days a year and they all acted the same way and thought the same shit and they weren't about nothing, well, then you would manifest that kind of community and that lifestyle, right? You cut all that off and stopped interfacing with that and made space for what the greater algo has planned for you, right? God as an experience. You're going to have different people, places, and things show up. Your life's going to start to change the way that it looks. So,
you know what? I might be moving to the United States quicker than planned. While the whole Tylenol debacle was going on, our Canadian government passed a law for absolute total digital surveillance.
Oof.
Yeah.
Panopticon, bro.
We literally are going to become a communist country, guys. So
it's already there, man. By definition, we go over that regularly. It's already
privacy.
Yeah,
is
no,
a
but
myth,
what I'm
bro.
saying is I need to get out before I won't be able to get out anymore.
I don't know if you all realize, but we're all conveying towards a certain core goal.
Oh, I've realized,
It's like-
Lance. I tried to explain this to these folks 3 years ago, and they went, "No, that's your trip. Keep getting arrested. Ha ha ha. We're gonna go do drama content and debates."
What I'm saying is we could all fight it or we could just fucking ride it. It's a matter of if you realize what's happened.
But you don't understand, Rant. This is like the government's going to have complete access to all of your social media, all of your bank account, all of your statements, all of your conversations you had over the phone.
Exist.
Right, but now it's kind of like they're bringing it out in the open, and on top of it, they're literally saying that they don't need any warrants or whatever. They're just going to do it without even you knowing about it.
What if the truth of this is they already have all that, and based on who you say you are and how you live, you get what the fuck you serve. Based on who and what you serve, you're going to get an outcome. Is it possible there already is an algo and they're already giving it out to people?
Yes.
Why is he free? Something like that?
Yeah,
I've
heard that one.
You've heard that line
Regardless of
before.
your belief system, you cannot outdo the will of God. None of our will is strong enough. And the will of God is going to be collecting people to the left and to the right. And I don't mean that politically. It's just a separation of the wheat and the tare. And that's what's happening right now.
I'm thinking,
It's
yeah.
a matter if you realize it or not.
It's what
Right,
I'm
we
wondering
see
is
that.
there's going to be a hell of a lot more chaff than wheat.
Well, of course, the cream is the cream for a reason. It rises to the top, and there's less of it, so it's more valuable if you want to look at it that way. It's the same energy reflected right here. The micro reflects the macro, as above, so below. We've heard that many times, and it's right there. Tommy came on Talcott's today and took the whole screen over for a minute and a half and asked for it and got it, only to tell the people not to try or to do or to be or to have better. Just accept whatever's doled out and like it and be a fucking slave. And now he's tonight, all of a sudden we get the season 10 update that he's got land and waterfront property and he wants to get rid of it because he went through that phase already. Just one piece of distraction, demeaning, devaluing, disempowering, dysfunction. This is what this is, as Rant just described, as the scripture describes. So I don't know what's going to happen. I don't think any of us do. We're kind of looking backward in order to look forward, and it's kind of clear on certain levels. And then we get an opportunity to do God's will. And as Ranch has said, it's way more powerful than any man here or any other group of men here. And that's something we can't conceive of and accept typically. But the moment we do,
it's bigger than religion.
Miraculous things happen.
It's bigger than religion. The will of God is what shatters religion. At the end of the day, you could know, but the tree of knowledge leads to the fall of man. You could understand or you can overstand, but when you overstand, it's not based on knowledge. It's based on your gut. You have to see, but not with your eyes. That's the reality.
Yeah, it's a lonely freaking journey, though. I'm going to tell you that much. In a sense, it's almost a good thing to have like-minded people to talk to when it comes to these particular things, because if you're going through this and you don't have anybody else to connect to when it comes to that, man, it's really a very lonesome journey.
And that loneliness is there
I don't think
to cause you to
US
want
is too much
unification.
behind Canada, anyways.
The loneliness is there to drive you towards unification, but the separation has to happen before the unification. I don't want to surround myself with a bunch of weak cupcakes.
I agree. You're absolutely right on that, man. That's for sure. You need
The
to.
digital space is going to evolve. The cupcakes are going to amass the digital space, and the realness is going to leave the digital space and enter into the real world. While they're all sitting there tapping on their keyboards and getting fat, lazy, and stupid, the real people are going to be building the future in real life. The future that could sustain whatever the fuck's going to happen, because we ain't going to be relying on the bullshit. We ain't going to be relying on donations from the digital fucking slave masters. We're going back to God. We're going back to nature. That's what's happening. You're either going to get with it or you're going to get hit with it. It is what it is.
There's no denying that. That's for sure, man. Yeah, sometimes we think we might be out here for a particular purpose, and it might not even be that. Later down the line, the whole reason why you were here was probably because we're here to create a better world, like a better community, and start small and expand from there. But it seemingly trust is a really big issue when it comes to wanting to produce such an endeavor, man. It's like, it seems like an impossible task at times when it comes to interacting with the multitude of different characters here on YouTube.
It is impossible for people like Flow State and all these other clowns. But with God, it is all possible. These godless people, of course it's impossible. We can't be in the mind state of impossible. Nothing's impossible.
Yeah, there has to be some unifying force that is above and beyond the wishes or the will of the individuals who are participating, if that makes sense. And then we all have to shoot for that at times, because if not, we get caught up in conflicts of interest, right?
Well, it's like now everybody's freaking out over the Rob Knorr, Raging Tomato, and Flow State, and Andrew Wilson. And it's just a bunch of nonsense, right? It's left-right paradigm arguments that pretty much linger over semantics, and then everybody gets butthurt about a bunch of retarded left-right bullshit. It's just wild to watch these clowns fucking go around acting like chickens with their head cut off, not really realizing what the fuck is actually going on, while they're all fucking caught up in their own delusions and illusions and their own fucking... I don't believe it, Paul. I don't believe it, guys. Rant. I have a hard time believing my own eyes and ears sometimes. It's like that we haven't reached a point of consciousness higher than this. And I've been awake for 8 years now, man. In 8 years, there hasn't been more people waking up. There has been a decline in intellectual prowess. You know, there's been a decline in people actually going and moving forward to actually make this world a better place. And that
it
is
has
actually,
to be that way. It has to be that way so you can see the schism, so you can see the difference. The garbage is going to sink. The cream is going to rise. It's going to keep sinking. The garbage is just going to keep sinking. And the cream is just going to keep rising. That's what it is.
Yeah,
At
but
the
it's
end of
funny
the
you
day-
say that, because all I see is the shit rising and the cream is being suppressed.
Yeah,
This
but
is what
that's
I'm
that's
seeing.
part of the
That's
loop,
the point.
right? It gives them all what they think they want so that they can dig their own grave. And like the scripture says, the last shall be first and the first shall be last, because one group is going to keep the faith and just do the next right thing. The other group is going to do wrong and push lies because it's been deemed profitable and engaging, right? They're trying to drive engagement.
They're just going to keep coming, getting their ego stroked in the digital space. We're going to get pissed off for getting censored and fucking marginalized, and we're going to leave the digital space and go into the reality. And then they're going to have a fucking problem.
That's what I
That's
have
the
a
point
feeling.
is
Yeah.
it's
Go ahead.
it's doing the work of God, and we're on a long game path here, right? And we're all having the same experiences on one side or the other. And again, I'm not denying that this shit doesn't live in me. You know, it's precisely because this shit lives in all of us that we have to be steadfast and watch ourselves and be careful, right? Full of care to call it out in ourselves and others. Because if not, you get swept away with the deceptive current. But what Rant is describing is my story, right? He couldn't know it unless he's I am that am. Because he couldn't recognize the light within me that lives within himself and everyone else here, and he couldn't recognize the darkness that lives within him that will deceive him if he let it. We all have these things as within, so without, as above, so below. It's right there. But they're caught up in the deception and the delusion, right? So once we see better and know better, and we know what the program and plan is and what the will of God is, and this is nothing new. See, we just got to get out of our pride and arrogance and ignorance to remember, oh, this shit's all been done before, man. People already left the cities and the suburbs to go back to the land and then try to work on living free and not being told what to do with the land, and then having code changed because some real motherfuckers finally showed up in a completely artificial reality run by code, you know? So
Exodus Part 2.
yeah, this shit is just, it's light age, dark age cycle, loop after loop, and we have to do a micro loop with the macro. You know, we got to go light age, dark age in ourselves and in our own life to be reminded of, you know, what the purpose is, what the practice is, it seems.
Here's what I can tell you from my experience. My goal was to ensure the survival of my children and hand them down a sustainable life. What I've found is that is not possible as one man on the land with a wife and 5 kids.
I agree.
It's too much to manage.
It takes a village.
I can't be the baker. I can't be the builder. I can't be the fireman. You know what I'm saying? I can't do everything as one fucking man. And my kids are not going to grow faster than the fucking system is going to eat the world around me. So we're forced into a predicament where we're going to need each other, whoever the fuck that is.
Yeah. And it's funny because it seems like my own mission when it comes to, because I didn't really know what I was going to be out here doing. It just kind of like naturally happened. But as time moves forward, it's getting clearer and clearer to me what my actual purpose is out here. And I believe it's along the lines of what Paul has been talking about lately and what you just said, Rance, is to actually end up, because I've been actually talking to my daughter tonight after I got the news on the new laws. I told her, I said, it's time to go. Time is short. We need to get the fuck out of here, you know? So, you know, she's like going to be looking into places that we could go look. I suggested Arizona for some particular reason. But yeah, anyway, so we're actually looking into that more seriously than we ever have before, because I'm not going to get caught here. And I imagine probably the same predicament is going to be is going to be reserved for the United States as well, further down the line. But I mean, hey, if I could get a little bit, you know, a few more years of freedom before that happens, you know, I'm going to go for it for sure.
Do you all know why I'm not on my land anymore?
No.
So I'll tell you the quick version of the story. Essentially, I had built myself a little tiny kingdom in the woods, and I thought everything was going to be fantastic, because how is trouble going to find me in the woods? I'm armed to the teeth on top of a hill. Well, here's the thing. There was a campground at the end of my driveway that I built, and my neighbor, who's retarded, wanted to be a good man and let a bunch of meth heads invade the fucking campground and move in. Now, they didn't do anything necessarily, but I'll be damned if I'm going to have my kids running around outside while I'm at work with a bunch of fucking meth heads at the end of my driveway. So I had two decisions. My decisions were, I could either dig a bunch of holes and bury everyone and murder them, literally, or I could move to avoid having to murder them. So I decided to move and build something bigger and better. Now, at the time, I didn't understand the test that was before me. But the reality is that God tested me. And now it's time to build something bigger and better. I just don't know what that is yet. So here I am.
All right, so I'm gonna put it out there because I've been putting the energy out there, right? And this thing's been moving heavy on my side with, you know, people kind of coming out of the woodwork all of a sudden. You know, I kind of put the word out years ago, and you know, some stuff came through, but you know, there's been so far 4 of us who come forward, and you know, we got a group going and we're looking at options. If you guys are really serious about this, I can't ignore the timing, right? We're all kind of on divine timing here to some extent. So if you guys want to throw into the pot, right? Because it all comes down to that at the end of the day, you know, what everybody can afford, and then it goes to, do we see a unified idea here? Do we even want to be next to each other, right? Do we see value in that? And then I think we all kind of have a little bit of, I'll speak for me, I like my own space in my own area and to kind of be left alone when I'm in whatever mode, you know, just wanting my solitude, wanting peace, or, you know, having some tests and challenges. I kind of retreat. But yeah, man, I'm open to it. You know, I obviously I have trust issues. And I know I need to work on that. The Maxima Law, right? Trust, equity, and faith is also a spiritual practice. So yeah, if you guys are if you feel like that's what this is supposed to be, because I'm kind of getting that vibe. I know when I'm in one of those situations where that vibe is there. And I've been seeing more and more of it lately, where people are just kind of going, yeah, we want to get out, and we're seeing where this is going and what are the options, you know? So
yeah, that's exactly
yeah, man,
the realization I'm coming to right now. It's like as if I didn't really, like, I knew that things were going to get worse, but since I didn't have like a particular timeline, it's as if I wasn't really worried about it, right? But now things are a bit different. You know, it's like I think something just kicked in. Like I got like that thing there. The spark just lit up, right? So now I'm going to be looking into, you know, seeing what are my options and what I'm going to do.
Yeah, I mean,
it's funny that you say that.
No,
I've actually been getting the feeling with the people that I've been around to form a group also. And it seems like it's all coming together by divine will, like you said. At the end of the day, I can't deny it or ignore it.
Well, it's been calling out to me for years now. You know, it's like it's a calling. It's not even like something that I can shrug off. It's always there.
There's definitely a lot of things to
been
consider.
Hollering it for years because I've been realizing that more and more, and it's always been at the core of my beingness, and I'm kind of putting it out to see what comes back. Right? It's like a lighthouse or a beacon, you know. So yeah, man. Again, I've said this for the longest time. I believe we all find each other. Like this person down there who's always pops up. There's always these certain people who pop up at these certain times. It's not a coincidence. Free yourself of the burden of walking around calling me and other people sovereign citizens, because there's going to come a time in this life where you're going to be referred to that because of your values or lack thereof, right? Just wanting personal choice and to be free and not being surrounded by a bunch of statist fascist slaves who can't think.
Who's the hater, Emperor LARP in chat? It's like he seems to be hating a lot and spamming in chat. I was like, I'm wondering
Yeah,
why.
they're part of that energy, just like the Tress person, because they,
That's not.
again,
Yeah, it's not necessarily a hater. It's just. Yeah, it's kind of a homie. That's just how he is. But yeah, blessings.
The thing is, people are influenced by spiritual forces, powers, principalities, and rulers of darkness in high places that they don't even understand they're under the influence of just by the nature of their vibrational frequency. So when you see people talking, it's not people. I've experienced it myself. That's how I'm aware of it.
yeah, it's a Mr. Smith thing again. But again, we all have that in us, and we all could be like that certain times. And then there's a realization beyond that aspect of self where the mask kind of dissolves, right? So you guys are all a part of this reality. Don't act like you're over there and we're over here. You're all part of this reality. You all witnessed the last 5 years. They're on their 11th booster now. You're seeing the AI control come in. You watch them lock everyone down. Like, how much more do you need? They're spraying the shit out of your skies to block the sun out because, you know, it's more anti-Christo philosophy.
Right. You're
it's
right.
all right there.
What else do you need? They lied about cosmology. They lied about religion. They lied about space. They lied about fucking
They can't
economics.
lie
They
if we
lied
don't
about
keep
everything.
running with the lie. That's the thing about this. They can only lie to motherfuckers who accept a lie, because every time they lie, the truth is also exposed. Right? So at a
Jesus
certain point,
Christ told the apostle to get behind him and called him Satan, because in that moment he wasn't dealing with a man.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. We got to get away from this citizen, sovereign citizen, all the rest of this shit. We're just men. We just want to live how men have lived for thousands of years,
yeah,
and not be told what to do on countries that are supposedly free. If that's fucking crazy, then I don't want to be here with the rest of you in what your idea of reality is, right? I don't want to be a part of it.
Sure, this type of thing could go bad. However, not doing this type of thing couldn't go even worse.
Right.
Yeah, imagine that we have to even come to a place of being scared to do actual community and co-create something and be a part of our own value system, right? Or live out some kind of value system, you know, or just not have complete slaves around us yelling Donnie's their daddy and Joey's their uncle.
Yeah, I only woke up 8 years ago. I was 40 when I woke up.
Whatever,
I hate
bro.
to say this,
Again,
but we need to live without fear, brothers and sisters.
Yeah, ironic as that sounds, you're right. You're absolutely right. Because, you know, it's like as long as you're in that state of fear, then you won't progress or move forward. You're literally being Medusa'd, you know? Or in that.
Again, I get what he's saying, but to be a stickler here, we wouldn't have this whole experience if it wasn't for fear, because at some point your fear of not obeying God and what this world's going to do to you is what's going to compel you to serve the truth in God and yourself and your fellow man. So, you know, I get it, but I don't get it, right? We need the fear in order to practice courage and move into proper service, right? It's going to come from one end or the other. You know, and it's not running from, it's running to.
I was being a little ironic.
Yeah,
No,
but
I
I don't necessarily agree. I think it's not a question of not having fear, but being courageous, right?
Well, what it really is choosing
like
love.
overstepping the fear. It's like just passing through it, like tribulation, right?
I'm jumping on the bandwagon now. You got me. It's choosing love, right? We have to live without fear and choose love. Love of truth, love of God, love of self, and our land and the people and all the rest of it, everything that comes in between of us and God. If you want to say it's up there, out there, right? So love of life, how about that? Something that I never would have thought that I would need or even be a part of talking about, because I was the complete opposite of that, waking up every day. So even if I can't achieve that, I know I need that.
Yeah, we'll keep the slogan "Live without fear," and we'll just live without Jack.
Oh man. Come on, you can't tell me you won't carve out at least an acre in the back for Talcott to. He won't even accept it.
Yeah, you're right. He's not dangerous.
I think I'm helping him, and that I'm choosing love with him, and then he tells me, "Paul, you think I want some fucking piss-ridden acre out back somewhere where you're shitting and pissing? Some backwood camp,
living in a tent? Yeah, that's what you want from me, Paul. You want me to live in a tent, don't you?"
Well, I said, Jack, don't you want to be debt free and never have to worry about fucking chasing cash again and have a little piece of land and, have a structure? You're in a box every day anyway. A box is a box, right? Work the land with us, grow some fruit and vegetables, live like a real fucking paisa, like the peasants used to. They were free though, and they love what they did on some level, or it's all they knew. Life's a lot easier when it's all you knew.
Okay.
He didn't want that.
You got me, man. We'll let Jack visit. Is that good? We'll let him visit, but he can't
That's
stay.
The thing. He lives high on the hog, man. He ain't coming down to my level. He told me as soon as I said work the field a little bit, and I get it, bro. You think I'm not oriented toward that, wanting to go out every day and be in type A, whatever, but you gotta be. You gotta train yourself to be that. If not, what kind of life are we living? And I guess he's getting old too, but the way he said it was just so funny. Like, I ain't getting out there and working some field like some kind of slave migrant. I go, well, you don't work, you don't eat, bro. That's how this goes. You don't plant your own shit. Well, figure out how you're gonna beg for money or whatever else and buy whatever your poison. This is the idea. Even if you got all the money, you're still eating poison shit. So where are we at? And then we may grow shit and still have to sue these motherfuckers to stop spraying the skies. Because that's next on the agenda, right? Let's say we get somewhere and are going somewhere, whatever. We see that shit and we're going to have to put some documents in at least and let them know, hey, this is over now, like they did on Florida, right? That's
Gotta
the
go
modern
underground
day,
greenhouses.
But do you know who
Fatties.
Jack? You know who Jack
You
reminds
dig
me
a
of?
big ass trench and you throw some plexiglass over it. You ain't got to worry about no fucking chemtrails on your food. You just filter the air.
Well, that's what we're all, we all have the same.
I got a lot of good ideas on how to do this. The reality is it needs manpower and it needs the right land. I've made so many mistakes over the last 10 years living on my own land that I know exactly what it needs to be.
Yeah.
Right.
And,
So Emperor LARP, wants to put forth this energy that nothing can be done, but that's not what I and others have been shown. So I don't know what your experience is. I'm guessing you don't have any, but I and many others around me have experience with getting remedy with the courts or making enough of an impression to where slowly but surely people start to take notice and change their behavior. It is possible. You got to go back to those cartoons they used to show where the one ant stands up, then 5 of them, then 10 of them. The next thing you know, they're taking notice and they're probably having to change their ways to some extent. We have evidence of it right here on Arizona. The Family Act. They passed a legal act that finally allowed everyone to do what they were doing already, which was multiple families on one property, which was technically illegal. And now they had to run that back and put it on record. No, you guys could do whatever you want because it turns out we're your servants. And we try to tell you that you had to do what we say, but that's the code. That's the hack here, right? The devil can't envelop you in the world unless you let it in and give it permission to run your fucking life 24/7, 365. The moment you call in the Christed spirit, it loses its power. Sounds fantastical, but there's something to it, right? And that's why the scripture outlines it. I've experienced it. You're not going to tell me your non-experience is better than my experience. I don't see how that works.
If you believe you can't do it, you can't do it. You're right.
If you believe you can do it, you can do it. You're right.
Yeah, I agree. These
are
not
cliches for a reason.
Yeah, it's not I'll believe it when I see it. It's I'll see it. What is it? It's I'll believe it and then I'll see it.
These are the same people who, when I went online, they said, you're going to heal diabetes and your kidneys and all the rest of it without dialysis and poison and a condemning report from your wannabe house slaves. Yeah, and they did. So there's always some loser on the sideline mocking what they think is impossible or improbable till someone fucking does it over and over and over again until it can't be ignored or denied. That's the realm we
Doctors
live
couldn't
in.
fix me. I went to doctors a bunch of times. They couldn't fix what was wrong with me until I tried to fix myself, and now I'm great.
You know, Brown's boy saying Jack Talcott should be the village speaker. I was thinking of him more like the like the pastor, you know, like in Walking Dead, the pastor that locks everybody in the church and burns it down. That's Jack.
Yeah, I don't know why he thinks we won't go for that. I'll make a it's not even a hidden agreement. I'm better than Andrew Wilson and the rest of them. I'm open here. We can totally agree that if Jack wants to take an acre or even do some work or not, whatever, we just have him as a mascot. He doesn't even need to, you know, because with this thing, you can't really expect anything of everybody. You just got to kind of go, okay, what is everyone putting in? Divide everything equally. You have your little spot. If anyone wants to leave, they can parcel out, do their thing. Hopefully they don't leave some slave there, right? They make an agreement if they can. Hey, if you leave here, try to pass it down to somebody who's legit if you can, you know, screen them. But, yeah, man, if, you know, cut him out an acre, he can be part of it on the strength of it. He can just walk around ministering all day and we'll all just make an agreement that whatever he says is, you know, makes sense, you know, to him at least. We'll go, yes, Jack, thank you. And meet us at the Pavilion of Love. I'm going to name the thing after his famous cot flicks, Jonestown. But there is going to be a Pavilion of Love. I don't think that we can deny it.
I know some of these people on panels better than I know most people in the world. That's a reality.
It's a scary reality.
Freedom says, can we vote for limits on the amount Lou can give us when it comes to meat talk?
Yeah, there's definitely going to have to be a limitation. You guys, I will just I'll privately contract to them and say, Lou, I don't want to hear it. Don't bring it around me. You want to go chew their ear off? You know, you guys will all have to privately contract. You know, Lou's going to want to talk meat with everybody, so you're going to have to work that out with them.
Well, maybe we'll just have him have his little roadkill meat shop, you know.
Look, we know who the butcher's going to be, all right?
Right, it's going to be Lou.
Lou's running the pork store, all right?
Landry, man, if you're jealous and you want to be included, just say that, bro. Let's get you a little spot going up here. Oh, no, wait, we can't. Your boy's gone now. I don't think we have any control of letting anyone in.
Oh, shit. Freedom Grower wanted in.
Yeah, Landry, you don't have to mock everything that you're not a part of directly or, you know, because there's some kind of energy here you're not comfortable with. So you got to like feign like you're above and beyond it. We don't have to do that.
Choose love, Landry.
Seriously. Didn't your boy who you were going to make a whole documentary on when you first met him teach you anything?
They just don't understand.
Nah.
We are not
You're being
built the same.
passive aggressive, Landry. Come on.
But that's what it is. The land is the most important thing, though. Picking the right land. Have y'all figured out the land yet?
Of course, man. I know how to fucking take care of land, man. I have fucking 2 acres here.
That's not what I'm saying. The right land, like where geographically are you going to set the flag?
Well, obviously it's going to have to be in place where you can grow food, man.
You need water. Water is the most
Tentatively,
important
it was Southern Oregon because it gets that tip of 3,100 hours of light, supposedly, coming up from Nevada and Arizona. And it's fairly drillable, right? 150, 200 feet. Arizona, we got beautiful property over here. I'd love to use it, but it's quite a bit of ways in. It's not a well-kept road. Hard to get in and out during the winter.
Desert.
No, it's not desert. It's high desert, and you could grow out there. We did that, but it's drillable like past 1,000 feet or so, you know. And then you're gonna need a big pump to get it out. So you're looking at least $100,000, according to
I would
them.
suggest I would suggest Missouri. It's a constitutional state, and there's fucking water everywhere, and it's all drinkable.
No, Freedom, I disagree. Sorry, Rant. I disagree with you. Landry should not work the field. I believe he should be in the kitchen washing dishes. You know, I think that's where his place should be.
Barataria is out in Missouri. All the different encampments, the best communities are in Missouri for a reason. It's a growing region 7. They get just about as much as light, but they have basically 2 growing seasons. You just have to get a spot that's not in Tornado Alley. Tornado Alley's a motherfucker. I'm in it. It's not fun.
Ruh-roh.
Well, there, the last comment by Emperor LARP. God help us all. I agree with that. Amen.
But that's the highest consideration, is where is the land going to be? And that's going to have to boil down to a consensus. I have a lot of experience out here in Missouri. And I have a lot of experience being on land.
Yeah, same here.
I've seen a lot of shit.
Yeah, and I'm very talented in construction as well, so I could build a house very easily.
That's what I'm doing right now. I'm building houses for people.
I've been a roofer
money.
for like, when I started 15, it's like practically 25 years of roofing, man.
I do everything: plumbing, electrical, roofing, fucking.
Yep, same here.
Rock work, fucking concrete, don't matter.
Plumbing,
I work for the
cement.
general contractor.
Yeah, you fucking name it, I can do it.
So Damsel Maddox said she lived over there. It's pretty much in the area, Klamath County. What were your experiences with it? I don't know about Missouri, man. I mean,
I
got people all over. Like, you pick a state, I got 5 or 10 people who, do this thing in that area. But
Missouri's the shit.
Yeah, I don't know. I looked around. I just saw a bunch of bare fucking trees, and it's humid as shit over there, from what I gather. And they get a ton of snow, from what I understand. No.
No. The winters
Ice
aren't bad
storms,
here.
whatever the fuck it is.
Nah. I've never had a
one
bad
thing.
winter.
If I leave here, I don't want to go live where there's going to be snow. If I go to the States, I'm going where there's no fucking snow, man. I've been going 48 fucking winters of snow, man. I had enough.
Option B, North Florida.
Okay.
Yeah,
the land is more expensive, but you have fucking growing season all year round practically.
Right.
Can I get C, D, E, and F?
The springs in there.
So that's another option. I've got connections out in North Florida also.
Yeah, we know Pineal Power in Florida.
Right.
Not
but,
just Florida,
some of us use cannabis and plan on, like, working with that, and we're just setting ourselves up to, again, not that I'm not open to, because anywhere you go, you're going to be dealing with legal challenges, right?
Yeah.
I would prefer to where guns and reefer were pretty well cemented as an idea.
Missouri
legally
and
lawfully.
Florida.
You say that, but there's no. From what I understand, that's down south, right? You try to go reefer out there, and you're going to have neighbors and everybody all over you,
Missouri is recreational marijuana, bro. You can buy it everywhere.
I get that, but Florida's not.
Well, Florida's not, but OTW was talking he don't want to deal with cold weather. My suggestion is Missouri. You just gotta curl up on the bearskin rug with your lady, bro, and light the fucking wood stove in the winter, OTW. It ain't no thing.
Oh, I don't mind if it's cold. I just don't want it, I just fuck the snow, right?
You're from Canada, bro. Don't worry about it. It's not even that cold compared to Canada. The snow ain't the same. And who gives a fuck? We can a bunch of food, we get ready for winter, and then we bunker in. We ain't got to go nowhere if we got everything. It ain't no thing to heat a house with a wood stove, bro. I used to go out and chop a couple fucking cord of wood every week like it was nothing. You get built like a fucking Viking. It's great.
Yeah, I know, man. That's pretty much how it is here. It's like we got like minus 40 degrees Celsius winters here. You know, it's like when it's minus 20 degrees Celsius, it's like it's a hot day outside. You know.
And in Missouri, you can get so far back in the woods, you need to import sunshine on the back of a bear to get in there. You know what I'm saying? You can grow whatever the fuck you want. No one's gonna fuck with you. They really don't give a fuck.
Well, that's another thing, you know. It's like all my life I've been working summer jobs, right? Like roofing and cement work, but none of that happens in the wintertime. So I'm always stuck to go get some sort of other job during the wintertime. It's like working at restaurants or delivery, whatever.
The culture of Missouri are a bunch of people who are basically self-reliant and don't fuck with the government and don't really give a fuck.
Well, that sounds like my place, man.
They're literally
I also
rebels.
know at least a couple of people who they've snatched up and kept and didn't do any due process and just they're like waiting to go to court for a year. So I mean that can happen anywhere. But you know, I get all the reports of, you know, what's going on where, and it seems Missouri's one of those states where the courts are not hearing it, they're not having it. And maybe that's just the few people I've heard of, and they seem to know what they're doing. So
you gotta know where you are, right? You can't just be anywhere in Missouri. You gotta know where to be, and you gotta know the people. You gotta know the townsfolk. You gotta know the community. You gotta become part of it. If you're a piece of shit, they're gonna get you out of there. But if you're a stand-up guy who's doing fucking normal shit, they're not gonna fuck with you. Like, they got sheriffs out here, they won't fuck with you. You got to go to a low population town and become ingrained in the community. It's not hard. You just can't be a fucking asshole.
Well, Damsel Medic says she has a property on the MO and AR border on the Ozarks, have a spring, a well of 200 feet, and a lake 25-mile old growth forest and oaks and cedars, and was an old homestead, 11 acres. Wow, that's fucking humongous.
Yo, really? That ain't nothing in Missouri. I've had neighbors that had 500 fucking acre fucking pieces of land, bro. Like, this shit is deep woods.
That sounds like my niche right there.
yeah, I
So
mean,
these
we're
are all
looking
things to
for,
consider.
I mean, we were already looking at 22 acres with a river and well and all the rest of it. I'm thinking we need like 40 at least, because we were out on the other properties about 40 acres. And, you know, I want as much land as possible, man, without sacrificing the quality or the ability to use services in the meantime if necessary, right? 2 hours each way is a bit much, you know. An hour is pretty much half hour to an hour from the main slave services is probably the best option, you know, out of the way, but not too out of the way.
I agree.
Yeah, I'd say half an hour would be the best, because that's about how I live. You know, I'm about a half hour from the city, so
The closer to the city, the less freedom you have, the more fucking oversight you have, and the more expensive the land is.
Pretty much. Fuck the HOAs.
I'm in southeast Missouri. I'm probably real close to wherever that person you just said was. And I've got a pretty good lay of the land around this area.
Yeah, I don't know why, man. I don't know if I just got in my mind that I'm going to Oregon, but I've looked at Missouri and these other places, and for whatever reason, I wasn't really impressed. That was one of my go-to spots, and I got to look at it again, I guess. I don't know what turned me off to it. I got
Look
this
at the
fucking Oregon thing in
Ozarks.
my mind.
Look at the Ozarks, because there's a lot of places in Missouri that suck. Like if you look towards St. Louis and shit, it's just trash central. You want to be in the Ozarks. That's where all the intentional communities are. I mean, Oregon is still dope. Oregon's a good place too. Don't get it twisted.
All right, so what's your issue with that? Just because is there an issue with that, or because maybe I gotta, you know, get back to the drawing board and consider other things.
Oregon's just a little far north. I don't know Oregon like that. You know what I mean?
I don't like
People in
also
Oregon-
doesn't Slow State live on Missouri? I don't like the idea of even living on the same state as him.
Yeah. Oh
Be
my
quiet.
god.
Nah, he's in like
No, it's
he's in
Christos
Kansas.
that lives in yeah, Christos lives in Missouri.
Slow
Oh,
State's
I
in
see.
Kansas, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's right.
Kansas.
You got Kansas City, Kansas, and then you got Kansas City, Missouri. But that's not in the Ozarks. That's
Maybe
like
Flow
4 or 5
State-
hours away minimum.
Maybe
I like
Flow State
Oregon
was
because it
actually the
has-
wizard.
I like Oregon because it's one of the only states that is supposedly not bankrupt or on its way. And everything's pretty wide out in the open, and there's like the least amount of agents and nonsense. So yeah, I don't know. I've been there before, I guess, is part of it too, right? You go somewhere, you kind of do events with people, and then you feel like, okay, there's a culture, there's a vibe, and you know, you prioritize that. And of course, affordability in a way, right?
How is the people in Oregon?
Well, that's the thing. They're doing some measure 114 with the guns, and the Klamath County Sheriff already said that they're not going to enforce any of that, you know. And I get the vibe that they're not really locking people up, you know, for kind of doing whatever they want to do. So, you know,
Have
and
you
then I have
seen-
the other side of me. Go ahead.
Have you seen what Missouri told the government when they said they were going to come fuck with people's firearms? They said they would lock up the feds. This
Who said
state does
that?
not give a fuck, bro. Look into Missouri. I'm telling you, this is a rebel state. You will love Missouri. I don't know nothing about Oregon. It might be great. What I've heard is it's very, very limited amount of people, and the people are kind of weird out there, but people are weird out here too. They just tend to be rebels. People just riding four-wheelers through the street. They're just doing whatever the fuck they want here, bro.
Yeah, I mean they're going to say that about me and you and whoever else because that's the NPC's script, right? Like when we ask the realtors, they go, "You don't want to shop out here. This is where all the sovereign citizens live." And I go, "Who's going to tell them?" You know. So they're always going to have that rap out in the middle of nowhere where people are wanting a homestead and be left alone. Everyone's weird. Everyone's you know, not like everyone else. They're not jabbed out and voting for masters, you know, so they get thrown off by that.
No, I mean, I heard they're weird, like, because there's not a lot of people. Like, the population density is very low in Oregon. Like, as for the whole
yeah,
state.
that's the thing, man. It's mostly high desert on one side, you know, and then you got the mountains, and then you got coast and forest. But yeah, there's not a lot of opportunities out there. When you look for land, there's, you know, maybe a handful of options. So I don't know. There's just doesn't seem to be a lot of action and turnover. I kind of like the idea that other than Portland, Oregon's kind of West Coast, but out of the way, right? And the southern tip gets a decent amount of sun, more than the national average. And it's, you know, in my mind, it's still Oregon Trail, right? Old West. But yeah, I can't speak on actually living there for any period of time to speak of.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know Oregon. I know where I'm at in the Ozarks, and this is the place to be for a homestead. I mean, that's what people are doing out here. We got tons of Amish out here. We got tons of homesteading type communities all set up in this region. So it's really well suited for it. And I mean, as far as the laws, it's the freest place I've ever been. I've been all over the place. I've lived in Florida, New York. I've lived in third world countries. This is the freest I've ever been. I've never had cops really fuck with me. Literally, the other day was the first time I ever had an interaction really with a cop. And it was a state trooper. It wasn't a sheriff. It wasn't local. You know, state troopers
and they're not kind of on you about the way you talk and, you know, all that. What are you doing down here?
I mean,
that whole rap?
No, not really. At the end of the day, it is what it is. Like, I've been out here for so long that it just is what it is. Nobody fucks with me. No one's ever fucked with me. At the end of the day, they know everybody's packing heat. Nobody wants a problem. Everybody's on some peaceful shit. Yo, this is gun country. It's 4.5 guns for every person in this state.
Yeah, Damsel Medic, if you want to email me to just let me know what your experience is, I'm open to it. Yeah, it just keeps feeling like I got a plan and then stuff is coming through and then it falls through and then my focus changes and whatever, and I'm kind of like, I want to get somewhere and get going, you know?
I felt the same way, and I couldn't understand it. But now I understand it.
I heard there was cannibals in Southern Oregon. Yeah, that was me and Lou Bass. We set that reputation. We went out there on vacation. We ate a couple people. Got crazy. Well, I mean, you're not gonna. You probably shouldn't hear whatever. Email me, man. I'm sure you could figure out what my email is based on the broadcast or whatever. If you're open to, let me know where you're at. I'll check the stats.
There's a lot of shit to consider.
Where are you staying at if you're not on your land anymore? Where are you talking Ozarks like you're there?
Yeah, I'm in the Ozarks right now. So I'm basically in a couple of towns over, about 45 minutes from where my land is. Still own it. And I'm currently working. I live in a fucking trailer house that I rent. My family is, you know what I'm saying? They're on their way here because I had to go make some moves and I got them out of the fray. And I'm grinding, building houses and stacking money to make a move. That's the mission.
What's the move?
That's what I'm saying. I didn't know yet.
We're still waiting for the move.
Right. Okay. So, but the move on your end is Missouri.
The plan was to go back to fucking homesteading in Missouri. I was going to get land again, just better land, better suited. Originally, I made a deal with a man. I contracted with a man to build him a campground, which took a few years in exchange for land. And they put us up while I did that because I didn't have a lot of cash liquid. And I wanted to get the fuck out of the city like ASAP. So that was the move I made. And I finished that campground and I earned my land and I started building on it. And I finished it and I lived there for some years. And I made a lot of mistakes and I learned all the fucking problems that can arise. And so now I'm going to do it the right way. Get some cash together, get the land, understand the layout of what I need.
See, that experience is actually valuable in a community right there.
But yeah, that was the plan. You know, shout out to Mimsy Limbs in the chat. Mimsy Limbs currently in Florida. Kids is in Florida. I'm out here in the Ozarks. I went to Florida, came back to the Ozarks because I mean, Missouri is really where it's at, in my opinion.
Or why are they telling me it's humid as fuck out there and then ice storms all winter?
Humid as fuck. Moisture is what makes plants grow. Ice storms, I ain't never seen an ice storm, but I've seen snow.
Yeah, but you get like there's like, how much snow do you see? Is there, like 4 feet of it, or it's just like ground level, like a few centimeters?
The most I've ever seen was like a fucking foot of snow. And that was like, we had a storm. That was the most I ever seen. Yeah, in 10 years, the most I ever seen was like a foot of snow.
It's not much.
That's not much.
I walked out of my holler and I walked down to the fucking store and got a backpack full of meat, bro, and walked it back up to my house. Couple miles. It ain't shit.
Yeah, see, I could live in that kind of an environment.
It seems like it should be more, though. Like in the past, there's more storms.
Like, I can't speak for the past. All I can say is I've been here for 10 years. I never had a problem with the snow. You get a 4-wheel drive car and you just drive on top of that shit.
Yeah, well, down here, even a four-wheeler doesn't get you out of the fucking. You need tractors and freaking tow trucks and the whole fucking shit to get your car unstuck.
Nah, we ain't never had problems out here like that, bro. At the end of the day, this whole fucking state out in the Ozarks, like the communities, they'll just straight up fucking plow the roads. They don't give a fuck. People got plows on their trucks.
Last winter, I had my neighbor come here with his tractor and get my my companion out of the freaking out of our own driveway, because my driveway has two slants on each side, right? So when it snows, if you're not aligned with the driveway and you don't actually see it, you can either be on one side of it or the other. And if you are, you'll go like the car will lean right into that ditch.
You need good neighbors. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what it's really about. This is the opportunity to pick your fucking neighbors. That's all this is.
That's what's actually awesome about it. It's like
Right,
you really get to
so-
decide who and what you want to deal with.
Like
Which is
who's got your back?
Maybe
or who
why.
doesn't.
Maybe it's why one of the reasons why it's taking so long before we actually all get together and do something. I think it's kind of like a vetting process.
It's all it's ever been.
So yeah, man, email me and then we'll talk numbers in the group. And we'll see if everybody throws in what their max is or minimum. And then we can, look, I guess, kind of like, I don't know which way to go with it, right? But yeah, man, at the end of the day, I'm pretty much open to anything, I could live anywhere. You got to go somewhere. So, yeah, it was, again, I can't deny it was one of my original spots because of the culture, the guns, the reefer, and supposedly decent conditions were growing. And then I got turned off to it for, I know one of the things was weather, supposedly, but I think it was two that I just never been there. And I kept hearing from people that they were just like locking people up and not giving them trials out there. And I'm just like, and then when I went to go look, I saw nothing but fucking bare trees and no leaves on them. I'm like, this place sucks.
I don't know where you was looking at, but I've never experienced nothing like that. I've never seen people just getting locked up. I've seen fucking literally wild ass meth heads just doing whatever they want and the sheriff's just not locking them up. Just like fucking, they don't care.
That
You know what I mean?
kinda
Like you have to, like in the Ozarks, you are the fucking police. You know what I mean? There was no 911 where I lived for like fucking 9 years.
Yeah, and Emperor LARP, you wouldn't even be community material just by watching all of the comments that you spam in chat. So it was like, I don't even understand why you think that you would probably be a part of the community, any community. Nobody would probably have you because, you don't seem to have any good faith there. It's just bad faith comments over and over.
Right, at the end of the day, bro, I don't fashion myself to be amazing, as a person or in a lot of stuff. So like, I don't even, again, the community thing to me, beginning and ending, separate from anything else that might come about, is just like you said, the opportunity to pull resources and everybody win by having their own little spot, and they're better off contributing, right, or throwing in than they would be without that, and then we'd have to discuss the agreements, right? What does that look like? Do we just get a piece and have it parceled out, or you got to work in trust, man. And I think the more people you bring in on that, the more you're tested on that. But I would think there's a way, right? Or there's a will, there's a way. If we go into something together and we go through the official channels, I'm sure everybody could be named on that paperwork as a part owner. And then if anybody ever wanted to get out or turn it over, they have a legal claim to, or a lawful claim, however you want to look at it, either way, to X amount of whatever they put in, so nobody feels like anybody's going to turn around and take the whole thing or whatever the case may be.
It's going to take a while to figure everything out and do it right. And if you rush into it, I can assure you, you just set yourself up for failure. So what are you looking at on a time frame?
I want to be out yesterday, man. I was out, a year and a half ago in Oregon looking for places, and we made an agreement 2 years ago on New Mexico, and then the sellers canceled the contract, and you heard about all that. We got arrested, all that.
Right.
So, yeah, man, shit's been coming up and falling through for over 2 years now. So I'd like it to be yesterday, but again, I'm obviously not completely on my own timing, right?
We just have to figure out who's involved, get everyone together, and figure shit out.
I already pretty much have who's involved. I got a commitment from Timmy. I got a commitment from the guy that I've been living with over here, who doesn't come on these spaces. And I got another guy who I started off with Colorado with, who I've known for probably over 6 years now. So, yeah, there's already 4 of us who have made a commitment, to throw value together. And we've had, we had what looked to be a decent option, but it's just, I don't know. It's in a floodplain, which is cool, but then there's only 4 acres of usable treed land. I want more treed land than that. It's 22 acres total, but it's like 4 acres of treed usable land. Yeah, I would just prefer more acreage and more land if possible. And less restrictions.
There's plenty of land out here, and there's no building codes for the most part. If you're not in a main city, it's a beautiful thing. This southeast Missouri, the Ozarks, are literally like a haven for intentional communities. If you go on the IC website, you're just gonna see fucking tons of them in Missouri, and Oregon too, but not as many. Like I said, Barataria, they put it out here for a reason. I mean, this is like the rebel holdout for the fucking apocalypse. You got the Amish out here, you got Mennonites, you got a lot of communal type of living situations going on all over the place. It's really built for that. You got.
I don't know if you've noticed,
horses.
but I've noticed that a lot of immigrants, okay, they stack their families up in same houses, and they live as a community in those small houses, right? So it's
There's
like
no immigrants
if
out
we
here,
took
right?
if we took example off of those people, we would probably thrive. You understand? Because they thrive. You'll see 6 cars parked in front of that house because everybody in the house owns a car and is able to go to work and do whatever they have to do. Because why? Because they all contribute. They all contribute to pay. You know
what I mean? It's not very immigrant friendly.
I'm just giving an example of how they live and how they're able to thrive in a financial fucking practically a crash,
It's because they require, they require a community in order to have success because they're living in an environment that is hostile towards, what I'm saying?
Right. So, but we should already be ahead of our time by taking example off of that and doing it ourselves, where we now know that would be the best way to thrive in the times that we're in.
Yeah, that's the idea. You know what I mean? I mean, you don't want to be on top of each other, but
right. But it shouldn't just be an idea. It should be a reality, and it's not like it should be a future reality. No, it should be a reality right now.
You need personal land for everybody that's going to be involved, that's going to put their house on it, right? You're going to need a main source of water that could support at least a majority of the houses or multiple sources of water. So that's an investment in itself, aside from the land, unless you find land with water sources on them.
Yeah, but you can dig a freaking well with a shovel, bro. If you got the manpower and a couple of shovels, it's not that hard to get a well dug.
Bubba. You ain't digging shit in Missouri with a shovel. You better have some kind of Super Mario drill if you want to get through this shit. It's fucking straight rock when you hit that mountain. I've tried to dig a well. Trust me, it's not possible. And I had a fucking jackhammer. You just hit rock and clay. We grow rocks out here. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it is at the end of the day. But now my neighbor had a spring that was natural, just spitting fucking water out all day.
So in other words, you're gonna need greenhouses and shit like that to grow food because you can't put it directly into the land.
Oh, you can if you got the right land. There's always a place to grow food. I'm saying you can't drill for water unless you get like an actual well drilling company to come drill you a well. And that cost about 15 grand just for that well. And that well will support like 2 families. So like the well and the water is the most important thing to consider on this type of venture, aside from the land. Ideally, you'd want to find something with a natural spring on it that puts out a lot of water. I just so happen to know someone with some land that has a natural spring on it that puts out a lot of water. They might be looking to sell their property. I believe they've got 4 acres. But that's also a battle zone currently. Hatfields and McCoy shit going on in that holler.
Yeah, but again, 4 acres is we're talking 40 or more.
No, I hear you. So you gotta find the right spot. You know what I mean? That's the main key. Right spot.
That takes a lot of research.
Peace out. Easy.
You need boots on the ground. You got to actually look at the land. You also want to be there when it rains. You want to see how the water runs. Erosion is a motherfucker. There's a lot of shit to consider. And like I said, I know you want to get out. I want to be on the land right now building shit. The reality is, if you do it on a rush, you make a lot of mistakes, and I've already done that. So I would say as a time frame, it's best to consider it like at least a year before we're even on that land. But it'll be done right. And we won't have to go to another piece of land down the road because the shit won't collapse. Worries is water, right? That's the main.
Right,
that's the main.
Like I'm
worry.
saying, the guy in Oregon, I know a driller. He's pretty much, you can't guarantee it, but he's pretty much guaranteeing water at 150 feet, 200 feet. It's doable.
Oh yeah, if you got the driller, what's he gonna charge you though for drilling the well?
25 G's.
That's expensive.
No, it's not that bad.
Well, relative to what, man? 10 acres, drilled well, beautiful area with trees, 30 minutes from services, 100 grand.
Damsel Medic can get it for 12 G's.
Yeah, we can get them for 15 out here for a well, but a well's only going to support about 2 households, 2 families.
Right, but at that point, then you're looking at like getting a second well drilled, right? So for every 2 people, every 2 households, you got to cough up 25 grand. That's what it is.
Yeah, if you got 10 people, that's 250 grand in just wells.
Well,
right, but 10 people can generate 250 grand very fast.
Sure.
Right, but you also said a well for every 2 households, so it wouldn't be 10 people need 10 wells. Right?
What I meant is if you had 10 families, if you had 10 people going in on this and they each have a family, you know what I mean?
Right, so every 2 families gets a well, so that'd be 5. That's 100 G's. That should be doable.
Yeah, it's going to be about $1,250 each for wells, and then property. Looking at 40 acres. 40 acres, you're looking at like 100 grand.
Right.
So that's another 20. It could be done for about 25, 30 grand each.
And that's pretty much where we were all talking about and looking at.
That's literally nothing, dude. It's like 300 grand for fucking like a sustainable lifestyle. That's like, it's a fucking gift from God.
It's nothing for me to come up with 30 racks, but can everyone do it?
Why not? I mean, you know, like I don't see why not.
Say no
like,
more.
You're the only one who can be your who can put sticks in your wheels, right? You're the only one who can prevent yourself from reaching that goal.
I just don't know who we have in on this because I haven't, you know what I mean? I've never spoken to anybody. It's a new idea in my head.
Well, I mean, Paul's been talking about it for a couple of years now. It's like, but I've been, you know, and I've been saying that I want to get out, but never really done any real, like, or taken any measures to, you know, research, look for land, or you know, it's just I've been following the same routine that I've been following for, you know, the whole time that I've been living here. So it's like it's up to me now. I guess I'm just saying
I've made a lot of mistakes, right? And
yeah,
so
but I would
want to not make
benefit
those mistakes in the future.
But I would benefit from your mistakes in the sense that, you know, I would need that type of experience coming into this type of project. You know, in my mind,
that's the only reason why I'm saying.
I'd listen. I'd sit there and say, okay, so what is it I'm not supposed to do? So I'll make sure I don't do that, so don't fuck up. You know.
Yeah, damsel, when
that's
you get
all I'm
drilled?
saying, bro. I'm just saying I've made a lot of mistakes. That's all I'm trying to avoid is making mistakes again and fucking up the land deal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it sounds good to me, bro. We'll link up. We'll figure it out. Get everyone together. Figure out what everyone wants to do. I don't give a fuck where it is, actually. Oregon, Missouri. I just offer my input that I've been out here. And this is ideal, in my opinion.
See, right away, I tell my buddy, what is the first rap he gives me? Same thing I gave you. Humidity, lack of sun, long winters, mosquitoes.
Yeah, that's it.
I'm not too sure about the
A
humidity.
community of homesteads with people of like heart and mind.
You also got ticks. You got poisonous snakes. You got copperheads, cottonmouths, timber rattlers, pygmy rattlers. You've got fucking bear. You've got mountain lions. You've got cougars, bobcats, coyotes.
Wow,
wild
man, it's a real
hog.
This is a fucking fun place. It's a great, great experience.
Yeah. You also got deer, squirrels. You could eat them. I mean, technically, you could eat all that shit, but ticks are a motherfucker. Chiggers suck too. You ever had chiggers? They're like ticks that are invisible.
Ticks that are
Chiggers
invisible.
suck. Yeah, they're like invisible ticks that like get all over you, and they cause like fucking the most itchiest fucking like welts, and you scratch them until they bleed, and then it goes away.
Huh.
Like Missouri ain't built for the weak, but it is ideal. It's just the environment's a motherfucker. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know what Oregon got going on as far as like hazards and all that other shit.
Hey,
but as far as
Missouri
humidity,
sounds like a place for Lubass.
Yeah, there's no shortage of things he can eat.
you, I'm modern. Man, I'll push you hard, I can't know you, I'm modern. Man, cause we have to be friends and it just won't do. I'm modern man, modern man. Living tomorrow is everyone's sorrow. Modern man's daydreams have turned into nightmares. That's why I think to share what I feel. I'm modern man. The things I need in this world, I'm modern man. Well, if you don't like it, you can leave me alone. Modern man, modern man. When I talk to you, I wanna hang up the phone. I'm modern man, I'm modern man. Living tomorrow is everyone's sorrow. Modern man's daydreams have turned into nightmares. He's too straight and you can wait. I'm modern man. Well, I've only got time for a few and not you. I'm modern man. I'll push you hard. I can't know you. I'm modern man. Cause we have to be friends and that just won't do. I'm modern man. Modern man. Living tomorrow is everyone's sorrow. Modern man's daydreams have turned